You are all human dragons and phoenixes, your wisdom is extraordinary, you don't need to store your brains. Xian Yuan Sect. Dormitory for Quasi-Outer Disciples. Li Shanjun suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the quaint room in front of me, I was instantly confused. He clearly remembered that he had a drink with his 3 adopted sons in the dormitory last night. As for the reason for drinking, it was probably because he broke up with his girlfriend, the class beauty, whom he had been in love with for 2 years. These 3 sons of bitches, how can you bear to part with them? It says a man can't hang himself on a tree. Let me experience the joy of a man. Tisk tisk, look at the layout of this room, the package must start at least 888. My good sons indeed. I'm afraid it will completely drain my living expenses for this month. Li Shanjun thought about it while getting up from the bed. Seeing himself wearing a set of clothes similar to Hanfu, he couldn't help but be amazed. This cosplay is quite realistic. I just don't know what the young lady looks like. Although as a young person of the new era, I despise this kind of behavior. But, if I drink too much, I won't feel any experience at all. What a big loss. However, at this moment, his head suddenly felt like being hit with a wooden stick, and stars began to appear in his eyes. A dizzying feeling flooded into his mind. Then, he found himself as if watching a movie, with scenes flashing before his eyes. It was a quick glance through another person's memory. This is Xian Yuan Sect. This is a world of cultivating immortals. The realm of cultivating immortals is divided into 10 realms: Qi refining, foundation building, golden elixir, nascent soul, spirit transformation, emptiness refining, fusion, Mahayana, tribulation crossing and immortality. Each realm is divided into 9 levels. But this is also a resource-scarce world. Xian Yuan Sect is the overlord within a radius of billions of miles. There are over 100,000 practitioners. And he, Li Shanjun, no, that unlucky guy from his previous life, was the prince of the secular kingdom of Xian Yuan Sect. There are more than 10 such imperial kingdoms under the Xian Yuan Sect. The imperial country provides resources and immortal cultivation talents to Xian Yuan Sect. The Xian Yuan Sect provides protection for the imperial kingdom from invasion by the subordinate kingdoms of other sections. Although Li Shanjun was a prince, he did not receive any special treatment in Xian Yuan Sect. In this world, everything is determined by strength. A year ago, Xian Yuan Sect recruited 10,000 prospective disciples from various dynasties. He also bestowed upon him the basic immortal technique, Qi refining technique. Give them a year to practice. If one can break through the first level of Qi refining stage within a year, he can become a formal outer disciple. If there is no breakthrough, it means that you are cut off from the chance of becoming an immortal. Their cultivation memories will be erased and they will be expelled from the mountain. As a disciple of the imperial dynasty, Li Shanjun naturally knew that if he was expelled from the mountain gate, his fate would be extremely miserable. His brothers would be happy to give him a hard time. Even his father probably wouldn't look kindly upon him. Zhong Kui is right, trash belongs in the trash can. However, a year is about to pass, and Li Shanjun has not yet broken through the first level of Qi refining stage. Seeing that time was running out, he took the risk to break through, but he still died unexpectedly. So Li Shanjun from Blue Star came here for some reason. Holy shit, did I travel through time? But I don't want to travel through time. Finally understanding the whole story, Li Shanjun was stunned for a moment. Is it that tomato novels are not good, or is it that Duyan is difficult to watch? Why did you come to this world of cultivating immortals? Although Li Shanjun also likes to read those unsuccessful novels, he occasionally has a dream of becoming an immortal. But the original guy is obviously a loser. Without the ability, you won't survive one episode. Our great China is still safe. I want to go back. I don't want to stay in this world that eats people. If that doesn't work, just give me a golden finger or a Tongzi. Just when Li Shanjun was anxiously trying to find Tongzi brothers, he screamed, holy shit, why is there a hole in my brain? Li Shanjun suddenly discovered that there was a 1 cubic-sized space in his brain. I seem to have broken through to the first level of Qi refining stage. Li Shanjun was also surprised to find that there was a weak flow of air in his lower abdomen. Well, he definitely didn't want to pee. According to the original body's memory, a warm current in the danshan is a sign of a breakthrough. Finally, there's some good news. I guess I won't be kicked out of the mountain gate now. Li Shanjun began to study the airflow in his danshan. However, just when he placed his hand on the teacup on the table, the teacup suddenly disappeared. Then, he discovered that the disappeared teacup appeared in the hole in his brain. Interesting, could this be my golden finger? Li Shanjun muttered to himself. Then he tried to take it out again. 1 in, 1 out. 1 in, 1 out. Having a lot of fun. It seems a bit useless. Forget it, just use it as a storage space. After thinking about it, he collected the valuable things left by his original body according to his memory. I found 10 large gold bars, each weighing about 1 pound. In addition, there are tens of thousands of taels of silver. Although this is a world of cultivating immortals, mortals are still the majority. Therefore, gold and silver are generally needed as currency. Li Shanjun then put the 10 gold bars and some silver into his brain space. All the silver was confiscated because there was not enough space. However, after he was done, he found that the spiritual energy in his body was used up and he was exhausted. His eyes went dark and he lost consciousness. Blue Star, Wuchen. Huazhong University, Men's Dormitory. Li Shanjun suddenly sat up from the bed with an expression of disbelief on his face. The other 3 adopted sons in the dormitory were sitting together, seemingly watching something incredible. They were startled by Li Shanjian's sudden and violent movement, and looked at him with strange eyes. However, Li Shanjun seemed to be possessed by a demon, sitting straight on the bed with his eyes wide open. Seeing this scene, Xia Junli, Fan Yi, and Zheng Yuan looked at each other, and then showed sympathy. What's wrong with the second brother? Everyone looked at each other for a while, and Xia Junli couldn't help but ask. Fan Yi said, I guess now that I know, I've been hit hard. Xia Junli asked in confusion, wasn't he sleeping the whole time? How did he know? Zheng Yuan nodded and said, that's right. This news just came out. The second child has been sleeping and probably doesn't know about it yet. The 3 of them looked at Li Shanjun with sympathy again. After a while, Fan Yi suggested, well, how about asking? Xia Junli nodded, then walked up to Li Shanjun and was about to speak. Suddenly, Li Shanjun yelled, fuck, fuck. Xia Junli was also startled by the sudden shout. There's a hole in my brain. Li Shanjun shouted again. The other 3 people were puzzled, but after looking at each other, they understood instantly. Xia Junli coughed lightly, ahem, second brother, this is not your fault. Yes, yes, yes. It's not that you have a hole in your brain, but Wu Yushin couldn't resist the temptation. Fan Yi also hurriedly comforted. Li Shanjun looked at the 3 of them with a puzzled look. What does this have to do with Wu Yushin? The other 3 were also stunned. However, Li Shanjun ignored them, because he found himself back in the real world, and the hole in his brain still exists. More importantly, the 10 big gold bars and the silver are also there. So here comes the question, did he travel through time? Or hasn't he? Or is it double penetration? Seeing that Li Shanjun was still confused, Xia Junli patted him on the shoulder and said, brother, we've broken up anyway, calm down. Li Shanjun was also stunned, what do you mean? When the other 3 saw this, they realized that Li Shanjun seemed to be unaware of the situation. So Fan Yi took out his cell phone and handed it to Li Shanjun. Li Shanjun looked at the photo on his phone and his eyes fixed. The place in the photo should be a KTV. His ex-girlfriend Wu Yushin was hugged by a man. Wu Yushin was hesitant and reluctant, with a shy look on her face. The next photo is even more outrageous. She is playing games with the man. The 2 were kissing through a tissue. Li Shanjun knew that man, his name was Luo Junwei. She is their classmate and has been pursuing Wu Yushin. Although this person is short and ugly, he is rich. As soon as he entered university, he drove a car worth more than 300,000 yuan. Monthly living expenses start from 5 figures. This is an unattainable existence for ordinary college students who only have 1 or 2,000 yuan for living expenses. Although Luo Junwei is not good looking, he has achieved 30 years of age in just a few years of college thanks to his wealth. It is said that his goal is to kill 100 people. Li Shanjian's girlfriend Wu Yushin is the class beauty and has always been Luo Junwei's prey. But before, Wu Yushin and Li Shanjun had a good relationship. Although Li Shanjun comes from an ordinary family, he is handsome and hardworking. During his college years, he earned a lot of money from part-time jobs to spend on Wu Yushin. As long as Wu Yushin wants something, Li Shanjun will try his best to satisfy her. It is precisely because of this that Luo Junwei has never been able to find an opportunity to take action. However, in recent times, he found that Wu Yushin's attitude towards him seemed to have changed a little. He recalled the scene of their breakup. Wu Yushin once again whispered in his ear how good her best friend's boyfriend was and what gifts he had given her. Li Shanjun couldn't help but retort, "Why are you so materialistic?" This sentence made Wu Yushin instantly furious. She said to Li Shanjun, "It is your blessing to be in love with me. When you were dating me, did you ever spend more than 200 yuan on a meal? Even when booking a room, you chose a budget hotel. Never mind a 5-star hotel, you've never even been to a 3-star one." Li Shanjun blushed slightly as he said, "I was just a college student before, and I gave almost all the money I earned from working to you. I really didn't have that much money to spend." However, his words were interrupted by Wu Yushin, who raised her eyebrows. She said unhappily, "What do you mean? You just gave me a cell phone, a computer and some cosmetics. What? You mean I drained you of everything?" Li Shanjun quickly explained, "No, that's not what I meant." Wu Yushin snorted coldly, What's the point of dating if you don't have money? Look at He Li's boyfriend. Not only does he send her flowers every day, he also takes her on trips everywhere. And by G's boyfriend, every time he goes out, he never stays in a star-rated hotel. Besides being a little more handsome than them, you offer me no emotional value at all. So, let's break up." Li Shanjun couldn't help but say, "You will regret it." However, Wu Yushin sneered, "Yes. I regretted it a long time ago. I shouldn't have dated a poor bastard like you. You are good for nothing except being handsome and big." The two then had a fierce quarrel and officially broke up. Just like that, Li Shanjun fell out of love. But unexpectedly, Wu Yushin might have already been looking for her next club. Or maybe she was impressed by Luo Junwei's wealth. Li Shanjun handed the phone back to Fan Yi, then got up and went to the bathroom without saying a word. "Second brother, are you okay?" Xia Junli asked worriedly. Zheng Yuan also advised, "Second brother, the old must go before the new can come." Fan Yi said, "That's right, women are like clothes, they need to be replaced when they are worn out." Xia Junli was shocked, "Fuck. Lao Si, are you so awesome? You can even wear out your clothes." Fan Yi said, "There's nothing I can do, one day is one day." Xia Junli and Zheng Yuan were in awe. At this time, Li Shanjun came out and said, "What are you bragging about? You are still a Boy Scout." "Fuck, what the hell?" The two people who had just shown respect immediately looked at Fan Yi with contempt. Fan Yi coughed lightly, "Well, theoretically, one day is one day, one day is one day." Li Shanjun ignored the three sons of bitches and went out after washing up. Xia Junli shouted, "Where are you going? Don't do anything stupid." Li Shanjun said, "Don't worry, I'm going out to do something." Li Shanjun left school and took a taxi directly to the gold shop on the pedestrian street. He plans to cash in these gold bars. Doesn't Wu Yushin think he is poor? He wanted to let her know what it meant to be 3 days in the east, 3 days in the west. Don't bully the young because they are poor. "Sir, what do you want?" One of Zhou Xiaosheng's salesmen asked politely when he saw Li Shanjun coming in. Li Shanjun asked, "What's the current price of gold?" The salesperson said, "The price of gold has been rising rapidly recently. It was almost 600 yuan per gram some time ago. Now it has fallen a bit, but I think it will rise again in the future. If you want to buy gold jewelry, you should take advantage of the price correction now to buy some. You can also buy some gold bars as an investment, which is also a good financial product." Li Shanjun asked, "Can you recycle gold bars?" As he spoke, he pretended to take out a piece of gold from his pocket and took out a large gold bar. The salesperson was shocked. "Why is yours so big?" Li Shanjun coughed lightly and said, "Big, it's innate, cough cough, no, it's inherited from my ancestors." The salesperson gave him a strange look and continued, "Does this have a certificate?" Li Shanjun said in embarrassment, "No. Can you accept it?" The salesperson weighed it and it showed 503 grams. She said, "If it's real gold, we can accept it, but we need to talk to our store manager about it." "Okay." Li Shanjun agreed. Soon, she took Li Shanjun to the store manager's office on the second floor. The store manager is a pretty woman in her early 20s, but the figure is even more outstanding. Let Leo be in awe. Li Shanjun glanced at her name tag Yang Jingxiu. "The reason why I looked at the badge was definitely not because of the majestic mountains, but I want to know her name. Yang Jingxiu, delete if infringed." The salesperson briefly introduced the situation, and Yang Jingxiu asked with a smile, "Sir, what is your name?" "No need to be surnamed Li. Can you accept this gold bar? If so, I have more at home." Li Shanjun said casually. Yang Jingxia smiled and said, "As long as it's genuine, we're willing to accept it. Your gold bar doesn't have a certificate, so we need to inspect it, okay?" "No problem. This is what I should do." Li Shanjun naturally agreed. This gold shop is fully equipped, and Yang Jingxia took Li Shanjun to the testing room. Soon, the test results came out. Looking at the test report, Yang Jingxia said, "It is indeed gold, and the purity is good. If our store were to buy it, taking into account the cost and labor costs, would you accept the price of 500 yuan per gram?" Li Shanjun nodded in approval. He has quite a lot of gold now and just wants to get rid of it quickly. He doesn't want to waste time on a small amount of money. Seeing that he was so straightforward, Yang Jingxia quickly brought out the contract. After both parties signed the contract, Li Shanjun received a text message confirming the payment had been received. "Your card with the last number 5845 received a payment of 251,500.00 yuan, remitted from another bank, from ICBC at 11:02 on March 21, leaving a balance of 252,332.13 yuan. Note, the default amount in this book is after tax." After selling the first gold bar, Li Shanjun said goodbye and left. After that, he did the same thing and went to several other gold shops to sell the remaining 9 gold bars and some silver. The purpose of doing this is naturally not to be too conspicuous. Looking at the balance of more than 3 million in the bank card, Li Shanjun couldn't help but feel excited. Get rich overnight. After processing the gold bars, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. It's troublesome to go back to school, and today is Saturday and I don't have classes tomorrow. Li Shanjun decided to stay in the hotel for one night. When he was about to book a room at Tingan Express Hotel, he suddenly remembered what Wu Yushin said, only choose express hotels when booking a room. After checking the balance on his phone, he decisively chose the presidential suite at the Four Seasons Hotel. 8,858 yuan per night, acceptable. Having money but not enjoying it equals having no money. I'm going to experience how soft the bed in a 5-star hotel is today. So I took a taxi and went straight to the Four Seasons Hotel. Fortunately, he was on business today and brought his ID card with him, so check-in went smoothly. I have to say that the service in a 5-star hotel is indeed in place. The lady at the front desk is also very beautiful and has a gentle voice. It's a pity that there was no story of showing off and then getting slapped in the face. There was no small card in the room. It is indeed better than a budget hotel. The suite is indeed quite luxurious. The room is on the 28th floor and overlooks the night view of Wuchen. Standing by the window and admiring the night view, Li Shanjun murmured, "No wonder there's a story about pushcarts at the Four Seasons Hotel Lujiazhuai in Shanghai. Standing here, it's truly an ultimate enjoyment." Afterwards, Li Shanjun finished washing up and fell asleep on the soft big bed. He wanted to try and see if he could travel through time again. Li Shanjun only felt his consciousness sinking. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was back in Xian Yuan sect. This time, Li Shanjun no longer felt unwilling, but was extremely excited. Sure enough, the time travel was successful. It seems that as long as I fall asleep or pass out, I can travel to another world. I'm rich. Even if he can't become an immortal, even if he has to eat dirt here. As long as he can get gold and silver, he will live a very happy life on Blue Star. Li Shanjun glanced at the sky outside the window. It was already daytime. I don't know if the speed of time in the two worlds is the same, but at least day and night should be reversed. Just then, a long bell rang. Li Shanjun was stunned at first, then he suddenly remembered that today was the day for the assessment of Xian Yuan sect's outer disciples. Before, they could only be considered quasi-outer disciples. If you fail the test today, your memory will be erased and you will be expelled from the mountain. Thinking of this, Li Shanjun couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly checked his danshan. However, he was shocked instantly. That airflow seems to have doubled in strength. Am I practicing in my sleep, or is it because I used too much spiritual energy yesterday? Never mind, this is a good thing anyway. Li Shanjun put it behind him and rushed towards the sect square. Hey, isn't this the third prince? A duck voice suddenly sounded behind Li Shanjun. Li Shanjun looked back and saw 3 young men about 17 or 18 years old looking at him with a joking look on their faces. Li Shanjun looked at their faces carefully and suddenly remembered that the person in the lead was also the one who spoke just now, named Yu Hua. The other 2 were named Yang Beicheng and Qian Wuliang. Speaking of which, these 3 people, like Li Shanjun, are from the Eastern Tang dynasty. Yu Hua is the son of a great general, and Yang Beicheng and Qian Wuliang are the sons of 2 marquises. When they first came to Xian Yuan sect, because Li Shanjun was a prince, they surrounded Li Shanjun like pugs. But half a year ago, after the 3 of them broke through to the first level of qi refining stage, their attitudes immediately changed. He has a feeling of being in charge and would mock Li Shanjian's predecessor from time to time. Although he could not attack Li Shanjun due to the sect's rules, he could still verbally attack him. This was also the important reason why Li Shanjian's predecessor was determined to practice in seclusion. In this world, strength is respected. If one cannot truly step into the world of cultivating immortals, even if he is a prince or even an emperor in the secular world, he is still just an ant. Perhaps it was because of this obsession that the predecessor encountered inner demons when breaking through and died. It can be said that these 3 guys are largely responsible for the death of their predecessor. Li Shanjun narrowed his eyes and said, "It's you 3 dogs. What? You want to ride on my head just because you entered the qi refining stage?" Yu Hua and the others were furious when they heard this, and said viciously, "Li Shanjun, this is the Xian Yuan sect, not the Dongtang dynasty. People without immortal fate are just ants after all." Li Shanjun sneered, "Whether or not you have a chance to become an immortal is not up to you to decide. It depends on the test results." After saying that, he didn't bother to pay attention to the 3 villains and turned around to continue walking forward. There was no chance of dealing with these 3 villains now, so there was no point in arguing. Looking at Li Shanjun leaving, Yu Hua and the other 2 were a little surprised and confused. "Brother, do you think Li Shanjun will succeed in breaking through? Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident." Qian Wuliang asked uncertainly. Yang Beicheng said in a sinister tone, "I don't think so. I put a love potion in his food. I don't believe he can still break through like this. Look, he doesn't even dare to confront us. He must be bluffing." Yu Hua snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Humph. It's best if there's no breakthrough, but it doesn't matter if there is a breakthrough. We are already 6 months ahead of schedule and are now almost at the second level of the qi refining stage. Even if Li Shanjun has made a breakthrough, it's just a breakthrough. It will take him a year to break through one level. He is nothing but trash. Upon hearing this, Yang Beichang and Qian Wuliang nodded in agreement. One step slow, every step slow. When Li Shanjun arrived at the sect square, there were already 7 or 8,000 people there, and more people were coming later. Many people looked at the tall and majestic mountain gate, with hope in their eyes. However, more people's eyes revealed despair, jealousy, and regret. Obviously, some people have made breakthroughs, but most people still have no chance of becoming immortals. Li Shanjun and other prospective outer disciples had not actually officially entered Xianyuan sect. Instead, they stayed in a specific area outside the mountain gate. Only when they officially join Xianyuan sect can they step through the majestic sect and become one of the supreme immortal cultivators. After waiting for about half an incense stick of time, everyone arrived. They waited silently in front of the mountain gate, not daring to go beyond the limit. At this time, several sounds of breaking through the air were heard. Everyone looked up quickly and saw 7 fairy birds flying out from the section. These fairy birds include flying cranes, divine eagles, giant vultures, etc. There is a human figure sitting on each fairy bird. That is the immortal cultivator from Xianyuan sect. The moment they appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. 7 immortal birds landed in front of the sect square. Their fluttering wings stirred up a gust of wind, making the waiting people somewhat unsteady on their feet. Several quasi-outer disciples standing in the front were so frightened by the sharp gaze of the divine eagle that they fell to the ground, causing many people to laugh. The immortal cultivators on top of the immortal birds couldn't help but yell, "Waste! You guys are eliminated, expelled from the sect immediately." Before the 4 unlucky guys could react, a cultivator sitting on the fairy bird raised his sleeves and a gust of wind swept them up. Ah! Several screams came from near and far. The 4 people had been swept away and flew far away. Seeing this scene, everyone fell silent instantly. I was afraid that I would accidentally upset these powerful people and be eliminated inexplicably, which would be absurd. At this time, the 7 cultivators on the fairy bird jumped down and landed in front of everyone. Among the 7 people, there is an old man with a sage-like demeanor, a calm and powerful middle-aged man, and a lively and flamboyant young man. There is also a fairy with ethereal air and skin as white as cream. Oh my god, this world of immortal cultivation is so different. Every woman out there is prettier than the level 10 beauty filter on TikTok. Li Shanjun glanced at the woman and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. At this time, a middle-aged man with a majestic aura stepped forward and shouted, "To cultivate immortality, one must not only look at aptitude and opportunity, but also at one's character." Those idiots just now couldn't even withstand the aura of the immortal bird. How can they cultivate in the future? Even if you can embark on a path of cultivation, you won't go far. Instead of doing this, it's better to save some resources. After hearing this, everyone was speechless. "Boss, whatever you say is what it is. Just don't kick me off the line." The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a fist-sized ball floated in front of everyone. He continued, "All right, enough nonsense. I've given you a year to practice. Now, let's begin the assessment. This is the Immortal Fate Stone. The test is very simple. Input the spiritual energy in your body into this Immortal Fate Stone. As long as this Immortal Fate Stone can light up, it means that you have cultivated spiritual energy. Also, it will reveal the properties of your aura. Gold changes to the metal element, green changes to the wood element, blue changes to the water element, red changes to the fire element, and yellow changes to the earth element. If it doesn't light up, it means you haven't cultivated any spiritual energy yet. You are useless. Okay, let's start with you now." The middle-aged man pointed casually and asked an examiner to come forward. The man was not nervous at all. He immediately stepped forward and pressed his hand on the immortal stone. After a while, the immortal stone emitted a pale golden light. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Pass the test, Qi refining level 1, gold element." The examinee pumped his fist excitedly, then stood aside respectfully. Next, then, one by one went up to take the test. Failed the test. Passed the test, Qi refining level 2, wood element. Not bad. Failed the test. Failed the test. Passed the test, Qi refining level 1, fire element. Failed the test. Failed the test. Passed the test, huh? Not bad, actually reached the 4th level of Qi refining, earth element. What a genius. Everyone stared at the examines nervously. Li Shanjun silently estimated that the pass rate was basically only 1/3. He couldn't help but secretly sigh that the standards for cultivating immortals were really high. These examines are selected by major forces, and there is a high probability that they can embark on the path to immortality. But even so, the pass rate is still so small. However, there are also some extremely talented people among them. So far, there has been 1 person at the 4th level of Qi refining, 2 at the 3rd level of Qi refining, and 11 at the 2nd level of Qi refining. These people have already shown superior talents. Soon, it was Yu Hua and others' turn. Passed the test, Qi refining level 1, gold element. Passed the test, Qi refining level 1, earth element. Passed the test, Qi refining level 1, gold element. Yu Hua, Yang Beichang, and Qian Wuliang all smiled, then looked at Li Shanjun with malicious expressions. He chuckled and seemed very concerned about his assessment results. Li Shanjun was also very curious about his current level. He had never practiced it himself, so he was not clear about his own realm. He walked forward without hesitation, walked to the immortal stone, and then circulated the spiritual energy in his danshan. The moment his spiritual energy touched the immortal stone immediately shone with red light. Seeing this scene, Yu Hua and others' expressions changed. Unexpectedly, the 3rd prince can really practice. This made them feel a little uneasy. But at this time, the immortal stone changed again. It actually shines with green light. Then a golden light flashed again. Yellow light. Blue light. Finally, it turns into a synthetic colorful light. The middle-aged man in charge of the assessment couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Even the other 6 cultivators who were quietly acting as tools couldn't help but open their eyes wide. The ethereal female practitioner couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Such a small cherry mouth, you can even fit a lollipop. A person who has perfected the 5 elements and has even reached the 2nd level of Qi refining? How is this possible? Several immortal cultivators were stunned. Seeing this scene, Li Shanjun was a little confused, as if things were beyond his expectations. He nervously asked the middle-aged man, "Senior, did I pass the test?" The middle-aged man said with a complicated expression, "Gold, wood, water, fire and earth, these 5 elements are the most basic elements that constitute the world of immortal cultivation. Immortal cultivators generally tend to favor a certain field, such as the fire element. The more outstanding their ability in this field, the stronger their cultivation talent. Of course, there are also powerful practitioners who are good at 2 or even 3 lines. This type of cultivator is extremely powerful among their peers, and can be said to be invincible. But at the same time, he needs to devote twice or even several times as much time as his peers. Even if he is invincible at the same stage, if his peers are already in the golden core stage, but he is still in the foundation establishment stage, he will still be crushed. So, having more talents than others may mean you're not a genius, but a mediocre person. And you, surprisingly, have achieved the great perfection of the 5 elements, which means that your 5 elements are distributed very evenly. You can say you are a genius, or you can say you are the ultimate mediocrity. Mediocre is not a derogatory term, but a mediocre person. Hearing this, Li Shanjun instantly understood and was also stunned. No wonder it was so difficult for his predecessor to practice. It turned out that it took him 5 times as long as others to break through. No, maybe 16 times. Because, with each additional row, the difficulty doubles. The difficulty increases exponentially. The beautiful fairy spoke for the first time, and said in a pleasant voice, "And you, it took a year to cultivate to the 2nd level of Qi refining. If you only have 1 talent, you might already be a foundation establishment cultivator, or even around the 3rd level. To reach this level in just 1 year, he can be said to be the strongest talent in our Xian Yuan sect in 1,000 years. But, you happen to be a person who has perfected all 5 elements. Even if you only have 3 elements, you are still extremely talented." After hearing this, Li Shanjun finally understood and cried. He stuttered and asked, "Does this mean I have passed the test?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and then said, "As long as you reach the 1st level of Qi refining, you will pass the test. But in your situation, I don't think any summit will want you." Li Shanjun quickly asked, "Why?" The middle-aged man said, "In theory, those who have perfected the 5 elements are the strongest at the same level, but the resources they consume may be more than 10 times that of those at the same level. The same resources can cultivate a dozen geniuses, but if used on you, it might cultivate a low-level master who is invincible at the same level." Li Shanjun was anxious. "What should I do then?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "Let's continue with the assessment. I can only report your matter to the sect for handling." Li Shanjun had no choice but to agree. When Yu Hua and others in the crowd heard this, they almost couldn't hold back their laughter. It turns out he is still a waste. The subsequent assessment seemed a bit boring. There is no genius worthy of everyone's attention. Several examiners looked at Li Shanjun frequently with expressions of regret. It would be great if his spiritual attributes could have fewer lines, then Xian Yuan sect would have another super genius. Finally, all 10,000 people have completed the assessment. Only 3,123 people passed the assessment, less than 1/3. The middle-aged man waved his sleeves and said, "Those who fail the test will have their training memories erased and will be expelled from the mountain gate." Nearly 7,000 people were directly swept up by some force and flew out of the mountain gate with screams. The remaining 3,000 people showed a look of relief on their faces. Among them, Yu Hua and others looked at Li Shanjun with a gloating expression. Just now, they were shocked and thought that the prince could become strong again. I didn't expect him to be a mediocre person. After those eliminated candidates left the sect, the middle-aged man finally smiled and said, "Congratulations, you have officially become outer disciples of Xian Yuan's sect." When everyone heard this, they were all surprised and some even couldn't help cheering. The middle-aged man raised his hand and made a false gesture, saying, "All right, silence. Now that everyone has passed the assessment, we are all fellow disciples from now on. I will tell you about the situation of the sect so that you can have a clearer direction for your own cultivation path. Xian Yuan sect has a total of 8 peaks, namely Ziyang Peak, Jinjian Peak, Shendan Peak, Jinwen Peak, Linqi Peak, Nguiyuan Peak, Hanbing Peak, and Suan Peak. My name is Wang Yuan, and I'm the deacon of Ziyang Peak. These are Xiao Jian, Luo Shang, Wu Xing, Wang Feng, Han Li, Yang Mao, and Chen Jiao. They are deacons from the other 7 peaks. Once you have chosen your peaks, follow them. Among them, Ziyang Peak is the main branch. It is where the sect master, true disciples, and some inner disciples reside. They do not recruit outer disciples. The other 7 peaks each have their own inheritance biases, and there are disciples of all levels, including outer sects, inner sects, and true disciples. Golden Sword Peak focuses on sword cultivation and recruits disciples of the gold element. Shendan Peak focuses on alchemy and recruits disciples of the fire and wood element. Jinwen Peak focuses on formations and recruits earth-type disciples. Spiritual Weapon Peak focuses on weapon refining and recruits disciples of the fire and gold element. Nguiyuan Peak focuses on spiritual medicine cultivation and medical treatment, and recruits disciples of the wood and water element. Hanbing Peak focuses on ice cultivation and recruits water-type disciples. Xiannu Peak only accepts female disciples from all departments. Just now, the Immortal Fate Stone showed the attributes of your spiritual power, so you can choose the direction of cultivation accordingly. Now you have 1 stick of incense to make your choice. As soon as Deacon Wang Yuan finished speaking, these new outer disciples immediately took action. It took less than a stick of incense for most people to make their choice. In the end, only Li Shanjun was left standing there awkwardly. He is a person who has perfected the 5 elements, so it seems that he can choose any peak except Suan's Peak. Yu Hua and the crowd chose Jin Jianfeng, and at this moment he looked disdainful. What do you mean by perfect 5 elements? You're still just a piece of trash. No peak wants you yet. During the assessment just now, Li Shanjun showed extraordinary abilities and I thought he was a genius. Yu Hua and the others were scared to death. Finally, I didn't expect Li Shanjun to be a mediocre person. They were laughing to death again. Li Shanjun looked at Wang Yuan eagerly and asked, "Deacon Wang, which peak should I go to?" Wang Yuan looked at Li Shanjun and couldn't help but feel a headache. The more attributes spiritual power possesses, the better. More means more time and resources required. It is rumored that in the ancient times when resources for cultivating immortals were abundant, multi-attribute practitioners were the treasures of all major sections. The perfection of the 5 elements is a rare treasure among millions. However, this is an era of scarce resources. This big treasure has become a big waste. After thinking for a while, Wang Yuan said, "Your name is Li Shanjun, right? Come with me to Ziyang Peak first. I'll report to the sect master first." Li Shanjun nodded helplessly. It was better to have a place to go than to be expelled from the section. Seeing this scene, Yu Hua, Yang Beicheng, and Qian Wuliang's faces changed slightly, and they were jealous beyond recognition. At the same time, I was quite nervous inside. They used to think that the 3rd Prince Li Shanjun was a waste, and they often mocked and even angered him. Yesterday, he even secretly used a love potion to disrupt his practice. If Li Shanjun knew about this, it would probably be a fight to the death. Damn, this guy is so lucky that he actually has the opportunity to meet the sect master. Will this piece of trash soar into the sky? No, we have to find a way to solve this hidden danger once and for all. Yu Hua pondered secretly. The deacons of each peak took these new outer disciples back to their respective peaks. Li Shanjun followed Wang Yuan to Ziyang Peak. As for the way to get there, it is to ride on the magical bird eagle. Li Shanjun, sitting upright on the back of the divine eagle, felt a little nervous. It's not that Li Shanjun has never been on a plane before, but he is not afraid of heights. However, the divine eagle was flying up and down, and Li Shanjun felt like he was going to fall over. There was no protection around like on an airplane, and a sense of unease arose. He wanted to grab the condor's feathers, but they were too slippery and too smooth to hold. Li Shanjian's heart moved, and he began to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body to control his body balance. Seeing this, Wang Yuan, who was standing by, had a glint of approval in his eyes. This little guy is quite clever, but unfortunately, It's a pity that he is a person who has achieved perfection in the 5 elements, and his cultivation speed is too slow. I'm afraid my achievements in this life are limited. Li Shanjun didn't notice the change in Wang Yuan's expression, but concentrated on controlling his body. I was afraid that I would accidentally fall off the eagle's back and be smashed into a pulp. Fortunately, it only took about 10 minutes for the divine eagle to carry them to Xiang Peak. After jumping down from the eagle's back, Li Shanjun managed to land safely despite his weak calves. Wang Yuan smiled and said, "Let's go, I'll take you to see the sect master." "Thank you, Deacon Wang," Li Shanjun bowed. Although Xian Yuan's sect has 7 peaks, there are not only 7 peaks in the sect, but tens of thousands of peaks. Xiang Peak is the highest peak among them. Li Shanjun estimated that it was about 5,000 meters, but strangely, the air at the top of the mountain was not thin. Instead, it feels refreshing. The air here is sweet. Li Shanjun looked around curiously while following Wang Yuan towards a huge hall. Deacon Wang Yuan requested to see the sect leader, and was granted permission soon. After entering the hall, Li Shanjun found that the layout here was simple. It was an empty hall. There were several cushions in the hall, made of unknown material. This must be the place where the sect's top leaders hold meetings or give lectures. There was also a cushion at the top of the hall, and a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance and wearing a Taoist robe was sitting there. He seemed to be practicing, or perhaps resting with his eyes closed. Although he was just sitting there casually, Li Shanjun felt a strong sense of oppression. It seems like a crushing of the life level. Needless to say, this guy is a super strong man. Wang Yuan bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, sect master. Disciple has something to report." "What's the matter?" The middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, a flash of light passed by, and asked in a gentle tone. Wang Yuan then introduced Li Shanjian's situation and said, "This newly admitted outer disciple is called Li Shanjun. According to the Immortal Fate Stone test, he is a 5 elements perfected one. But he cultivated to the 2nd level of Qi refining stage on his own in just 1 year. I can't recommend which peak he should go to for training, so I brought him here specially for the sect master's decision." Relying solely on himself, he was able to cultivate to the 2nd level of the Qi refining stage. In fact, he is already a pretty good talent. However, he is a person who has perfected the 5 elements. Every time Li Shanjun gets promoted in the future, the resources and time he needs will be 16 times that of others. Although the Xian Yuan sect is large, whether it is willing to expend such a large amount of resources on cultivation really needs to be decided by the sect master. The clan leader looked at Li Shanjun, scanned him up and down, and asked, "Is the test result correct?" Wang Yuan quickly took out the immortal stone and asked Li Shanjun to test it again. Looking at the immortal fate stone flashing with multicolored light, after a moment of thought, the sect master said, "The test results are correct. This is the first disciple to achieve perfection in the 5 elements since the founding of Xian Yuan sect. It's true that no matter which peak we go to, it's not suitable. Let's stay at Xiang Peak." Wang Yuan said in surprise, "But sect master, Xiang Peak has never had a precedent of having outer disciples." The sect master smiled gently and said, "That's true, but the sect has never had a disciple who has achieved perfection in the 5 elements. This sect wants to see if this legendary mediocrity can actually become a talent." Li Shanjun on the side was speechless. "Damn, your whole family is mediocre." Seeing that the sect leader was determined to do so, Wang Yuan had no choice but to agree. He continued to ask, "Then who should Li Shanjun practice with?" The other 6 peaks of Xian Yuan sect all have dedicated preachers who are responsible for teaching basic cultivation techniques to outer disciples. Only after being promoted to an inner disciple can one formally become a disciple of an elder. But Xiang Peak is an exception. Since there are no outer disciples, there are no preachers. The sect leader smiled and said, "Let him practice with Ye Ziwan." A graceful figure flashed through Wang Yuan's mind, and he hesitated, "But Elder Ye." The sect master sighed and said, "Zai Yuan has carried too much. If we let her teach a disciple, maybe she can change her personality. What's more, she is also a multi-attribute cultivator, and she might be more experienced in teaching this child." Then, he looked at Li Shanjun and said with a smile, "I recommend a Jindan stage elder to be your master, but whether you can gain her approval depends on your ability. If you don't get Ziwan's approval, then you'll have to figure out your future path of cultivation on your own. Go." After saying that, he waved his hand and closed his eyes. What else could Li Shanjun say? He could only nod and salute. "Yes, sect master." Deacon Wang Yuan took him out of the hall and headed towards the place where the cultivation resources could be collected. Wang Yuan casually said, "Every disciple of the sect can receive spirit stones and elixirs from the sect every month. You are the first outer disciple of Xiang Peak. There were no standards before, so I can only give you the average level." Upon hearing this, Li Shanjun asked in confusion, "Are the standards for each outer disciple different?" Wang Yuan said, "Haha, every peak is different. Of the 7 peaks of the sect, each peak actually relies on its own abilities to obtain resources. Some peaks are richer, such as Shendan Peak and Linky Peak. They can use the elixirs and spiritual weapons they refine to exchange for resources from other peaks or sections. Therefore, their disciples receive higher treatment. Some peaks are poorer, such as Ice Peak. Li Shanjun understood a little. The Xian Yuan sect is a bit like a group company. Xiang Peak is the group's headquarters, coordinating all resources. The other 6 peaks are like subsidiaries, each with its own unique business and, to a certain extent, its own profits and losses. The disciples of each peak are like employees of a subsidiary company, and the amount of their benefits depends on the profitability of the subsidiary company. With Deacon Wang Yuan leading the way personally, the process of collecting supplies went very smoothly. Li Shanjun receives a low-grade spirit stone and a spirit-enhancing pill every month. Haha, if you use the spirit stones and spirit-enhancing pills properly, they can speed up your cultivation. Generally speaking, outer disciples who possess these 2 qualities can break through a realm in a few months. And you, it's definitely not enough. After saying that, he looked up at the sky. Wang Yuan said, "It's getting late today. I'll take you to the disciples' residence to rest later. I have something important to do tomorrow, so I won't take you with me. You can go find Elder Ya and become his disciple on your own." "Oh, she's in the purple garden on the mountainside. She's easy to find." After saying that, he took Li Shanjun to his residence. Li Shanjun always felt that Wang Yuan seemed a little afraid of Elder Ya. This made him curious about what exactly this future master had that made Deacon Wang Yuan so afraid of him. Li Shanjian's residence is a small detached house, which may have been uninhabited for a long time and is quite dusty. After Wang Yuan brought him here, he left. As a deacon, he already has a lot of things to do, so being able to keep him with me all the time is a great way to take care of him. After cleaning up casually, he took out the resources distributed by the section. The pill was placed in a porcelain bottle. It was black and looked a bit like a sugar bean, but it exuded an intoxicating fragrance. The spirit stone was only the size of a fingernail, but it looked familiar to him. Suddenly, he had an idea. This, isn't it jade? From the conversation with Wang Yuan just now, spirit stones are the hard currency in the world of immortal cultivation. However, due to the development of the world of immortal cultivation for thousands of years, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth has declined a lot. A lot of spirit stones have been mined, and now the spirit stone mines have been monopolized by various sections. There are almost no new spirit stone veins in the wild. Each sect also uses spirit stones very carefully. Nowadays, the size of a fingernail is used as the most basic unit. A low-grade spirit stone is worth 100 taels of gold, but 100 taels of gold cannot even be exchanged for a low-grade spirit stone, because no cultivator would be stupid enough to exchange spirit stones for gold. If the jade is really a spiritual stone, then wouldn't I be rich? Li Shanjun muttered to himself. He can fully utilize his brain space to do speculation. This exchange rate difference means huge profits. Thinking of this, he immediately decided to log off here and return to the Blue Star World to confirm. Li Shanjun opened his eyes on the soft big bed of the Four Seasons Hotel. Amazing! Even though I haven't slept all night, I don't seem tired at all. Perhaps this body is resting, but my consciousness has gone to the world of cultivation. Li Shanjun stretched his body and found that he did not feel any discomfort at all. So after washing up, I went to the hotel buffet restaurant to have breakfast. Young people are in good health and have great endurance, but they get hungry quickly. The Four Seasons Hotel is worthy of being a 5-star hotel, and the breakfast is extremely rich. Li Shanjun couldn't help but feel hungry. He immediately took a lot of food and found a seat to sit down and eat. However, just as he was enjoying his meal, an angry voice sounded in his ears. "Li Shanjun, aren't you bored?" Hearing this, Li Shanjun was stunned. He looked up blankly and found a girl in a tight skirt and delicate makeup staring at him with an angry face. This girl's appearance is about 8 points, and she can be considered a class beauty. Next to this girl was a slightly plump, short man with strange facial features and a big black mole on his face. Li Shanjun was naturally very familiar with these 2 people. It turned out to be his ex-girlfriend Wu Yushin and the short, ugly, and rich classmate Luo Junwei. Li Shanjun frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Wu Yushin snorted coldly, "Should I be the one asking you what you mean? We've broken up, so please don't do something as boring as stalking me." Li Shanjian's face was filled with question marks. "Following you?" Wu Yushin said with disdain, "You must know that Junwei invited me to have breakfast at the Four Seasons Hotel, so you waited for me here in advance. We've broken up and have our own lives. Please stop interfering with me, okay? Be a quiet ex-boyfriend, it's decent for everyone." Li Shanjun rolled his eyes and said, "Who the hell is interfering with you? I stayed here last night. If I had known you 2 were staying here, I would have changed hotels." Wu Yushin was furious when she heard this and shouted, "Who are you calling a bitch? How can a poor bastard like you stay in a 5-star hotel? Junwei is so rich, but he and I only stayed at the 4-star Denglaxi Hotel next door yesterday." What kind of money do you have? Stop trying to be so rich, okay? Don't let me look down on you. Upon hearing this, Li Shanjun asked a question. You live in the hotel next door, why do you come to the Four Seasons Hotel for breakfast? At this time, Luo Junwei finally spoke. Because the breakfast here is good, bring Yushin to experience it. Ha ha. The money I spent yesterday taking Yushin to experience life is more than your annual living expenses. Yushin deserves this kind of life, but you don't deserve Yushin. Wu Yushin leaned on Luo Junwei with a happy look on her face and said affectionately, thank you, Junwei, I'm so happy. Li Shanjun felt nauseous after seeing this. The quarrel among several people attracted the attention of the hotel restaurant manager. A good-looking woman in uniform came over and asked, Dear guests, I am the restaurant manager, my last name is Yang, what happened? Li Shanjun said to her, Manager Yang, I am your client, but they are not. They are interrupting my meal. I am very dissatisfied with your Four Seasons hotel management and service. Luo Junwei laughed. He pointed at Li Shanjun and said, You poor bastard, are you still a customer here? Manager Yang asked in a low voice into the headset, and soon a reply came from the headset. Then, Manager Yang said to Li Shanjun with an apologetic look, Sorry, dear guest, this is indeed due to our poor management, which has affected your dining experience. I will immediately give you a satisfactory solution. Then, she smiled and said to Luo Junwei and Wu Yushin, Please don't disturb our guests and come over here. Hearing her words, Wu Yushin's mouth opened wide. She asked in disbelief, how can he afford to stay in a 5-star hotel? Manager Yang still had a smile on his face and said gently, Mr. Li is our distinguished presidential suite guest. As for you two, you are not our hotel's customers. Please don't disturb the guests, otherwise I will have to call security. This beauty has a very gentle voice. Under normal circumstances, Luo Junwei would enjoy it very much. But at this moment, it was as annoying as claws scratching glass, making him extremely irritated. Luo Junwei had never been so embarrassed before, especially in front of two beauties, so he turned around and left without saying a word. Wu Yushin glanced at Li Shanjun, who was eating with his head down and didn't even look at him, and had to leave in disappointment with full of doubts. After happily finishing his breakfast, Li Shanjun took a taxi to Jin Street again. The preferred store is still the Zhou Xiaosheng brand. When I was selling gold bars before, I added Zhou Xiaosheng's store manager Yang Jingxiu on WeChat. I confirmed with her that her store also sells jade. Of course, Li Shanjun would never admit that the first thing he thought of Zhou Xiaosheng was because of the somewhat turbulent store manager. As soon as Li Shanjun entered the door, he saw Yang Jingxiu already waiting there. The store manager came up to him immediately and said softly, Mr. Li, you're here. Li Shanjian's eyes swept across the mountains without leaving a trace, suppressing the young man's firepower, and then smiled. Hello, Manager Yang. I'm here to look at some jade jewelry. Could you please introduce it to me? Yang Jingxiu had purchased gold bars from him before, and made a profit of tens of thousands from the price difference. She also remembered that Li Shanjun had said that there were gold bars at home, so she naturally knew that there was potential for business cooperation with the person in front of her. Her attitude was naturally extremely enthusiastic. She quickly raised her hand and said with a smile, Please follow me. Yang Jingxiu brought Li Shanjun to the VIP room, and then she took out some jade ornaments from the safe. There are guanyin pendants, handheld pieces, bracelets, rings, bracelets and so on. And the texture is also different. Some are flawless white, some are moist and transparent, and some are icy and smooth. Wearing black gloves, Yang Jingxiu asked softly, Mr. Li, are you bringing it for yourself or giving it to someone else? Do you have any favorites? Li Shanjun asked, Can I take a look? Yang Jingxiu smiled and said, Of course. After saying that, she picked up a guanyin tag, put it on a tray, and handed it to Li Shanjun. Jade is not in my hands. Li Shanjun picked up the tag and looked at it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was very similar to a spirit stone. Moreover, the quality seemed to be much higher than the one given to him by Xian Yuan's sect. Perhaps it was because it was just a low-grade spirit stone, equivalent to ordinary jade. However, Li Shanjun was still a little hesitant to confirm it, because he had never practiced in the Blue Star world, so he didn't feel the existence of spiritual energy at all. Yang Jingxiu said, as the saying goes, if a person takes care of jade for 3 years, the jade will take care of the person for a lifetime. People who wear jade all year round will be healthier. This guanyin pendant is also particularly suitable for Mr. Li. It does not look old-fashioned, but rather very fashionable. What's more, the saying goes, men wear guanyin and women wear Buddha. The store manager was promoting the tag in a pleasant voice, but it sounded like thunder to Li Shanjian's ears. People take care of jade for 3 years, and jade takes care of people for a lifetime. In an instant, Li Shanjun was 90% sure that the jade was the spirit stone. However, he still needs to go to the world of immortal cultivation to confirm it again. Li Shanjun made a decision immediately. He interrupted Yang Jingxiu and asked, How much is this tag? Yang Jingxia smiled and said, "This pendant is made of icy jadeite. It has a good texture and is large and regular in shape. The price is 88,888. Li Shanjun nodded. He wanted to confirm his guess as soon as possible, so he said, "I want all of these." Upon hearing this, Yang Jingxia couldn't help but exclaim ah. Her slightly open red lips and the ups and downs of her chest made Li Shanjun feel a little restless. Looking at Yang Jingxia's surprised expression, Li Shanjun felt the pleasure of a nouveau riche buying up goods. Sure enough, the life of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. And, interesting. Li Shanjun coughed lightly and said, "Why, can't I?" Yang Jingxia suppressed her excitement and said quickly, "Of course." Then she calculated carefully and said, "There are 8 pieces of jade ornaments here, and the total price is 283,388 yuan. I'll round off the amount for you and give you 280,000. These 8 jade ornaments are of different sizes and textures. The most expensive one is the guanyin pendant, and the cheapest one is a small pendant, also made of ordinary Hishan jade. But jade is priceless, and the profits here are enormous." This business brought Yang Jingxiu a profit of tens of thousands. Unexpectedly, the 2 business deals with this handsome guy brought her a profit of nearly 100,000 yuan. It's almost reaching the profit of the previous month. Li Shanjun said readily, "Okay, wrap it up and pay." Li Shanjun politely declined Yang Jingxia's invitation to lunch and hurried back to the Four Seasons Hotel. It's not that he doesn't want to have an in-depth exchange with the beautiful store manager. Instead, you should rush to confirm your guess. Once it is confirmed, he will have more opportunities to communicate with the store manager. There is no need to rush for a moment, and there is no need to rush for a day. After returning to the presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel, he immediately lay down on the big bed and his consciousness sank instantly. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at Xianyuan sect. He took out the 8 jade ornaments from the space in his brain and felt them carefully. In just a moment, he could feel the tremendous spiritual power contained in the jade ornaments. Among them, the worst one is the guanyin pendant worth 88,888 yuan. If the spiritual energy contained in the low-grade spirit stones distributed by the sect is compared to a drop of water, this guanyin pendant is as big as a bowl of water. The energy contained in it is tens of thousands times more. Could this be the legendary high-grade spirit stone? According to Deacon Wang Yuan, only high-ranking members of the sect or true disciples who are at the Jindan stage or above can use high-grade spirit stones, because the spiritual power contained in it is of very high quality and can speed up cultivation. As for the other jade ornaments, they also contain sufficient spiritual power. The spiritual power contained in the worst pendant is hundreds of times more than that of the low-grade spirit stone the size of a fingernail. I'm rich. With the abundant jade in the blue star world, I wonder who will dare to call me mediocre in the future. I'm going to blind everyone's eyes. But I can't reveal these things now. Only by turning them into strength can I have everything. Thinking of this, he took out the small pendant and started to practice the qi refining art taught by the sect. A stream of pure spiritual power was absorbed into his body, constantly tempering the spiritual power in his danshan. This was Li Shanjian's first time practicing. Like some first times, I am always curious before I do it. But when you start doing it, you will find that this process is very tiring. But it feels great. Especially the moment of breaking through the obstacle. Well, I'm talking about a breakthrough in realm. This is how Li Shanjun feels at the moment. Feeling the warm current in his danshan grow twice as strong, Li Shanjun fell into deep thought. Isn't it said that those who have perfected the 5 elements cultivate very slowly? Why, I seem to have made another breakthrough. Looking at the small pendant in his hand that had turned into powder, Li Shanjun seemed to understand again. The jade was very small, only half the size of a fingernail, but of extremely high quality. At least reached the level of mid-grade spirit stone, or even high-grade spirit stone. I looked at the sky outside and it was already morning. Li Shanjun remembered what Wang Yuan had told him yesterday and that he would go to Ziwan today, so he packed up and headed towards the middle of the mountain. He is an outer disciple and is only fit to live at the foot of Ziyang Peak. Although I have started practicing now, I have not yet learned any techniques, can only rely on his own 2 legs to walk. Fortunately, he still had plenty of spiritual energy in his body, so he didn't even sweat much after climbing 3,000 meters. I asked along the way before I found the location of Ziwan. Thinking of the senior brothers who asked for directions on the way, they immediately showed strange expressions on their faces when they heard that he was going to Ziwan. Li Shanjun couldn't help feeling a little uneasy. Yeah, Ziwan, that's a nice name. I wonder if she has 3 heads and 6 arms. Why are people so afraid of her? While he was thinking about it, he had already arrived at Ziwan. This is a single-family house that looks quite ordinary from the outside, but the door and the wall both had a hint of purple. He couldn't see clearly inside the wall. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. The door was ajar, so Li Shanjun pushed it open and walked in. However, When Li Shanjun was about to step in, he felt as if he was scalded by boiling water and immediately pulled his foot back, because he saw that behind the door was a cliff, and he almost stepped into the cliff. For a moment, Li Shanjian's heart was pounding and he felt like he had survived a disaster. Fuck! What kind of lunatic would build a door on the edge of a cliff? Li Shanjun couldn't help but curse. He suddenly remembered that although this place was halfway up the mountain, the surrounding area was relatively flat. There are trees all around, so how could a cliff suddenly appear in a small courtyard? After thinking for a while, Li Shanjun grabbed the door frame and carefully stretched out his right foot. I tried to feel it with my feet, but found that what I touched was a hard surface. Is this an illusion? Li Shanjun saw that although there was a cliff in front of him, he could stand on it safely. This feeling is a bit like flying in the clouds. Thinking that Xian Yuan's sect would not kill him, he walked inside cautiously. After walking for about a minute, the scene in front of me suddenly changed. Li Shanjun found himself in a purple bamboo forest. In this purple bamboo forest, sunlight shines through the dense bamboo leaves, casting mottled light and shadows, adding a bit of mystery and fantasy to this quiet space. The air was filled with a faint bamboo fragrance and an indescribable aura, which made Li Shanjun take a deep breath and feel his mind cleared. He looked around and saw an exquisite pavilion vaguely visible deep in the bamboo forest. The pavilion is built on a base of purple jade and has colored glazed tiles. It sparkles under the purple light, like a palace in a fairyland. A breeze blew by, and the bamboo leaves rustled. Is this Ziwan? It's truly extraordinary. Li Shanjun was secretly amazed in his heart, quickened his pace and walked towards the pavilion. As the distance got closer, he felt a stronger fluctuation of spiritual energy. Arriving in front of the pavilion, Li Shanjun straightened his clothes and knocked lightly on the door. This time, a clear and pleasant voice soon came from inside the door, "Come in." When he opened the door, an even stronger aura rushed towards him, almost making him feel suffocated. But at the same time, I felt extremely comfortable, as if all the pores in my body were greedily absorbing this pure energy. The interior decoration is simple yet elegant. Several paintings depicting landscapes, flowers and birds are hung on the four walls, and every stroke reveals an extraordinary artistic conception. There was a rosewood table in the center, and a woman in purple was sitting beside the table. She was sipping tea with her head down, her posture elegant, like a fairy isolated from the world. The woman sat sideways, and Li Shanjun had not yet seen her face clearly. But what caught Li Shanjian's attention in an instant was the tall, full, and round figure. Although this woman was wearing a slightly loose purple Taoist robe, one could vaguely see her slender waist like a willow. With a gentle grip, you can feel the graceful curves, and the firmness underneath is like a peach. Alas, another revision. Yeah, Ziwan, delete if infringed. You are the Li Shanjun that Deacon Wang mentioned, right? The woman raised her head, looked at Li Shanjun with a pair of eyes as clear as water, and her voice was gentle and pleasant. The jade-white skin and perfect face made Li Shanjian's heart seem to stop for a moment. Only one word flashed through his mind: the most beautiful woman in the world. Stared at by those eyes, Li Shanjun seemed to wake up. He quickly bowed and said, "I am your disciple Li Shanjun, nice to meet you, Elder Ya." At the same time, I secretly cursed myself for being useless. I have seen all kinds of beauties on Duyan, but I still can't help but be attracted by the beauty in front of me. At the same time, he became more and more curious. Why are Wang Yuan and other fellow brothers so afraid of Elder Ya? Li Shanjian's heartbeat gradually calmed down, but the surprise in his eyes had not completely faded. He was fully aware of his own loss of composure at the moment, so he quickly collected himself and put on a serious expression. Seeing this, Ye Ziwan raised the corners of her mouth slightly, as if she didn't care about Li Shanjian's reaction, but instead became more interested. "Sit down." Ye Ziwan pointed to another chair beside the table, her voice carrying a mixture of majesty and tenderness that could not be refused. Li Shanjun sat down as he was told, trying his best to behave appropriately and respectfully. "Deacon Wang asked you to come to me, why?" Ye Ziwan put down the teacup, her eyes revealing a hint of inquiry. Li Shanjun took a deep breath and told the sect master and Wang Yuan what they had told him yesterday, including how he was recommended to Ziwan. "Oh? 5 elements perfection?" A purple light flashed in Ye Ziwan's eyes. "Although it's quite interesting, I don't have time to teach you." Upon hearing this, Li Shanjun showed a wry smile. From the sect leader's words yesterday, he already felt that becoming his disciple this time would not be easy, but being rejected in person by a stunningly beautiful woman still made him feel a little lost. This means that you will have to explore the path of cultivation on your own in the future. It is always a pleasure to have the opportunity to practice with such a beauty. If, by chance, the story of Guo'er and his aunt happens again, that would be even more desirable. Seeing that he was rejected, Li Shanjun had no choice but to get up and prepare to leave. However, at this moment, the purple-robed woman suddenly spoke again, her voice filled with a hint of distress. "However, since the sect master has spoken, it would seem disrespectful for me to refuse directly. Well, I'll give you a test." If you pass it, I'll reluctantly teach you. Hearing that something might happen, Li Shanjun quickly asked, may I ask what the test is? However, the purple-robed woman said, come back tomorrow. If you can stay in the purple garden for a full day, you'll be considered a success. Li Shanjun left Ziwan in confusion. Why not test it today? But he didn't dare ask. Returning to his own courtyard at the foot of Xiang Peak, Li Shanjun felt a little confused. It was noon now. If he returned to the urban world, it would be midnight and there would be nothing to do. Just as he was thinking about what to do today, there was a knock on the door of the courtyard. Li Shanjun opened the door and found a slightly plump young man about 24 or 25 years old standing at the door. Before Li Shanjun could speak, the young man spoke first. My name is Sudekwe, and I live next door to you. Junior brother, did you just move in? Lose quickly? Li Shanjun was stunned. Is there anyone else with this name? It seems that he is often misunderstood, so Sudekwe helplessly explained, Sing Su. Li Shanjun coughed dryly. Hello, senior brother Su. What can I do for you? Sudekwe was very familiar with the place and said, oh, nothing. I just saw a new neighbor moved in next door, so I came to visit. Junior brother, I don't recognize you. Which peak are you from? Li Shanjun said, I am an outer disciple and have just joined Xiang Peak. Ha, outer disciple? Then how can you join Xiang Peak? Now it was Suda's turn to be surprised. Li Shanjun smiled bitterly and said, I have achieved perfection in the 5 elements and have nowhere else to go. I can only be arranged by the sect master to stay at Xiang Peak. Sudekwe exclaimed, perfect 5 elements? Are you the legendary number 1 mediocre person? Li Shanjun wanted to beat up this fat guy, but I can't beat him, so he chose to shut himself off. Sudekwe didn't feel anything was wrong at all. Instead, he continued to ask with great interest, Junior brother, I heard that the progress of 5 elements perfection cultivation is very slow. Is this the case for you? Li Shanjun really wanted to hit him, but he still said, it is indeed very slow. It took me a year to cultivate to the 2nd level of chi refining. Junior brother, don't be discouraged. Back then, it took me a year to reach the 2nd level of chi training. At this point, Suda almost stopped. You are a person who has perfected the 5 elements, and you have reached the 2nd level in just 1 year. Seeing that he had finally defeated this fat guy, Li Shanjun pretended to be distressed and said, yeah, it's so slow. Deacon Wang Yuan said that if I were a single line, I might have already exceeded the foundation establishment stage. Compared like this, it's indeed a lot slower. Brother, do you have any suggestions on how to increase my training speed? After hearing Li Shanjian's Versailles words, it was Suda's turn to become autistic. Damn! A cultivator who has perfected the 5 elements is caught up with him in terms of cultivation speed. Suda quickly changed the subject and said, this still requires guidance from a master. By the way, who is your master? Li Shanjun said, I don't have a master yet. However, the sect leader asked me to practice with Elder Ya. Sudekwe was stunned when he heard this and asked in confusion, which Elder Ya? Ya Ziwan. Hearing this answer, a hint of intoxication flashed across Sudekwe's eyes, followed by immense fear. He couldn't help but shiver, and looked at Li Shanjun with a complicated look. There is envy, but more of sympathy. Noticing Sudekwe's strange behavior, Ying Tianshen's heart moved, and he quickly asked, brother, is there something wrong with Elder Ya? Suda said quickly and eloquently, this Elder Ya is quite special. He glanced left and right, then continued in a low voice, she is a witch. Witch? Li Shanjun was puzzled. Is she a demon cultivator? Suda was stunned, demon cultivator? What is that? Li Shanjun coughed dryly and asked, nothing, what do you mean? Damn! I've read too many novels about cultivating immortality. I thought there were demonic cultivators in this world. Suda quickly said, Elder Ya particularly likes to tease others. From top to bottom in Xiang Peak, no one has been spared from her torture. Li Shanjun couldn't imagine a woman like that who liked to play tricks on others. Are you mistaken? Is it Elder Ya Ziwan? Suda nodded quickly. Li Shanjun was a little skeptical, but she. Sudekwe asked, have you seen her? Li Shanjun nodded, but when I first saw her, she seemed very quiet and didn't behave strangely at all. Suda quickly said, you are lucky to see her gentle side. When you see her other side, you'll know what a storm is. Speaking of this, Sudekwe seemed to have some bad memories and couldn't help shuddering. Li Shanjun finally understood what Ye Ziwan meant by the test. It turned out that it was to let him see another side of himself. So, does she have schizophrenia? When Li Shanjun wanted to ask something else, Sudekwe didn't want to say anything more. He patted Li Shanjian's shoulder and said sympathetically, Junior brother, I wish you good luck. Li Shanjun asked, brother, the sect leader said that if I don't get Elder Yes approval, I will need to explore and practice on my own. I'd like to ask, where can I obtain the skills? Sudekwe said with a smile. In addition to being taught by the master, the skills can also be exchanged in the sect sutra library. But you need to use sect contribution points to redeem it. Li Shanjun asked, how do I get contribution points? Suda laughed quickly and said, contribution points are the sect's currency, which can be obtained by completing the sect's tasks. You can also sell your excess spirit stones, elixirs, spirit tools, etc. to the sect in exchange for contribution points. However, most people rarely use the second method, because sects usually purchase at a discount. So, even if there are extra items, many disciples are willing to barter with other fellow disciples. This way, at least they won't lose out. Hearing this, Li Shanjun suddenly had an idea. He asked, brother, do you need spirit stones? Suda quickly rolled his eyes at him and said, aren't you talking nonsense? Which cultivator doesn't need spirit stones? Li Shanjun said, I have a low-grade spirit stone. How much gold can it be exchanged for? Sudekwe's eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked in disbelief, you exchange spiritual stones for gold? Li Shanjun nodded and said with embarrassment, yes, the sect gave me a low-grade spirit stone yesterday, but I'm short of money right now, so I want to exchange the spirit stone for gold. After hearing this, Suda almost understood. Xian Yuan sect is not a nanny sect, and the disciples in the sect have to rely on themselves for their lives. New outer disciples also need gold and silver to ensure their basic living needs. Seeing that Li Shanjian's expression did not seem fake, Sudekwe's chubby face showed a smile. According to the market price, one low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 taels of gold. If you really want to sell it, I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you 200 taels of gold. Li Shanjun was shocked when he heard the price. 200 taels. Wouldn't that be 20 kilograms? A small piece of jade the size of a fingernail in exchange for 20 kilograms of gold? Hearing Li Shanjian's question, Sudekwe said embarrassedly, Junior brother, I'm sorry, I could have given you more gold. It's just that I only have this little gold on hand right now. I'll go get some more in a few days. I'll give you as much as you want, they're all worthless anyway. Gold is worthless, but is that okay? Li Shanjun coughed lightly, nodded in agreement and said, of course. As he spoke, he took out the spirit stone the size of a fingernail and handed it to Sudekwe. Although Sudekwe is an inner disciple, his strength has reached the foundation building stage. But the subsidy he received from the sect each month was only 10 low-grade spirit stones. Using some worthless gold to get a 1/10 subsidy is also extremely cost-effective. The two of them happily completed the transaction successfully. Li Shanjun woke up in the soft big bedroom, stretched himself, and felt relaxed all over. After glancing at the 20 kilograms of gold and some silver in his brain space, he felt even happier. He casually sent a WeChat message to the store manager, Ms. Zhou Xiaosheng, and then sent another WeChat message in the group, and then he went to the bathroom feeling refreshed. Today is Monday and Li Shanjun was supposed to have classes, but he chose to skip them. How can attending classes be more important than making money now? After Li Shanjun finished washing up, he opened his mobile phone and found that there were quite a few unread WeChat messages. In a group called 4 Wolves in Dormitory 312. That makes sense, hey sons of bitches, answer for me during roll call today. I'll treat you to a big dinner. Open and above board, damn, second brother, you've been gone for 2 days, we all wanted to call the police. Fan talks, second brother, don't do anything stupid. It's not scary to suffer a broken heart. We will help you find another female. Source loves you, what kind of feast? Fan talks, Lao Si, all you know is eating. Yuan Lai loves you, don't worry, the second child is mature and won't be too upset. Open and above board, that's true, but where have you been, second brother? Fan Tan, why did it disappear again? Seeing this, Li Shanjun smiled slightly. His brothers still cared about him. Reasonable is his online name, open and above board is Xie Jun Li, talking like Fan is Fan Yi, and source loves you is Zheng Yuan. He casually replied, remember to answer, and we'll talk about the rest when we get back. So I ignored them. Then, he looked at another unread WeChat message. Golden years, okay, Mr. Li, I'll be waiting for you in the store. After breakfast, Li Shanjun took a taxi again to Zhou Xiaosheng's store on Jin Street. On the way, he wondered whether to buy a car. As the saying goes, a car is a man's second wife. Although he had passed the driving test, he had not driven much, and the thought of this made him feel excited. So I decided to wait until he finished his work and then go to see how the car got off. While I was thinking about this, I arrived at my destination. After paying, he walked into Zhou Xiaosheng's store skillfully carrying his black bag. A salesperson greeted him as he walked in. Welcome, what can I do for you? Li Shanjun smiled and said, I have an appointment with your store manager Yang Jingxiu. The salesperson's eyes flashed, and he asked, are you Mr. Li? Please follow me. Please wait in the VIP room for a moment. Li Shanjun nodded and followed her forward. After waiting in the VIP room for a while, a woman about 27 or 28 years old walked in. She has an average appearance, but her makeup is a bit heavy. However, her dress is very distinctive. Although the outer layer is a blazer, the inner layer is a low-cut dress. How low? Half of the circle is about to come out. Li Shanjun was a little surprised to see that the person who came in was not Yang Jingxiu. The woman was also a little surprised to see such a young and handsome man in the room. Just when Li Shanjun thought she had walked into the wrong room, the woman walked up to him. A strong scent of perfume hit her face, and the woman was the first to extend her right hand towards Li Shanjun, and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Yu Jiao, the director of Zhou Xiaosheng district." Li Shanjun also stretched out his hand and shook her hand gently, but unexpectedly, the palm of his hand seemed to be scratched. Before Li Shanjun could react, Yu Jiao let go of her hand, as if it was just an illusion. Li Shanjun frowned slightly, then said, "Hello, Mr. Yu, how can I help you?" He did not have any good feelings towards Mr. Yu, who had come uninvited. Li Shanjun is not a novice, and he will not lose himself when he sees a woman dressed seductively. Well, the main reason is that this woman doesn't look that good. Not to mention having seen a top-notch beauty like future Aunt Ye Ziwan, Yang Jingxiu alone is several levels more beautiful than Yu Jiao. At the very least, his ex-girlfriend Wu Yushin is also a beauty with a score of over 8. And this Yu Jiao gets a maximum of 6.5 points. That includes her makeup and clothes. Would someone who has had a good meal eat pig food? Of course, there are people who are so hungry that they will eat anything. Yu Jiao said, "Mr. Li, you are a VIP client of Zhou Xiaosheng, so I, the director, will be receiving you. What are your needs this time?" Li Shanjun didn't think much about it and said, "I have a batch of gold that I want to sell, and I also want to buy some jade from you. It's just that my quantity might be a bit large." Yu Jiao's eyes lit up when she heard that, and she quickly asked, "Oh, how much is your quantity?" "We, Zhou Xiaosheng, are a nationally renowned chain of gold shops and can definitely meet your needs." Li Shanjun said, "About 20 kilograms of gold." Yu Jiao thought she had heard it wrongly. When did gold and silver begin to be calculated by jin? She quickly confirmed, "You mean 20 jin of gold? Jin, not grams." Li Shanjun nodded and said, "Of course, otherwise why would I say the quantity is a bit large?" When Yu Jiao heard this, a hint of shock and excitement flashed in her eyes. She quickly calculated the value of this place in her mind. The purchase price of gold is 500 yuan per gram, and 20 kilograms is 5 million yuan. The profit margin of the acquisition is at least over 10%. This business alone can bring in at least 500,000 in profit. It's more than the total profit of the area she's in charge of in 1 month. Suddenly she thought of what Li Shanjun said, should she buy some jade? Wouldn't that mean the profits will increase further? What a great client. I want to take him down, at all costs. Even if, thinking of this, Yu Jiao couldn't close her legs. So exciting. Yu Jiao quickly smiled and said to Li Shanjun, "Mr. Li, don't worry. As long as the purity of your gold is high enough, we, Zhou Xiaosheng, will definitely be able to buy it." Her words were also very tactful, not to say that she suspected his was a fake. Li Shanjun said, "Don't worry, this is a family tradition. Although it doesn't have a certificate, it is definitely authentic and can be tested by you. I've done business with Manager Yang before, and the cooperation was very pleasant, so I want to cooperate with you again." Yu Jiao adjusted her clothes and said seriously, "Mr. Li, I believe our future cooperation will be more pleasant, and I hope we can become good friends." As she pulled it down, the half-exposed snow-white and round breasts became more prominent. Li Shanjun looked away awkwardly and said quickly, "I'm going to the bathroom. We'll go test the purity of the gold later." His original intention was to go to the bathroom and take the opportunity to take out the 20 kilograms of gold from the brain space. Unexpectedly, this made Yu Jiao laugh. Li Shanjun was stunned for a moment, then realized that he seemed to have been misunderstood by her. This woman is not decent. Li Shanjun picked up the black bag at hand and went to the bathroom immediately. Just as he finished packing the gold and was about to go back, he heard two people whispering. Someone asked, "Why is that idiot Yu Jiao coming to the store today?" Another person said, "Well, it's because he's attracted by the big client that the store manager has." "Is that Mr. Li?" "That's right. I heard that our store's turnover doubled this month, thanks to Mr. Li." "How did that horse forkworm woman know that Mr. Li would be back today?" "Haha, she has spies in every store in the area she manages. Whenever a major client comes along, she immediately uses her tactics to snatch them away. I heard she has close relationships with many of them, and it's precisely because of this that she's been able to maintain her position as area director." "Ah, is the store manager willing to let her steal customers? What can I do if I'm unwilling? After all, Yu Jiao is the director. Besides, if I offend the director based on what happened at the store manager's home, it will be even harder in the future. Poor store manager, she's such a nice person. She's being oppressed at work and at home. That's right, if it were me, I would have collapsed long ago." The two men seemed to have finished using the restroom and left. When Li Shanjun heard this, he frowned slightly. Yu Jiaojiao uses her workplace hegemony to intercept Hu Yang Jingxiu's business? Interesting. Li Shanjun sent a WeChat message to Yang Jingxiu and then returned to the VIP room, but he found that Yu Jiaojiao's clothes were pulled more and more neatly, and he could even see some dark red blush. However, Li Shanjun showed no interest at all. He coughed lightly and asked, by the way, the commission for this business should be counted towards Manager Yang, right? Yu Jiaojiao's expression changed slightly, then she smiled and said, Mr. Li, don't worry, our Zhou Xiaosheng will handle it properly. Li Shanjun nodded and said, okay, let's go test the purity of the gold. Just as they walked out of the VIP room, Yang Jingxiu was already standing at the door. At this moment, her face was filled with anger. She stared at Yu Jiaojiao closely and asked sternly, Boss Yu, why are you trying to steal my clients again? The moment Yu Jiaojiao saw Yang Jingxiu, she felt something was wrong. However, Yu Jiaojiao seemed to have experienced a lot. Instead, her eyes narrowed and she shouted at Yang Jingxiu, what's wrong with you? How can you be so arrogant and shouty in front of such an important client? After being yelled at by Yu Jiaojiao, Yang Jingxiu, who had originally mustered up the courage to come over, became less confident. She said aggrievedly, but Mr. Li was originally my client, and you sent me away to try to steal my client. Yu Jiaojiao interrupted her and said, what do you mean by your clients? Without Zhou Xiaosheng's platform, you'd just be a factory girl from the countryside. Can you fulfill what your parents and your brother ask of you? Hearing this, Yang Jingxiu's eyes turned red with grievance. The rising and falling breath makes the pair of mountains appear even more majestic. Li Shanjun immediately remembered the conversation between the two people in the toilet. It seems that Yang Jingxiu's family conditions are not very good and she has a lot of troubles. Seeing Yu Jiaojiao bullying Yang Jingxiu like this, Li Shanjun frowned slightly. As if realizing that it was inappropriate to say such things in front of the client, Yu Jiaojiao immediately smiled at Li Shanjun and said, Mr. Li, please come this way. Li Shanjun didn't say anything, but followed Yu Jiaojiao to the gold testing room. Naturally, there was no difference in the test results. The purity of these 20 kilograms of gold was extremely high. After the two returned to the VIP room, Yu Jiaojiao looked at Li Shanjun with a charming smile and said in a sweet voice, Mr. Li, I'll prepare the contract right away. Once you sign it, we'll transfer the funds to your card immediately. This deal can bring her a considerable commission, which is equivalent to her salary for several months. Just as he was waiting for the contract, a quarrel and crying suddenly broke out outside. Li Shanjun stretched his head and saw that the person crying was Yang Jingxiu, but in front of her was a ruffian-looking young man with a cigarette in his mouth. He said something loudly and aggressively to Yang Jingxiu. Yang Jingxiu just cried without saying a word and ignored the young man. When the young man saw that Yang Jingxiu had no intention of giving him any money, he spoke louder and louder. Give me your salary for this month quickly. Don't think I don't know that your salary is over 7,000 this month. Li Shanjun thought it was just a family affair between Yang Jingxiu and his wife, so he stopped watching the fun. But in my heart I secretly felt sorry for this beautiful young lady who was crying so hard. He had a good impression of this enthusiastic and beautiful young store manager, but he didn't expect to marry such a person. At this moment, he suddenly heard Yang Jingxiu say, Brother, I beg you, please stop making trouble here, okay? Elder brother? Aren't they a couple? The young man shouted, Why am I making trouble? Just give me the money and I'll leave right away. Yang Jingxiu cried, Brother, my salary is for mom's surgery, I can't give it to you. The young man was immediately furious. Bullshit, what's the difference between giving it to me and giving it to my mom? Stop talking nonsense and give it to me right now. Yang Jingxiu shed tears and said painfully, You're just going to drink and gamble with the money. Mom's surgery has been delayed for years and can't be put off any longer. Please don't force me anymore, okay? Please give me a way out. The young man said impatiently, Give me the money and I will take her to the hospital. Yang Jingxiu continued crying and said, No, I can't give it to you. Mom's surgery will cost tens of thousands of dollars, and I need to save up for several months. If I give it to you now, you will definitely use it to gamble. The young man pointed his finger at Yang Jingxiu and said, So you just don't want to give me the money, right? I'm telling you, you have to give it today, whether you want to or not. Seeing that their quarrel attracted more and more people to watch, Yu Jiaojiao also came out. She scolded Yang Jingxiu, this is a store. Don't let your personal affairs affect the store's operations, otherwise I will fire you. Hearing this, Yang Jingxiu's face turned pale and she glanced at the young man and Yu Jiaojiao. He gritted his teeth and said, I can only give you 3,000. The young man snorted and said, 7,000. Yu Jiaojiao angrily said, Hurry up and deal with it, or get out of here. Yang Jingxiu's face grew paler and paler, and she said with a determined look, 5,000. Or you can kill me. The young man wanted to persist, but he saw everyone pointing at him. He nodded and said, Okay, give me 5,000 first. Yang Jingxia was relieved to see that he agreed, so she transferred the money to him. After receiving the money, the young man said, "I still owe you 2,000. Then he whistled triumphantly and left. Seeing this, Yang Jingxia was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She lay on the counter and sobbed in grievance. Seeing the crowd disperse, Yu Jiaojiao glared at Yang Jingxia fiercely. Then he took the contract and walked over to Li Shanjun, who was watching the show, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Li. This Xiao Yang is really something. Although he has good abilities, he always lets his personal affairs affect his work." Li Shanjun took the contract and flipped it open, saying casually, "Every family has its own problems." Just as he was about to sign the contract, he suddenly had an idea and asked Yu Jiaojiao again, "Boss Yu, can this business be counted as Yang Jingxia's achievement?" Yang Jingxiu, who was crying beside him, looked at him in surprise when she heard this. Unexpectedly, Mr. Li, whom she had only met twice, would take such good care of her. Although she is not a greedy person, she really needs some money to save her mother now. The transaction results with Mr. Li 2 days ago, plus his salary, should be enough to earn me more than 10,000 yuan. If this bill is added, the cost of her mother's surgery will be almost the same. However, Yu Jiaojiao said, "I'm afraid not. This is the order I negotiated with you, how can it be counted on her?" Hearing this, Yang Jingxiu's expression darkened. Li Shanjian's impression of Yu Jiaojiao is getting worse. This woman is not only mean, but also greedy. He said in a deep voice, "But I'm here to discuss business with Manager Yang, not with you." Yu Jiaojiao choked when she heard that. But she rolled her eyes and said to Yang Jingxiu, "Xiao Yang, although you are the store manager, your personal affairs have seriously affected the business of the store. And this isn't the first or second time. According to company rules and regulations, I'm informing you now that you're fired." Yang Jingxiu was completely stunned, and with tears in the corners of her eyes, she looked even more pitiful. Li Shanjun was even more shocked. "Good job." In order to grab the order, this woman fired her subordinate directly. How cruel. Yu Jiaojiao looked at Li Shanjun and said, "Mr. Li, Xiao Yang is no longer Zhou Xiaosheng's employee, so don't worry about her. Let's sign the contract quickly. You can contact me for the subsequent business." Li Shanjun was so angry that he laughed, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He glanced at the bewildered Yang Jingxiu and sneered at Yu Jiaojiao, "I'm afraid that won't work." Yu Jiaojiao was stunned for a moment and asked, "Why?" Li Shanjun smiled and said, "As I said before, I'm here to cooperate with Manager Yang, not with you. You fired her, so why should I continue to cooperate?" Yu Jiaojiao reluctantly pushed forward, almost exposing her round breasts completely. He said meaningfully, "If you can cooperate with me, we can continue to have in-depth discussions." However, Li Shanjun put the pen case away and put it down gently. He looked at the somewhat bewildered Yang Jingxiu and said gently, "Manager Yang, are you interested in a chat?" Yang Jingxiu nodded, and followed Li Shanjun out of Zhou Xiaosheng with a confused look on her face. Yu Jiaojiao looked at the two people leaving and said bitterly, "This pair of bastards. They actually put on airs in front of me. Yang Jingxiu is such a jerk." She thought she was so noble, but when she saw a big client, she still stepped forward. Behind her, several shop assistants glanced at each other secretly, their expressions somewhat complicated. Starbucks coffee shop. Yang Jingxiu looked at Li Shanjun with gratitude and said, "Mr. Li, thank you very much." Li Shanjun smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You're welcome, and don't call me Mr. Li. I'm still studying, so just call me Li Shanjun." Yang Jingxiu was a little surprised. Although I knew that the person in front of me was very young, I didn't expect that he was actually a college student. There was a hint of envy in her eyes. Li Shanjun asked, "What happened just now?" "Of course, if it's your privacy, you don't have to tell me." There was a hint of sadness in Yang Jingxiu's eyes, but she did not hide it. "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but that man is my brother. My parents have always favored boys over girls and doted on my brother. Even though our family wasn't well off, he still developed a character that was overambitious, spoiled, lazy, and overly ambitious. He stopped studying after graduating from high school, saying he wanted to start his own business. I didn't expect to be defrauded of a lot of money and even owe hundreds of thousands of yuan in online loans. My parents emptied out their entire family savings to fill his hole, and even owed a lot of foreign debt. After graduating from high school, I had no money to go to college, so I had to drop out and work. Originally, through my hard work, I gradually became the store manager of Zhou Xiaosheng, and my income was pretty good. Just when everything was going well for me, bad news came. After saying so much in one breath, Yang Jingxiu paused, but tears were already streaming down her face. Li Shanjun silently put a tissue on the ground. Don't advise others to do good unless you have experienced their suffering. All he could do now was to listen quietly and let Yang Jingxiu vent out the grievances in her heart. Just when we were almost done paying off our foreign debt, my mother was diagnosed with a tumor. Luckily it was benign at the time, but the doctor reminded us that we needed surgery as soon as possible, otherwise it could turn into cancer. However, just as we were about to go to the hospital, we discovered that my brother had accumulated a lot of foreign debts. The reason turned out to be that he had developed a bad habit of gambling. In the past 2 years, he has become more and more excessive, borrowing money and defrauding people everywhere. I originally wanted to save money for my mother's surgery, but every time I got my paycheck, he forced me to give it to her. When she said this, her voice was filled with helplessness. Wow, because of him, I didn't have the chance to go to college. Because of him, I work so hard every month and don't spend any money, but I still can't save a penny. Because of him, my mother's life is in danger at all times, but he doesn't care at all. Sometimes, I even have extreme thoughts and want to die with him. But when I think of my parents, I feel so sad and distressed. Speaking of this, Yang Jingxiu kept sobbing like an abandoned kitten. Li Shanjun felt heartbroken at the experience of this beauty. Of course, he is also a layman. Try a different guy? At most I'll sympathize with you, but I won't feel any distress. Although this girl is a little older than him, her experience is so tortuous and painful. After a long time, Yang Jingxiu finally calmed down a little. She smiled sheepishly and said, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." Li Shanjun shook his head and said, "I didn't expect you to have such an experience. So what are your plans for the future?" Yang Jingxiu was once again at a loss. She shook her head and said, "I don't know either. Ever since Yu Jiao was promoted to district director, she's been displeased with me and has been giving me a hard time many times. He's snatched a lot of clients from me before, but today he went so far as to do something so outrageous. But it's better this way. I don't have to endure her anger anymore. It's a pity that I don't know when my mom's surgery will be delayed." Li Shanjun was silent for a while, then said, "I wonder if you are interested in helping me." Yang Jingxiu was stunned for a moment, then said unconfidently, "Help you? But I only graduated from high school, and I don't understand many things." Li Shanjun originally just sympathized with Yang Jingxiu, but now he found that this idea seemed extremely feasible. He said to Yang Jingxiu with a sharp gaze, "I have some legal channels to obtain a lot of gold and silver, and I need to cash it out. Also, I need to purchase jade, unlimited quantities. But to be honest, I don't know much about this business, so I need a professional to help me. You already have a lot of experience in this field. I believe you can do it." When Yang Jingxiu heard that the business Li Shanjun wanted to do was his own business, his eyes lit up instantly. She nodded in agreement without hesitation. Li Shanjun was also very happy to see this. Yang Jingxiu not only has a good figure, but is also beautiful. It is always a pleasure to work with such a person. More importantly, she is also very professional and has good character. The only drawback is that he is a bit soft-hearted and can be easily manipulated by others. For example, her parents, brother, Yu Jiao, and others. I don't believe her parents don't know what her brother did, but her parents would rather sacrifice their daughter's happiness than correct their fallen son. The essence of this is that they are too patriarchal and overly indulge their sons. Li Shanjun said to Yang Jingxiu seriously, "I am very optimistic about you and hope you can come and help me. But there are some things I still need to tell you in advance to avoid difficulties in the future." Seeing him so serious, Yang Jingxiu couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, and said nervously, "Please speak." Li Shanjun said, "As long as you come, I will give you a generous reward, at least twice what you get at Zhou Xiaosheng, and even more in the future." But Yu Jiao said something very right. "I hope your personal affairs will not affect your work." Seeing that Yang Jingxiu wanted to explain, Li Shanjun waved his hand and said, "I can give you an advance on your salary so that your mother can have the surgery as soon as possible. But this money is only used for your mother. What if your brother snatches it away? I may not ask you to pay compensation, but I will think that your abilities are limited and you are not suitable to work by my side. Also, there are drug addicts and gambling addicts who are beyond redemption. I hope you'll try to stay away from your brother in the future. I'm not asking you to sever your family ties, but at least don't let him appear in front of me. I hope you can live for yourself in the future instead of carrying such a heavy burden." Yang Jingxiu heard Li Shanjun say such heartwarming words. Although the man in front of her was younger than her, she felt that Li Shanjun was very calm. Yang Jingxiu nodded vigorously and said, "I promise you." "Thank you." After a pause, she asked, "When do I start?" Li Shanjun smiled and said, "Now? So, what do I do?" "Well, how about you help me register a jewelry trading company first?" Yang Jingxiu suddenly felt a little uneasy. "I just thought that this person in front of me was reliable, but why do I feel like I've fallen into a trap?" Starting a business is difficult. There is still a lot to do if you want to start a business. Need funding, customers, products, etc. But all this is not a problem for Li Shanjun. Need funds? Just sell gold. Need customers? There are plenty of gold shops that need gold, as long as he is willing to lower the price. Need a product? Gold is the hardest currency. Li Shanjun and Yang Jingxiu did a lot of things that day. First, he sold all the 20 kilograms of gold and 200 kilograms of silver he had on hand, in exchange for nearly 6 million yuan in funds. It was good to have professionals to help him deal with it. He made at least an extra 500,000 yuan from selling the gold and silver. Adding the funds Li Shanjun originally had, he now has more than 9 million in funds. Li Shanjun couldn't help feeling a little proud. In just a few days, he went from being a poor college student despised by Wu Yushan to a small wealthy man with nearly 10 million yuan in capital. But this small fortune did not last long, and he spent about 5 million to acquire jade. Following Yang Jingxiu's suggestion, he did not foolishly purchase jade to be made into jewelry this time. Instead, he directly purchased the jade raw materials, which was exactly what he wanted. While pretending to pack, he transferred everything into his brain space. There are quite a lot of jade stones worth more than 5 million, almost filling up the 1 cubic space. Afterwards, he transferred another 1 million yuan to Yang Jingxiu, asking her to register a jewelry trading company and to use the money for her mother's surgery. Seeing Li Shanjun transfer a huge sum of money to her without hesitation, Yang Jingxiu was extremely moved. She looked at Li Shanjun with her eyes full of light, and there was an indescribable softness in her eyes. No one had ever treated her like this, trusted her, or helped her. It's not like there weren't other men who treated her well before, but their eyes all showed that they wanted to eat her. There were even many greasy men who secretly asked her how much it would cost to keep her for a month. Coupled with her brother's past behavior, she has always been wary of men, and Li Shanjun couldn't help but sometimes steal a glance at her mountains. But he did not have any obscene intentions, his eyes were clear and his expression was calm. This made Yang Jingxiu feel very comfortable and at ease. Regardless of what Yang Jingxiu thought, Li Shanjun returned to the presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel again. Well, it looks like buying a house and a car needs to be put on the agenda, otherwise it will always be a bit inconvenient. After Li Shanjun muttered to himself, his consciousness fell into darkness. In the small courtyard at the foot of Xiang Peak, Li Shanjun yawned and stretched comfortably. Li Shanjun made a surprising discovery. Yesterday, before his consciousness left the world of cultivation, he deliberately stuck a piece of jade on his danchan. At the same time, he was constantly practicing the basic cultivation technique, qi refining art. After waking up, I found that the emerald green jade had turned a little whiter. However, the spiritual energy in his danchan became much stronger. Li Shanjun was overjoyed. This is simply AFK training. From now on, he won't have to worry about not having enough time to practice, as he can practice at night. And his consciousness returned to the blue star world to do other things. This means that he has several times more time than others. A true master of time management. I don't know what my current state is. Without anyone to teach me, I'm completely confused. By the way, that beautiful elder asked me to go find her today. I hope I can become her disciple today. Otherwise, I don't know how to practice anymore. Am I supposed to just keep practicing this crappy qi refining technique? Helplessly Shanjun washed up and headed towards the middle of the mountain. Everything about this two-world crossing is good, except that you need to wash twice. Tired. When Li Shanjun found Ye Ziwan's courtyard halfway up the mountain according to his memory from yesterday, he was completely stunned. He wondered if he had come to the wrong place. The plaque on the lintel of the courtyard in front of me does not say Ziwan, but it's Hong Yuan. The door and the wall were no longer purple, but a touch of red. Li Shanjun was very sure that he had not taken the wrong path and the appearance of the courtyard had not changed. Only the color and name have changed. For some reason, I have a bad feeling. Li Shanjun looked at the red color and this thought came to his mind. But now that I'm here, I naturally won't choose to retreat. After opening the door, the cliff still comes into view. He knew it was an illusion. Li Shanjun calmed his mind and walked towards the door. However, the moment his feet stepped into the door, he felt that it was not solid ground. But it's empty. Immediately afterwards, his body seemed to be pulled downward by a force. That's the feeling of free falling. Li Shanjian's expression changed instantly. Holy crap! This is actually a cliff. Feeling the wind whistling in his ears and his body falling faster and faster, Li Shanjian's heart was pounding. He was wearing a loose Taoist robe and tried his best to stretch his limbs, which slowed down his falling speed to a certain extent. Just when he thought things were going to get bad, there was a thud and he hit the water. Puff! Li Shanjun spat out a mouthful of water and swam towards the shore with difficulty. Fortunately, this body of his has begun to cultivate, and his physique is much better than that of ordinary people. Otherwise, considering that he fell from such a high place just now, he would be seriously injured if not dead. But even so, he still felt very uncomfortable. Cough cough, what the hell is this place? Li Shanjun coughed a few times with difficulty. Li Shanjun struggled to climb ashore from the icy lake, looked around, and found himself in a strange and bizarre environment. This is no longer the familiar courtyard of Xiang Peak, but a lush primeval forest. He stood up, shook off the water droplets on his body, his heart full of doubts and uneasiness. Could it be that I have fallen from the mountainside? Or is this a test from Elder Ye Ziwan? Li Shanjun thought to himself and decided to investigate first before making any plans. He walked along the lakeshore, looking for possible clues or an exit. Soon, he found a hidden cave. The entrance was covered by vines and it was difficult to find without careful observation. After hesitating for a moment, Li Shanjun decided to enter the cave to find out what was going on. As he went deeper, the cave gradually became more spacious, with a huge blue stone placed in the center. The stone is engraved with complex runes, emitting a faint fluorescence, as if it contains some kind of mysterious power. Could it be a cultivation technique or a formation? Li Shanjian's heart moved and he stepped forward to take a closer look. The fluorescent light on the blue stone suddenly shot towards his eyebrows. Before he could react, a stream of information flooded into his mind. It turned out to be a kind of inherited magic technique called flame art. This technique can make the fire-type spiritual energy cultivated by the practitioner violent and powerful, with extremely high aggressiveness and destructive power. Could this be a test that Elder Ye Ziwan specially prepared for me? Does he want to see if I have the ability to comprehend? Li Shanjun was both surprised and delighted, and quickly sat down cross-legged and began to practice according to the instructions of Flame Sutra. Although he relied on the chi refining art to embark on the path of cultivation, he had never practiced any magic. Therefore, he was unable to fully utilize the spiritual energy in his body. As he practiced according to the technique, Li Shanjun felt that the originally gentle spiritual energy in his body suddenly began to become restless. As if he had turned into a ball of burning flame, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes and concentrated. According to the inherited method, he tried to guide this restless spiritual energy to flow within the body along a specific trajectory. At first, everything did not go smoothly. The spiritual energy was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, rushing through his meridians and causing him so much pain that he almost gave up. But Li Shanjun knew that this was the only way for him to embark on a higher level of cultivation. He gritted his teeth and persevered in adjusting his breathing and thoughts, striving to resonate with this violent spiritual energy. After countless attempts and failures, Li Shanjun finally captured a subtle balance by chance. He felt the spiritual energy in his body begin to circulate regularly, becoming more condensed and powerful every time it passed through an acupuncture point. At the same time, there was a faint steam rising from his palms, which was a sign that the flame art was taking effect. "It's done!" Li Shanjun was delighted and opened his eyes. "I saw a tiny flame jumping gently on the palm of my hand. Although weak, it contains high temperature and destructive power that cannot be ignored." This was the first time he had successfully released a spell since he started practicing. At this moment, a joking voice sounded, "Not bad, you have some understanding." Li Shanjun suddenly looked up and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Elder Ye Ziwan wearing a red dress. She stands among the flowers like a fairy, so beautiful that she does not seem like an ordinary person. However, unlike yesterday when she was wearing purple clothes and looked calm and gentle, she was holding a short whip in her hand. He looks aloof and full of desire to conquer. Like a female knight. Only one word flashed through Li Shanjian's mind: S. The picture failed to pass the review, and was deleted. Alas, changed again, lost a lot of essence. Yeah, Elder, yeah. Looking at Ye Ziwan, who was so oppressive, Li Shanjun was a little stumped to speak. Damn! He was just a young man of 20 years old, but the aura of the stunning woman in front of him was too strong. It's like he's a young guy entering the workplace and facing a mature CEO. He now finally understood why the other disciples in the sect had such complicated feelings when they saw Ye Ziwan. Her temperament yesterday is completely different from today. If I hadn't known in advance that Ye Ziwan's image might change drastically, if that face wasn't exactly the same as the Ye Ziwan I saw yesterday, he couldn't believe they were the same person. This woman is still a stunning beauty, but now she looks strong and aggressive. Even a big boss in the Nascent Soul stage or even the Spirit Transformation stage may not be able to suppress her in terms of momentum. Ye Ziwan, wearing a red dress and holding a short whip in her hand, walked slowly to Li Shanjun. A faint, very pleasant fragrance penetrated Li Shanjian's nose, and seemed to turn into an invisible silk thread, gently wrapping around Li Shanjian's heart, making him hold his breath involuntarily. Every step she took seemed so calm and unhurried, and as her red skirt swayed, it seemed as if even the air was filled with an irresistible majesty and charm. Li Shanjian's Adam's apple moved with difficulty and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. However, Ye Ziwan had a faint smile on her lips, as if she was enjoying the scene. She gently raised the short whip in her right hand, from bottom to top, and finally stopped at Li Shanjian's dantian. Li Shanjun instantly felt a warm current coming from the short whip. Ye Ziwan's oppressive gaze revealed a hint of surprise. "Didn't you say you were at the second level of chi refining? How did you reach the third level?" She actually used the short whip to check the strength in Li Shanjian's dantian with her spiritual energy and judge his realm. Li Shanjun pretended to be confused and said, "Maybe it's because I was close to a breakthrough, and I used the sect's spirit stones and Yuan Zhangdan." Ye Ziwan looked at Li Shanjun with a look that was suddenly filled with interest. Interesting. You were able to come here alive and even comprehend the first level of the flame art, which proves that you are not stupid. Now let's officially begin the test. As long as you can stay in Hong Yuan today, you will be considered to have passed. When Li Shanjun heard this, he inexplicably felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. He was looking forward to what kind of test this Queen Elder would give him, and if he really passes the test, it will not only prove his strength and potential, he is more likely to gain Ye Ziwan's favor, which will undoubtedly be of great benefit to his future path of cultivation. He just needs someone to guide his practice now. Through his preliminary study of the flame art just now, he has already felt that the cultivation method is indeed a bit strange. He didn't know if it was the same for people with a single attribute, but at least he felt that once his fire element increased too much, the spiritual power in his body would become somewhat out of control. Disciple will definitely try his best to live up to the elder's high expectations. Li Shanjun bowed with a firm tone. Haha, I hope you can hold on a little longer and let me have more fun. A smile appeared on Ye Ziwan's lips. For some reason, Li Shanjun felt his anus tighten, and a sense of foreboding arose. Ye Ziwan raised the short whip in her hand and waved it a few times. Flames suddenly emerged from the whip and finally turned into a long flaming whip. She swung the whip, and the flaming whip made a loud explosion. Bang! The flaming whip tore through the entire space, and then Li Shanjun felt that the space in front of him seemed to be shattered. The original appearance of the cave began to break into countless fragments. Li Shanjian's eyes blurred, and when he looked carefully, he found that he was already in a world of fire. It turns out that everything that happened before was part of a formation. Including the falling process, it was all caused by the formation. The surrounding scene suddenly changed. The original cave was replaced by a red sky, and the air was filled with suffocating heat, as if even breathing could ignite the fire. The ground was no longer solid land, but a river of flowing magma, with occasional magma surges making crackling sounds. Ye Ziwan was like a fire queen, standing in the rising flames. She said jokingly in her royal sister voice, "Little guy, welcome to the Luo formation I set up. This is a formation, and also a place to train your fire spiritual power. Of course, you can practice the flame art here, which will make you feel better. If you can't hold on." Ye Ziwan covered her mouth and laughed, then said, "He, all you have to do is shout, 'I am conquered by you,' and you can go out into the battle." Li Shanjun was shocked. This guy, could he also be a time traveler? Are you playing so extravagantly? He tried to ask in a low voice, "The King of Heaven and the Tiger of Earth?" Ye Ziwan's eyes narrowed, and she cried out, "You said I'm a tigress." After saying that, she swung the flaming whip at Li Shanjun. What the hell? Li Shanjun was shocked and quickly retreated backwards. However, at this step, he felt an intense burning sensation and even smelled the smell of burnt hair. Without thinking too much, he immediately practiced the flame art technique. Try to guide the fire spiritual power in the body to resonate with the fire elements in the outside world, or even absorb it. However, as soon as those fire elements entered his body, he felt as if his dantian and meridians were on fire. How do you describe this feeling? It's like drinking a mouthful of boiling water down your throat. Li Shanjun cried out in pain. However, a disdainful voice came over, "Little guy, you went in and held on for a while, and you can't do it anymore? You can surrender." Li Shanjun suddenly became angry. "Man, why not? It's even more impossible to just move. I want to let you know what it means to be a real man." After roaring, he used all his spiritual energy in his dantian to suppress the fire elements. However, his spiritual power contained the 5 elements, but at this time there was too much fire element in his body, causing the 5 elements of spiritual power to become unbalanced and violent. Holy shit, I'm gonna explode. At this moment, Li Shanjun felt like he was a powder keg, and was about to explode. However, he did not give up. This is Li Shanjian's personality. The more critical the moment, the calm he always is. His brain was working rapidly, thinking of various solutions. He believed that although the sect did not think much of him as an outer disciple who had perfected the 5 elements, they would not harm him. Ye Ziwan is beautiful and has S-type attributes, but she won't kill him, so there must be a solution. The 5 elements counteract each other. Now, because there is too much fire in the flame world, it counteracts the other attributes of my spiritual power, causing a spiritual power riot. Then if I increase the spiritual power of other attributes in my dantian and make the 5 elements spiritual power equal, will that end the riot and achieve the state of mutual generation of the 5 elements? Never mind, let's try this first. Li Shanjian sat cross-legged with his hands on his dantian. His movements looked a bit strange, and the Guanyin pendant quietly appeared in his hands. This is a spirit stone that is at least of high quality and contains enormous spiritual power. In just a moment, a huge amount of spiritual power poured into his dantian. He used his mind to divide it into 4 parts and distributed them to the 4 elements of gold, wood, water, and earth. The originally colorful spiritual power in his body was gradually dominated by red. As he quickly absorbed spiritual power, the gold, green, blue and yellow colors also grew rapidly, and gradually formed a trend of competing with each other. Li Shanjun no longer felt the burning sensation, but instead felt comfortable. Breakthrough. Although no one has ever told him how to break through the realm, or what it feels like when breaking through, but he knew that he had broken through some kind of obstacle and his spiritual power had reached a new level. The woman in the red dress who was secretly observing all this opened her cherry lips slightly. She originally wanted to use the Liwo formation to cause a riot of spiritual energy in Li Shanjian's body, torture him and make him give up. In this way, she not only completed the task assigned by the sect leader, but also enjoyed the pleasure of torturing the young man. But she never expected that this little guy would use his strong comprehension to comprehend the true meaning of the mutual generation and restraint of the 5-element spiritual power. He even took this opportunity to break through to the 4th level of Qi refining stage. It's a fun little toy. The woman in the red dress tapped her fair chin with a short whip and licked her lower lip with a strange smile. At this moment, Li Shanjun roared, and the spiritual power in his body boiled. He was no longer passively defending, but actively attacking. He manipulated his spiritual power to form a series of colorful shields, and at the same time he tried to incorporate the mysteries of the flame art into it. The spiritual power condensed into a colorful whip. Li Shanjun didn't know why, but he subconsciously took out a long whip. At this moment, in the vortex of fire, tongues of fire roared out like dragons, trying to tear apart Li Shanjian's defense line. But Li Shanjun protected himself with a shield while entangled with the fire dragon with a long whip. Every clash with flames deepened his understanding of the flame art and quietly increased his spiritual power in this fierce confrontation. As time went on, the fire dragon in the Liwo formation no longer posed any threat to him. The originally violent vortex of flames began to slowly dissipate, replaced by a peaceful sea of fire. The fire element emitted was gentle, no longer as violent as before. When the last trace of flame calmed down, Ye Ziwan's figure appeared in Li Shanjian's sight again. Her eyes sparkled with approval, and a satisfied smile played at the corner of her mouth. Seeing the woman in the red dress appear, Li Shanjun grinned. How is it? Am I durable enough? Ye Ziwan, who had been smiling, suddenly had cold eyes and swung a whip to hang him upside down. Little guy, you are the first one who dares to tease me. At this moment, Li Shanjun wanted to slap himself in the face. He was so proud of himself that he even dared to speak sweetly to a moody witch. This is a world where strength is respected. If he angers this female elder and is slapped to death by her, no one will help him get justice. Instead, he will become a negative example in the section. An outer sect disciple teases the sect's top leaders. He really doesn't know how to spell death. Li Shanjun quickly changed the subject and asked, Elder, have I passed the test? The woman in the red dress laughed and said, wait until they've been hanging for an hour before we talk. Li Shanjian's face turned bitter. An hour later. Ye Ziwan was quite punctual. The long whip that was hanging on him suddenly loosened, and Li Shanjun fell to the ground. At this time, the scene he saw changed again. It was no longer the world of fire, but he returned to the purple bamboo forest. Li Shanjun limped to the quiet attic. The stunning woman in the red dress was leaning lazily on a bench. Li Shanjun glanced at her and immediately said respectfully, hello, Elder Ye. However, in his heart he added recklessly, when you look at a mountain from the side, it becomes a peak. The woman in the red dress raised her eyes slightly, looking at Li Shanjun with eyes as clear as water, and chuckled softly, how much longer can this last? Li Shanjun smiled bitterly and said, disciple dare not, I beg for forgiveness, elder. The woman in the red dress glared at him fiercely and said, if I hear you say something like that again, I'll chop you up. Li Shanjun felt a heat down there. Don't get me wrong. A whip was wrapped around his lower abdomen. Li Shanjun said hesitantly, yes. The woman in the red dress then let him go. Then he said, since I promised you that I would take you in as my disciple as long as you passed the test, then become my disciple now. Li Shanjun was overjoyed when he heard this. There is Xialan Nu, ah no, and, ah bah, its master. Very nice. Li Shanjun quickly called out affectionately, greetings, master. Then he stepped forward, took out a small box and placed it on the table in front of the woman in the red dress. What is this? Ye Ziwan raised her eyebrows slightly and asked curiously. Li Shanjun said respectfully, this is a gift for my apprenticeship. You will have to take the trouble to teach me in the future. As a disciple, I must show my respect to you. Ye Ziwan chuckled and said, interesting. I'm a Jindan stage cultivator, but I still need you, a mere chi refining cultivator, to show me your respect. As she spoke, she picked up the small box, opened it and took a look, her eyes widening. I was about to say something polite, but I immediately swallowed it back. Ahem, a gift for becoming a disciple. That's an interesting way of putting it. I will gladly accept it. As she spoke, she closed the box and took it in her hand. If I'm not mistaken, it's a pure white bracelet. Which spendthrift bastard actually polished a top-grade spirit stone into a bracelet? What a waste of spirit stones. That's a top-grade spirit stone. Just this bracelet is equivalent to at least 10 high-grade spirit stones. This was equivalent to 10 months of offerings she received from the section. Joke. When one reaches the Jindan stage, the demand for spiritual power increases. Although medium-grade and low-grade spirit stones can be used, how can they be as enjoyable to absorb as the pure energy of high-grade spirit stones? Therefore, even if one is in the Jindan stage, one can only get a high-quality spirit stone the size of a fingernail in a month. Most of the time, one can only get 100 medium-grade spirit stones or 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After all, the Lingxi sect is not rich. Ye Ziwan didn't ask Li Shanjun where he got the bracelet made of spirit stone, but she looked at him with a much kinder look. A sensible, interesting, and talented little guy. It's worth her time and effort to teach him. Ye Ziwan sat up straight and said to Li Shanjun with a serious expression, I didn't want to teach any disciples because I didn't have enough time to practice. But since I've already agreed to take you in as my apprentice, I naturally have to teach you some real skills to prevent you from embarrassing me. Li Shanjun said seriously, thank you, master, for your trouble. Ye Ziwan continued, as an outer disciple, you probably don't know much about the basics of cultivation. Let me first tell you about the properties of spiritual energy. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are the most basic elements that make up spiritual power. Although there are other spiritual power attributes, such as ice, thunder, cloud, light, and darkness, these are all variations of the 5 elements. I believe you've heard that the more diverse a cultivator's attributes are, the more powerful they are at the same level. Do you know why? Li Shanjun guessed, is it because the more attributes there are, the higher the quality of the spiritual energy? Ye Ziwan shook her head and laughed, what nonsense. First, let me explain a concept to you. Spiritual power attributes and magic are 2 different things. Even if you have fire-type spiritual power, you can still learn spirit rain technique, earth escape technique, and other types of techniques. However, the effect of the spirit rain technique performed by a cultivator of fire spiritual power is far weaker than that of a cultivator of water spiritual power. By the same token, the power of a fireball technique cast by a cultivator of fire spiritual power is far stronger than that of a cultivator of water spiritual power. Li Shanjun understood instantly, so, the spiritual power attribute has a bonus effect on magic. Ye Ziwan nodded approvingly and said, not only does it have positive bonuses, but it also has negative bonuses or weakening effects. And the reason for this situation is because of the mutual generation and mutual restraint of the 5 elements. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. Li Shanjun chewed on these words in a low voice, and understood something in his heart, but the confusion was not resolved at all. He felt like that membrane, which could be broken with just a poke. But I just don't know where to poke. Ye Ziwan continued, back to the question just now, why are people with multiple attributes stronger than those with a single attribute? This is because magic also has its own mutual promotion and restraint. Imagine a scene where a practitioner of the water and fire elements fights a practitioner of the fire element alone. People of the fire element can only use spells that are enhanced by the fire element, while people of the water and fire element can use both fire element spells to fight against them and water element spells to restrain them. Also, multi-attribute practitioners also need more spiritual energy. So, the more diverse the attributes of spiritual energy are, the more powerful it is in theory. This is caused by the mutual generation and mutual restraint of the 5 elements. At this point, she emphasized, this is in theory. However, in reality, it is very difficult to achieve this. Especially for you, a person who has perfected the 5 elements. Li Shanjun probably had some guesses, so he tried to explain, to achieve this, you need to practice more techniques. It would be best to learn all the 5 elements techniques, so that you can truly become the strongest in the same realm. However, a person's time and energy are limited. By the time I have learned all the techniques, others will have already surpassed me. Even if his magic is restrained by me, my realm can overcome this gap. Ye Ziwan nodded approvingly and said, that's right. In ancient times when resources were abundant, there were many ways to increase the speed of cultivation. So in that era, the more attributes a cultivator had, the stronger he would be. However, resources are extremely scarce now, and even the spiritual energy between heaven and earth has become much thinner. Speaking of this, a hint of longing and confusion flashed in Ye Ziwan's eyes. However, she quickly recovered and continued, for you, there is another very big obstacle, the 5 elements of spiritual energy also interact with each other. You should have noticed something in the Luo formation just now. Once a single attribute becomes too strong, it will cause a spiritual power riot. If this continues, the worst-case scenario is that someone will become disabled, or even go insane and explode to death. And to solve this problem, you need to practice the 5 elements Kung Fu at the same time. This also means that you not only need to practice the 5 techniques, but also need more resources to support your advancement. So, if you want to achieve something, you need resources, understanding, skills, hard work, and talent. After hearing this, Li Shanjun finally understood. To sum it up in one sentence, practicing the 5 elements is extremely difficult. No wonder when they were recruiting outer disciples that day, the deacon said that the more spiritual attributes there were, the more difficult it would be to practice. But Li Shanjun was very confident. He has plenty of resources. He can resell the specialties of both worlds and obtain a huge amount of jade. In terms of comprehension and talent, this body seemed to have been greatly improved after he traveled through it. With hard work, his body can still be used for cultivation, and his cultivation time is twice as long as others. Now there is only one problem left, and that is the technique. So far, he has only practiced the most basic qi refining art, and it was a defective version, not the complete version. The other is the flame art that I just got from Ye Ziwan. Li Shanjun immediately looked at the stunning master pitifully and asked, "Master, do you have any suggestions on how to practice?" Ye Ziwan sat on the bench, holding her chin with her right hand, thinking. The right leg is placed on top of the left leg, and the hem of the skirt slides down to reveal the white and straight right leg. Legs play year. Li Shanjun quickly turned his eyes away, not daring to look any further, but in his heart he couldn't help but shout, "What a goblin!" Although Ye Ziwan still had a very strong aura and an arrogant demeanor, she seemed to enjoy the feeling of being a master. After a while, she said, "You are the first disciple in the sect to have all 5 elements. The sect does not have any techniques that can be practiced with all 5 elements simultaneously. But I suggest you find all the exercises corresponding to the 5 elements to practice. For example, you can choose the 5 techniques of Golden Yuan Ju, Aoki Gong, Xian Shui Ju, Yan Huo Ju, and Dilong Ju. They not only have the use of magic, but also the methods of cultivating every line of spiritual power. However, you need to practice these 5 techniques simultaneously to ensure that the 5 elements of spiritual power will not become chaotic. Although these techniques are a bit simple, they are enough for you to cultivate to perfection in the foundation establishment stage. You can change the techniques when you reach the golden core stage. Haha, of course, if you are talented enough, maybe you can explore the 5 elements cultivation method yourself. But I don't recommend you do this." Li Shanjun couldn't help but ask, "Why?" "Because you will die quickly." Ye Ziwan rolled her eyes at him, but looked very charming. Li Shanjian's heart skipped a beat, and then he suppressed the throbbing. Damn! If you stay in front of a beautiful master for too long, you'll easily go crazy. He quickly shifted his focus and asked, "Master, where did I get these 5 techniques?" Ye Ziwan raised her beautiful hand and something flew in front of Li Shanjun. She said, "Since you have already given me a gift to become my disciple, I will also give you a gift in return. Take my token and go to the sect's sutra library to receive these 5 techniques." Li Shanjun was overjoyed when he heard this. Ye Ziwan signaled him that he could leave. "Go ahead, come back tomorrow and I'll teach you how to practice then." Looking at Li Shanjian's departing back, the woman in the red dress took out the jade bracelet and looked at it. She suddenly smiled and said, "He's an interesting guy. Life won't be boring anymore, don't you think?" "Sister." After a while, a gentle voice came from her mouth, "Well, he is our disciple. We must teach him well. I hope he can bring surprises." The royal sister's voice sounded, "Don't worry, I won't play him badly." A gentle voice. Li Shanjun went to the sutra library on the top of the mountain and used Ye Ziwan's token to collect the rubbings of the 5 martial arts techniques. In order to prevent the leakage of martial arts techniques, the sect engraved each martial art technique on some kind of strange crystal. This kind of technique is a one-time copy. When he begins to learn, the crystal will explode and turn into a ray of spiritual light that enters his soul. The content of the exercises seem to be completely engraved in his memory. This technique is interesting. If it existed in the urban world, why would we need to learn it? Every student got a perfect score in the college entrance exam. It's easy to get into any of the 3 universities. But I think it's not easy to refine this kind of crystal. These 5 techniques actually cost 1,000 contribution points. 1 contribution point can be exchanged for a low-grade spirit stone, which is equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Beautiful master is so generous. When I returned to my yard, it was already dark. The experience of this day was quite tortuous, but I finally succeeded in becoming his disciple. My future cultivation will be smooth sailing, right? When he passed by Sadekwe's courtyard, he originally wanted to visit him and see if he could exchange the chi-enhancing pills for some gold. It cannot be exchanged for low-grade spirit stones, because he only has 1 piece per month. If you take out too much, it will be difficult to explain later. However, you can find another reason in a few days. For example, if you perform well, you will be rewarded with spirit stones by your master. However, Sadekwe was not at home, so Li Shanjun had to return to his own yard. After Li Shanjun memorized all 5 techniques, he took out a piece of jade of ordinary quality and placed it on his danchan, then entered a state of cultivation. His consciousness left this place and returned to the Blue Star world. Li Shanjun woke up in the soft double bedroom and thought for a while before coming up with a plan for today. The time spent traveling between the two worlds was not long, and he felt a bit jet-lagged, and he was a little unable to adapt for a while. He is already a junior and doesn't have many courses, so he doesn't have any classes this morning. Li Shanjun is studying business administration and has a professional course in management in the afternoon. It's not good to take leave all the time. He still wants to enjoy college life. He did not call Yang Jingxiu. Registering a company takes time, and even if he uses connections, it will take at least a few days to complete. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau is not opened by him, so he can register immediately if he wants to. You also need to rent offices, recruit staff, etc. He let Yang Jingxiu arrange all these. He just waits for the final decision and doesn't want to participate in the process. Otherwise, why would he spend money to invite Yang Jingxiu? What for? Moreover, Yang Jingxiu also has to prepare for her mother's surgery, so she must be very busy these days. Unless she took the initiative to report on her work, Li Shanjun didn't want to ask her about her work progress. He believed that as a mature professional, he could distinguish the important from the unimportant. If she runs away with the money, Li Shanjun will just think that he trusted the wrong person. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with her in the future. After washing up, Li Shanjun went straight to the nearest Ford store. Before going to bed yesterday, he thought about buying a car and a house. There is still more than 3.5 million yuan in the bank card, which is probably not enough to buy a house. Wuchen is a second-tier city, and the housing price is 40,000 to 50,000 yuan per square meter. 3.5 million can only buy a house of about 100 square meters at most, unless he takes out a loan. But he is making money so quickly now, it is too troublesome to get a loan, and there are still many post-loan matters to deal with. Once he sells 1 or 2 spirit stones from other people, he will be able to buy a big villa. Or maybe it would be more comfortable to build a small manor? So, he decided to solve the problem of transportation first. Fortunately, there are several luxury car Ford stores together in the Auto City. He tried the Porsche Panamera, Land Rover Range Rover, Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Mercedes-Benz S600, Ferrari Roma, etc. However, he wanted to buy a car as soon as possible for transportation, but he didn't specify which model he wanted to buy. If so, I'll buy another one later. He originally liked the Porsche Panamera, but the Ford store did not have it in stock. Finally, we chose the Land Rover Range Rover, which was available and large enough. While waiting to pick up the car, he went to buy some nice clothes and a watch. The watch I chose is the Rolex Submariner. I originally thought the Submariner was good, but it is too common. Cars and watches are necessary for men. If you have money but don't buy it, what's the difference between that and walking in fine clothes at night? Li Shanjun is also a vulgar person. He treated Wu Yushin wholeheartedly, but he didn't expect that she chose a short, ugly, and rich man for money. Although I won't retaliate if I have the chance to show off in front of her, it will also help me vent my anger. It was already past 1 p.m. when I picked up the car, and I rushed back just in time for my professional class. Li Shanjun doesn't drive much, and although he is a little unfamiliar with it, he drove all the way to school without any accidents. When we arrived at Huazhan University, cars from outside the school were not allowed to enter the campus. However, after getting past the security guards at the gate of Huanghialo 1916 school and showing them our student ID cards, the vehicle entered the school smoothly. Of course, I also promised to go to the security department to apply for a vehicle pass after class. It was almost 3 o'clock and the class was about to start. He had no time to go back to the dormitory, so he drove directly to the teaching building. At this moment, a BMW 3 Series stopped in front of the teaching building. The co-pilot was Wu Yushin, and sitting in the back seat were 3 pretty, young girls. They were Wu Yushin's 3 roommates, Zhao Qing, Yu Wei, and Chen Qi and Qian. Zhao Qing was the first to say, "Thank you, Mr. Luo." Not only does Luo Junwei come from a wealthy family, he also opened a coffee shop at school. Many classmates like to call him Mr. Luo to highlight his unique status. Besides, calling him handsome is hard to say. Wu Yushin kissed Luo Junwei happily and said, "Thank you, dear, for sending us here." Luo Junwei enjoyed the kiss of the beautiful woman and said with a chuckle, "It is my honor to serve the beautiful women." As he spoke, he stole a glance at the 3 women's faces reflected in the rearview mirror. Well, although these 3 people are not as good-looking as Wu Yushin, they are still good candidates to be included in his plan of killing 100 people. The 3 people in the back seat looked a little strange when they saw the 2 of them being so affectionate. Some time ago, Wu Yushin and Li Shanjun were still in love, but I didn't expect that she would change her boyfriend so soon. We are all in the same class and are familiar with each other's situation. Li Shanjun far surpasses Luo Junwei in terms of appearance, loyalty, and attitude towards Wu Yushin, but Li Shanjun is poor. In the end, the class beauty gave up her first love and chose bread. Yu Wei coughed lightly and said, "Class is almost time, let's go." After saying that, he got off the car first, and the other women followed. At this moment, a teasing voice rang out, "Hey, class beauty, you found a new partner so quickly? Tisk tisk, this is the type of girl you are." Wu Yushin and Luo Junwei, who had just gotten off the car, changed their expressions and looked up at the person who spoke. It was Li Shanjian's roommate Xie Junli, and beside him were Fan Yi and Zheng Yuan. They were looking at them with disdain. Luo Junwei was naturally very unhappy with their expressions and sneered, "It's you poor bastards. What? Li Shanjun doesn't even dare to fart, what are you barking about?" Wu Yushin said gloomily, "Li Shanjun and I have already broken up. What are you doing here?" Fan Yi chuckled and said, "Don't talk nonsense, we didn't get involved in anything. We just feel bad for the second brother. The second brother worked hard to make money and gave you everything, but he didn't expect this to be the outcome. Love is no match for bread after all." Wu Yushin glared at them coldly and said, "Did I ask Li Shanjun to give me the money? If you're poor, don't fall in love." Luo Junwei chimed in, "That's right. For poor people like you, you should just go out and work to earn a living. University love isn't for you. Oh, that's right. When you graduate, if you're lucky, you can come work for my company. I'll give you a good salary. Well, just think of it as an old classmate doing charity for you. I'm just worried that you might not be capable enough to even join my company." Ha ha, Xie Junli and others were furious. At this moment, a white Land Rover Range Rover gently stopped beside the crowd. Chen Qianqian also knew some luxury cars, and she couldn't help but say, "Wow, it's a Land Rover Range Rover." Chen Qingqian's exclamation interrupted the quarrel among several people, and everyone looked aside. At this moment, the car door opened and a long leg stretched out. When everyone saw the person driving the car, they were stunned. "Li Shanjun." Li Shanjun asked Xie Junli curiously, "I saw you all the way here. It's almost time for class, what are you arguing about?" Everyone looked at him in amazement, and felt that he was very strange. Zheng Yuan stammered, second brother, what have you been doing for the past few days? And what about this car?" Wu Yushin and Luo Junwei felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a rice field. They had met Li Shanjun before at the Four Seasons Hotel, and at that time they thought he was deliberately showing off in front of Wu Yushin. Now, is he going to spend a fortune and rent a car to show up at school? But it seems a little bit different. Li Shanjun chuckled, "Before, I wanted to have a relationship as an ordinary person, but I was despised and betrayed. No way, I'm not going to pretend anymore, I'm going to show my cards. I'm actually a very wealthy man." Hearing this, Luo Junwei laughed out loud, "Brother, you are really ruthless." In order to show off in front of others, not only did he stay in a 5-star hotel for one night, he also rented a car. "You are really a talent. I suddenly found that I like you a little bit." At this time, Wu Yushin also seemed to react. She sneered, "Li Shanjun, you are really boring and childish. Do you think I don't know your family background? Both your parents work for state-owned enterprises, earning at most a few $100,000 a year. Now, in order to show off in front of us, you're staying in a hotel and renting a car. Where did you get the money? You didn't go to an online loan company, did you? How much did you borrow?" After hearing what Wu Yushin and Luo Junwei said, Yue and others looked at Li Shanjun with complicated expressions. This handsome classmate, wouldn't he really be trapped in love and do such a stupid thing, right? Online lending is a deep pit, once you fall in, you can't climb out. Xie Junli and others looked at Li Shanjun with concern. Xie Junli said solemnly, "Second brother, don't do anything stupid. How much money did you borrow? Pay it back now, the interest is not much, and there is still hope. If it really doesn't work, we can pool our resources and help you fill the hole." Fan Yi said, "Yes, second brother, online loans are an abyss." Although Zheng Yuan didn't say anything, his expression was full of worry. Li Shanjun couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. It is said that there are 4 irons in life. Most of my classmates are reliable. Seeing that Li Shanjun hadn't said anything, Luo Junwei and Wu Yushin sneered, as if their previous guess had been verified. Wu Yushin even said, Li Shanjun, how dare you call me materialistic? You are the most vain and childish person in the world. It's a good thing I broke up with you, otherwise I would have been dragged into the endless abyss by you." Wu Yushin's roommate Yue couldn't help but say, "Oh my god, I've always heard that online loans are terrible, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing. Fortunately, Yushin broke up with you." Chen Qianqian and Zhao Qing also looked disappointed. They originally had a good impression of Li Shanjun. Li Shanjun is handsome, motivated and loyal, but he unexpectedly was blinded by love. Hey, man. After all, it is still a childish creature. Luo Junwei chuckled and said, "Li Shanjun, tell me, how much did you borrow? We're classmates, I'll help you." Wu Yushin said with admiration, "Junwei, you are a man, mature and steady, unlike some people." At this time, Li Shanjun laughed, "What are you guys imagining? Which car rental company would rent out a car that doesn't even have a license plate?" It was then that everyone realized that this was actually a new car. Xie Junli's eyes lit up and he said, "Second brother, you didn't rent it? What about this car?" Li Shanjun laughed, then took out his driving license and showed it to Xie Junli and the others, saying, "Of course I bought it." Zheng Yuan borrowed the driver's license and took a closer look. He exclaimed, "Holy crap! Seriously? Second brother, you really didn't borrow money from an online loan company?" Li Shanjun couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Which online loan company would give a poor student a mortgage of several million to buy a Land Rover? Zheng Yuan scratched his head and said, "Indeed, a loan of tens of thousands of yuan for these vampires is already the limit for us." After hearing these words, Luo Junwei, Wu Yushin, and her roommates were all stunned. Li Shanjun actually bought a Land Rover? Is he really that rich? Aren't his parents workers in state-owned enterprises? Wu Yushin screamed, "Impossible. You're lying to me, aren't you? You're here to slap me in the face and make me regret it, right?" The screaming sound was even a little distorted. However, Li Shanjun glanced at her nonchalantly and said, "We've broken up, what's the point of lying to you?" He looked at his watch and said, "Let's go. Class has already started. Don't get called on." After saying that, he walked towards the teaching building first, while Xie Junli and others followed him with a confused look on their faces. Luo Junwei's face turned extremely ugly. The watch on Li Shanjian's hand is also worth nearly 200,000. He owns a car worth over 2 million yuan, a watch worth over 200,000 yuan, and lives in a presidential suite. If you still doubt that Li Shanjun is a poor guy or is just pretending to be rich, then you really have a problem with your IQ. But, isn't his family background very ordinary? If you knew he was so rich, you wouldn't dare to hook up with Li Shanjian's girlfriend even if you had 100 guts. Wu Yushin is also a fool. She doesn't want a rich and handsome man. He just gave her a few bags, took her to a Western restaurant for a few big meals, and then climbed into his bed. This kind of woman is not acceptable. Luo Junwei instantly lost interest in the woman he had just hooked up with. Zhao Qing, Yue, Chen Qian, and others standing by were also extremely shocked. Is this world really so magical? All the roommates around me have encountered people who pretend to be pigs and eat the tiger. All the love turned into water and then was slapped in the face on the spot. This is even more exciting than the novel. Wu Yushin didn't know that she was about to be kicked, and she still had an expression of disbelief on her face. The ex-boyfriend who was dumped by me turned out to be a hidden rich man? Why do you give up this handsome, rich, and well-off man and instead find an ugly and short one? Wu Yushin admitted that at this moment, she felt a little regretful. In the classroom, Xie Junli, Fan Yi, and Zheng Yuan had very complicated expressions. "I am afraid that my brother is having a hard life, and I am also afraid that he is driving a Land Rover. My brother had just broken up with his girlfriend, but I didn't expect him to come over in a Land Rover in the blink of an eye. What the hell is this?" Listening to the management professor talking about Porter's 5 forces model, Li Shanjun suddenly looked at his 3 adopted sons. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize your father?" Zheng Yuan and others shook their heads. Everyone knows what kind of bootlicker this grandson used to be. He suddenly transformed into a wealthy man, and several people were completely unable to adapt. Li Shanjun smiled and said, "I've had some adventures recently and made a lot of money. I hadn't had time to tell Wu Yushin, but she took the initiative to break up with me." Xie Junli said, "Fortunately, I didn't have time to say it. Wu Yushin is too materialistic and not a good match." Fan Yi also said, "Yeah, she was seduced by Luo Junwei's dog currency and left. I don't know how she could bring herself to do that. My second child is so handsome and so big, but I don't know how to cherish him." Li Shanjun was shocked. "Damn, do you know me so well? Brother Fan Yi, there is something wrong with you." The others also looked at Fan Yi with strange eyes. Fan Yi immediately got angry. "I don't believe that you sons of bitches have never compared yourselves. I think I'm not as big as the second one." Li Shanjun, Xie Junli, and Zheng Yuan were speechless. This guy, just say this openly. Aren't you afraid that Li Shanjun will become proud? Li Shanjun changed the subject and said, "Brothers, you all studied business administration, and it's hard to find a job in this environment. I'm starting a business recently. Are you interested in joining me?" The 3 of them are his best brothers. If he was starting a business from scratch, he might not necessarily look for them. As the saying goes, don't start a business with your best friend, otherwise you will lose both your money and your people. And now, Li Shanjun is looking for them to enjoy themselves. Completely skip the painful process and reap the benefits. After several years of knowing each other, the 3 brothers have found that they are all sincere and trustworthy to him. Xie Junli and the other 2 immediately nodded and said, "From today on, you are our boss." "Haha, okay, I hope you can all stay by my side in the future." Li Shanjun laughed softly. "I am afraid that my brother is having a hard life, and I am also afraid that he is driving a Land Rover. That's because the brothers who drive Land Rover can only drive by themselves. If everyone can drive a Land Rover, would you still be afraid?" The three brothers did not ask Li Shanjun in detail about his career, and Li Shanjun did not take the initiative to say it for the time being. After all, the company has not been registered yet and the staff are not in place yet. Talk to them about air? Or just promise them something big? Many people were not in the mood to listen to the class. Wu Yushin and Luo Junwei, who were sitting in the back rows, rarely did anything inappropriate for children. If it were in the past, Luo Junwei, who had won the beauty, would naturally show off. When I was with other girlfriends, it was common to kiss them during class. Sometimes, doing this in front of your girlfriend's ex-boyfriend will make him feel more excited. It makes him feel like he is the prime minister. Especially those men who looked at him with eyes that revealed that they wanted to kill him but couldn't, or they didn't dare. Luo Junwei would feel so happy. Today he brought Wu Yushin to class with him, naturally with the purpose of provoking Li Shanjun to make himself feel good. But unexpectedly, he was crushed by Li Shanjun in the area where he was best at money ability. As for other aspects, he naturally knows his own limitations and is completely incomparable. This feeling made him extremely unhappy, and he also lost a lot of interest in Wu Yushin, who had just started working with him. Wu Yushin, who was standing beside him, looked a little dazed at the moment, and no one knew what she was thinking. Zhao Qing, Yu Wei, and Chen Qian did not sit with Luo Junwei and Wu Yushin in order to avoid being a third wheel. Instead, he sat behind them, but the three of them didn't speak. But their eyes swept over Wu Yushin, Luo Junwei, and Li Shanjun countless times. Although they didn't speak, the three of them actually communicated a lot. In a small group called No Rain, the chat records of 3 people have reached thousands. There are 4 girls in their dormitory, and there are 4 groups in total. Just like the name of the group, there is no Wu Yushin here, it is a small group of 3 of them. The topic of discussion was naturally Wu Yushin's gossip. Yu Wei's online name is Wai Wei Yuxiao, Zhao Qing's is Qing Gag, and Chen Qinqin's is A Chinese Ghost Story. Wai Wei smiles, oh my god. Yushin is at a big loss. Princess Qing, such a handsome Li Shanjun was kicked by her. A Chinese Ghost Story, laugh. You chose such an ugly one, and you still kissed her? Wai Wei Yuxiao, I heard it's still very short. A Chinese Ghost Story. Kingage colon. Princess Qing, how do you know so much? Vivi smile, one of Luo Junwei's ex-girlfriends told me this. A Chinese Ghost Story, tisk tisk. Yushin is even more at a loss. Wai Wei smiles, there's nothing I can do, I'm mainly attracted to Luo Junwei's money. Princess Qing, yes, look how proud she is these days. Ouch, Wei gave me another bag. Oops, another set of cosmetics was given to me. Ouch, where are we going to eat again? A Chinese Ghost Story, yes, it's like Li Shanjun had never given her anything or invited her to dinner before. Wai Wei smiles, tisk tisk. How funny, losing the big eggplant and picking up a small pepper, which is really useless. Princess Qing, I suspect you are driving. A Chinese Ghost Story, seconded. Please elaborate. How long are eggplants and peppers? Wai Wei smiles. Princess Qing, by the way, Li Shanjun hit it really well. Not only is he handsome, but he is also so rich. It's exactly like the plot in novels where a rich young man pretends to be a loser. A Chinese Ghost Story, he, so Yushin is a female villain who hates the poor and loves the rich? Princess Qing, isn't it? A Chinese Ghost Story, now that you mention it, it really is. I just don't know who the real heroine is. Wai Wei Yuxiao, by the way, Li Shanjun is single now, right? Does that mean everyone has a chance? Qing Gag, asterisk mathematical intersection symbol underscore mathematical intersection symbol asterisk. Now that you put it that way, it seems so. You can try Yu Wei and Qian. One has long legs, the other has big breasts. Wai Wei smiled, I think Zhao Qing has a chance then. You are the most beautiful and have fair skin. Li Shanjun likes this about Wu Yushin. A Chinese Ghost Story, how do you know so much? Wai Wei Yuxiao, there are only a few high-quality male students in Huashan University, some of them are handsome and some are rich. It is natural to have some information about these people, otherwise you won't even know if you were being cheated. Princess Qing, Yu Wei, you are so good. Wai Wei smiles, but among these boys, either the handsome ones have no money, or the rich ones are not handsome. Li Shanjun is a rare guy who is both handsome and rich. So, sisters, we must act as soon as possible, otherwise it will be too late to regret. A Chinese Ghost Story, but, will doing this make Yushin unhappy? Wai Wei smiles, you are stupid. She didn't want Li Shanjun herself, so how can she stop others from pursuing him? Besides, the news that Li Shanjun is a single bachelor will definitely spread soon, and then there will be more people competing for him. It would be better for us to take action now while we are still familiar with him. Princess Qing, that makes sense. Instead of letting other slutty girls take advantage of it, we might as well do it ourselves. A Chinese Ghost Story, but there is only one Li Shanjun, what should the 3 of us do? Wai Wei smiles, let's compete fairly, whoever wins gets it. If that doesn't work, 2 or 3 people can join forces. I don't mind anyway. Kingage, A Chinese Ghost Story, Fujashi, you're really good at playing around. Wai Wei Yuxiao, sisters. Pay attention and highlight the key points. What is the purpose of our struggle in the next few decades? It means living a life of leisurely watching the flowers bloom and fall in the courtyard, and quietly watching the clouds roll and unfold. As long as we follow Li Shanjun, we can achieve our goal in one step and directly cross the class. Not to mention becoming a top-tier billionaire, but at least you can save yourself decades of hardship. Now that the opportunity is right in front of you, why not cherish it? Princess Qing, now that you put it that way, it seems to make sense. Wai Wei smiled, haha, of course I need to know. Do you think milk tea really loves Dongze? A Chinese ghost story, then let's give it a try? Wai Wei smiles, of course I have to. No matter whether you take action or not, I'm going to take action. Whether it will succeed or not is up to you, but at least give it a try. What if it succeeds? Princess Qing, then we have a deal, we compete fairly and can't play tricks on each other. A Chinese ghost story, yes, there will be many strong enemies soon, especially Wu Yushan. Maybe she will try every possible means to get back to Shangyan. We must unite and face the outside world with one voice. Princess Qing, then let's form an alliance. A Chinese ghost story, that makes sense. Besides, our alliance needs a catchy nickname. Wai Wei smiles, well, let's call it the Alliance of Pursuers of Shanjun, which means the alliance that pursues Li Shanjun. How about it? Princess Qing, although it's a bit shameful, it makes sense and I agree. A Chinese ghost story, I agree too. Wai Wei smiles, then it's settled. Our first task is to kill the enemy in the cradle. Wu Yushan is our biggest enemy. There will be other enemies in the future, but we must first eliminate the first opponent. Wu Yushan, who was still in a daze, didn't know that in just this short class period, her three best friends had stabbed her in the back. He was even planning how to isolate her, or even how to discredit her, so as to completely lose the chance to win back Li Shanjun. If she knew this, she would deeply understand one thing: beware of fire, theft, and best friends. Li Shanjun, who was also joking and bragging with his three adopted sons in the dormitory, had no idea that just a luxury car would cause a split in his ex-girlfriend's dormitory. They even teamed up to help him get revenge on his ex-girlfriend. The human heart is really the most unpredictable thing. Li Shanjun suddenly felt a slight chill on his back, as if he was being stared at by something dirty. He thought the air conditioner in the classroom was turned on too high, so he didn't worry about it anymore. The bell rang and it was around 5 o'clock. Li Shanjun and his three good brothers went to a small restaurant at the south gate of the school for a small gathering. The car he was sitting in was naturally Li Shanjian's Land Rover. Zhao, it's still the boss's cool, this is a man's car. Sitting in the passenger seat was Fan Yi, who spoke enviously while touching the interior. Zheng Yuan said, as the saying goes, if you don't work hard when you're young, you'll drive a Xyli when you grow up. If you endure hardships, you'll drive a Land Rover when you grow up. The boss didn't even have to endure the hardship, and he just drove a Land Rover. Li Shanjun laughed and scolded, how come you don't know I haven't suffered much? But don't be jealous. If you work with me for a year or two, you'll have a Land Rover per person. The reason why Li Shanjun treats them so well is, on the one hand, because he takes into account the brotherhood. When he was at his lowest point, it was these good brothers who stayed by his side. On the other hand, it also means repaying a favor. A few days ago, if it wasn't for a broken heart, his buddies would have dragged him out for drinks, and he wouldn't have had the chance to travel through time and space. Although Li Shanjun still doesn't know the reason why he wears mixed clothes, it is at least related to drinking. Boss, is this true? Xia Junli was also willing to call Li Shanjun boss. Ha ha, call me godfather? Li Shanjun said with a wicked smile. Get lost. Damn, trying to take advantage again. It's not impossible, as long as there really is a Land Rover. Traitor, rebellious son. Ha ha. A few of them chatted and laughed for a while, enjoying the carefree life in college, especially when you're not worried about money. However, after dinner, Li Shanjun did not go back to the dormitory with them. The reason was that there were still things to deal with and he needed to prepare the future careers of his adopted sons in advance. As for the real reason, it is naturally because there are some things that cannot be seen by them now. Even though we are brothers, we are not close enough to tell each other all our secrets. Coming to the presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel again, Li Shanjun took out a jade of ordinary quality. In the world of cultivating immortals, this jade should be considered a low-grade spiritual stone. He sat cross-legged on the ground, constantly recalling the key points of practicing qi refining art in his mind. The art of refining qi is the most basic practice of Xian Yuan sect, but it is also the practice that can easily guide people into the path of cultivation. Li Shanjun wants to try whether he can practice in the Blue Star world today. He didn't try it a few days ago because he was not clear about the way of cultivation and was worried that he would go astray by practicing blindly. But today, with Ye Ziwan's guidance, and the time he has spent studying the qi refining art, he has gained some confidence. Li Shanjun sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, constantly feeling the spiritual energy between heaven and earth with his mind. However, after a long time, Li Shanjun found nothing. However, he was not discouraged. His body is now just a mortal body, without a trace of spiritual energy in it, so he is unable to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stone. As he continued to adjust his breathing, he gradually entered a state of relaxation. Li Shanjun took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Every breath seemed to be conducting some kind of subtle communication with the surrounding air. He realized that although the spiritual energy on the blue star was so thin that it was almost negligible, it did not mean that it was impossible to practice. After all, the path to becoming an immortal is against the will of heaven. If one cannot even overcome this little difficulty, how can one embark on the path of becoming an immortal and achieve the supreme status of an immortal in the future? The subtle techniques of guiding spiritual energy that Ye Ziwan taught him, as well as the detailed explanation of spiritual energy sensing and absorption in Qi refining art, emerged in his mind again. He began to try to perceive the surrounding environment in a more delicate and sensitive way, as if every pore of his body was open, greedily capturing the tiny fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. Time passed minute by minute, and the presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel was so quiet that only Li Shanjian's steady breathing could be heard. Suddenly, he felt an unusual coolness seeping out from the jade in his hand, slowly flowing into his body along his palm. Although this force was so weak that it could almost be ignored, Li Shanjun could clearly feel its presence. It was an unprecedented freshness and vitality. Success! Li Shanjun was delighted, knowing that he had taken the first step in cultivation, sensing spiritual energy and guiding it into the body. Although this was just a tiny bit of spiritual energy, it was a breakthrough of great significance to him. He continued to maintain his current state, carefully guiding this weak spiritual energy to flow within his body. Following the guidance of the Qi refining art, he tried to gather the spiritual energy in his danshan, which is the core where cultivators store spiritual power. However, this process was much more difficult than imagined. The spiritual energy was like a group of naughty elves, wandering around in his meridians, sometimes gathering and sometimes dispersing, and was difficult to tame. Li Shanjun did not give up. With his indomitable will, he adjusted his breathing again and again, guiding the spiritual energy to move along the predetermined route. Every failure gave him a deeper understanding of the way of cultivation, every attempt brought him one step closer to success. After an unknown amount of time, when the first ray of spiritual energy finally gathered stably in his danshan, Li Shanjun felt his whole body tremble, and an unprecedented sense of comfort surged throughout his body. He slowly opened his eyes flashing with unconcealable joy and excitement. Although this was only a small breakthrough, for him it was a huge leap on the road to becoming an immortal. He stood up suddenly, feeling the weak fluctuation of spiritual power in his body. He finally succeeded. All things are difficult at the beginning, but once you take the first step successfully, there will be a snowball effect. Li Shanjun crossed his legs and closed his eyes again, emptying his mind and body while carefully absorbing the spiritual energy from the jade, while trying to feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth with your heart. However, Li Shanjun discovered that the world was like a turbid pool of water. All he felt was turbid air, and he never found the kind of spiritual energy that could clear his mind. After trying for a long time, I found nothing. Strange, is there no spiritual energy in this world? That shouldn't be right, otherwise the jade wouldn't contain spiritual power. Maybe it's because of the wrong place? Or maybe it's because of the wrong time? It is said that when heaven and earth interact, yin and yang come together, and all things come into being. Next time I'll try it on a mountaintop early in the morning. After thinking about it, he gave up the idea of absorbing spiritual energy from the heaven and earth, and instead concentrated on absorbing the spiritual energy from the jade. As his practice progressed, the spiritual energy in his body gradually transformed from a weak stream of air into a distinct warm current. He has reached the first level of Qi refining, but has only just entered this stage. As the spiritual energy in his body continued to increase, streams of filthy dirt began to emerge from the surface of his skin. It was as if he hadn't taken a shower for a long time and suddenly went to scrub his body. Li Shanjun hurried to the bathroom and spent a full half-hour cleaning the dirt off his body. In the past, did it take men 5 minutes to take a shower? After taking a shower, he felt his body gradually become lighter and he felt refreshed. It feels like catching up with the sage time. Li Shanjun suddenly had an idea and snapped his fingers. A faint flame burned on his hand. This was a spell he cast according to the fireball technique recorded in the flame art. The fireball was not summoned, but there was a little flame. The flame did not bring him any pain, but instead gave him a warm feeling. Does this mean I've become a superpower? Haha, but I'm still too weak right now. I can only light a cigarette. After playing with fire excitedly for a while, Li Shanjun entered a state of seclusion and cultivation again. At the same time, his consciousness also left here and headed to the world of cultivation. The world of cultivating immortals. Li Shanjun was just about to go out to find his master Ye Ziwan to practice when he saw Su Dekui coming back yawning. "Hey, senior brother Su, where have you been?" Li Shanjun asked curiously. Low-level practitioners still need to rest to relieve physical fatigue, but because of the presence of spiritual energy in the body, he does not seem to feel tired even if he does not sleep for a day or two. But Li Shanjun was surprised that Sudekwe was so sleepy after not seeing him for a night. Suda almost yawned, looked at Li Shanjun tiredly and said, "Yawn. It's junior brother Li. I went to do the sect mission last night, which consumed a lot of my spiritual power." Sect mission? Li Shanjun remembered that he had introduced last time that one could earn contribution points by helping the sect with tasks. Sudekwe said casually, "Well, I came from Shendan Peak before to learn the art of alchemy. A few days ago, I received a task to refine a second-level elixir, so I have been busy with it these days." Then he complained again, "Hey, medicinal materials are expensive now, and the contribution points I get from selling pills to the sect are few. I work so hard for several days but don't earn any contribution points. It's really not worth it. I didn't expect that this little fat senior brother is actually an alchemist. I'm so sorry." Suddenly, Li Shanjian's mind moved and he asked, "What kind of elixir can you refine, brother?" Suda quickly said, "I am now a second-level alchemist and can refine 3 second-level pills, namely Chunlin pill, Yangyuan pill, and Quenching pill. In addition, I can also refine a dozen or so first-level elixirs. For example, the chi-boosting elixir you received from the sect might have been refined by me." Hearing this, Li Shanjun was embarrassed. "Fortunately, I didn't see him last night. If I had sold the chi-boosting pill to the alchemist, he would have laughed at me. However, he now has a different idea." He asked, "Brother, what kind of elixir can strengthen the body or heal the body?" Sudekwe said casually, "The tempering pill is used to strengthen the body, and the spring rain pill is used for healing." Li Shanjun asked, "Do these pills have any effect on rock carbuncle, tumor?" Sudekwe thought for a moment and said, "Chunlin Dan is mainly used to treat injuries. It may not be useful for rock carbuncle." Li Shanjun was a little disappointed when he heard this. However, Suda quickly added, "But the 3-flower jade dew pill is useful. This kind of pill can basically cure most diseases in the mortal world." What a sudden turn of events. Li Shanjun quickly asked, "Brother, can you refine this kind of medicine?" Suda quickly shook his head and said, "This kind of medicine is also a second-level medicine. I don't know how to refine it yet, and I have never refined it before. But if you need, I can ask for you." Li Shanjun asked, "How much is the price of the 3-flower jade dew pill?" Suda quickly said, "It will take about 3 low-grade spirit stones." "Do you have that many spirit stones?" As a newly initiated outer disciple, he does not have the ability to earn contribution points, so it is reasonable for Sudekwe to be suspicious. Li Shanjun smiled shyly, "I successfully became a disciple yesterday. My master gave me some spirit stones." Sudekwe was stunned at first, then he was shocked. You became elder yes apprentice?" Li Shanjun smiled and nodded. Sudekwe stared at him blankly for a long time before he said with envy, "Awesome. Not only is the master beautiful, but she can also give spirit stones. Just because you're handsome, you can do whatever you want." Li Shanjun was just trying to find an excuse to explain the source of his spirit stones. He pretended to be mysterious and said, "SHH, keep a low profile. You mustn't tell anyone. You don't want to be hunted down by my master, do you?" Sudekwe shuddered suddenly and quickly shut up. He had experienced Ye Ziwan's terror once, and to sum it up, it was like ecstasy. Li Shanjun continued, "Brother, if you can help me buy a few 3-flower jade dew pills, I'm willing to exchange spirit stones for some gold." Hearing this, Sudekwe immediately brightened up and said, "Really?" Li Shanjun said, "Of course, I will exchange as much spirit stones as you can find." Sudekwe immediately turned around and rescued him. Li Shanjun was stunned and asked quickly, "Where are you going, brother?" "I'm going to do something for you," Sudekwe said without turning his head. "Ah, you're not going to sleep? Why are you sleeping? There are spirit stones for sleeping. Ugh, is your business more important?" Li Shanjun stared blankly at Suda's departing figure, and after a long while he muttered to himself, "It seems that the spirit stone is really attractive. You have already begun to learn the flame art. Today I will begin to explain the Aoki Kung Fu to you." In the purple garden, the stunning master in purple clothes was speaking to Li Shanjun in a gentle voice. The jade bracelet he received as a gift of apprenticeship was already worn by Ye Ziwan on her fair wrist. The emerald green bracelet adorns the flawless white hand, making it even more charming. However, Li Shanjun just glanced at it and then lowered his eyes, not daring to look any further. "You're not wearing a red dress today?" The master returned to the gentle appearance he had seen on the first day. Although both of master's forms are stunning, each has its own charm. But now, in front of the powerful aura of red-skirt Ye Ziwan, he is just a little chicken that can be ravaged by her. Master Zykan is still the best. She has a gentle personality and speaks nicely. "Yes, master," Li Shanjun said respectfully. At the same time, he thought to himself, "It seems that master really likes this jade bracelet." I'll get her a jade guanyin bracelet in a few days. My master, you must wear jade ornaments all over your body, right? Ye Ziwan began to explain the key points of practicing Aoki Kung in a voice as gentle as water. Li Shanjun listened and asked questions from time to time. In the quiet Zi garden, the handsome young man and the gentle and beautiful woman were both earnestly comprehending the path of cultivation, appearing to be in extraordinary harmony. 2 hours later, Ye Ziwan finally explained the King Mugong thoroughly, and Li Shanjun also began to practice the first level of the technique under her guidance. Qing Mugong is indeed a more advanced martial art. The speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is obviously much faster than Qi refining art. However, this technique cultivates the spiritual energy of the wood element, and Li Shanjun only practiced it briefly after getting started, because Ye Ziwan reminded him not to practice a single attribute technique too much before mastering all 5 elements techniques, otherwise it will easily cause spiritual chaos. Ye Ziwan said, "Okay, that's all for today's lecture. Come back in 3 days to learn the Earth Dragon art. In the next few days, you will review the Qing Mugong and Yan Huoju while practicing the techniques within them." Li Shanjun nodded and said, "Yes, master." Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly took out the token from his arms and handed it to Ye Ziwan. "Master, this is your token. I will return it to you right away." However, Ye Ziwan did not take it, but said, "I'll leave it with you for now. There should be several thousand contribution points in it. You can go to the Sutra Library to take a look at it in your spare time." Li Shanjun was overjoyed when he heard this. "Thank you, master. This beautiful master is really nice to him. Go." After Li Shanjun said goodbye, he staggered towards his own courtyard. Suddenly I saw a chubby figure wandering on the side of the road. His eyes lit up and he quickly called out, "Brother Su, why are you here?" When Sudekwe saw Li Shanjun appear, he quickly said happily, "Junior brother, I found what you want. Shall we go now?" Li Shanjun nodded repeatedly and asked, "Where are we going?" Sudekwe chuckled, "Qingyuan Valley." "Qingyuan Valley?" Li Shanjun asked. Besides selling the good things that the sect disciples get back to the sect in exchange for contribution points, we can also trade them with each other, which will bring us higher profits. There is a sect market in Qingyuan Valley where disciples trade. Let's go quickly. The sect market is a bit far away and we need to hurry for a while. At this time, they were still on Xiang Peak, and the sect market was in Qingyuan Valley. There are more than 100,000 practitioners in Xianyuan sect, but there are not only practitioners in the sect, but also many relatives and servants. And those who do not have the talent for cultivation naturally cannot live on the 7 peaks. So they established a settlement in a relatively flat area within Xianyuan sect. Or you could say it's a small town. This is Qingyuan Valley. There are now tens of thousands of people living here, and even many outer and inner disciples often come here to live. After all, humans are social creatures, and practicing all the time would be quite boring. Thus, Qingyuan Valley gradually began to take on the atmosphere of secular life. This place belongs to the sect's northwest area, 50 miles away from Xiang Peak. Hearing the distance from such a long distance, Li Shanjun was suddenly shocked. "Brother, it's so far? How can we get there?" Sudekwe said nonchalantly, "Of course I'll just walk over there." Walk over there? Li Shanjun was shocked. Even with his current physical condition, it would take several hours to run all the way. Suda quickly slapped his forehead and said, You haven't practiced the magic of speed yet." "The art of speed?" Li Shanjun shook his head. "I don't have it yet. Can you teach me, senior brother?" Suda quickly said, "Okay, this is a basic earth element technique. Anyone with a little understanding can learn it quickly. I'm a fire element practitioner. Although my speed isn't as fast as that of an earth element practitioner, it only takes me half an hour to reach Qingyuan Valley." "Can you run 50 miles in half an hour? Isn't this as fast as riding a motorcycle?" Li Shanjun immediately became interested and asked, "Brother, please give me some advice." Suda quickly began to talk about the key points of this technique. The divine movement technique, as the name suggests, is a technique that utilizes the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and one's own spiritual power to significantly increase movement speed in a short period of time. Although it belongs to the basic technique of the earth element lineage, due to its simplicity and practicality, it has become one of the required skills for almost all low-level practitioners. However, to truly master and flexibly utilize it, one must also have a considerable understanding and mastery of the control of spiritual power. As he spoke, Suda quickly raised his hand to signal Li Shanjun to pay attention to his actions. I saw him with his feet slightly apart, shoulder-width apart, his eyes closed and concentrating, with a faint red light surrounding his body, which was a sign that the fire spiritual power was flowing through his body. Then, he shouted softly, "The heart moves as it pleases, the spirit follows the breath." Before he finished speaking, his figure flashed, leaving a faint afterimage on the spot, and instantly leaped forward several feet at an astonishing speed. This is the basic application of the divine movement technique. The key is to infuse spiritual energy into the legs, creating a powerful force that propels the body forward. For fire element practitioners, although they are not as naturally close to the earth as earth element practitioners, they can still display astonishing speed after mastering the techniques. And if it's an earth element practitioner, the speed will be twice as fast. Li Shanjun was stunned, and his desire for the magic of speed increased even more. So he tried it according to the method Sudekwe described. At the beginning, he was a little unskilled and stumbled and fell a few times. However, Li Shanjun had a good understanding and quickly mastered the trick. The body began to stabilize and the speed became faster and faster. After a while, they caught up with Suda's speed. Sudekwe was a little surprised. Junior brother, you have a good understanding. You have mastered the trick so quickly. But how come you are so fast? Li Shanjun chuckled and said, brother, you forgot that I have perfected the 5 elements, and my spiritual power also has the earth attribute. Oh, that's right. Junior brother, how about we have a competition to see who's faster? Let's compete. After a while, 2 figures sped away on the road. Li Shanjun really enjoyed this feeling. Although he was running, his speed was extremely fast. He will be even more handsome when he is promoted to the Jindan stage and learns the art of flying. More than half an hour later, Li Shanjun saw a small town located in a valley. Brother, is this Qingyuan Valley? Li Shanjun looked at the small town curiously. Yes, the facilities here are similar to those in the secular world. Basically, anything you want in the secular world, you can find here as well. There are even quite a few that have been transformed by practitioners using magic, making them even more interesting. As he spoke, he gave Li Shanjun a look that all men understood. Li Shanjun also laughed when he heard this, looking extremely reserved. Let's go, I'll take you to find one of my senior brothers. Sudekwe took Li Shanjun and walked towards the city. After a while, they came to a shop called Zhou's Danhang. The shop is not big, only about 40 to 50 square meters. Sudekwe shouted inside as if he was familiar with the place, Brother Zhou, I'm here. But no one in the shop answered, so Sudekwe shouted a few more times. At this moment, a puff sound was heard from the inside of the shop, followed by a burnt smell. Then a figure hurriedly walked out from inside. As soon as he saw Sudekwe, he cursed, Fatty Sa, what are you yelling about? Ah, my elixir is ruined just like that. Sudekwe saw that he seemed to be in trouble, and couldn't help shrinking his neck, and then said, brother, this is not my fault. You're open for business, and we came and couldn't see anyone, so we naturally had to shout a few times. Who would know you were refining pills? Besides, my shouting affects your alchemy? This shows that your character is not yet fully developed. The young man was stunned by Suda's nonsense and didn't know how to refute it. He opened his mouth and finally said, well, Master does often say that I'm easily influenced by the outside world. Never mind, I can't blame you. Tell me, what brings you to my shop? Seeing that the matter had been dragged over, Suda quickly continued to say with a smile, brother, you should thank me. I brought you a big business. The young man glanced at Li Shanjun beside him and said to him directly, junior brother, what kind of pill do you want to buy? Li Shanjun asked, what's your name, senior brother? I'm Li Shanjun, and I'd like to buy a few 3-flower jade dew pills. The young man said, my name is Zhou Yang. I used to be in the outer sect of Shendan Peak, and I was a fellow disciple of Fatty Su. I do have 3-flower jade dew pills, but they require 4 low-grade spirit stones for 1 pill. Li Shanjun frowned when he heard this, but didn't say anything. On the other hand, Sudekwe on the side also shouted, brother Zhou, you are not kind. The 3-flower jade dew pill is only a 2nd-level pill, but it's worth 3 low-grade spirit stones. You're asking for too much. Zhou Yang's expression remained unchanged as he patiently said, if it were an ordinary elixir, I wouldn't ask like this, but the elixir I refined this time is a little different. How is it different? A level 2 pill is a level 2 pill. Sudekwe felt embarrassed in front of Li Shanjun, so he argued. Zhou Yang walked into the shop and soon took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Sudekwe. Take a look. Just take a look. Sudekwe opened the bottle, poured out a pill, and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, he said in surprise, huh? There are actually, Danwen. Zhou Yang nodded proudly and asked, how? Sudekwe observed carefully for a long time before saying, senior brother Zhou is indeed a genius. He actually condensed Danwen on a 2nd-level pill. He further explained to Li Shanjun, pills are divided into levels 1 to 9. The higher the level, the stronger the effect. Level 9 pills can even be effective for quasi-immortals in the tribulation crossing stage. Each level of elixirs is divided into ordinary and elixir-patterned elixirs. Elixirs with elixir patterns like this are several times more effective than those without. Of course, it is very difficult to refine a pill with Danwen, which reflects the level of an alchemist. If ordinary 3-flower jade dew pills can cure over 80% of diseases, then this one with Danwen can cure over 95% of diseases. Hearing him say this, Li Shanjun immediately became interested and said, "Brother Zhou, I want these pills." Zhou Yang was stunned. "I have 10 medicinal pills here, worth 40 low-grade spirit stones. Do you want them all?" Li Shanjun nodded and said, "As long as the elixir is as effective as senior brother Su said, it's only 40 low-grade spirit stones. I'll take it." Zhou Yang was overjoyed when he heard this. Although he is an alchemist, he is only a second-level alchemist. In addition, alchemy also requires a lot of medicinal materials as costs. More importantly, practitioners rarely get sick and do not have much demand for the 3 flowers jade dew pill, so he is not considered rich. The one-time transaction of 40 low-grade spirit stones not only allowed him to recover his capital, but also made him a lot of money. At this moment, a hoarse voice rang out, "Haha, senior brother, don't be fooled by him. How can he, an outer disciple, come up with 40 low-grade spirit stones?" Everyone turned around and saw several disciples wearing Jinjian Fang Taoist robes standing there. The person who spoke was one of the outer disciples. Li Shanjun looked closely and found that it was an acquaintance, Yu Hua. He had no chance to deal with him before, and this grandson dared to jump in front of him. He wanted to see what this grandson wanted to do. Zhou Yang frowned and said unhappily, "Who are you? Why are you interfering with my business?" Yu Hua said, "Brother, don't be fooled by Li Shanjun. He's just an outer disciple. How could he possibly come up with 40 spirit stones?" Zhou Yang took a look at his clothes and said, "You are an outer disciple, and you are teaching me how to do things." Yu Hua said aggrievedly, "Brother, please don't be ungrateful. I know the liar in front of you." The person standing in front of Yu Hua was a disciple dressed in inner sect attire. Seeing that he was surrounded by people, one could tell that he was of great importance. He saw that the people he brought were actually arguing with the inner disciples of Shandan Peak. He couldn't help but frown and asked, "Hey, what's going on?" Yu Hua immediately lowered his voice, nodded and bowed, and whispered a few words to the leader. The man looked at Li Shanjun with a playful smile on his face. He said to Zhou Yang, "Haha, I'm Zhao Kun, an inner disciple of Jinjian Peak. I believe this fellow disciple from Shandan Peak has heard what this fellow disciple beside me said, right? He's also kindly reminding you not to be fooled by some mediocre people." When they heard Zhao Kun's name, Zhou Yang and Sudekwe's expressions changed slightly. "What's wrong? Who is this Zhao Kun?" Li Shanjun asked Sudekwe in a low voice. Sudekwe said fearfully, "He is one of the top 3 inner disciples of Jinjian Peak. It is said that he has great talent and has a good chance of being promoted to a core disciple of Jinjian Peak." Li Shanjun was a little puzzled. He and Zhao Kun had never met before. After listening to Yu Hua's words, this guy became hostile to him. There must be other hidden secrets. At this time, Zhou Yang asked, "So it's Brother Zhao. I wonder who the mediocre talent you were talking about is." Zhao Kun stood there calmly, raising his chin slightly to indicate that he was referring to Li Shanjun. "What do you mean?" Zhou Yang asked. Zhao Kun chuckled. "It is said that a few days ago, when the sect was recruiting outer disciples, a talent that only appears once in 1,000 years emerged. This person possesses all 5 elements. Although we don't know how he reached the chi refining stage and passed the sect's test, it seems that we at the 6 Peaks did not accept him." Zhou Yang was also stunned when he heard this, but then he realized, all 5 elements? Would the sect still want such a person? You don't mean Junior Brother Li, do you? Zhao Kun laughed and said, "That's right. Such a mediocre person can actually join the sect. It's really unfortunate for the sect. So, this mediocre guy wants to spend 40 low-grade spirit stones to buy your pills? You better be careful. Be careful not to be cheated. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, there are all kinds of people, especially those who lack resources, who will do anything to achieve their goals." Zhou Yang looked at Sudekwe and asked, "Junior Brother Su, what's going on?" Although Sudekwe was a little afraid of Zhao Kun, he questioned Li Shanjun, which was questioning him, so he couldn't help but get angry. Sudekwe sneered, "Senior Brother Zhao is so bold and arrogant that he actually dares to question the sect master's decision. I know you are just an inner disciple of Jin Jianfeng. I didn't know you, I thought you were a core disciple of Ziyang Peak." "Ah, that's not right. Even the core disciples of Ziyang Peak dare not question the sect master's decision. Tisk tisk, so, Senior Brother Zhao, I wonder who you are. Why are you so awesome?" Zhao Kun was furious when he heard this. He stepped forward and shouted, "What are you talking about, fatty? What does this have to do with the sect master?" Sudekwe was also completely desperate at this time, and sneered, "Junior Brother Li is indeed a 5 elements perfectionist, but he is the first outer disciple of Ziyang Peak chosen by the sect master. If you question his qualifications to become a sect disciple, you are questioning the sect master's vision and decision-making. Tisk tisk, even the leader of your Golden Sword Peak wouldn't dare to question it, but you dare." Zhao Kun's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he said in disbelief, "Fatty, don't talk nonsense. Ziyang Peak has never recruited outer disciples." Sudekwe chuckled and said, "Then go ask the sect master. I believe you have the courage to question him and the courage to ask him. Go ahead, I'll wait for your good news. This immediately stopped Zhao Kun in his tracks. He glared at Yu Hua fiercely and said, I'll naturally verify this later. Since this junior brother doesn't want to believe us, then it's up to you. After saying this, he was about to turn and leave. However, at this time, Sudekwe did not want to let him go. Sudekwe chuckled and said, by the way, junior brother Li is Elder Ye's apprentice. I believe Elder Ye is very interested in talking to Master Mo Feng after hearing about what happened to her beloved apprentice in Qingyuan Valley today. Master Mo is the master of Golden Sword Peak. Jin Jianfeng is mainly a sword cultivator, in charge of killing and punishment. Master Mo has a strong personality, which also leads to the disciples of Jin Jianfeng also liking to show off their power. Many disciples in the sect have strong opinions about the people from Jin Jianfeng. Zhao Kun turned around suddenly and said, Fatty, what do you mean? Which elder is Elder Ye? Sudekwe chuckled, which elder in the sect dares to go to Master Mo Feng? It's naturally the one from Ziwan. Hearing this, Zhao Kun's face changed drastically. This news shocked him even more than the sect recruiting people who had achieved perfection in the 5 elements. That female devil actually recruits disciples? Zhao Kun shouted, You're talking nonsense, Ye Mo. How could Elder Ye have a disciple? Sudekwe laughed strangely and said, How about you go ask Elder Ye? Regarding this matter, Li Shanjun took out something. He was also unhappy with this pretentious guy who dared to target him right away. What he took out was the token that Ye Ziwan had left behind. When Zhao Kun saw the word Ye written on the token, he finally believed it. He forced a faint smile from his gloomy face and said, Junior brother, this is all a misunderstanding. It's because of some villain that I misunderstood you. Li Shanjun said coldly, My deal with senior brother Joe has nothing to do with you guys. It's you who insisted on interfering and trying to mess with my business. You think you can just let it go with a misunderstanding? I'll go back and report to Master about what you, Jin Jianfeng, did. Hearing the strong threat in Li Shanjian's words, Zhao Kun was so angry that his teeth were about to break. A mere outer disciple in the Qi refining stage actually dared to act so presumptuously in front of him. If it were anyone else, he would have slapped the person in front of him to death. But now he doesn't dare. What if this person is really Ye Ziwan's apprentice, and he kills him? Even if he was one of the top 3 inner disciples of Jinjian Peak, Master Mo could not protect him. Thinking of this, he asked viciously, What do you want? Li Shanjun chuckled, It's not about what I want, but what you want. You want to run away after causing trouble? Do you think this is just a game? Zhao Kun's face darkened, and he said, Junior brother, we are from the same sect, so we will meet each other sooner or later. How about taking a step back and seeing the bigger picture? Li Shanjun nodded, You are right, if you take a step back, the sky will be wider. Hearing him being so sensible, Zhao Kun smiled and was about to say something, but Li Shanjian's next words made him furious. So, why don't you retreat? I won't retreat anyway. Zhao Kun stared at Li Shanjun fiercely, and Li Shanjun stared at him without giving in. Yu Hua, who was standing aside, was trembling with fear. He knew that he had a deep hatred with Li Shanjun, so he had been looking for an opportunity to kill him completely. Therefore, as soon as he entered Jinjian Peak, he tried every means to become Zhao Kun's lackey. The reason for looking for Zhao Kun is not just because Zhao Kun is so powerful. More importantly, Zhao Kun came from the royal family of the Southern Song dynasty. The Southern Song dynasty and the Eastern Tang dynasty were neighbors, and the 2 dynasties had deep hatred for each other. Even within the Xianyuan sect, practitioners selected from the 2 dynasties would compete with each other. This is why Zhao Kun wanted to suppress Li Shanjun immediately when he heard that he was from the Eastern Tang dynasty. He never expected that after just a few days of not seeing each other, Li Shanjun actually became his big shot. As a result, even the inner disciple Zhao Kun seemed to be extremely wary. Just as Yu Hua was racking his brains trying to figure out how to get through today's difficulties, Zhao Kun suddenly smiled. He said, Haha, junior brother, I apologize to you. I thought there was a scammer here just now. I'm also a member of the punishment hall. It's my job to intervene when something like this happens. But it's indeed my fault. It was my senior brother who believed the slander of the villain and acted without knowing the truth. I sincerely apologize to you. Of course, those who do such mean things will be punished accordingly. After saying that, he turned around and suddenly slapped Yu Hua in the face, who was still thinking about a solution. Bang! The slap was so powerful that it knocked Yu Hua to the ground, and his face immediately became red and swollen. Zhao Kun shouted sternly, You little bastard, how dare you gossip in front of me? Apologize to this fellow disciple from Ziyang Peak now, or I'll take you to the punishment hall. Yu Hua was confused, but when he met Zhao Kun's gloomy eyes, he reacted with a start. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. I'm sorry, senior brother Zhao, Li Shang. Senior brother Li, it was my fault. Please forgive me, I won't dare to do it again. Looking at Yu Hua, who was like a dead dog, Li Shanjun felt no emotion in his heart. This traitorous bastard doesn't deserve any sympathy at all. Although he said words of mercy, he must have hated him more and more in his heart. However, he was only able to scare the other party by relying on his master's name, so it would not be appropriate to force him too much at this time. Li Shanjun said to Zhao Kun, "Take your dog with you. I hope that as a disciple of the punishment hall, you will be fair and impartial, and not just believe everything a dog says. If this is the level, then whether the punishment hall can be fair and just, I believe the disciples in the sect will have more opinions." Damn! This bastard! Zhao Kun, an inner sect disciple, was practically being scolded by an outer sect disciple. He was almost furious. But at this moment, he could only suppress the rage in his heart and finally said, "Goodbye." Then he left without looking back. The group of lackeys surrounding him immediately followed closely behind, and Yuhua also crawled along at the end. Just like a real dog. Zhou Yang, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw this scene. That's Jin Jianfeng, the inner disciple of the punishment hall, Zhao Kun, who was in the foundation establishment stage. Although Zhou Yang is also an inner disciple of Shendan Peak, his main interest is in alchemy, and his talent is not even as good as Fatty Su. Otherwise, why could Fatty Su go to Xiang Peak while he could only stay at Shendan Peak? Ahem, senior brother Zhou, since the person who disturbed us has left, should we continue the transaction? Li Shanjun coughed lightly, interrupting Zhou Yang, who was in a daze, and asked with a smile. Of course, of course. Zhou Yang said quickly after coming back to his senses. Li Shanjun suddenly had an idea. Since he was already using Ye Ziwan's name, why not make it bigger? Two senior brothers, I wonder what medicinal pills you have on hand that you can sell. Zhou Yang and Sudekwe looked at him blankly. Li Shanjun said, I want to buy more. Sudekwe's eyes lit up, and he was the first to speak. I can sell 3 level 2 elixirs, including tempering body pills and 5 spring rain pills. I can sell 10 chi boosting pills and 10 bigu pills for the first level pills, worth 44 low-grade spirit stones. Zhou Yang also reacted and said, Junior brother, please come in quickly and choose. Since Zhou Yang dared to open the Zhou's alchemy shop, he naturally had a lot of elixirs. After listening to his introduction, Li Shanjun finally chose the Pokiao pill, Piyuan pill, and Juki pill, which were more useful to him for the time being. These are all pills that can help him increase his cultivation speed. Adding to that the purchase of the 3 flowers raindew pill, the total cost was 200 low-grade spirit stones. It was rare to see such a generous customer, so Zhou Yang also gave him a few first-level chi boosting pills. When it came time to pay, Li Shanjun took out 2 spirit stones the size of a fingernail and handed them to Zhou Yang. His eyes almost popped out. He snatched the slightly whitish medium-grade spirit stone away like a robbery. A mid-grade spirit stone. As inner disciples, they only receive dozens of low-grade spirit stones the size of a fingernail each month. When have you ever seen a mid-grade spirit stone? Medium-grade spirit stones not only contain richer and more intense spiritual energy, but more importantly, the quality of the spiritual energy is higher. It will be more helpful for those who are in the foundation building stage. Although 1 medium-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones, no one is stupid enough to do so. Suda on the side was almost dumbfounded. It feels so good to hug junior brother Li's thigh. Not only did that female devil treat him as her master, she was also so generous as to give him so many spirit stones. Is it true that being handsome means you can do whatever you want? At this moment, Suda almost admitted that he was jealous. He swore that he despised people who lived off gigolos the most in his life. At this time, Li Shanjun said to him, Brother Su, let's discuss our deal when we get back. I'll also use mid-grade spirit stones to settle the bill for you then. Sudekwe suddenly felt that people who live off women didn't seem to be bad either. By the way, do you have gold? If you do, I would also like to exchange it for some spirit stones. Li Shanjun continued to ask. Gold? Of course, how much do you want? Although Zhou Yang didn't understand why he wanted gold, he would naturally be happy to exchange it for spirit stones. I want as much as you have, Li Shanjun said arrogantly. From this moment on, a great and inhumane immortal was born. Make a fortune. Li Shanjun was shaking with excitement. There is a whole ton of gold piled up in the space of his brain. 1 ton of gold is worth at least 500 million RMB. And for all this, he only paid for a coin-sized jade stone of ordinary quality. 1 medium-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 2,000 kilograms of gold. Zhou Yang and Suda almost felt like they had made a killing. Li Shanjun almost laughed himself crazy. All in all, it's a win-win situation. The sudden windfall caused a lot of ripples in Li Shanjian's heart. At this time, he is no longer suitable to continue practicing in the world of immortal cultivation, as he is prone to developing inner demons. So, he simply returned his consciousness to the urban world. I looked at my Rolex watch and it showed that the current time was 4:04. It was still dark outside and he was about to go wash up when he suddenly thought of something. His mind moved, and a pill appeared in his hand. This is the body tempering pill he exchanged from Sudekwe. This body in the urban world is not strong. Although it doesn't have much fat, it doesn't have much muscle either. Even the overall skinny looks a bit frail. The body tempering pill has the effect of strengthening the body and improving his physical fitness in all aspects. Li Shanjun stuffed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, the effect of the pill became apparent. A hot current exploded from his abdomen, and then rushed to his internal organs, limbs, and even his entire body. The surging heat was like a hammer, constantly hammering every part of his body. This feeling, it hurts. Li Shanjun endured the pain and used his clear consciousness to continuously absorb the spiritual power from the spirit stone in his hand. Taking the body tempering pill while absorbing spiritual energy will have a better effect. Finally, after about half an hour, the heat gradually dissipated. But Li Shanjun felt extremely comfortable. It's like the feeling of relief after an extremely intense workout. When Li Shanjun used his spiritual sense to observe his sea of consciousness, he was surprised to find that he had reached the second level of Qi refining stage. The spiritual energy in Danshan is already as thick as a thumb. At this time, Li Shanjun already knew the signs of promotion to each realm. For example, by drawing spiritual energy into the body and storing it in the Danshan, one has officially entered the first level of Qi refining. Afterwards, every time it doubles in size, it is considered a promotion to a higher level, until the entire Danshan is filled with spiritual energy. If one wants to advance to the foundation building stage, one needs to build a spiritual platform in the Danshan and liquefy the spiritual energy in the body. To advance in the foundation building stage, one needs to increase the amount of spiritual fluid in the spiritual platform until it is full. The next step is to compress and solidify the liquefied spiritual energy into a golden elixir, thus reaching the golden elixir stage. Feeling the spiritual power in his Danshan, he waved his fist vigorously. At this moment, I am full of strength and can easily kill a cow with a punch. Hee, I've reached the level of a martial arts master. I'll find a boxing gym if I have the chance to test the power of my punch. Fuck, it stinks. Li Shanjun, who was feeling smug, suddenly felt his body become sticky and a foul odor came from his body. It turned out that after he used the body tempering pill, his body was tempered and some impurities were expelled. Li Shanjun couldn't bear it anymore and rushed into the bathroom immediately. Li Shanjun stood under the shower head, letting the warm water wash over his body, washing away the filth and impurities expelled by the body tempering pill. He closed his eyes, enjoying the unprecedented freshness and comfort, as if even his soul had been cleansed to an unusual purity. After taking a shower, he changed into a set of clean clothes. Although the appearance of myself in the mirror has not changed much, my skin has become whiter and my body muscles have become more distinct. It's not as exaggerated as having knotty muscles, but the lines and proportions are very beautiful, and the figure is even more perfect. Li Shanjun couldn't help but praise himself now. If I were a woman, I would fall in love with myself. After showing off for a while, Li Shanjun put on his clothes and went downstairs. Mainly because the body has been modified to be more sensitive to smells. The room still had the lingering smell of him from before, making it unbearable for him. Li Shanjun ran towards a forest park a few kilometers away. The streets were empty at this time, with only the occasional bird calls in the distance breaking the tranquility of the early morning. Li Shanjian's footsteps were light and powerful, and every step seemed to be on the clouds, without any sense of fatigue. He secretly marveled at the magical effect of the body tempering pill. The mountains in this forest park are not very high, only 300 or 400 meters, but they are also the highest mountains nearby. When Li Shanjun climbed to the top of the mountain, it was just about sunrise. Suddenly, he had an idea and found a flat stone to sit on, then closed his eyes and began to practice the Qi refining art. Before in the hotel, he did not sense the existence of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. At this moment, when heaven and earth were interacting, he finally discovered that there was a faint trace of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. It turns out that this world is not without spiritual energy, but it is too thin. Especially in big cities, they are filled with foul air. It's no wonder that after staying in the city for a long time, your health will become worse and worse and your mood will become depressed. But being in the mountains and fields will make your body and mind happy. This is because of the nourishment of spiritual energy. Li Shanjun adjusted his breathing, immersed himself in a state of emptiness, and his body began to continuously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This feeling is different from directly absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stone, and it will make him more quiet and peaceful. As his consciousness deepened, he could clearly feel the spiritual power in his body flowing slowly, nourishing every inch of his skin and every meridian like a trickle of water. He tried to guide these spiritual powers to circulate in his body. With each circulation, he felt that his body's strength was constantly increasing, and the spiritual energy in his Danshan was also slowly increasing. Finally, after he completed 36 major cycles of practice, he slowly exhaled. After this training, although he did not advance to the third level of Qi refining, the spiritual energy in his body became more and more pure. At this moment, a voice came from his ear. Haha, young man, what kind of kung fu are you practicing? Li Shanjun looked up and saw an old man with vigorous spirit, resolute expression, and a hint of iron-bloodedness. But his old face could not hide a hint of illness. He was sitting on a stone not far away, looking at Li Shanjun curiously. Seeing Li Shanjun looking at him, the old man quickly added, "Sorry, old people like to ask questions. It's okay if you are not comfortable telling me." Li Shanjun smiled and said, "Hello, old man. There's nothing bad to say. I'm practicing some simple exercises to cultivate my body and mind." The old man laughed and said, "You are too modest, little fellow. I do know a little bit about kung fu, although I cannot understand what you are practicing. But from the peaceful and harmonious aura you exuded just now, I can sense that you are indeed extraordinary." The old man looked at Li Shanjun carefully and couldn't help but admire him again. What a handsome young man. Li Shanjun smiled sheepishly and said, "Old man, you're too kind. But your vision is truly remarkable. My technique does have some special effects, but my cultivation is still shallow, and the effects cannot be fully utilized even at 1/10,000th of them." The old man was a little unconvinced. He said in surprise, "Such an impressive effect, yet it's only 1/10,000th of the effect? Could it be that you are a traditional martial artist? Ancient warrior?" This was the first time Li Shanjun heard this word in real life, and he was wondering if it was the secret family described in novels. And just at this moment, a light and pleasant voice came. "Grandpa, why did you run to the top of the mountain alone? It's so dangerous." Li Shanjun turned his head and saw a man wearing a sports top and sports shorts, revealing his impressive figure and legs as straight as lead. The long black hair that falls over the shoulders is casually tied with a leather rope, which makes her look relaxed and free yet cool. She has fair skin, delicate features, and a beautiful figure. If Yang Jingxiu is a 9-point beauty, then the person in front of him is at least 9.5 points. And she is a completely natural, technology-free stunning beauty. Qin Rong Yuan. When the old man saw the girl approaching, a kind smile appeared on his resolute face. "Haha, it's Rong Yuan. I'm just taking a walk in the mountains. What danger can there be?" The girl said, "Grandpa, you're not feeling well. You need someone to accompany you when you go out for a walk. That way, someone can take care of you." The old man pretended to be angry and said, "Hey, I've been a soldier for half my life, so I'm in good health. Besides, even if God wants to take me away, my life will be perfect." The girl said in surprise, "Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? You want to live to be 100, not 150. The old man laughed heartily. "Then wouldn't I become an old monster? Haha, cough cough." As he laughed, he started coughing, his breathing became faster, and his face began to turn red. The girl's expression changed, and she quickly patted his back and said anxiously, "Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" However, the old man's breathing became more and more rapid, and his face turned extremely red. The girl was frightened and at a loss. She frantically patted the old man, looking somewhat helpless. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded, "Girl, if you believe it, let me take a look, and you quickly notify the doctor to come over." The girl turned her head and saw a handsome boy with deep eyes, slender figure, and calm temperament looking at her gently. The boy had his back to the rising sunrise, and the warm light shone on him, as if he was a hero riding on colorful light. She was always confident in her appearance and family background, but at this moment she actually stuttered, okay. Li Shanjun took a step forward, placed his right hand on the old man's back, and secretly used his spiritual energy to sort out his chaotic blood and qi. But he is not a doctor after all, so the effect is not very obvious. Seeing that the old man was beginning to become increasingly weak and his life was in danger, the girl's face turned extremely pale and she looked at Li Shanjun with help-seeking eyes. Li Shanjun pondered for a moment and said, "I have a pill that may be able to save the old man's life. I need to ask for your opinion on whether I can give it to him." The girl nodded repeatedly, like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. Seeing this, Li Shanjun no longer hesitated. He flipped his hands and a 3-flower jade dew pill appeared in his hands. He gently pinched the old man's mouth open and used his spiritual energy to send the pill into the old man's stomach. The two of them stared at the old man closely, and the girl asked nervously, "Is that all?" This was also the first time for Li Shanjun to use this kind of medicine, and he was not sure about it, but he still looked confident on the surface. He said softly, "Don't worry, this is the 3-flower jade dew pill, a secret passed down from my master. It can cure more than 90% of the world's diseases." Hearing his superstitious tone, the girl became even more worried. At this moment, the old man's breathing suddenly slowed down, and his originally red face returned to normal. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, looked around confusedly, and said in a strong voice, "What's wrong with me?" When the girl saw the old man wake up, she threw herself on him and burst into tears. "Grandpa, you scared me to death just now." The old man helped the girl up and stood up himself, and found that his whole body was relaxed. Returning to the physical condition of 20 years ago, or even earlier, "I feel full of strength." He looked at his hands in disbelief and asked in confusion, "What just happened?" The girl asked nervously, Grandpa, how do you feel now? The old man clenched his fists vigorously, feeling the strength in his hands, and laughed heartily. Good, very good, better than ever before? Seeing that her grandfather had finally recovered, the girl nodded gratefully towards Li Shanjun and said, Handsome boy, thank you for saving my grandfather. Then the girl explained to the old man what had just happened. The old man also said to Li Shanjun with gratitude, My friend, my name is Qin Lingyun, and this is my granddaughter Qin Rongyuan. I'm so lucky to have you here today. Thank you for saving my life. Our Qin family will be grateful forever. Although I'm not afraid of death, being alive is a good thing for many people. Li Shanjun was overjoyed to see that the 3 flowers Jade pill really worked. The pills Zhou Yang and Su Dekui had made were indeed powerful. He smiled calmly and said, You are too polite, old man. I believe no one would stand idly by. I just did what I could. Qin Lingyun said in amazement, Young friend is really a remarkable person. He actually has such extraordinary medical skills. I feel like I have become decades younger. Qin Rongyuan, who was standing aside, was staring at Li Shanjun with full eyes. She hadn't seen him clearly before, but now she realized that this boy was so handsome. He has a handsome face, a slender figure, and a calm temperament, which makes people like him at first sight. In addition, just now when she was most helpless, he saved her grandfather's life like a savior. She has always been very arrogant, but for the first time, she felt a sudden surge of affection for a boy. The knowledgeable Qin Lingyun saw through his granddaughter's little thoughts at a glance. He chuckled and said, My dear, I wonder if my granddaughter could add you on WeChat so that I can have a chance to repay you. Li Shanjun heard the old man say this and immediately nodded and said, Haha, of course, but please don't mention the matter of repaying him. Qin Rongyuan blushed and took out her phone. She said in a pleasant voice, Then I'll scan you. After the two added each other on WeChat, Qin Rongyuan glanced at his circle of friends and said in surprise, Handsome guy, are you also from Huazhong University? Li Shanjun smiled and said, Yes, my name is Li Shanjun. Don't call me handsome, it feels weird. I'm a junior at Huazhong University. Qin Rongyuan said with a smile, Okay, brother Shangyan, I am also from Huazhong University, now I am a sophomore, and I am your junior. Li Shanjun smiled and said, Hello, Rongyuan Jr. Qin Lingyun looked at them with an anti-smile, which made the two of them feel a little embarrassed. Li Shanjun glanced at the sky and said with a smile, Since the old man has recovered, I will take my leave first. I have something else to do later. Qin Lingyun tried to persuade him, Friend Shangyan, how about I treat you to a meal? It's a good opportunity for you young people to communicate with each other. Although Li Shanjun also wanted to communicate more with this stunning beauty, he felt a little embarrassed with this old man acting as a light bulb. In addition, he did have something to deal with today, so he insisted on leaving. Looking at Li Shanjian's departing back, the girl stared at him with full eyes. Okay, come back, everyone has gone far away. Old Qin joked. Grandpa. Qin Rongjia said a little embarrassedly. Old Qin smiled and said, This young man has a mysterious background and possesses extraordinary skills. Rongyuan, you should get to know him more if you have the chance. Qin Rongyuan's face flushed slightly, and she said, Grandpa, what are you thinking about? And at this moment, a whistling sound was heard in the sky. A helicopter roared towards the top of the mountain and stopped not far from the two of them. Then several figures jumped down from the helicopter. One of them was wearing a white coat, and the others had resolute expressions, obviously from the military. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a serious expression and a strong aura, and was obviously someone who had been in a high position for a long time. The group went straight to Qin Lao and Qin Rongyuan. However, seeing that old Qin had a ruddy complexion and was full of energy, the middle-aged man in the lead breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Qin Rongyuan, a soft light flashed in his eyes, but he asked in a serious tone, Yuan, what's the matter? Didn't you say that the old man was not feeling well? Qin Rongyuan's expression flashed with fear, and she said, Dad, just now, Grandpa was in danger. She briefly described what had just happened, and finally said, Fortunately, it was Brother Shangyan who saved Grandpa at the critical moment. The middle-aged man glared at her and said, Yuan, how could you bring the old man to the mountains alone? It's so dangerous. Fortunately you called me just now, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Qin Rongyuan pursed her lips in grievance and said, Grandpa came here alone, or did I follow him after I discovered it? How can you blame me? At this time, old Qin glared at the middle-aged man and said, Okay, I came here by myself, are you blaming me? The middle-aged man's expression became serious, and he quickly said, Dad, I don't dare. I'm just worried about you. Then he turned to look at the old man in a white coat holding a medicine box and said respectfully, Professor Yang, thank you for your help in checking the old man's health. Professor Yang walked to Qin Lingyun's side and called softly, Mr. Qin, please. Qin Lingyun stretched out his left hand, and Professor Yang placed his hand on his pulse, half closed his eyes and took his pulse carefully. The people on the side were waiting nervously. Suddenly, "Ha!" Professor Yang let out a light exclamation and suddenly opened his half-closed eyes. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" the middle-aged man asked nervously. Old Qin is the pillar of the Qin family in Wuchen, and he is also a person with great say in China. If he becomes ill, it will be like a huge earthquake for some people. Because of this, there are always guards and health doctors following Mr. Qin. Only today, Mr. Qin suddenly had a whim and went to the forest park alone to stroll around. However, just this one time, an accident happened. Professor Yang said with a somewhat strange look on his face, "When I examined Mr. Qin before, his pulse was a little weak, but now it is beating strong and steady." The middle-aged man quickly asked, "Is this a good thing?" Professor Yang said with a puzzled look, "Of course it's a good thing, but it's very strange. This doesn't look like the pulse condition one would expect at Elder Qin's age. This is exactly like the pulse of a healthy middle-aged person." Then he took out a blood pressure monitor and measured Mr. Qin's blood pressure. His expression became even more confused. "Huh?" Mr. Qin's blood pressure was originally very high, but now it has completely returned to normal. Just like that, all of Mr. Qin's chronic illnesses have disappeared. "It's really strange," the middle-aged man said hesitantly. "Could it be that the inspection was wrong?" Professor Yang shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be wrong. To be on the safe side, let's go back and check it again." Professor Yang is a medical expert at the academician level. He is extremely proficient in both Chinese and Western medicine, and the probability of errors in the examination is almost zero. What's more, he was examining the health of a big shot like Old Qin, so he was naturally extremely cautious. Qin Lingyun and Qin Rongyuan, who heard their conversation, looked at each other, their eyes revealing shock and understanding. Qin Rongyuan was about to say something, but was stopped by Qin Lingyun, who shook his head at her. The group quickly returned to the Qin family villa by helicopter. The Qin family has complete medical equipment and a small medical team. Given Mr. Qin's status, there is naturally no need for him to go to the hospital for examination. After a series of very detailed examinations, Professor Yang and the medical team looked even more confused. "Professor Yang, what are the results of the examination?" Qin Zemming, the son of Mr. Qin, asked hurriedly. Professor Yang was silent for a moment before he said, "If they hadn't known this was Elder Qin's medical report, no doctor would have suspected it was for a man in his 20s. Qin Zemming asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Professor Yang said, "Mr. Qin is in very good health, even healthier than you." All of Mr. Qin's illnesses disappeared, and his body functions suddenly returned to their most energetic state. Normally, as people age, their organs will age, but Mr. Qin's organs are very young. This is completely different from the last time I checked. I've never seen anything so strange. At this time, Elder Qin, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke up. "Professor Yang, the inspection report should be fine. Also, I hope you can keep today's events confidential with your team." Professor Yang said with some confusion, "But Mr. Qin, we are a little worried and need to observe for a while longer." Qin Lao said, "No problem, but I still say that, don't spread a single word about me." Professor Yang's expression became serious and he nodded quickly. The struggle among the top leaders was extremely fierce. He was just a doctor and didn't want to get involved. Seeing him like this, Old Qin knew that he had misunderstood. So he smiled and explained, "Don't be nervous, and don't think too much. This is for your own good. I might have met a strange person. Now is not the time for you to know. I don't want to make him unhappy before I know his situation." Hearing him say this, Professor Yang and Qin Zemming were stunned. "Let's stop here for today. Zemming and Yuan, follow me," Old Qin said as he walked towards the study. After the three of them arrived at the study, Old Qin took a deep breath and then punched Qin Zemming, who was standing beside him. Qin Zemming subconsciously blocked it, but a huge force suddenly came over him, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Dad, you..." Qin Zemming looked at Qin Lingyun in shock, but Qin Lingyun said unhappily, "Humph. Your boxing and kicking skills have regressed quite a bit. It seems that being in a high position for so long has made you slack." If he had heard this criticism before, he would definitely have apologized. However, at this moment he was extremely shocked that his old father actually had such strength. Even though he has regressed a lot, his father is nearly 80 years old. "Dad, what's going on?" Qin Zemming asked. Qin Rongyuan, who had been holding her breath for a long time, suddenly brightened up. She said with surprise in her voice, "Grandpa, is this Brother Shang Yan's magical pill?" Qin Zemming was once again drawn to the words Brother Shang Yan. Just now on the top of the mountain, he was so worried about the old man's health that he forgot to ask in detail who this person was. Yuan, who is this Brother Shang Yan you're talking about?" Qin Rongyuan said with a smile, "He is the one who saved Grandpa. Today at the top of the mountain, Grandpa ran into a brother named Shang Yan. The two were chatting when Grandpa suddenly felt unwell. When Grandpa was getting more and more dangerous, Brother Shangyan took out a pill and said it was a secret medicine from the sect, extremely precious, and it was used to save his life. I originally thought he was a liar, but I didn't expect that after he gave Grandpa that pill, Grandpa recovered immediately. After hearing this, Qin Zemming blamed him and said, "How can you let the old man eat strangers' food casually?" Qin Lingyun glared at his son and said, "You are just a mean-spirited person. If Yuan had stopped me, I would have missed out on this great opportunity." Qin Zemming was stunned after hearing this, and asked in surprise, "Great fortune? Dad, what do you mean?" Qin Lingyun's eyes revealed a hint of yearning and seriousness. After a long while, he said, "The old man may have encountered the legendary ancient warrior." Ancient warrior? Qin Rongyuan, who was unaware of the situation, asked curiously. Qin Zemming's expression changed slightly. As a high-ranking official, he knew some of the inside story. Qin Lingyun said, "Ancient warriors are a group of people who have inherited a special martial arts tradition. After practicing their skills, they can give their mortal bodies the ability to pull thousands of pounds of strength and fly over rooftops and walls." Qin Rongyuan's eyes lit up and she said, "Isn't that the Jiangyu people in the novel?" Qin Lingyun smiled and nodded, saying, "It can be said that there are indeed people among them who have cultivated spiritual power, or what is called internal force." Qin Rongyuan asked, "Do people like this really exist? I always thought they only existed in novels." Qin Lingyun said, "Actually, 100 years ago, ancient warriors were active in the world. Even many special battles where the minority defeated the larger force were fought by these ancient warriors. 100 years ago, when the world was in turmoil, many ancient warriors took the initiative to fight for their country. During that most humiliating period of history, ancient warriors still made extremely powerful contributions to the country. Many military kings and sharpshooters are actually these ancient warriors who have joined the army. It can even be said that half of the credit for the founding of China can be attributed to them. However, the lethality of firearms and explosives is too great. Ancient martial artists need to spend decades to cultivate to the level of being able to defeat 100 enemies alone. But a mere mortal enemy can kill an ancient warrior with a gun. So after this battle, the ancient martial artists were severely damaged. Even those masters who could fight 100 people alone were almost wiped out. Many ancient martial arts traditions were cut off. Some of the remaining ancient warriors continued to return to the mountains and became unknown. The so-called greatest heroes served their country and their people. In fact, this saying is well deserved when applied to them. Listening to her grandfather telling stories about the ancient warriors, Qin Rongyuan felt a surge of yearning, admiration, and regret for them. It turns out that ancient warriors have done so many things for the country and the people, but history has no records of them. It's really a pity. She asked regretfully, "Then why is there no information about them now?" Qin Lingyun smiled and said, "Actually, they have always been here, but ancient warriors have always been relatively low-key. There are actually ancient warriors in the military and special departments now, but compared to 100 years ago, they are far inferior. It can even be said that the strength of today's ancient warriors is less than 1/10 of what it used to be. It was mainly because of the battle 100 years ago that not only the inheritance of the martial arts was cut off, but also the inheritance of some special techniques. For example, alchemy." Qin Rongyuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately said, "Is it the kind of elixir that Brother Shangyan has?" Qin Lingyun nodded, "Yes. Legend has it that 100 years ago, some ancient martial arts sects would refine some elixirs with special effects. For example, those that enhance internal strength, those that strengthen the body, those that heal injuries, and even those that I eat that save my life. This is the first time I've seen this kind of medicine in my nearly 80 years of life. The efficacy of this medicine is truly extraordinary. If we can establish a good relationship with Li Shanjun, then perhaps we can cooperate with the sect behind him." Qin Zemming's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said, "Dad, you are right. If their sect can take out one, they can take out more. Then how should we treat Li Shanjun?" Qin Lingyun smiled and said, "Of course I treat him with courtesy. He was able to take out this precious elixir without hesitation when the old man was on the verge of death. This shows that he has a pure nature and is worthy of being an ancient warrior." Qin Lingyun seemed to have a very good impression of these ancient warriors and couldn't help but admire them. He continued, "The reason I want to temporarily block this information is because I'm worried that little friend Li Shanjun will be troubled. Although he is an ancient warrior, if someone with bad intentions knows about it, he might be in danger. A common man is innocent, but he who possesses the treasure is guilty. No matter how strong he is personally, he is still an ant in front of certain powerful people." Having said that, he seemed extremely dissatisfied with the behavior of some people. Qin Rongyuan's face changed when she heard this, and she said with great concern, Grandpa, isn't Brother Shangyan in danger? What should we do?" "You have to send someone to protect him. He is your savior." Qin Lingyun laughed heartily when he saw her anxious look. Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Qin Zemming, who was standing aside, felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten something in a rice field. His beloved little girl actually started to worry about another man. Even if that man is the Qin family's benefactor, one thing is one thing. He still feels a little sour and unhappy. If he gets a chance, he wants to see this bastard. He actually won over his beloved girl's heart with just one encounter. When he opens his mouth, he is brother Shang Yan. When he closes his mouth, he is brother Shang Yan. Snort. Doesn't she have a brother? No, I have to let my son Qin Huaitian find out what kind of person this guy is. While he was thinking, old Master Qin continued, haha, don't worry, with me here, no one can touch him. Besides, he is not a simple character. Ordinary people can't do anything to him. However, Yuan, you could spend more time with him. Young people always have more common topics. Hearing this, Qin Zemming was a little unhappy. He said, Dad, you are not selling. Ha! Qin Lingyun glared at him and said, who are you? Am I selling my granddaughter? Qin Rongyuan blushed and said, Dad, how can you say that? Hearing this, Qin Zemming felt even more tired. It's over, this little cotton-padded jacket has completely fallen. Qin Lingyun said, if Li Shanjian's sect really masters this alchemy technique, then his importance will be unparalleled. Even if they don't have this kind of skills, I think Li Shanjian's friend is very good and worthy of Yuan. Qin Rongyuan's face turned even redder, and she asked in surprise, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Qin Zemming no longer wanted to care about his daughter's little thoughts at this time. He knew that this matter was serious. He asked, if that elixir is really that effective, will his sect agree to cooperate with us? Qin Lingyun said, so we need to take this matter step by step. If such a precious elixir can be promoted, it will benefit both the country and the people. Although our pursuit of this elixir is a bit dishonest and even a bit of moral kidnapping, but this elixir is indeed too important. I will definitely get them preferential treatment. This is what we, and even the country, owe them. Qin Zemming continued to ask, but what if this kind of medicine requires some very rare or even extinct medicinal materials? Qin Lingyun smiled and said, now that our country is developed, agricultural technology and genetic technology have also achieved good results. As long as they are willing to cooperate, even if it means mobilizing the entire nation, we must support the research and development of this elixir. Okay, whether we can cooperate or not, we must maintain a good relationship with Li Shanjun. When he needs it, our Qin family will do everything in our power to help him and we must win his friendship. Qin Zemming said, okay, Dad, I'll also talk to my eldest brother, second brother, and Xiaotian. Qin Lingyun nodded and said, keep it confidential, but also be careful about the situation. Qin Zemming hesitated for a moment and then asked again, Dad, do you think I can investigate him? Qin Lingyun thought for a while, then said, don't follow him, he is an ancient warrior and his perception is very strong. However, we can learn about his basic situation through other channels, which will help us better grasp the appropriate measures. Li Shanjun, who was attending class at school, had no idea that his unintentional action would cause so much speculation and misunderstanding in the eyes of some important figures. Fortunately, the Qin family is relatively upright. If he met someone with bad intentions, he would probably encounter a lot of trouble. However, he was not at ease at this time and encountered some troubles. He has been surrounded by 3 female classmates. They were Yu Wei, Zhao Qing, and Chen Qian from the Merchant Pursuers Alliance. At this time, the 3 women fully displayed their respective characteristics. Those with long legs wore hot pants, those with big breasts wore low-waist tops, and those who were beautiful wore some dressing up. The little beauties, who originally scored around 7 points, have had their looks elevated to a higher level because of their own outstanding features. Many boys in the class kept looking at Li Shanjun and the 3 beauties. I couldn't help but feel secretly jealous. Li Shanjun, that bastard, had just finished taking advantage of the class beauty, and now 3 more potential class beauties came up to him. How the hell are other boys supposed to live like this? Xie Junli, Zheng Yuan, and Fan Yi, who were originally sitting with Li Shanjun, were also pushed aside by the 3 women. The 3 stuffy men couldn't help but whisper to each other, holy crap, the boss is awesome. A girl came up to him so soon? Hey, these 3 are Wu Yushin's roommates. I think there's going to be something interesting to watch. Tisk tisk, the Land Rover is still attractive. They seemed to be mocking the boss yesterday, but I didn't expect them to change so quickly. Hey, have you noticed that the boss has become more handsome again? Oh my god, it's true. How come you feel so much better after not seeing each other for one night? You said, is it, he? Shit, another day of envying the boss's life. Wu Yushin, who was sitting in the back row of the classroom, had a dark look on her face. Since yesterday, she felt that something was wrong with her 3 best friend and roommates. When they came to class today, she also invited them to come together in Luo Junwei's car. Unexpectedly, they refused, saying that they didn't want to be their third wheel. Good job. So this is what they were planning. She went straight to her ex-boyfriend. Especially Yu Wei and Chen Qian, those 2 shameless people. Both of them pressed tightly against Li Shanjun, wishing they could stick to him. Zhao Qing, on the other hand, had a coquettish smile on her face, as if she was telling her ex-boyfriend something funny. Finally, Wu Yushin couldn't bear it anymore, so she stood up and left, walking out of the classroom without looking back. However, Li Shanjun did not notice Wu Yushin's expression in the back row, and was confused at this time. 3 passionate female classmates kept whispering in his ears. "Hey, Shangyan, what skincare products did you use? Why does your skin seem to be getting better? Yeah, I find you more handsome. Shangyan, what do you want to do after class? Do you want to have dinner together? Yeah, that's right. After dinner we can go sing together. The 3 of us beauties will sing with you. Don't you like singing? Why don't you go to the internet cafe and play games? Or we can find a fun place." He also regretted being so high profile, which ended up attracting 3 female fairies. He really wanted to shout for help. Oh my god, this was the first time he realized that it was really hard to resist when a girl took the initiative. If it were the old him, he wouldn't mind having in-depth conversations with them. But now he has seen too many beauties, so how could he be interested in these girls who score more than 7 points? Yang Jingxiu alone could easily defeat these 3 slightly pretty female classmates. He is not that beast like Luo Junwei. In order to achieve the goal of killing 100 people, he wants to touch any woman. After all, he is a young man with a lot of firepower and it is really hard for him to handle it. Li Shanjun had a very painful class. Finally, the get out of class was over. He immediately dodged and escaped from the 3 women at an extremely fast speed. He left the classroom immediately after saying, "I have something urgent to deal with," without even having time to say hello to his 3 good friends. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Although the 3 women failed to encircle the enemy, they did not care at all. Instead, they acted as if they had won the first battle. "Hee, look at how cute Shangyan looked just now," Zhao Qing said with a smile. "He can resist our temptation, which shows that he is still very innocent. It is rare to find such a boy." Yu Wei also said. "Only that fool Wu Yushin would kick him out," Chen Qianqian said with a mocking look on her face. "Yes. However, although Li Shanjun was very shy just now, we will definitely be able to defeat him in time." Yu Wei smiled mysteriously. "Oh, what do you mean?" Zhao Qing asked curiously. Yu Wei whispered to the 2 of them, "I feel it. You actually got to eat all by yourself." Chen Qianqian was instantly jealous. Li Shanjun, who had just escaped from the entanglement of 3 women and had not yet recovered, found a girl in a white dress standing in front of his car. It was his ex-girlfriend, Wu Yushin. Seeing that she was actually waiting for him, Li Shanjun frowned and walked around to the other side to get in the car. Unexpectedly, Wu Yushin ran in front of him, blocked him, and said, "Li Shanjun, I regret it. Let's get back together." To be honest, she really regretted it. Only after being with Luo Junwei did she realize how good Li Shanjun was. Luo Junwei has nothing except a little money. Not only are the people ugly, but the time and length are also very short. What's more important is that he flirts with other girls from time to time. On the other hand, Li Shanjun is not only handsome and has a good figure, he is devoted to her and is doing well. Now he is still very rich and all his shortcomings have been made up. What I didn't expect was that right after I broke up, many girls came up to me. Only then did Wu Yushin realize how wrong she was. She lost a big treasure, so the moment she walked out of the classroom just now, she thought of coming to Li Shanjun to reconcile. Wu Yushin felt that since this was the first time she had been begging for peace in a humble manner, Li Shanjun would definitely be soft-hearted. After all, she had been impatient with Li Shanjun countless times and even wanted to break up, but he would always find ways to win her back. However, hearing Wu Yushin's expression that she would definitely agree, Li Shanjun smiled and said in a calm tone, "Wu Yushin, we've broken up and we each have our own lives. Please stop interfering with me, okay? Be a quiet ex-girlfriend, it's decent for everyone." Hearing this familiar sentence, Wu Yushin couldn't remember where she heard it, but she still said unwillingly, "Li Shanjun, you are my first love, and I am your first love. Did you let yourself be seduced by Yu Wei and those vixens so quickly?" Li Shanjun was almost laughing out of anger. "Wu Yushin, please stop joking with me. Who betrayed who first?" Wu Yushin said with a look of grievance, "I just accepted some gifts from Luo Junwei, how can it be considered betrayal?" Li Shanjun sneered, "Really? You guys had a lot of fun at the Denglaxi Hotel." Wu Yushin said sadly, We just stayed there for one night, nothing happened at all. You have to believe me, I have never done anything to offend you. As long as you get back together with me, I'll do whatever you want." Li Shanjun has completely lost his patience with her. Stayed one night, nothing happened. Whoever believes this is a minotaur. Li Shanjun said, "It's impossible to get back together. We're over. Don't look for me in the future, and I won't look for you either." After saying that, he reached out and pushed Wu Yushin away, got in the car and started the car. Wu Yushin said, "Li Shanjun, are you so heartless? Li Shanjun glanced at her and said, I didn't want to say this originally, but since you say I'm heartless, let me ask you, if I were still a poor boy, would you regret it? Would you get back together with me? You don't have to answer me. You and I both know the answer. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and the car slowly drove away, leaving Wu Yushin with a pale face and a look full of regret. After returning to the courtyard in the world of immortal cultivation, Li Shanjun first checked the spiritual energy in his body. With the help of high-quality spirit stones, the efficiency is extremely high. Although the spiritual energy in his danshan now only occupies a small corner. If we calculate the proportion, it may be around 4%. But Li Shanjun knew that he had reached the 4th level of qi refining stage. With each level of qi refining, the amount of spiritual energy in the danshan will double, showing a geometric growth. This is why the difficulty of cultivation increases in the later stages, and it takes countless hours to polish the spiritual energy in the body. For ordinary disciples of the sect, 1 or 2 months to advance to the next level is considered fast. However, Li Shanjun advanced 1 level per day, mainly because he had the bonus of high-quality spirit stones for his cultivation. Seeing that the time was almost up, he immediately used the magic of speed. Just a few minutes later, he arrived at Purple Garden. However, when Li Shanjun saw the red color of the wall and the words Hong Yuan written on the plaque, his heart skipped a beat. Oh my god, Master is wearing a red dress today. Thinking of the illusion he encountered last time he entered the red garden, he was still frightened. Especially the free fall was really scary. Li Shanjun gently pushed open the door and saw that it was still the same cliff. He stretched out his foot to test it and found that it was solid. He felt a little relieved. Finally, there is no illusion this time. Li Shanjun walked forward step by step. However, after taking a few steps, the scenery in front of me suddenly changed. He was originally in the clouds, but suddenly he was in the yellow sand. Okay, I'm here after all. Master likes to use formations. Let me see what happens this time. Li Shanjun smiled bitterly. He then continued walking towards the desert ahead, but before he had taken 2 steps, a warning sign suddenly arose in his heart. Li Shanjun didn't think about where the danger came from, and immediately used the magic of speed to leap backwards. Just as he jumped away, a long strip of something came out from the ground and pulled towards him. Bang! If Li Shanjun had been a little slower, he would have been hit by this blow and would have been seriously injured if not killed. Li Shanjian's face changed drastically. Is this guy serious? At this time, he could see clearly that the long object was actually a dragon made of sand. The earth dragon missed the first attack and suddenly emerged from the soil again, attacking Li Shanjun again. Wooden shield. Li Shanjun did not dare to be careless and immediately performed the skills recorded in King Yugong. The first thing he remembered was the law that wood overcomes earth, so he used the wood-based technique. Boom! The earth dragon's attack was so powerful that it knocked Li Shanjun flying. Fortunately, he was not hurt. The earth dragon did not stop attacking and continued to hit Li Shanjun. Damn it, do you really think I'm a spinning top and want to whip me hard? Li Shanjun also became angry immediately. Hundreds of vines entangled. His spiritual energy transformed into branches and attached to the earth dragon, while his body used the magic of movement to constantly change its position. After those branches fell on the earth dragon, they actually grew branches rapidly, as if eroding the spiritual power of the earth dragon. After a while, the earth dragon seemed to be squeezed dry. After twitching a few times, its body dissipated and turned into a pile of mud. Li Shanjun breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He had consumed a lot of spiritual energy in this battle. However, before he could be happy, he saw 2 more earth dragons crawling out of the soil. Fuck, no moral ethics. While dodging, Li Shanjun quickly used wood-based magic to fight the 2 earth dragons. After expending a lot of his spiritual energy, he finally destroyed the 2 earth dragons. 4 more earth dragons emerged from the soil. Li Shanjun was completely desperate this time. Master, help! However, Ye Ziwan did not show up, so Li Shanjun had to continue fighting hard. But at this moment, there was very little spiritual energy left in his body. After he finished fighting 1 earth dragon, he was hit by another earth dragon. His body flew directly into the air, and then another earth dragon wrapped around his body. Li Shanjun suddenly remembered what Ye Ziwan in the red skirt had said. Then, he immediately shouted, Master, I am conquered by you. Just after he shouted this, the scenery in front of him changed again. The earth dragon dissipated and the yellow sand in the sky disappeared. Then he found himself back in the bamboo forest. The traces of his fight with the earth dragon had disappeared. Only the spiritual power in his body has been completely consumed. It shows that the battle just now was not completely fake. He smiled bitterly. The master in the red skirt was just naughty. Before Li Shanjun walked into the purple attic, he found that the peerless master in a red dress was sitting on a swing. It kept swaying, and the red skirt looked like a ball of fire. The short whip in his hand also swung along. Ye Ziwan looked at Li Shanjun with a playful expression and asked, "How do you feel?" Li Shanjun immediately bowed in admiration. Master is so powerful that he can easily control this disciple. Ye Ziwan's lips curled up slightly, and then she said, "With your mediocre level, if you can still break out of the formation, how can I, your teacher, have the face to teach you?" She then took another closer look at Li Shanjun and said, "However, what surprised me is that you were able to reach the 4th level of the Qi refining stage solely with the Qi refining art. Your talent is beyond my expectations." At this time, Ye Ziwan was still quite surprised. Is this disciple really perfect in the 5 elements? How can one cultivate faster than the geniuses in the sect? Li Shanjun smiled innocently. "It's all thanks to Master's good teaching." Ye Ziwan tapped him with her short whip and said, "You sly fellow. What did you realize just now?" Li Shanjun thought for a moment and said, "Did you just use the formation to perform the Earth Dragon art?" Ye Ziwan said, "Not bad, he has some talent." Ye Ziwan nodded with satisfaction, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. Then she jumped lightly and landed gracefully from the swing. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, like a blooming red lotus, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. She walked slowly towards Li Shanjun, her tone serious. "The Earth Dragon art is the best of the earth-based magic of my Zixiao sect. It can condense earth-based spiritual energy into a dragon, combining offense and defense, and is extremely powerful. Practicing the Earth Dragon art also requires extremely stringent environmental requirements. It's best to find the power of the earth veins, so that the speed of cultivation will be accelerated." Li Shanjun asked, "Then can we use spirit stones?" Ye Ziwan smiled upon hearing this. The spiritual power contained in the spirit stone has no attributes, and anyone from any walk of life can practice it. Especially for someone like you who possesses all 5 elements, it is actually most suitable to use spirit stones for cultivation. But where can we get so many spirit stones to support your cultivation now? Li Shanjun felt relieved when he heard this. As long as he could use spirit stones to practice, it would be fine. The last thing he lacked now was spirit stones. Afterwards, Ye Ziwan began to explain the key points of practicing Earth Dragon art. After finishing his talk, he still did not let Li Shanjun practice earth-based spiritual power, but instead asked him to start practicing the techniques recorded in the Earth Dragon Sutra. This exchange took up the entire morning. After Li Shanjun left, Ye Ziwan in the red skirt chuckled. "This little disciple is quite interesting. He seems to have good talent and is making rapid progress. It seems that the sect master's uncle made a mistake this time. In the outer disciple competition 3 months later, he might make a big splash." As she spoke, her eyes rolled, and she muttered to herself, "There will be gambling during the sect competition. Why don't I take the opportunity to make a big bet? Well, but before that, I have to let my little apprentice hide his shortcomings so that I can make a big deal. Hee, I really am a genius." Li Shanjun naturally didn't know that his beloved master was going to use his cultivation to trick a group of people. After returning to his own courtyard, he continued to practice in an orderly manner. Fatty Su next door was not at home either. He seemed to be busy with contribution points for the section. "Although I made a lot of spirit stones from a transaction with Li Shanjun yesterday, contribution points are also necessary." Li Shanjun knew few people at this time, so there was no need for him to engage in ineffective socializing. In any era and any world, people not only pay attention to matching family backgrounds, but also to social circles. He is only in the Qi refining stage now. If he tries to make friends with those inner disciples, he will end up getting into trouble. Therefore, he understood that his task at this stage was to practice. Now he knows the art of walking, and some spells of fire, earth, and wood. There are about a dozen or so techniques in total, but he is not very proficient in using them. He spent the afternoon contemplating the techniques. After Li Shanjun returned to the urban world, he unexpectedly received a call from Yang Jingxiu. "Boss, the company has been registered and the business license has been obtained," Yang Jingxiu said excitedly on the phone. Li Shanjun, who had just woken up, was stunned when he heard this. "So soon? It takes about 1 or 2 weeks to register a company normally, and even if you find a scalper, it still takes a week." Yang Jingxiu said happily, "Yes, I don't know why, but someone from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau suddenly called me today and told me to get a business license." Li Shanjun said, "That's good. Where are you now?" "I just got the certificate and found the office I'm interested in. I'm just waiting for you to come and see it, boss," Yang Jingxiu reported in a serious manner. Li Shanjun said, "Okay, send me the address and I'll go take a look." Half an hour later, Li Shanjun drove his car to the agreed place, which was Wangba Square in the city center. From a distance, Li Shanjun saw Yang Jingxiu and a good-looking girl standing on the side of the road. He quickly drove over and honked the horn, and Yang Jingxiu immediately noticed Li Shanjun in the car. She jumped up excitedly and shouted, "Boss, here." It's just that the amplitude of her jumping was a little too big, and Li Shanjun was immediately attracted by the surging waves. Yang Jingxiu seemed to notice that the boss's gaze was focused on the most prominent part of her, and her face turned slightly red. but I felt both shy and happy in my heart. It turns out that he likes it here. Li Shanjun coughed lightly and said that he would park the car first to cover up his embarrassment. Oh my god, I was peeking at my own employees and seemed to have been discovered. The girl next to her is a real estate rental agent named Zhao Yu. When she saw Li Shanjun driving over in a Land Rover, she had a deeper understanding of his strength and became more concerned about this business. Originally, the manager of the real estate rental company thought that Yang Jingxia looked young and her gestures did not seem like those of a rich person, so he thought that this business deal was just a formality. So the manager sent Zhao Yu, a rookie who had just graduated, to receive the guests. Zhao Yu had no high hopes at first and just wanted to familiarize herself with the business. Unexpectedly, there seemed to be a powerful boss behind that beautiful sister. When Li Shanjun parked the car and walked over, Yang Jingxiu and Zhao Yu found that the man in front of them was really handsome. Yang Jingxiu exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Boss, why do I feel like you've become more handsome?" Li Shanjun laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Maybe it's because I'm in a good mood when I'm happy. I have a beautiful and capable assistant like you, so I'm in a particularly good mood." Yang Jingxiu blushed a little when he praised her, while Zhao Yu on the side looked at Yang Jingxiu with envy. It must be a happy thing to work with such a handsome boss. Even if the work is hard, or being worked on is hard, it's all the same. Thinking of this, Zhao Yu's face suddenly turned red and she felt her legs go a little weak. Li Shanjun and Yang Jingxiu were both puzzled when they saw the intermediary girl suddenly blush. Zhao Yu also reacted and said hurriedly with a stutter, "Mr. Li, Mr. Li, Ms. Yang, please follow me. I will take you to see the house." Li Shanjun thought the young lady had just taken over the business and was not very experienced, so he did not embarrass her. Instead, he said gently, "Thank you for your hard work." The place Zhao Yu recommended was not in an office building, but a standalone house with a sense of history. Once she returned to her professional field, she immediately regained her composure and patiently introduced, "Mr. Li, this is an old house with a history of over 100 years. After several renovations, the facilities inside are very complete and modern. This building has 5 floors, 2 underground and 3 above ground, with a total area of more than 920 square meters, of which 520 square meters are above ground. More importantly, it has an excellent location, right in the city center and on the riverbank. The scenery is outstanding, and it's one of the few standalone houses in the city." After taking a careful look around, Li Shanjun was very satisfied with the building. He asked, "This building is really nice, so why hasn't it been rented out before?" Zhao Yu said honestly, "This owner's asking price is quite high. He wants 3 million yuan in rent a year." Li Shanjun was stunned. "That's a bit high. Although this place and this building are nice, the price is 3 to 4 times the rent of the office building next door." Zhao Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, when this building was first launched, it attracted countless people to come and see it, but in the end, the deal fell through due to the price. The building has been empty for several months, but the owner has been reluctant to lower the price, but recently seems to be relenting." Li Shanjun casually asked, "Why?" Zhao Yu said, "The previous owner was quite wealthy, but it seems that his business has had some problems recently, so his funds are a bit tight." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he asked, "Xiao Zhao, do you think the owner of this building is willing to sell it?" Zhao Yu was stunned when he heard this. "Sell? Do you want to buy? I'm afraid the price won't be cheap." Li Shanjun laughed and said, "Money is not a problem. Can you ask him if he is willing to sell it and how much is the price?" Zhao Yu nodded quickly, then walked aside to make a phone call. Li Shanjun took Yang Jingxiu to continue looking at this old house, and they liked it more and more. Yang Jingxiu, who was standing by, asked in shock, "Boss, are you really going to sell this building?" Li Shanjun smiled and said, "Since you like it, why not buy it?" This sentence made Yang Jingxiu completely confused. It feels like Li Shanjun is shopping in a mall. When he sees clothes he likes, he buys them. But this is a building. At this moment, Zhao Yu came over with a look of excitement and trepidation, and said to Li Shanjun, "Mr. Li, the owner agrees to sell, but..." Li Shanjun raised his eyebrows when he heard this and asked, "But what?" Zhao Yu said, "But the owner's asking price is a bit high, 100 million yuan. Before Li Shanjun could say anything, Yang Jingxiu exclaimed, 100 million? Just for this shabby house?" In her eyes, although this building is nice, it is already an old house. However, the price of 100 million yuan is equivalent to a unit price of about 110,000 yuan per square meter. This is Wuchen, not Shanghai or Beijing. The most expensive house in Wuchen is no more than 100,000 yuan per square meter, so this price is indeed a bit sky high. Li Shanjun pondered for a moment and said, "This price is indeed a bit high. My reserve price is 90 million. If you can negotiate a price below 90 million, or any lower, I'll give you a 50% bonus. In other words, if you can negotiate for 80 million, I'll give you a 5 million reward." Hearing this, Zhao Yu's eyes widened and she asked in disbelief, Mr. Li, are you serious?" Li Shanjun smiled and said, "Of course, I'll give you a week. I hope you can give me good news within a week." "What I just said, I can write it into the contract." Zhao Yu was once again shocked by Li Shanjian's generosity. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Okay, Mr. Li, I promise to complete the task." Li Shanjun smiled and left with Yang Jingxiu. Zhao Yu immediately reported this big news to her manager. Such a major project was no longer something that a newly graduated girl like her could decide. It would take the efforts of the entire company, or at least their branch, to accomplish this. Note, in this fictional world, gold can be bought and sold freely, and it is not illegal. If your ancestors inherited a ton of gold in real life, please remember to hand it over to the country and not keep it for yourself. Otherwise, you'd be happy to get a pair of silver bracelets and spend more than a decade working on a sewing machine. Yang Jingxiu, who was sitting in the car, was still not calm. She turned her head to look at Li Shanjian's perfect profile. With a hint of shock in his tone, he asked, "Boss, do you really want to buy that building?" Li Shanjian nodded, "Of course, do you think I'm teasing them?" Yang Jingxia still couldn't understand the mentality of these rich people. "But, that's 90 million, do you have that much money?" Li Shanjian said in a very firm tone, "No." "Ah." Yang Jingxia was stunned. She had just asked casually and had never thought that Li Shanjian would be short of money. But she was really shocked to hear this answer. "What will you do if you don't have money?" "It's coming soon." "Ah. I need to sell some gold." "How many?" "About a ton." "How many?" This time, Yang Jingxiu's tone was even more shocked. The wide red lips can fit a cucumber. Li Shanjun glanced at her, a smile flashed across his face. She was so beautiful. "What do you think? Do you think there is any gold shop that can take it over?" Li Shanjun asked. Yang Jingxia frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Such a large quantity, I'm afraid no gold shop can handle it all at once. But it can be divided into several gold shops and sold." Li Shanjun agreed and said, "Okay, let's sell it to each family for 200 kilograms of gold. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if the amount is too small." Yang Jingxiu felt a little numb. It turns out that transactions below 100 million yuan are a bit troublesome. She really wanted to take the trouble a few more times. Yang Jingxiu said, "Zhou Xiaosheng, is that okay? I know a senior executive at the Wuchen branch and I can talk to him." "No problem," Li Shanjun said without comment. Yang Jingxiu immediately took out her cell phone and contacted the senior executive who had only liked the post on WeChat Moments. After all, she was just a small store manager. How could she dare to chat with others for no reason? However, the senior executive had some impression of Yang Jingxiu. When he learned that she had brought a big client, he quickly expressed his welcome and said he had time to receive her. Li Shanjun immediately drove to the headquarters of Zhou Xiaosheng's Wuchen branch, which happened to be located in the city center, and it only took a dozen minutes to get there. "Mr. Ji, this is my boss, Mr. Li." Yang Jingxiu politely introduced the two parties. Ji Kairan is a woman about 37 or 38 years old, with fair skin, short and neat hair, and a slightly tight white shirt that highlights her figure. The moment he saw her, a word flashed through Li Shanjian's mind, familiar. Yang Jingxiu is superior to Mr. Ji in terms of appearance, figure, and age. But she has an advantage that Yang Jingxiu cannot match, and that is maturity. Ji Kairan saw that Li Shanjun was actually a young man in his early 20s, and he was too handsome. A sense of vigilance suddenly arose in her heart. This guy, isn't he a liar? Nowadays, many young people rely on their good looks to cheat people everywhere, especially targeting girls from decent families. Just like her ex-husband, she was attracted by his handsome and wealthy appearance at that time. Who knew that bastard looked so good on the outside, but was actually all fake? The villa is rented, and the car is also rented. He is also a deadbeat who cheats people everywhere. After they got married, he immediately secretly took her ID card to the bank and borrowed a huge sum of money. He also said that he had to go on a business trip for a while, but he disappeared. It was not until one day the bank informed her that her loan was overdue that she realized she had been deceived into marriage and loan fraud. What made her even more angry was that after calling the police, she found out that she was not the only victim. It turns out that that bastard is not only with her, but is also with other women at the same time. They all use this routine to cheat men for money and sex, and there are even foolish women who firmly believe that they are the main wife and the others are mistresses. However, that bastard disappeared from the face of the earth. Ji Kairan herself took on a debt of millions and worked hard for more than 10 years to pay off the debt. Along the way, even though she had a good appearance and a great figure, and had many suitors around her, she never fell in love again. Ji Kairan remembered the little girl in front of her named Yang Jingxiu. She was very similar to her in the past, both so enterprising. The two did not have much private communication, but she knew some things about Yang Jingxiu and felt sympathy for some of her experiences. And now, this little girl seems to be following her old path, being deceived into resigning by a bastard with sweet words. Now, she even brought this bastard in front of her to cheat her? Boss G? Yang Jingxia saw that Ji Kairan seemed to be in a daze since he saw Li Shanjun, and couldn't help but remind him. She cursed in her heart, what a charming bastard the boss is. Even the Iron Lady of Zhou Xiaosheng's Wuchen branch fell in love with her the first time they met? Ji Kairan seemed to come back to his senses, but did not greet the boss Li Shanjun. Instead, he turned to Yang Jingxiu and asked, Xiao Yang, why did you quit your job out of the blue? Are you unhappy in the company? Li Shanjun and Yang Jingxiu were a little stunned. Why did President Ji disregard workplace etiquette and talk about personal matters? But Yang Jingxiu still answered, because the boss gives a lot. Li Shanjian's mouth twitched. He thought Yang Jingxiu would say that the pie he drew was very filling. At the very least, you can say that you are impressed by the boss's charm. I didn't expect it to be so real. Too careless. However, Ji Kairan became more and more certain that the little girl had been deceived. She said seriously, Xiao Yang, we women must be extremely wary of men, especially those who are sweet-talking. We must be especially careful. Yang Jingxiu and Li Shanjun were even more confused. What does this Mr. Ji mean? Rhetoric? Yang Jingxiu was a little amused and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did President Ji suddenly tell her these inexplicable things? But suddenly, she remembered the rumors about President Ji. She suddenly felt warm in her heart. Although President Ji was not familiar with her, he would rather sacrifice his performance than not remind her. Yang Jingxiu originally thought that President Ji was a little bit crazy, but now she thinks she is a good person. So, she said, Boss Ji, don't worry, my boss treats me very well and is not a liar. Seeing this, Ji Kairan felt that the little girl in front of him was doomed and was in deep trouble. These young girls who are inexperienced, pretty and not well educated are often the ones who are deceived the most and suffer the most. Ji Kairan even felt that he had an obligation to save the little girl in front of him from the dire situation. She said seriously, Xiao Yang, the sweeter a man's words are and the more handsome he looks, the more you should be wary. They start out with sweet words and promise you a great future, but when it comes down to it, nothing happens and they even keep emptying your wallet. To be frank, I've been through this before, and I really can't bear to see you follow my path and lose both your money and your life. Yang Jingxia said obediently, the boss is not like that, he gave me money. Ji Kairan looked heartbroken and said, give money? How much can you give? This is all his tricks to lure you into taking the bait. Yang Jingxiu said, no. The boss gave me 1 million. Ji Kairan said, 10,000 is also considered, how much? 1 million. Ji Kairan felt a little numb. He asked suspiciously, really, 1 million? Yang Jingxia nodded and said, yeah, but it was lent to me for my mother's medical treatment. Li Shanjun on the side finally reacted. Good job. This woman, who is as ripe as a peach, is actually a kind-hearted person. It's quite interesting. When Ji Kairan saw Li Shanjun looking at her with a half-smile on his face, her face suddenly turned red. It's me who's meddling in other people's business. She laughed at herself. Yang Jingxia stepped forward, took her hand and said, Mr. Ji, thank you for your concern for me. After coughing lightly, Ji Kairan asked, Mr. Li, right? Why are you here today? Seeing that they had finally returned to the main topic, Li Shanjun finally said, Mr. Ji, I have a batch of gold that I want to sell to you. Returning to his professional field, Ji Kairan immediately regained his capable demeanor. Gold? How much do you have? 200 kilograms. If you want more, we can talk about it. Li Shanjun said lightly. How much? Ji Kairan suddenly opened his eyes wide, suspecting that there was something wrong with his ears. 200, Jin. Li Shanjun said in a confirming tone, you can also use the most advanced equipment to test it. Oh, by the way, I met Jingxia before because I sold some gold to her. Ji Kairan then remembered that some time ago one of the company's branches had received a batch of gold at a very favorable price. At first I was worried that the gold was fake, but after testing it in countless ways, I found that it was indeed real. Ji Kairan immediately smiled and said, so that batch of gold was provided by Mr. Li. Since we have a basis for cooperation, he is naturally trustworthy. Li Shanjun asked, how much can you solve? Ji Kairan thought for a moment and said, your batch of gold is indeed a lot, but Zhou Xiaosheng Gold is also a strong chain gold store. As long as the price is right, we can also take 200 kilograms of gold. However, if the number is larger, it may be a bit difficult. We can only negotiate with the group headquarters, but our headquarters is in Beijing. Li Shanjun said, okay, then I'll sell you 200 kilograms first. Is it convenient to test the gold now? Of course. But where is your gold? I'll take you there. Wait until Li Shanjun brings Ji Kairan, Yang Jingxiu, and Zhou Xiaosheng Huangjin staff to the underground garage. Li Shanjun opened the trunk, picked up a black bag, and said, let's go. Ji Kairan was stunned, where are the things? Li Shanjun patted the black bag in his hand and said, here, spread? Maya. Everyone was shocked. How could he just casually put something as valuable as gold in the trunk of his car? 200 kilograms of gold. It's worth at least 100 million yuan. Just throw it in the trunk of the car like garbage? Are all rich people so willful? Suddenly, Ji Kairan felt something was wrong. She asked, didn't you say there were 200 kilograms? Li Shanjun carried 200 kilograms of things in his hand as if it were 20 kilograms, no less heavy than 20 kilograms. She felt like she was being tricked. Li Shanjun smiled and said, there are 200 kilograms here. How is that possible? No one believed it. Li Shanjun was stunned, then realized that he was now a little Superman. With a punch that has the force of thousands of pounds, it is indeed easy for him to lift a 200-pound object, and the others are just mortals. Haha, I was born with supernatural powers. If you don't believe me, why don't you try it? Li Shanjun said with a smile. As he said this, he put the bag of gold on the ground, making a clang sound of metal collision. A Zhou Xiaosheng gold staff member nearby went forward to lift it, but found that he couldn't lift it. It's so heavy. Even Ji Kairan went forward to try it and found that it was really heavy. Let's go. Li Shanjun stepped forward and picked it up easily. Everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. Back at Zhou Xiaosheng Gold's testing room, everyone looked at the pile of gold with a hint of fascination in their eyes. Gold is really beautiful. It takes a lot of time to test so much gold. It took a full hour to complete the testing of all 200 kilograms of gold. After receiving the test report, Ji Kairan took a look at it and a smile immediately appeared on his face. If this deal is successful, it will bring tens of millions in profits to the company. At this moment, the look in Ji Kairan's eyes when he looked at Li Shanjun was no longer the disgust he felt when he looked at a scumbag, but it's a big money sponsor with glittering gold. Mr. Li, please wait in the VIP room. I'll have the legal, finance, and risk control departments work together to draft the contract as quickly as possible and transfer the funds to you today. Ji Kairan is worthy of being a senior executive of the branch company. He is very decisive and quick in his actions. Li Shanjun and Yang Jingxia drank tea leisurely in the VIP room. After waiting for about half an hour, the door was pushed open. Ji Kairan walked in with a few people and handed several contracts to Li Shanjun. Mr. Li, this is the contract. Please take a look. If there is no problem, we can sign it immediately. After Li Shanjun took it, he looked through it carefully. With his current mental strength, he can read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything he sees. Seeing that Ji Kairan didn't set any traps in the contract, he said with satisfaction, no problem, let's sign the contract. A staff member immediately stepped forward and handed a gold-plated pen to Li Shanjun. Just as Li Shanjun was about to sign the contract, there was a bang and the door was suddenly pushed open roughly. Wait! Li Shanjun turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with a big belly and a bald head walking in, followed by several people. Li Shanjun had seen one of them before, that was Yu Jiao with half of her breasts exposed. Seeing the middle-aged man walk in, Ji Kairan narrowed his eyes and asked, Boss Luo, what's the matter? The middle-aged man called Mr. Luo looked at Ji Kairan's mature appearance with fiery eyes. Then he snorted coldly and asked sternly, Ji Kairan, do you know what you are doing? Ji Kairan was stunned and said, what do you mean? What do you mean? Mr. Luo sneered, you even dare to accept things of unknown origin? Ji Kairan's eyes fixed, and he said seriously, what do you mean by unknown origin? Mr. Luo pointed to the bag of gold beside Li Shanjun and sneered, this kind of gold without a certificate is something of unknown origin. Ji Kairan said, it seems that Mr. Luo is not very good at his job. To purchase raw material gold, you need a certificate? Mr. Luo said, if he can prove the origin of this batch of gold, then there will be no problem. However, we at Zhou Xiaosheng Gold are doing legitimate business and must not be tainted by anything unclean. Li Shanjun narrowed his eyes. He felt that Mr. Luo seemed to have some ill intentions towards him. To be honest, he really had no way to prove the origin of this batch of gold. It was impossible for him to say that it came from another world. However, he has been a little careless recently. Such a large gold transaction will definitely attract the attention of interested parties. In particular, he noticed Yu Jiao in the crowd, with a half smile on her face. He had never had a good impression of this woman and felt that she would do anything for money. It seems that she was also behind today's events. He wanted to see what this guy was planning, so he just watched him perform quietly. After taking a quick look around, Mr. Luo said in a voice tinged with greed, I suspect there's something wrong with this batch of goods. Ji Kairan asked coldly, then what? What do you want to do? What? Mr. Luo chuckled, of course I don't agree with what you're doing. You! Ji Kairan was so angry that he was shaking, and his UPS and downs almost made the buttons of his shirt loose. And the pot-bellied Mr. Luo seemed to appreciate Ji Kairan's look of wanting to kill him but unable to do so. Haha, what do you mean? I said that I will strictly control any business you do. Mr. Luo stared at Ji Kairan with a smile. He also looked her up and down with a fiery gaze, which made Ji Kairan feel a chill. She said, Luo Jinayu, stop staring at me with those disgusting eyes of yours. Do you really think I don't know what kind of bullshit idea you're having? You still want to use business to suppress me? Do you deserve it? Don't you see what you are? You want to fuck me? No way. Looking at the furious Ji Kairan, Luo Jinaya seemed a little caught off guard and was stunned by the scolding. Li Shanjun and Yang Jingxia were also stunned. This woman is fierce. Yang Jingxia felt as if her three perspectives were shattered. I always thought that the company's senior executives should be very talented. I didn't expect it to be so messy, and I was thinking about all kinds of bad things. As expected, this world is full of makeshift teams. After his outburst, Ji Kairan said to Li Shanjun apologetically, "Boss Li, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Some troubles in our company have affected our cooperation. Let's stop here for today. I'll talk to you in detail after I'm done." Seeing this, Li Shanjun had no choice but to nod and said, "Okay, I look forward to working with President Ji." After saying that, he picked up the black bag beside him and prepared to leave with Yang Jingxiu. But at this moment, a voice shouted, "Stop them, don't let them go." Li Shanjun turned his head and saw Luo Jinaya staring at him with red eyes, and signaled to the company's people to block his way. After all, Zhou Xiaosheng Gold is engaged in precious metals business, and the security guards there are all tall and strong. Now they are blocking the door, which seems extremely oppressive. Seeing this scene, Yang Jingxia was a little scared. She couldn't help but hug Li Shanjian's arm tightly. He patted Yang Jingxia with his hand, signaling her to be at ease. Then he fixed his eyes on Luo Jinaya and asked in a cold voice, "What? Do you have any ideas about me?" Luo Jinaya was shocked by Li Shanjian's aura. He was originally very aggressive, but for some reason he suddenly felt a chill on his back. But seeing that everyone was looking at him, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, "You can't leave yet." Li Shanjun took 2 steps forward, walked in front of Luo Jinaya, and looked down at him condescendingly. "What do you mean? How dare you restrict my freedom and life?" Luo Jinaya swallowed hard and said, I suspect your gold is illicit. I've already called the police." When Ji Kairan heard this, he was shocked. She screamed, "Are you crazy? You have no reason to suspect your client and even call the police? How are we, Zhou Xiaosheng Huanjin, going to survive in the underworld?" Luo Jinaya sneered, "Whether it's smuggled goods or not, let the police investigate. Anyway, he can't leave today." Li Shanjun asked, "How do you know my gold is illicit? Do you have evidence?" Luo Jinaya said, "Of course someone told me." Li Shanjun turned to look at Yu Jiaojiao and smiled, "So it's you. Do you know what the consequences of false accusations are?" Seeing his nonchalant look, Yu Jiaojiao suddenly felt uneasy. But then she thought of Mr. Luo's ability to make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand, and she became inexplicably confident again. "Haha, Mr. Li, you didn't do business with me the past 2 days, so I suspected there was something wrong with you. I didn't expect you to come to me today, so I quickly reported your situation to Mr. Luo." Yu Jiaojiao said with a sweet smile, an indescribable smugness on her face, a hint of greed flashing in her eyes. She had heard that Mr. Li brought 200 kilograms of gold. That's worth 100 million. If Mr. Luo gets this gold, she will at least get a few million, right? Li Shanjun didn't know at this time that the people in front of him were so greedy. Not only did he want to take the opportunity to suppress Ji Kairan to achieve his ulterior motives, but he also had his eyes on his things. "Come here, seize his things for me," Luo Jinaya ordered loudly. Immediately afterwards, several big men surrounded him and tried to snatch the black bag from Li Shanjian's hand. "Ah, what are you doing? How can you steal things? Is there any law or order?" Yang Jingxiu hurried over and actually used her thin body to block Li Shanjun. "Hee, it's contraband. Of course it has to be detained. We can only hand it over to the police when they arrive," Luo Jinaya said excitedly. Li Shanjun stared at him intently and said, "Do you know what this is?" Luo Jinaya said, "Of course I know. There are 200 kilograms of gold in it." Li Shanjun said, "Since you know this, do you know that this is my personal property? What does it mean if you snatch it away?" Luo Jinaya sneered, "Don't use these excuses to threaten me. Your stuff is smuggled goods, and the police will deal with you when the time comes. Stop talking nonsense and bring your stuff over." Li Shanjun looked up at the camera in the corner of the conference room and said, "You will regret this." "Regret? How is that possible?" Luo Jinaya said disdainfully. As he said this, he gave the strong men a look, and they stepped forward again and grabbed the black bag in Li Shanjian's hand. Li Shanjun stared at the few people, then let go expressionlessly, allowing them to take the heavy black bag away. Luo Jinaya took a few steps forward, unzipped his bag, and saw the golden gold inside. A look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Then he quickly zipped up the black bag. Just then, a group of hurried footsteps were heard. Then, a group of people in uniform walked in. The leader was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. When Luo Jinaya saw him, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward and said, Captain Wang, the person selling the contraband is here. I have already seized the goods. The man named Wang Suo glanced at him, and an inexplicable look flashed in the eyes of both of them. Then, he looked at Li Shanjun and said, Are you the one selling the smuggled goods? Li Shanjun looked at him expressionlessly and said, Who are you? I'm from the local police station. My name is Wang Li, and here's my ID. I suspect you're selling contraband. Please come with me. The man in uniform took out his ID and showed it to Li Shanjun, then explained nonchalantly. Li Shanjun pointed to the black bag next to Luo Jinayo and said, That's my stuff. It contains 200 kilograms of gold. Remember to take it with you. If you're short of something, you'll have to compensate me. If you can explain the source clearly, we will naturally return it to you. Take it away. Wan Li waved his hand and asked someone to take Li Shanjun and Yang Jingxiu away together. Looking at the 200 kilograms of gold that appeared out of thin air in his brain space, Li Shanjun sneered slightly. I'm afraid they couldn't even imagine that just as they checked the contents of the bag, a vine slowly covered the gold, and then the gold disappeared. This is the wood vine technique performed by Li Shanjun. After a period of research, he discovered that the space in his brain could actually be connected to the magic he performed. Anything touched by the magic can be absorbed into the brain space. Where is the gold in that bag now? Just a pile of rubble. Li Shanjun thought he would be interrogated when he arrived at the police station. He had already thought of various explanations in his mind. However, when they arrived at the police station, they found a group of people standing at the door, staring at everyone with serious expressions. Director Wang Li and his companions, who had just returned from a victorious battle, changed their expressions when they saw those people. He hurriedly got out of the car and ran to the young man in the lead. He called out respectfully, Director Qin, why are you here? The young man in the lead, wearing a neat uniform, stared at Wang Li for a while with a half-smile on his face. Then he looked at the police cars behind him and asked, What is Chief Wang busy with? Wang Li quickly said, Report, I received a report of selling contraband, so I went to arrest the suspect. Did you catch it? I got it. Where are the people? Where are the prohibited items? In the car. Bring it here. Yes. Afterwards, Li Shanjun, Yang Jingxiu, Ji Kairan and others were brought over. Luo Jinayo and Yu Jiaojiao, as the whistleblowers, were naturally brought along as well. Report, they are the suspects, and these are the informants. They reported someone selling gold illegally. Wang Li quickly reported. Li Shanjun looked at Director Qin, a young man of about 27 or 28 years old, but with an extremely handsome appearance. Li Shanjun felt that his facial features were somewhat familiar, as if he looked like someone, but he couldn't quite remember who he was. He also discovered that Director Qin was also watching him, with a strange look in his eyes. It seems to be examining, seems to be interested, and also seems to be a little grateful. Director Qin looked at Li Shanjun and asked politely, Sir, do you have any explanation? Li Shanjun smiled and said, I am indeed selling gold. This Zhou Xiaosheng gold man can testify to this, but this gold is passed down from my ancestors. Director Qin looked at Luo Jinayo and the others again and asked, Is that the case? Luo Jinayo could naturally see that the man in front of him seemed to have an extraordinary status, and even his backer Wang Li was so respectful to him. So he quickly said, This person is indeed trading with Ji Kairan from our company, but we suspect the source of his gold is unknown. As a citizen with a sense of justice, we are decisively reporting him. Oh, yes, the gold is in the car, those are all stolen goods. Director Qin raised his chin, and several people behind him came forward and took the black bag from the car. Open it, Director Qin ordered. Wang Li, Luo Jinayo, and others secretly cursed in their hearts, wondering why Director Qin didn't come earlier or later, but at this time, they would not be able to embezzle the gold. Their efforts were in vain, that's 100 million yuan. Just as they were cursing in their hearts, a surprised voice was heard. Ha! Are you sure this bag contains gold? Luo Jinayo quickly said, Of course, we also made a test report in our company, and we have personally checked it. It is indeed gold. Wang Li on the side also nodded in approval. However, when the policeman opened the black bag, everyone was stunned. There is no gold inside. Instead, it was a huge stone. At this moment, Li Shanjun screamed, You actually switched my gold. Okay, no wonder you want to report me, so this is your purpose. You, Zhou Xiaosheng Huangjin, are actually in cahoots with the police station and want to steal my stuff. Is there any law in this world? Director Qin was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. I didn't expect that Li Shanjun actually had such a method. He turned gold into stone in full view of everyone. He knew that these ancient warriors had extraordinary skills, but being able to do this was really beyond his expectations. Of course, he was just suspicious. What's going on? Director Qin had to ask sternly. This is 200 kilograms of gold, and it involves a major case worth over 100 million yuan. Moreover, the nature of the case is extremely bad, involving various charges such as collusion between police and businessmen, extortion, and false accusations. How is it possible? The things have been in the car the whole time. Since they took the things from Li Shanjun, they have been in their sight. After all, they all knew it was too expensive. But why was it replaced in the end? This is really unbelievable. Director Qin, right? Please investigate the truth and return my gold. After I gave them my gold, I never touched it again. There are cameras in Zhou Xiaosheng Huangjin's conference room, and the footage inside can prove everything. After that, they kept it safe throughout the entire process. Now that the item is gone, please give me an explanation. Wan Li, Luo Jinayu, and Yu Jiaojiao could no longer remain calm. They looked dazed and could not accept this fact at all. Yang Jingxiu and Ji Kairan also looked confused. Director Qin immediately ordered isolate them immediately for investigation, and retrieve the surveillance footage. This is a major case. Mr. Li, don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation. Everyone else was taken to the interrogation room, and even police officers were dispatched from the municipal bureau and other stations. Li Shanjun and Yang Jingxiu were waiting for the investigation results in the conference room. In the meantime, Yang Jingxiu wanted to ask countless times, but didn't know how to ask. It was not until the afternoon that Director Qin came to the meeting room. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Qin Tian, Deputy Director of the Municipal Bureau. Nice to meet you. The young Deputy Director introduced himself to Li Shanjun seriously. Hello, Director Qin. Li Shanjun shook hands with him. Have the results of the investigation come out yet? Qin Tian said, the matter is not complicated. It has been investigated clearly. But I want to apologize to you first. There is a scum in our team. Li Shanjun already had some guesses in his mind, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he waited for Qin Tian's next words. Sure enough, Qin Tian said, after investigation, Yu Jiaojiao immediately told Luo Jinayu after knowing that you have a lot of gold. Luo Jinayu and her have been keeping an eye on you ever since. Seeing you come to Zhou Xiaosheng Gold again today, they've been secretly observing your intentions. When they discovered you were selling 200 kilograms of gold, they became greedy and immediately conspired with Wan Li to arrest you for selling gold of unknown origin, intending to keep the gold for themselves. That was their purpose, but for some reason, the gold disappeared on the way from Zhou Xiaosheng's store to the police station. Li Shanjun raised his eyebrows and asked, so, what about my gold? They stole my things, and now they're lost. They won't let me bear the loss, right? Qin Tian said, don't worry about this. This happened in Zhou Xiaosheng's gold shop. They have the responsibility and obligation to compensate you for your losses. If that's not enough, we'll find ways to make it up to you in other ways. Li Shanjun was a little surprised. Director Qin seemed to be a little too nice to him. He was not at all like a big shot should be. As if noticing Li Shanjian's surprise, he explained, thank you for saving my grandfather yesterday. Li Shanjun suddenly realized. It turns out that Qin Tian is actually old Qin's grandson, which means he is also Qin Ranjai Yuan's brother. Isn't this a coincidence? However, what Li Shanjun didn't know was that it was not a coincidence. Yesterday, the Qin family conducted a preliminary investigation into Li Shanjian's situation and found that he came from an ordinary family and there was nothing special about him. Just when they were feeling confused, they suddenly received information that someone was planning to deal with Li Shanjun. It just so happened that Qin Tian was from the public security system, so he came specifically to help Li Shanjun out of his predicament. In addition, Li Shanjian's company was registered so quickly because the Qin family helped put in some introductions. Li Shanjun asked, how do we deal with those people? Qin Tian said, Wan Li and those involved will be investigated, and Luo Jinayu, Yu Jiaojiao and others will also be investigated. It is estimated that they will be imprisoned for no less than 10 years. Furthermore, they have caused such great losses to Zhou Xiaosheng Gold that even if they pay out all their assets, it still wouldn't be enough. Yang Jingxiu, who was standing by, interjected, serves them right. Who told them to plot against my boss? Li Shanjun asked, what else do we have to do now? Qin Tian said, the old man wants to invite you to visit our home. Now, it depends on your time. It's a bit late today. It's not appropriate to go there. Let's go tomorrow morning. Okay, I look forward to welcoming you. Yang Jingxiu, who was standing by, was a little dazed. Director Qin was a big shot, but he was so polite to his boss. Even a little respectful. Unbelievable. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't expect that the people from Zhou Xiaosheng Gold would have such a vicious heart. When leaving the police station, Yang Jingxia said to Li Shanjun with an apologetic look on her face. Li Shanjun waved his hand and said, it's none of your business. They just had bad intentions. There are people like that everywhere, but they were all punished. However, this also reminds us that in the future, when doing gold business, we still need to set up a team as soon as possible and operate in a professional manner. I'll leave this matter to you. I hope you can help me sell the gold as soon as possible. Yang Jingxia's expression became serious, and she said seriously, okay, boss. After returning to the hotel, Li Shanjun thought seriously about what happened today. Although he suffered no losses, he even cheated Luo Jinayu, Wang Li, Yu Jiaojiao, and others. Not only did they suffer heavy losses, but they even had to go in and operate the sewing machine. But at the same time, it also made him realize that in an orderly society, he still needed to have his own power. Today, just two small people got him into trouble. This made him, a cultivator, feel so embarrassed. As he brings out more and more good things, he will encounter more and more people who covet him in the future, and they will become stronger and stronger. Therefore, he must not only be strong and tough, but also have strength. But this takes time to develop, it won't happen quickly. The Qin family is a good choice. At least from the current perspective, they are showing goodwill. As he thought about it, his consciousness sank into darkness. Purple Garden. Master, are we learning the Golden Yuan technique today? Li Shanjun looked at the gentle and quiet master and asked softly. The master in purple is supposed to be gentler and won't test him with formations. But he felt a little bored instead. Although Red Skirt Ye Ziwan would use formations to ravage him every time he was trained, no, it was after the battle, his understanding would be deeper. Ye Ziwan said, I have discovered that you have a very good ability to comprehend things. Today, I will explain the mysterious water technique and the Golden Yuan technique to you. Li Shanjian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had long wanted to learn all 5 skills. Qi refining art is the most basic introductory method, and the speed of cultivation is really too slow. Although he woke up today and found that the spiritual energy in his danchan had doubled and reached the 5th level of Qi refining stage, but if he practiced these 5 techniques, he might have reached the 7th or even 8th level of the Qi refining stage long ago. And now, he has only been a disciple for a few days. If other outer disciples knew about this, they would probably be shocked. Is this really a waste material with perfect 5 elements? It took me half a day today to learn these 2 exercises. The next step is to integrate all 5 5-element exercises. This process requires Li Shanjun himself to complete. Okay, go back now. I'm a little tired. Ye Ziwan took a sip of tea to moisten her throat. Talking for several hours straight was a bit overwhelming for her, who seldom spoke. Li Shanjun was extremely grateful. He glanced at his stunning master and suddenly had an idea. He took out a box and said to Ye Ziwan with a smile, Master, I have a gift for you. Ye Ziwan laughed dumbly, Why are you giving me a gift for no reason? Li Shanjun said, Master, you have worked so hard to teach me. As a disciple, I naturally have to show my appreciation. Ye Ziwan raised her calm eyes and looked at him, saying, Tell me, what's going on? Li Shanjian's face fell, and then he said, Master, someone bullied me. Oh, haven't you been at Xiang Peak all this time? Yesterday I went to Qingyuan Valley and ran into an inner disciple from Jinjian Peak. He relied on his high level of cultivation and being from the punishment hall to actively cause trouble for me. Hearing this, Ye Ziwan showed a look of concern. You are not hurt, are you? Li Shanjun smiled and shook his head, saying, They wanted to fight at first, but I mentioned my master's name, and they immediately backed off. So I want to apologize to master for using you as a shield without your consent. Ye Ziwan's voice suddenly changed into a queenly tone, Jin Jianfeng, starting from old man Mo Feng and you, everyone from top to bottom is a bunch of bullies who only care about the weak and the strong. However, my little disciple, you have done a great job. You should put a stop to their arrogance. I just can't stand them. Li Shanjun was stunned when he heard Ye Ziwan's voice suddenly. Master, is this 2 souls in one body? So, both of her consciousnesses exist at the same time? But this seems more interesting? Li Shanjun quickly gathered his thoughts and said, Master, you are absolutely right. However, as your disciple, I cannot always rely on your face to scare off the enemy. If I could be like you, conquer others with force, and then use your name, wouldn't it be even more impressive? Ye Ziwan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she seemed to think that what he said made sense. You're right. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. What do you want? Li Shanjun chuckled and asked, Master, is there any technique that can make me stronger and more powerful? Ye Ziwan exclaimed, Disciple, do you want to become a big muscle tyrant? Damn it! What are these vile words? Can this thing be spit out from the fairy's mouth? Master, I am a big chicken, ahem, I just beat those inner disciples. Li Shanjun smiled shyly. Ye Ziwan glanced at him with a half-smile, and her gaze moved downwards. Fortunately, she didn't continue to tease Li Shanjun. After a moment's silence, she said, I do have a body refining technique. Once you master it, your body will be like a spiritual weapon. When used, it can be used for both offense and defense. It carries a sharp killing aura, yet also has the defense of an invincible golden body. Li Shanjun immediately became interested and requested, Master, please teach me. Ye Ziwan waved her hand, and a crystal-like object flew out from her study and landed in her hand. Then she gently crushed it, and a ray of light shot quickly towards Li Shanjian's eyebrows. After a while, he knew the secret of this technique, the 100 refinements of the divine body. After reading it, Li Shanjian was shocked. The person who created this technique is either a pervert or a psychopath. To practice this technique, one must first subdue a strange fire, and then use the characteristics of the strange fire to smelt various spiritual golds. He absorbed the essence of the spiritual gold into his body and forged his body as a weapon. Eventually, it was forged into a supreme divine weapon, and his body was transformed into an acquired divine body. Theoretically, as long as he can find an infinite variety of divine materials and immortal gold, his divine body will have no upper limit. But this is only in theory, because the person who created this technique only practiced to the 4th level and did not break through. All the subsequent skills were deduced by him. As for why he didn't make a breakthrough, it was mainly because there were too few resources in this world. After learning about the abnormal level of this martial art, Li Shanjian was immediately attracted. If one succeeds in cultivation, wouldn't he be able to master both combat methods and be able to attack from a distance and in close combat? He can use his spiritual power to cast spells, and he can also use his fists to beat people. This technique is indeed very powerful, but I'm afraid you still can't cultivate it to a high level. Ye Ziwan said slowly. If you can't practice, then you still give me a dir. Li Shanjian complained inwardly, but still asked honestly, why? Ye Ziwan chuckled, because strange fire is hard to find. Master, what is strange fire? Li Shanjian asked. Strange fire is a flame born in a strange place between heaven and earth. It is usually more powerful than ordinary fire and has special abilities. Strange fire can also be used to refine pills and weapons, and the pills and spiritual weapons refined not only have a higher success rate but also higher quality. But currently, the entire cultivation world has discovered a total of 18 types of strange fire. Although each type of strange fire is not unique, the number is pitifully small. It's been over 100 years since we've heard of any strange fire being found. I'm afraid there are no wild strange fires left in the world, or perhaps there are deserted places. Ye Ziwan spread the knowledge about strange fire to Li Shanjian. Li Shanjian glanced at the martial arts book and said dejectedly, "Doesn't that mean this martial arts method is useless?" Ye Ziwan said, "It's not that it's useless. At least the first 2 levels don't require high-quality spiritual gold. All you have to do is find some easily smeltable metals, find a way to smelt them, and absorb their essence, and you can easily enter the first level. But later on, it becomes increasingly difficult to cultivate. Not only does it require increasingly precious spiritual gold, even immortal gold, but it also requires strange fire to smelt it in order to absorb its essence." Li Shanjian understood instantly. "I see. Thank you, master." Ye Ziwan said, "Bring it here." "What?" Li Shanjian was stunned. "Didn't you say you had a gift for me?" "Oh, hey, so exciting." Li Shanjian chuckled and handed the box he had just taken out to Ye Ziwan. When she opened it, she found it was an exquisite hairpin made of top-grade jade. Ye Ziwan's eyes flashed. It turned out to be another top-grade spirit stone. This apprentice seems to have some secrets. He was also very generous to her and gave her such precious cultivation resources. "Hee, master, I think this hairpin suits you very well, so I gave it to you. Please don't dislike it." Li Shanjian said with a smile. "What if I dislike it?" Ye Ziwan rolled her eyes at him, and that touch of charm made Li Shanjian's heart flutter. "Oh my god, do fairies roll their eyes too? If you dislike it, then I'll have to look for other gifts." Li Shanjian said with a bitter face. Ye Ziwan chuckled and said, "Alright, I was just teasing you. I'm very satisfied. That's all for today. Go back and practice well." "Yes, master." After returning to his own courtyard, Li Shanjian immediately began to prepare for cultivation. He kept recalling the contents of the 5 skills, Jin Yuan Ju, Xing Mu Gong, Xian Shui Shu, Yan Huo Ju, and De Long Ju in his mind. These 5 techniques represent the methods of cultivating the spiritual power of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Xian Yuan's sect does not have the 5 elements Kung Fu, so Li Shanjian can only practice 5 techniques at the same time. The difficulty of this is extremely great. He needs to concentrate on 5 things and perform 5 kinds of magic spells at the same time. If he is not careful, he will go astray. After concentrating and calming his mind, he took out the Guanyin jade stone and placed it in the palm of his hand. After a few days of absorption, a small part of the originally crystal clear jade has turned white, causing the jade to lose its luster. But Li Shanjian knew that the jade still contained at least 80% of its spiritual power, which was enough for him to practice for a period of time. Then, he began to absorb spiritual power while using his consciousness to divide the spiritual power into 5 strands. Originally, the spiritual power in his body was 5-colored. When it came out of his danshan, it was decomposed into 5 colors: gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. Then the 5 colors of spiritual power began to flow along the meridian routes of the 5 exercises, and finally condensed into 5-colored spiritual power when returning to the Danshan. Under Li Shanjian's careful control, the 5-colored spiritual power was like 5 delicate silk ribbons, weaving complex trajectories in his body. Each cycle is accompanied by a deeper understanding of his power of the 5 elements. He seemed to be in a miniature universe, with the sharpness of gold, the vitality of wood, the softness of water, the warmth of fire, and the thickness of earth. These 5 completely different attributes coexist harmoniously in his body, nourishing and restraining each other, forming a delicate balance. As time went by, Li Shanjun gradually felt the qualitative change of the spiritual power in his body. The originally scattered spiritual power began to condense, and each cycle seemed to be a refinement, allowing his cultivation to steadily improve. But he also knew that this method of cultivation was extremely dangerous. Any mistake could cause a riot of spiritual power in the body, with disastrous consequences. Therefore, he had to remain highly vigilant and focused at all times, as if he was walking on a tightrope, taking every step carefully. But after spending 3 hours and completing 36 major cycles, he found that the spiritual energy in his Danshan had occupied a quarter of the space. In other words, his realm has actually reached the 7th level of qi refining. Awesome! This cultivation speed is truly terrifying. Li Shanjun couldn't help but burst into laughter. It is indeed difficult to cultivate the 5 elements to perfection, but with the support of enough spirit stones, his cultivation speed is also rapidly increasing. However, he also discovered a problem: practicing 5 techniques at the same time consumed too much of his consciousness. At this time, he was already feeling dizzy. It seems that I need to find a way to improve the strength of my consciousness, otherwise it will affect the speed of cultivation. Next time I'll ask Master if he has any techniques or pills for this. Afterwards, Li Shanjun began to meditate with his eyes closed, allowing his spiritual power and consciousness to gradually calm down, and recovering his mental state that was exhausted due to long-term high concentration. During the meditation process, he tried to sink his mind into his Danshan, feel the colorful ocean of spiritual power, and try to comprehend the deeper mysteries of the 5 elements from it. As his mind was immersed, Li Shanjun seemed to have entered a whole new world. In this world, the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth are no longer abstract concepts, but have turned into concrete and tangible forms, slowly rotating around him. He could clearly perceive the characteristics and power of each element, which interacted and integrated with each other to form a perfect ecosystem. So that's how it is. The 5 elements interact and restrain each other. They don't exist in isolation, but rather are interdependent, working together to maintain the balance between heaven and earth. Li Shanjian's mind suddenly became clear, and his understanding of the power of the 5 elements reached a new level. Just as he was immersed in this understanding, a warm and gentle power suddenly rose from his Danshan and slowly flowed throughout his body. This power seemed to come from the natural fusion of the 5 elements of spiritual power in his body, and it also seemed to be a special change caused by the improvement of his state of mind. Nourished by this power, Li Shanjun felt that his mind was clearer than ever before, and even his body, which had been exhausted by practice, began to gradually recover its vitality. Moreover, he felt that his soul seemed to have become a little stronger. Is this the beginning of artistic conception? Li Shanjian's heart moved, and he realized that he might have inadvertently touched the threshold of artistic conception. He had heard Ye Ziwan mention that the so-called artistic conception was a special state produced by cultivators after they had a deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth and the laws of nature during the process of cultivation. It can not only greatly improve the cultivator's cultivation and combat effectiveness, but is also the only way to reach a higher realm. In the future, artistic conception will evolve into spiritual consciousness and even be able to construct a spiritual realm. However, it is not easy to comprehend the artistic conception. It requires the cultivator to have extremely high talent, profound cultivation, and a deep understanding of the universe. Although Li Shanjun is gifted, he is still only a cultivator in the qi refining stage at this time. It is extremely rare for him to be able to feel the budding of artistic conception. Now that we have this opportunity, we must not miss it. As his consciousness regained clarity, he devoted himself to cultivation again. Urban world. When Li Shanjun woke up, it was almost 10 o'clock. He had such a great time practicing in the world of immortal cultivation last night that he almost forgot to come back. As a result, his body in the world of immortal cultivation has broken through to the 8th level of qi refining stage. The spiritual energy in the Danshan has already exceeded half of the space, but the price is that half of the Guanyin jade stone has turned white. It is estimated that by the time he cultivates to the 9th level, that high-grade spirit stone will be scrapped. But is this a price to pay for Li Shanjun? That's just 88,888 yuan. The prototype of his artistic conception has become completely solid, and he only needs to continue practicing to make it become more powerful. However, these are nothing. What really surprised Li Shanjun was that the space in his brain actually became a little bigger. The original space was 1 cubic meter in size, but now its length, width and height have each increased by about 1 centimeter. Surprise! This is a real surprise. I always thought this brain space wouldn't change, but now it seems it's related to the intensity of my consciousness. The stronger the consciousness, the larger the brain space. After understanding the principle clearly, Li Shanjun immediately realized that he would have to look for more methods to cultivate soul strength or consciousness in the future. Li Shanjun had just finished washing up when he received a call. "Mr. Li, what time is convenient for you this morning?" It was Qin Tian who called personally. Li Shanjun said, "It's possible right now. Please send me the address and I'll go there right away." Okay. After a while, he received an address on WeChat, Lujia Villa. The location is halfway up the mountain in the forest park. There's a place for people to live in the forest park? It seems that Mr. Qin and his family are not simple people. No wonder I ran into him on the top of the mountain in Forest Park that day. It seems like we're on someone else's turf. Li Shanjun immediately set off and drove in the direction indicated by the navigation. Lujia Villa. Although it is called a villa, it is actually a huge manor villa. The surrounding environment is quiet and the air is fresh. Even those who have lived in Wuchen for many years and even visited the forest park countless times may not know that there is such a luxurious villa hidden halfway up the mountain. Even if they knew, ordinary people would not be able to get in because there is only one road leading to the outside world from the villa, and the security is tight with several checkpoints along the way. The main reason is that the people who live here are of extremely powerful and extraordinary status, and are big shots who know everything. At this time, two young men and women were standing at the door of the villa. The man was handsome and had a straight build. It was obvious that he was from a military background. He was Qin Tian, the deputy director of the municipal bureau whom Li Shanjun had met. Next to him was a girl with great looks and figure, Qin Tian's sister Qin Rongyuan. Seeing his sister still wearing some makeup and occasionally looking out, Qin Tian was surprised and jokingly asked, "You're wearing makeup today? Did the sun rise from the west?" He shouldn't know too much about his sister. Relying on her beautiful skin and looks, she never uses any makeup except skincare products. "I actually used it today for the first time." What surprised him even more was that his sister had never shown any interest in that man. The boys pursuing her lined up from Lujia Mountain to the Yangtze River, but she never even looked at any of them. Not only did she put on makeup today, she also took the initiative to pick someone up with him. This is totally inconsistent with the style of my goddess sister. It seems that Li Shanjun left a deep impression on my sister. This made him, who was crazy about doting on his sister, feel a little jealous. If I had known this yesterday, I wouldn't have been so active in helping Li Shanjun and let him suffer a little. Qin Rongyuan rolled her eyes at her brother and blushed slightly at the teasing. She snorted softly and said, "Why, can't I?" Qin Tian said jealously, "You didn't even greet me." You're a big director, so many people are vying to pick you up, how can it be my turn?" "That's not true. As long as you are willing to pick me up, everyone else will line up. Just try to cheer me up. By the way, brother, did you see brother Shang Yan yesterday? How did you feel?" "Tisk tisk. Ouch. You're calling someone brother so soon? I'm so hurt." Brother, don't be jealous. You are my brother forever, dear. Tell me about him now." Qin Tian teased her deliberately, "I think he's not bad. There are quite a few single female colleagues in our bureau. I'll introduce a few to your brother Shang Yan when the time comes. I'm sure he'll find one he's satisfied with." Qin Rongyuan suddenly became furious. "You dare?" Qin Tian gave her a strange look, then after looking her up and down, he chuckled and said, "Sister, there's something wrong with you." "Very wrong." What's wrong?" Qin Rongyuan blushed. Qin Tian said with a sigh, "You're not falling in love with Li Shanjun, are you?" "No way. Don't talk nonsense." "I didn't." Qin Rongjia seemed to have her thoughts exposed and said with a red face, "Then I'm going to introduce a girlfriend to Li Shanjun. Why are you so nervous?" Qin Tian had never seen his usually quirky sister blushing, and he couldn't help but continue teasing her. Qin Rongyuan was feeling a little overwhelmed by what he said when her eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing a continental rover driving towards them, Qin Rongyuan immediately left her annoying brother behind and hurried to meet it. When Li Shanjun saw Qin Rongyuan and his sister waiting at the door of the villa, he knew that he had taken the right path. So he parked the car in front of the villa and got out carrying a small gift box. Li Shanjun naturally didn't know Mr. Qin's identity, so he treated him as an ordinary elder. "Well, I also prepared a gift. After all, it's a home visit, and it wouldn't make sense to go there empty-handed. I originally wanted to buy some cigarettes, alcohol, milk and the like, but then I thought about Qin Tian's status and thought that his family would definitely have enough. Even the things in their house might not have been seen by Li Shanjun. So he ran to the gift shop and bought a gift box, which contained some special products from the world of immortal cultivation elixirs. Seeing the slender figure and handsome face getting out of the car, Qin Rongyuan smiled brightly. "Brother Shang Yan, we finally meet again. Hello, junior sister Rongyuan and director Qin." Li Shanjun greeted them with a smile. "Please come in, welcome Mr. Li, the old man and my father have been waiting for a long time." In front of outsiders, Qin Tian is serious and speaks appropriately. "Thank you." Li Shanjun entered the Lujia villa with Qin Tian and Qin Rongyuan. Because there was a wall outside, he couldn't see the scenery inside the villa clearly. As soon as he stepped in, he found that the area of the villa was at least 10 acres. The front yard is a very large garden with a fountain in the middle and surrounded by pine, cypress, ginkgo, iron trees, and flowers. These plants are quite ordinary, but they are very neatly maintained and appear to be arranged in an orderly manner. Further ahead are several Chinese-style buildings, all only 2 stories high and looking rather plain in appearance. But Li Shanjun could feel its inner luxury, a low-key luxury. If nothing else, just from the few vases placed casually, Li Shanjun felt a hint of ancient atmosphere. Lujia Villa. That is a real antique, and it is from the Song and Ming dynasties. Although he didn't understand these things, his spiritual consciousness had a strange feeling. This was something he had never encountered before, perhaps because he had never seen a real antique before. Along the way, Qin Tian guided Li Shanjun while looking at him out of the corner of his eye. Li Shanjun looked at all this curiously, without a trace of other emotions. On the surface, Li Shanjun is just an ordinary person, because even the state apparatus has not discovered the sect behind him. But his indifferent look doesn't seem like someone from an ordinary family. The more I recalled the information I had obtained about Li Shanjun, the more mysterious he seemed to me. Qin Rongyuan on the side didn't think much about it, but instead enthusiastically introduced her home to Li Shanjun. Finally arriving in front of the house, Qin Tianxu led the way and said with a smile, "Mr. Li, the old man, my father, and some family members are in the living room. Please follow me." So formal? Haha, Li Xiao, we meet again. Thank you so much for saving my life. Qin Lingyun and Qin Zemming, who were waiting in the living room, saw Li Shanjun coming and immediately greeted him with a smile. Besides them, there were 2 middle-aged men and 2 young men. "Mr. Qin, you're too polite. It was just a small favor for me at that time," Li Shanjun said politely. As he spoke, he handed the gift box in his hand to Mr. Qin, and then smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, this is just something I brought with me. It's not a token of respect." Old Qin took it with a smile and said, "You are our great benefactor. It is an honor for our Qin family that you are here. Why bring any gifts?" A young man behind him couldn't help laughing when he saw Li Shanjun wrapping it in a simple gift box. Qin Rongyuan, who was beside Li Shanjun, saw this and raised her eyebrows. She asked, "Qin Fen, what are you laughing at?" The young man named Qin Fen showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth and said, "Grandpa, you'd better be careful, this kid is a liar." Qin Rongyuan quickly defended him, "Qin Fen, don't talk nonsense." However, Qin Fen chuckled and said confidently, Yuan, this kid looks like a decent guy. He might already know about our Qin family's background. So you've been looking for an opportunity to contact us. Now, haven't you been fooled? Grandpa and you treated him like a guest of honor and a lifesaver. These are just some tricks left over from the underworld. There are such petty con men everywhere. Look at what he brought. He even used a gift box from a $2 store. Does he really think our Qin family has never seen the world? Li Shanjian's face turned slightly red when he heard this. He had never thought that the Qin family was so wealthy. I just thought the packaging looked cheap. Qin Lingyun, upon hearing this, was filled with anger and shouted, "Asshole, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm old and confused?" Qin Zemming on the side did not say anything, but looked at the middle-aged man next to Qin Fen, his second brother Qin Zhetang. Qin Zhetang saw his son come out to make sarcastic remarks but did not stop him, and it was obvious that he agreed with Qin Fen's approach. This is understandable. I would probably think the same if I were in their shoes. After all, their Qin family is extraordinary. It is impossible for an unknown person to meet the old man and Yuan. Then, by coincidence, he saved the old man and became the Qin family's benefactor. The more coincidences there are, the more likely they are not coincidences, but intentional. However, Qin Zemming has already dispelled his concerns, because he had seen with his own eyes his father's strong body and the exaggerated examination report. His elder brother Qin Zehan and second brother Qin Zhetang received a message from the old man yesterday afternoon that they were coming to meet a very important guest, so they hurried back. However, I only then realized that the so-called very important guest seemed to be nothing special except that he was handsome. They were all big shots, and suddenly they were asked to go out together to meet an unknown person, so they naturally had to be a little cautious. Now that the younger generation Qin Fen has come forward, it is exactly what they want. However, Qin Zemming did not show up either. He believed that this ancient warrior named Li Shanjun would bring them surprises. Qin Fen was a little frightened when he saw the old man lose his temper, but he still said with his neck stiff, "Grandpa, if this kid is not a liar, I can kneel down and apologize. If he's a liar, let me beat him up. How dare he come to our Qin family to defraud us?" Qin Lingyun quickly said to Li Shanjun, Mr. Li, please don't be offended. My grandson has a peculiar personality, but he is not a bad person. Please forgive my mistakes. Seeing that Mr. Qin was so polite, Li Shanjun didn't know what to say. Old Qin had witnessed the miraculous effects of the elixir and obviously regarded him as an expert, so he was so polite. Since other people don't know him, it's normal for them to have doubts. However, he still felt a little unhappy that this kid named Qin Fen dared to mock him like this. However, Qin Rongyuan on the side became even angrier, as if he was questioning her. She was about to step forward to confront Qin Fen. Li Shanjun held her back, then said to Qin Fen, it was indeed a coincidence that I met Mr. Qin and Miss Qin, but since you doubt me, I have to prove myself. Otherwise, I will be wrongly accused, and how can I continue to walk the world? Qin Fen clapped his hands and said, that's great. How can you prove it? Li Shanjun pointed to the cheap gift box that Mr. Qin had placed aside. He laughed and said, Mr. Qin, although it is inappropriate to open the gift in front of you, I still have to be rude to prove my sincerity and avoid being wronged. As he said that, he took a step forward, tore open the gift wrapping paper, opened the box inside, and found it was actually a bottle. Everyone was stunned when they saw this. They never expected that there was only an ordinary small bottle inside. Qin Fen laughed even louder, with a sarcastic smile on his face. Boy, you didn't really buy it at the 2UN store? You're not trying to trick us into thinking this is an antique, are you? It's ridiculously fake. It's not even a modern artifact. It's just an ordinary porcelain vase. However, Qin Lingyun, Qin Zemming and Qin Rongyuan showed a thoughtful look in their eyes, and then showed a look of surprise. The other two middle-aged men who had been silent frowned, not knowing why their grandfather and third brother were so excited. Qin Lingyun took a step forward and said in a trembling voice, but, that kind of pill? Li Shanjun smiled and nodded. Mr. Qin is insightful. However, the effect is different from last time. Qin Lingyun's eyes showed a hint of anticipation, and he quickly asked, what effect does it have? Li Shanjun turned his head and looked at Qin Rongyuan first, then shook his head. Then he looked at Qin Tian and asked, Director Qin, would you be willing to help me test the pill? Qin Tian was a little hesitant. After all, he was a big shot and didn't dare to eat anything of unknown origin. Qin Rongyuan volunteered, Brother Shangyan, why don't you let me try the pill? Let me do it. Li Shanjun smiled bitterly, it's inconvenient. Qin Rongyuan was puzzled, why? Li Shanjian's mind flashed with the image of this peerless beauty covered in smelly black mud. The scene seemed a little too beautiful to be imagined. He quickly shook his head and said, you'll know in a moment. At this time, Qin Lingyun spoke, with a hint of expectation in his tone, Xiao Tian, come and try the pill. I believe in Mr. Li. Maybe you will have an unexpected surprise. Seeing that the old man said so, Qin Tian had no choice but to agree. Li Shanjun poured out the pills from the small porcelain bottle. There were only 3 pills in total, and their colors were slightly different. He picked up one of the dark pills and handed it to Qin Tian, saying with a smile, you come from a military background. This pill was made by our sect using countless materials and a lot of effort. It is very suitable for you to use. Qin Tian took the pill suspiciously, looked at it, and smelled it, and found that the pill had an indescribable fragrance. This made him feel a little better. He was really afraid that the pill would have some strange problems. Then, he swallowed it down in one gulp amidst everyone's varying gazes. As the pill entered his stomach, it immediately turned into a warm current. Then this warm current began to flow towards Qin Tian's internal organs, limbs, and even the whole body. However, immediately afterwards, Qin Tian's face suddenly changed, and he let out a painful roar. He felt his whole body being beaten repeatedly by a strange force. This process is very painful, but after a while I seem to feel inexplicably comfortable. Xiao Tian, what's wrong with you? Qin Lingyun and Qin Zemming were shocked. Brother. Qin Rongyuan also looked at Qin Tian with great concern at this time. Qin Fen looked at Qin Tian's painful expression, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes, and then he stepped forward and asked sternly, what kind of poison did you give my brother? Qin Zaihan and Qin Zaitang also looked at Li Shanjun unkindly, but Li Shanjun ignored him and said to Qin Lingyun with a smile, old Qin, do you know what this pill of mine is called? Although Qin Lingyun was worried about his grandson, he was still a man who had experienced many ups and downs, so he was able to calm down and ask seriously, Mr. Li, please give me some advice. Li Shanjun said, this pill is called the body tempering pill. Its effect is to temper the body. You will see its magical effect in a moment. Of course, the process is a bit painful and a bit disgusting. Disgusting? Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, a foul smell slowly wafted out, making everyone feel nauseous and want to vomit. Everyone looked over and saw that a dense layer of filth had begun to emerge from Qin Tian's pores. Soon, he became more and more filthy and smelly. However, the crowd did not leave. Instead, they looked at the scene in front of them in astonishment. The scene before them completely overturned their cognition. At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long roar, his voice revealing immense excitement. He swung his fist violently, and the wind from his fist actually brought about a loud bang. Qin Lingyun, Qin Zhehan, and the other two brothers showed horror in their eyes. They were all veterans in the army, and their fighting skills were very good. From Qin Tian's move, they knew how powerful he was now. This has already surpassed those military kings, and even has some of the style of ancient warriors. And this was just the change brought about by Li Shanjian's pill. How does it feel? Li Shanjian asked with a smile. It's really amazing. I feel full of strength now. I can blow up a cow with one punch. Qin Tian couldn't help but wave his fist again. Holy shit, why does it stink? Who pooped in the hall? Qin Tian looked around, looking for the source of the smell. However, he saw that everyone was looking at him with strange expressions. Qin Tian quickly looked at himself, only to find that he felt like he had fallen into a stinking ditch. Ha! Why am I so dirty? Qin Tian was shocked. Li Shanjian explained, the body tempering pill tempers your body, expelling all the impurities from your body and purifying your body. And it uses gentle force to improve your body and enable you to achieve the strength of 1,000 pounds. Everyone was stunned when they heard him say that. 1,000 pounds of strength. Doesn't that mean we have reached the ceiling of humanity? At this time, Li Shanjian coughed lightly and said, ahem, but before that, shouldn't you go take a shower first? This smell is really unbearable. Qin Tian's old face turned red and he ran out quickly. He didn't even notice that his speed was twice as fast as before. Seeing this magical scene, everyone in the Qin family was stunned. But Qin Rongyuan was thinking about something else. No wonder Brother Shangyan didn't let me take this pill. It turns out that eating this is really disgusting. If I had eaten it just now, I would have been so embarrassed in front of Brother Shangyan. While waiting for Qin Tian to take a shower, everyone had already moved to the study. The living room smells so bad now that I wouldn't dare go in until an hour or two has passed. Mr. Li, what are the effects of these two pills? Qin Lingyun no longer had any doubts at this time, and looked at the small porcelain bottle bought from the 2 yuan store with fiery eyes. The same was true for Qin Zemming, Qin Zhetang, Qin Zhehan, and another young man who had been silent. They were all people in high positions, but they still did not expect that there would be such a magical thing. Only Qin Fen had a strange look on his face at this moment. He never expected that the person he was mocking was actually a master. When he thought about having to kneel down and apologize, his face turned red and white. Li Shanjian smiled and said, these 3 pills are the tempering pill, spring rain pill, and 3-flower jade dew pill. You have already seen the effects of the tempering pill. He poured out a dark green pill from the porcelain bottle and said, this is Chunlin pill. It can heal a seriously injured person in a very short time. The Qin family was shocked again. The military and police were always on the front lines of danger, and it was common for them to be seriously injured. And if this kind of medicine is really as effective as Li Shanjian said, it would be priceless. The eyes of Qin Lao and others became more and more fiery. At this time, Li Shanjian poured out another pale yellow pill and introduced it. This is the 3-flower jade dew pill. Mr. Qin has tried it, and I'm sure you know its efficacy. It is said to be able to cure more than 90% of diseases. Qin Zhehan asked in a trembling voice, Can cancer be cured? When the others heard this, they all looked expectant. The young man who had been silent all this time suddenly lit up his eyes and stared at Li Shanjian with sharp eyes. Li Shanjian said, according to the sect, it said that it should be possible, but I haven't tried it. Qin Zhehan looked at Qin Lingyun and asked in a pleading tone, Dad. Qin Lingyun thought about it for a while and nodded, this is a gift from Li Xiaowu. I believe he hopes it can be used where it is needed. Qin Rongyuan, who was standing by, whispered to Li Shanjian, this is my uncle. My aunt was diagnosed with cancer a few years ago and it's already in the late stages. My uncle and aunt were very close. We hired countless specialists and even sent her abroad, but to no avail. My aunt is dying. Li Shanjian understood. No wonder he saw that the middle-aged man and the young man always looked depressed. It turned out that there was such a hidden story. Qin Zhehan nodded gratefully to Qin Lingyun, then bowed deeply to Li Shanjian. Mr. Li, I apologize for my rudeness just now. I hope you will forgive my mistakes. The young man next to him also bowed deeply to Li Shanjian. Li Shanjian quickly dodged and said with a smile, I hope this pill is really as effective as they say. I hope I won't disappoint you. Qin Zhehan shook his head and said, no matter what the result is, thank you for giving us a glimmer of hope. Just now, he had secretly asked his third brother Qin Zemming why his father believed in this young man so much. It turned out that his old father's body had returned to its youthful state, and he also found that the wrinkles on his father's face seemed to have decreased a lot. After learning this information, he became more and more looking forward to this pill. Just then, Qin Tian finally finished his shower and walked into the study with a refreshed look on his face. When Qin Rongyuan saw Qin Tian, she immediately exclaimed, "Brother, you've become so handsome." Qin Tian chuckled, "Not only has he become more handsome, but he's also become stronger. He was originally quite handsome, but due to years of training, his skin was dark and rough. At this time, his skin actually became a little whiter, which was even better than the magic water." He chuckled, "I just tested it, and the force of my punch has reached 1,500 pounds. From now on, I'll see who can still be my opponent." Hearing this, everyone was a little shocked. Qin Zemming asked, "Mr. Li, does this pill have any side effects?" Li Shanjun smiled proudly, "Don't worry, these pills are not poisons that stimulate the body's potential, but warming and nourishing medicines that promote the body's evolution." After hearing this, everyone became more and more interested in those pills. At this moment, Qin Fen suddenly knelt in front of Li Shanjun and said, "I'm sorry. I apologize. I shouldn't have called you a liar. I misunderstood you. I'll punish you as you please." Li Shanjun was stunned, and then his opinion of the second-generation rich man changed. He is a person who keeps his promises and dares to take responsibility. Li Shanjun quickly helped him up and said, "Your words are too harsh. I accept your apology." "Thank you." Qin Fen stood up. Seeing this, Qin Rongyuan on the side showed a bright and beautiful smile on her face. Qin Zemming then asked, "Mr. Li, I wonder if your pills can be sold?" Hearing his question, everyone in the Qin family felt a sudden surge of anxiety and held their breath unconsciously. Li Shanjun shook his head. When everyone saw this, although they didn't show it on their faces, they felt a little disappointed in their hearts. Qin Zemming coughed dryly, "It's my fault for being so presumptuous." However, Li Shanjun said, "These pills were made by us using countless natural treasures. The quantity is extremely limited, so they cannot be sold for the time being." Qin Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly asked, "Mr. Li, did you say temporarily?" Li Shanjun glanced at him approvingly and said, "Well, that's right. The main reason is that some medicinal herbs are really in short supply. If they can be grown on a large scale, it's not impossible to grow them in large quantities. Maybe I can sell some of them later, and there are other pills with other effects." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Qin Rongyuan also asked, "Brother Shangyan, what medicinal herbs do you need? We will find them for you right away." Li Shanjun shook his head and said, "The matter of the elixir is not urgent. This matter requires the consent of the elders in the family. To be honest, he has never made pills before, so naturally he doesn't know what medicinal ingredients are needed. What's more, it is hard to say whether the medicinal herbs in the world of immortal cultivation can be found in this world, so he can only turn a blind eye now." Qin Lingyun quickly said, "That's right. We'll discuss this matter in the long term. However, if you need anything, please feel free to ask. Our Qin family has a certain amount of prestige in China." Li Shanjun chuckled and said, "Mr. Qin, you are too modest. Besides, you can just call me Li Shanjun. You are my grandfather, and calling me little friend makes me feel a little uncomfortable." Qin Rongyuan also said coquettishly, "That's right, I already call Shangyan brother, grandpa. If you call him little friend, isn't that confusing the generations?" Qin Zemming laughed heartily, "That's right, from now on our Qin family should get closer to Shangyan." For a moment, the atmosphere in the study became more harmonious. Li Shanjun continued, "Old Qin, Uncle Qin, although the elixirs cannot be traded for the time being, I do have a rather urgent business that I want to do. I wonder if the Qin family has such a channel." Qin Lingyun said with a smile, "Our Qin family's influence is mainly in the military, but business matters are not a problem at all. My second son is in charge of the Qin family's business." "Second son, you must serve Shangyan well later." Qin Zhetang quickly said, "Shangyan, I was too arrogant to call you that. I'm sorry for offending you just now." Li Shanjun said politely, "Second Uncle Qin is too polite. It's normal and necessary to have doubts." Qin Fen also interrupted and asked, "Shangyan, feel free to ask for anything you want. As long as we can do it, we will do our best." Li Shanjun smiled and said, "It's not that exaggerated. I brought some gold from home and need to get rid of it so that I can do something for my family. I had originally wanted to cooperate with some gold shops, but unexpectedly some accidents happened. The Qin family are all smart people. They know that the home Li Shanjun is talking about is definitely not his own home, but the power behind him, combined with the sect that Li Shanjun mentioned just now by mistake, it seems that Li Shanjun is the spokesperson of a secret ancient martial arts sect in the secular world. Although these ancient martial arts sects cannot cause any trouble given China's current strength, they have inherited some special techniques since ancient times. For example, the elixir that Li Shanjun took out, these things are difficult to achieve even with the whole country's strength. If we can get these things out of the sect, it will really be a great thing that benefits the country and the people. Moreover, since Li Shanjun was able to reveal these magical pills, he must have had the intention of testing them. Perhaps the forces behind him also have the idea of leaving the world, which is a good thing. If the Qin family can seize this opportunity, then for them, the future cooperation on elixirs alone will allow them to reach a higher level. Qin Hantang asked, Shangyan, how much gold do you have? About a ton. Yes, it's a large quantity. I also have a gold and jewelry company here, so it's no problem for me to eat it. Li Shanjun was secretly shocked. This rich man is a rich man. It is no problem for him to consume a ton of gold. Qin Tian suddenly realized, so there is such a large amount of gold. I was wondering why the people from Zhou Xiaosheng's gold dared to be so evil and want to steal Shang Yan's gold. It seems that we can't let them off easily. Qin Rongyuan asked, Brother, what happened? Why did Zhou Xiaosheng's men bully brother Shang Yan? Old Qin and Qin Zemming knew the inside story, but the others didn't, so Qin Tian recounted what happened yesterday. Qin Fen is a bachelor. He has been mocking Li Shanjun from the beginning, but after seeing the magic of the elixir and being shocked, and after receiving the apology, he let go and actually became a fan of Li Shanjun. He immediately said angrily, I think the people from Zhou Xiaosheng Gold don't want to continue their business anymore. Brother Shang Yan, don't worry, I will make them pay you 100 million in compensation today. Qin Lingyun said to Qin Zemming and Qin Fen seriously, we must deal with the black sheep in our team seriously. They can bully Shang Yan today, and they can bully the common people tomorrow. The two of them nodded quickly. Old Qin's words made Wang Li's end several times more miserable. Li Shanjun chuckled and said, thank you, but let's not talk about these bad things for now. Although there are villains, there are more righteous people. I want to process this ton of gold as quickly as possible, and I also need to purchase some jade. Qin Zhetang asked, okay, no problem. I'll handle this matter for you personally. I'll definitely get it done for you today. With the foundation of cooperation, the relationship between the two sides has become more harmonious, and even Qin Zhehan and his son, and Qin Zhetang and his son are about to participate in the topic. Qin Rongyuan looked at Li Shanjun with a smile on her face, her eyes shining. Li Shanjun didn't leave Lujia Villa until after dinner. Today's trip was quite fruitful. He has successfully sold a ton of gold and recovered more than 600 million in cash. This includes 100 million yuan transferred from Zhou Xiaosheng Gold. With the Qin family's intervention, the chairman of Zhou Xiaosheng Gold immediately trembled in fear and transferred the money immediately. Are you kidding? That's the Qin family. One of the top forces in China. How could these businessmen dare to say no? What's more, it was Zhou Xiaosheng Huangjin's people who took the initiative to set up the trap and try to cheat the Qin family. This is really like picking up a light in the toilet, looking for shit. The chairman of Zhou Xiaosheng Gold also hated Luo Jinayo and Yu Jiaojiao of the Wuchen branch. These two greedy bastards caused them to suffer unprovoked disaster. In addition to processing gold, Li Shanjun was also given some ancient jade by the Qin family as a return gift. What surprised Li Shanjun was that these ancient jades not only contained rich spiritual power, but some even contained special aura. He doesn't have time to seriously study what the special aura is now, but it makes him more interested in the ancient jade. Now he is worth a lot of money, and with the relationship with the Qin family, he can do something with great potential. But no matter what, his first priority is still to improve his own strength, which is his greatest reliance. In the following days, whether in the world of immortal cultivation or the urban world, Li Shanjun was devoted to cultivation. Before he knew it, several days had passed, and his strength had improved rapidly without him noticing. Li Shanjun felt that the spiritual energy in his body was already extremely full, and it seemed to have reached the critical point of breakthrough. The world of cultivating immortals. Li Shanjun felt that the spiritual energy in his danshan was already very full. It could no longer accommodate more spiritual energy, and he even felt a little bloated. This was the result of his 3 days of practice, and he finally reached the 9th level of the qi refining stage. So he came to Ziwan again without hesitation. Yeah, Ziwan is still wearing a red dress today. Hey, little disciple, what have you been busy with these days? Why haven't you come over? Yeah, Ziwan, who was wearing a red dress, sat on the swing and joked. A few days ago, he was in seclusion practicing the 5 element skills, so he didn't come to Ziwan. Li Shanjun chuckled and said, Master, you are wrongly accusing me. I was just practicing. Yeah, Ziwan glanced at him and said, why are you coming to my place today instead of continuing your training? Li Shanjun said, I'm about to break through. Master, please give me some pointers. Yeah, Ziwan said nonchalantly, what advice is there for a breakthrough in the qi refining stage? Can't you just practice step by step? Come back to me when you're ready to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Li Shanjun said innocently, but I feel like I've reached the 9th level of qi refining, but I don't know how to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Yeah, Ziwan was stunned when she heard this, and jumped off the swing, pressing her hand on Li Shanjian's danshan. Li Shanjun felt a warmth in his lower body, and a stream of hot air entered his danshan. Yeah, Ziwan's eyes narrowed as she looked at Li Shanjun in surprise. Are you truly at the 5 elements perfection? How come your cultivation speed is so fast? Li Shanjun chuckled, I don't know, I've been practicing so hard and my realm has reached this point. I'm about to break through. Hearing Li Shanjian's Versailles words, Ye Ziwan felt her fists were about to harden. She is also a genius in the sect, otherwise she would not have reached the golden core stage in just over 20 years old, and she also has multiple attributes. But compared with Li Shanjun, she seems nothing. She looked at Li Shanjun with a complicated expression, and then said, You have indeed reached the critical point of breakthrough. If you want to break through to the foundation establishment stage now, it is actually very simple. Just keep compressing the spiritual energy in your danshan. Let the spiritual energy continue to liquefy, and at the same time use the spiritual energy to build your danshan into a spiritual platform. You are a cultivator who has reached perfection in the 5 elements. The difficulty of building a spiritual platform will be several times, or even dozens of times, that of others. You need to prepare a large amount of spirit stones in advance for use in building the spirit platform. Li Shanjun flipped his hands, and a palm-sized piece of ancient jade appeared in his hands. This was given to him by the Qin family. He felt that the quality of the spiritual energy contained in it was no less than that of a top-grade spirit stone, and now was the right time to use it. Ye Ziwan's eyes fixed, and she asked in surprise, Where did you find such a high-quality spirit stone? Haha, master, I have plenty of spirit stones. If you need them for cultivation, I can give them to you, Li Shanjun said with a proud look on his face. Ye Ziwan's eyes turned and she said, Why? You want to support me? Li Shanjun was almost choked to death by his saliva. Master, you have helped me so much, this is my filial piety to you. Li Shanjun looked helpless. The red-skirted master is a tiger and a wolf. Ye Ziwan looked at him with a smile, that's more like it. If you want to support me, or even have any improper thoughts about me, be careful or I will break all 3 of your legs. Li Shanjun felt a chill run down his spine and said in panic, Master, you're overthinking it. Ye Ziwan's expression immediately turned sour, what do you mean? Has my master lost all his charm? Doesn't that make you miss me? Well, a fatal question. Li Shanjun was suddenly speechless. He quickly said, Master, I'm so bloated. Help me. Ye Ziwan always felt that this sentence was a bit strange, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But then he collected his thoughts and said seriously, Okay, since you are fully prepared, let's get started. Remember, breaking through the foundation establishment stage is a crucial turning point on the path to immortality. You must focus your attention and not slack off even for a moment. She guided Li Shanjun to sit cross-legged in an area with the most concentrated spiritual energy in the center of Ziwan, and arranged several spirit-gathering arrays around it to speed up the gathering of spiritual energy. Ye Ziwan opened her red lips and began to teach Li Shanjun the foundation building techniques and precautions. Li Shanjun had a very good understanding, and he understood everything after Ye Ziwan explained it once. Following the guidance of the mental method, he began to close his eyes and concentrate, then he focused his mind on 5 things at once and practiced 5 techniques at the same time. The originally calm spiritual energy in Ziwan seemed to be activated, and strands of spiritual energy, as if drawn by an invisible hand, rushed into Li Shanjian's body frantically. In addition, he was also absorbing the spiritual power from the palm-sized high-grade spirit stone in his hand. Li Shanjun only felt that the spiritual energy in his danshan, which had been filled to the extreme, began to slowly compress with the help of Ye Ziwan. Each compression was accompanied by severe pain, as if it was going to tear his body apart. But he gritted his teeth and persisted, silently reciting the principle of the 5 elements' mutual generation and mutual restraint in his mind, trying to guide this violent force to a state of balance among the 5 elements. I saw that golden, green, blue, red, and yellow lights gradually appeared around him, which was a symbol that the 5 elements of spiritual energy had reached the ultimate balance in his body. The 5 elements become one, and the spiritual platform appears. Ye Ziwan let out a low shout, formed seals with her hands, and a complex spiritual rune flew out from her palms and sank into Li Shanjian's danshan. The rune was like a key, instantly activating the potential of the 5 elements of spiritual energy in Li Shanjian's body, allowing them to begin to merge and intertwine in an unprecedented way. As the fusion deepened, a colorful vortex gradually formed in Li Shanjian's danshan. In the center of the vortex was a miniature colorful spirit platform, flashing with dazzling light. This 5-colored spiritual platform not only represents Li Shanjian's perfect cultivation of the 5 elements, but also indicates that his future path of cultivation will be broader and limitless than that of ordinary people. Ah! With a low roar, it seemed as if something in Li Shanjian's body was completely broken. A powerful force burst out from his body, breaking through the shackles of the Qi refining stage and officially stepping into the threshold of the foundation establishment stage. The air around seemed to solidify at this moment, and then quickly resumed flowing, bringing with it a breath of new life. Li Shanjun felt that the spiritual energy in his body was 10 times more than before. The difference of just one realm is like an insurmountable chasm. This is qualitative change. In addition, Li Shanjun was pleasantly surprised to find that the space in his brain had become larger again, and it had doubled. It was a little more than 1 cubic meter before, but now it has reached about 2 cubic meters. Seeing this, Ye Ziwan showed a relieved smile on her face. She thought that her disciple was a master of the 5 elements, and it would be difficult for him to cultivate to the foundation building stage without 3 years. However, after only 10 days of apprenticeship, he had already reached the foundation building stage, meeting the standards of an inner disciple. Coupled with his 5 elements kung fu, his actual combat power is comparable to that of veteran inner disciples. It is ridiculous that the sect ignores such a genius. Thinking that Li Shanjun would make a big splash in the sect competition in a while, she couldn't help but feel a little happy. She patted Li Shanjian's shoulder gently and said, "Congratulations, little disciple, you have successfully broken through the foundation building stage and built your own 5-colored spirit platform. This is a big step on the road to becoming an immortal, but remember, there is still a long way to go, and we must not become complacent." Li Shanjun slowly opened his eyes, with a terrifying light flashing in them. He felt the unprecedented powerful force in his body. He stood up and bowed deeply to Ye Ziwan. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will continue to work hard and live up to your high expectations." Ye Ziwan said, 3 months from now, there will be a competition between the inner and outer sect disciples. I hope you can make a stunning debut and shock the sect master and those blind elders." Li Shanjun felt a surge of anger in Ye Ziwan's heart, and after a little thought he roughly guessed the source of her anger. The master is also a multidisciplinary practitioner. Even though she is very talented, the sect is still reluctant to use resources to train her. Instead, they put resources into those single-line wastes, under the pretext that they are more likely to break through. Ye Ziwan just wants to prove that trash is trash. Only those with multiple spiritual powers are truly powerful. Li Shanjun was silent for a while, then said to Ye Ziwan, "Master, wait for me for a moment," and hurriedly left Ziwan. He used the magic of speed to run all the way back to his courtyard, then took out some things from his brain space and put them into a box. Originally, he didn't need to go through so much trouble, but in order to keep the secret of the brain area, he had to go back to the courtyard. Then they hurried to Ziwan. Ye Ziwan looked at the box that Li Shanjun handed over and jokingly asked, "Why? What treasure is inside?" Li Shanjun chuckled, "Good stuff, it will definitely be useful to you, Master." Ye Ziwan opened the box doubtfully, and the moment she opened the box, she felt a hidden spiritual energy inside. Her expression changed instantly. There were only a dozen palm-sized milky white spirit stones quietly placed in the box. Each spiritual stone contains rich and high-quality spiritual power, and has reached the top grade. According to the measurement of the immortal cultivation world, 1 jade stone is the size of a fingernail, so these jade stones are equivalent to 200 or 300 high-quality spirit stones. As an elder of the sect, Ye Ziwan's monthly salary is 1 top-grade spirit stone, but usually only hundreds of medium-grade spirit stones are distributed, and there may not be a single high-grade spirit stone in a year. And now what is contained in this box is equivalent to several decades of salary. If I say I'm not moved, that would be a lie. Cultivating immortality consumes the most resources. The world of immortal cultivation today is at a time when resources are most scarce. Ye Ziwan quickly closed the box and asked nervously, "My little disciple, where did you get so many spiritual stones?" When she said the last word, she couldn't help but lower her voice, for fear of being heard by others. If this box is seen by other people in the sect, even the sect master will be jealous. Li Shanjun said with a smile, "Master, I have a way to obtain some spirit stones because of some adventures I have encountered." Ye Ziwan, who was wearing a red skirt, looked at Li Shanjun with a scrutinizing gaze. The extremely aggressive look made him feel a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, the woman in the red dress smiled and said, "My little disciple, are you really going to support me?" Li Shanjun was a little amused and helpless. He smiled bitterly and said, "Master, you also know how difficult it is for practitioners with multiple attributes to advance. It requires a massive amount of resources, and I happen to have some resources that can help Master." Ye Ziwan looked at him with eyes as serene as the depths of the sea and asked softly, "Aren't you afraid that I might have evil intentions?" Li Shanjun said calmly, "You are my master. If I don't trust you, who should I trust? Why are you so nice to me? Master is my support in the sect. Only when you become strong can I have someone to lean on. You still want to touch my legs? Ahem. Master, don't get the wrong idea. I'm a serious person." "You mean I'm not serious?" "Well." Li Shanjun was speechless for a moment, his cheeks slightly red. He obviously did not expect Ye Ziwan to tease him so directly. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle and awkward. He coughed twice, trying to change the subject, but unconsciously glanced at Ye Ziwan's bright red dress. I muttered to myself, this joke played by Master Red Skirt really caught me off guard. "Master, seriously, please accept these spirit stones. They will be of great benefit to your cultivation. As for me, I naturally have my own opportunities and plans." As master and disciple, we support each other and make progress together. Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing if we could dominate the world of immortal cultivation in the future? There was some sincerity and determination in Li Shanjian's words. He knew very well that in this world of immortal cultivation where the strong prey on the weak, strength was the only thing that mattered, and resources were indispensable for improving strength. When Ye Ziwan heard this, the scrutiny in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a touch of tenderness and relief. She patted Li Shanjian's shoulder gently and said with a smile, "Good disciple, your master was not wrong about you. I will accept this spirit stone. But you also have to promise me that no matter what difficulties you encounter, you must remember that you still have me as your master." Li Shanjun felt warm in his heart and nodded heavily. Suddenly, Ye Ziwan's expression changed. She waved her hand, and several objects flew out from the study and floated in front of the two of them. Li Shanjun looked closely and found that they were 3 clumps of spiritual gold ore of different sizes. Ye Ziwan said, "I just picked up these 3 pieces of spiritual gold ore and kept them there without deciding what to do with them. Last time, I taught you the 100 refinements divine body art. This technique will be very useful to you. Now these spiritual golds are useful. Although they are not valuable, they can at least help you get started in cultivation." Li Shanjun had never seen spiritual gold before. This was the first time he saw spiritual gold ore. He grabbed a piece of ore in front of him and looked at it carefully. The spiritual gold ore in Li Shanjian's hand exudes a faint metallic luster, and feels warm with a hint of coolness, as if it contains some kind of mysterious power. Although he didn't know what kind of spiritual gold he had in his hand, he had a feeling that if he used it to refine a spiritual weapon, it would definitely be extraordinary. Although Master Red Skirt said that she collected them casually, the minerals she treasured were definitely not ordinary minerals. "Master, this spiritual gold ore, how can I use it to practice the 100 refinements of the divine body art?" Li Shanjun looked up at Ye Ziwan. Ye Ziwan smiled slightly and explained, "The 100 refining divine body art is an extremely special body refining technique. It is different from ordinary martial arts or mental methods. It requires practitioners to use the spiritual objects of heaven and earth as a guide, and through continuous tempering of the flesh, to reach the realm of fleshly sanctification. And spiritual gold is one of the most ideal materials for tempering the body. However, directly tempering the body with spirit gold ore is too rough and can easily damage the foundation. Therefore, we need to purify the spiritual gold ore first and refine it into a more refined spiritual gold liquid. Afterwards, you must follow the instructions of the technique and absorb the spiritual gold liquid into your body. After countless times of tempering and reshaping, you will gradually strengthen your body and improve your cultivation." Li Shanjian's face turned bitter. "Master, you told me last time that it would be best to find a strange fire to purify the spiritual gold. These pieces of spiritual gold of yours obviously cannot be melted with ordinary flames." Ye Ziwan flicked the short whip in her hand, transforming it into a fire dragon. She then said proudly, "You may have forgotten that I am also a fire cultivator. Although I haven't mastered the strange fire, smelting these pieces of spiritual gold is just a piece of cake." Li Shanjian's eyes lit up and he quickly said, "Thank you, master." Ye Ziwan stopped talking nonsense and pulled out a round pendant from her clothes. Then, with a thought, a small alchemy furnace half a person's height appeared in front of the two people, and then a piece of spiritual gold ore was placed in it. Seeing this scene, Li Shanjian's eyes almost popped out. He quickly asked, "Master, what is this?" Ye Ziwan stroked the pendant, a trace of reminiscence in her eyes, and said, "This is a storage ring, which my father left to me. There's about 5 cubic meters of space inside, which can be used to store valuables." Li Shanjun quickly asked, "Master, where can I buy this storage ring?" Ye Ziwan stood on tiptoe and knocked Li Shanjian's head with her hand. "What are you thinking? A storage ring requires at least a level 7 refiner to refine. The key is that the storage ring requires space stones. Nowadays, space stones are almost extinct, so it is almost impossible to refine a storage ring. The existing storage rings are all controlled by the major sects, and there is no possibility of them leaking out. Unless you rob someone who has a storage ring or are lucky enough to find it in some secret realm. Otherwise, you would never have been able to obtain the storage ring." Hearing this, Li Shanjun could only look at the little ring hanging on his master's mountain with regret. However, he has brain space anyway, so a storage ring is not necessary. After Ye Ziwan put her storage ring back close to her body, she swung the whip violently, and a fire dragon followed the whip all the way to the bottom of the alchemy furnace. As she output her spiritual power, the alchemy furnace was surrounded by a flame and the temperature inside the furnace began to rise. But it took about half an hour before the spiritual gold slowly softened, and the furnace gradually emitted a strong and unique fragrance peculiar to spiritual gold. Ye Ziwan did not stop there, but continued to output spiritual power. As the temperature in the alchemy furnace grew hotter, some metallic liquid began to precipitate from the spiritual gold ore. That is the spiritual gold liquid. Finally, after an hour of careful refining, a furnace of golden and crystal clear spiritual gold liquid was finally produced. As for the ore waste, it is separated and discarded. Li Shanjun looked at the spiritual golden liquid that seemed to contain infinite vitality, his heart filled with excitement and anticipation. Master, what should I do next? He asked impatiently. Ye Ziwan looked serious and warned, the next training process will be extremely painful. You need to be mentally prepared. Li Shanjun nodded heavily, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. Following the instructions in The Art of Refining the Divine Body in 100 times, he began to slowly introduce the spiritual gold liquid into his body and began to merge it with his body. Suddenly, an indescribable pain came from all over his body, as if countless sharp blades were cutting his skin, bones and even internal organs. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain in his body, and practiced his skills to guide the spiritual gold liquid to flow in his body. Each cycle was accompanied by more intense pain, but he never gave up. After each cycle, the spiritual gold liquid would decrease a little bit because it was absorbed by his body. As time went by, the pain in Li Shanjian's body gradually subsided, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort. Finally, after the first ball of spiritual gold liquid was absorbed, Li Shanjun felt that his body seemed to have become tougher and stronger. When he practiced the 100 refinements of the divine body mental method, his body actually emitted a faint glow. It was as if he himself was a magical weapon. In the world of cultivating immortals, weapons are divided into magical weapons, spiritual weapons, magic treasures, spiritual treasures, and immortal weapons. The levels above that are unclear. Each weapon is divided into 4 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. Magical weapons are relatively common and are commonly used by practitioners above the foundation establishment stage. Spiritual weapons are usually the weapons that the elders of the sect or even the sect leader always have on hand. But when it reaches the level of a magic weapon, it has become a powerful weapon of the sect and one of its foundations. Spiritual treasures and immortal artifacts are the most powerful foundation, and they will not be brought out until the battle to destroy the section. Because the cost of using it is too high, each use requires consuming tens of thousands of high-quality spirit stones. And now, Li Shanjun felt that he was like someone who had cultivated an indestructible body, and no ordinary soldier could hurt him. Even his cultivation level improved slightly. Li Shanjun said in surprise, Master, it seems to have succeeded. Ye Ziwan also spent a lot of spiritual power to help him smelt the spiritual gold. She took a breath and said, Not bad. I didn't expect to succeed on the first try. You can be considered to have made the initial steps now. If you absorb the other 2 balls of spiritual gold, your body will be able to reach the level of a top-grade magical weapon, or even a top-grade magical weapon. When the sect competition comes, even if you fight against inner disciples, they won't be able to hurt you at all if you just stand there. Li Shanjian's eyes lit up. Master, then I can beat Zhao Kun up then. Ye Ziwan rolled her eyes at him and said, You'd better beat up old man Mo to be a real talent. Li Shanjun chuckled and said, Master, we can't offend our superiors. When the time comes, you beat up Master Mo Feng, and I'll beat up Zhao Kun. Master and disciple, we will go together to let the people from Jinjian Peak and the Punishment Hall know that Xianyuan sect is not a place where they can do whatever they want. You agree, don't you? Ye Ziwan said approvingly, You're right. Keep up the good work. I'll help you smelt these 2 pieces of spiritual gold. Ah, Master, you consumed so much energy just now, are you still able to do it now? Are you doubting my endurance? Or are you no longer able to do it? Master, how could I not be able to do that? Come on then. Master, if you can't stand it, please tell me. After calming her breath a little, Ye Ziwan placed the second piece of spiritual gold ore into the alchemy furnace. Then he swung the whip again, and a fire dragon shot towards the alchemy furnace. With previous experience, the speed of smelting spiritual gold will be faster this time. In less than an hour, Li Shanjun obtained a ball of spiritual gold liquid emitting light blue color. Li Shanjun did not hesitate and once again practiced the 100 refining divine body technique to absorb the ball of spiritual gold liquid into his body. In an instant, the severe pain came again. However, Li Shanjun was already prepared, and his body was now stronger than before, so the pain was not as intense as before. When Ye Ziwan saw Li Shanjun entering into cultivation, she immediately took out a mid-grade spirit stone and began to quickly absorb the spiritual power in it. The 2 smeltings just now did consume a lot of her spiritual energy, but in order to maintain her image in front of her apprentice, she did not say that she could not hold on. You can't even say that you can't do it. It was already late in the afternoon when we left Ziwan. I spent a whole day in Ziwan today, but gained a lot. His realm has broken through to the foundation building stage, and he has even built a powerful 5-colored spiritual platform. In terms of spiritual power alone, he is now even comparable to people at the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage. In addition, he can use the 5 elements magic, and when facing practitioners of the same level, he can completely use the magic to kill the opponent. In addition, he had completely mastered the 100 refining divine body art after absorbing 3 balls of spiritual gold liquid. Now his body is no weaker than a top-grade magic weapon. As for whether it has reached the level of a top-grade magical weapon, he has never cut himself with it, so he is not sure. When he was about to reach his own yard, Li Shanjun found a chubby figure pacing back and forth in front of his door. When he saw Li Shanjun coming back, the man immediately smiled. "Ha! Senior brother Su, are you waiting for me?" Li Shanjun asked curiously. He hadn't seen Su Dekui for several days and didn't know what he was doing recently. "Junior brother, you are finally back." Su Dekui asked hurriedly with an anxious look on his face. "What happened? Junior brother, can you lend me some spirit stones?" "Borrow spirit stones?" Li Shanjun asked seriously. "Brother, what do you want?" Su Dekui looked a little sad. "My sister was possessed by her inner demon when she broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Now she is on the verge of going astray. I urgently need a spirit purification pill to save her." When he heard that it was used to save people, Li Shanjian's expression immediately relaxed. This guy's name was Su Dekui and people were worried that he would lose quickly and thought he was going to gamble. He asked in a serious tone, "What kind of medicine is this spirit purification pill? How many spirit stones does it require?" Seeing that Li Shanjun seemed to agree, Su Dekui quickly explained, "The Qingshen pill has the effect of strengthening the soul and stabilizing the mind. It is a second-level pill and is worth about 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Normally, a second-level elixir can be purchased with just a few dozen low-grade spirit stones, but the spirit purification pill has a greater effect on the soul, is very rare, and is more difficult to refine, so it requires 10 mid-grade spirit stones." Li Shanjian's heart moved, and he thought that the size of his brain space seemed to be related to his soul. So he asked, "Can normal practitioners take this kind of pill?" Suda quickly said, "Yes, but you can only take one. If you take more, it will be useless." Li Shanjun pondered for a moment and said, "I can go to Master to borrow some spirit stones, but I have a request." Suda quickly nodded. "Junior brother, go ahead. Take me with you, I also want to buy a spirit purification pill." "Is it such a simple request?" Li Shanjun gave him a strange look. "Then what do you think the request is?" Suda quickly said, "I thought you wanted to be my brother-in-law." Li Shanjun looked him up and down, and couldn't help but think of Su Dekui in women's clothing, and felt a chill in his heart. So he shook his head again and said, "No, I don't want to." As if he knew what Li Shanjun was thinking, he showed an angry look on his face. "You, don't be ungrateful, my sister is so beautiful. If you dare to hit on my sister again, I will beat you up." Li Shanjun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I don't know how, and I don't dare. Let's go and buy some pills." The thought of marrying a woman dressed as a crossdresser is terrifying. Isn't Master nice? Li Shanjun feels like he is just an actor. To get the spirit stones for Ye Ziwan, he had to run back to his own courtyard, and to get the spirit stones for Su Dekui, he had to go to Ziwan again. Of course, he didn't really go to Ziyang. Instead, he ran halfway and found a place to rest. When he calculated the time was almost up, he turned back. Fortunately, he learned the art of speed, otherwise he would have been exhausted to death from the trip up and down the mountain. After pretending to borrow the spirit stones, Li Shanjun followed Su Dekui, who was looking grateful, to Qingyuan Valley. After a while, they arrived at a business called Lingdan Pavilion. It is said that Lingdan Pavilion was opened by an elder from Shendan Peak. It is the largest company selling elixirs in Qingyuan Valley. This elder often refines some 3rd and 4th level pills, but the quantity is extremely limited because they are too expensive. Su Dekui introduced to Li Shanjun. Lingdan Pavilion is indeed the largest medicine store. Just in terms of the store's location, area and decoration, it is far beyond the reach of Joe's medicine store. "Master, what kind of elixir do you need?" a beautiful maid asked hurriedly when she saw Li Shanjun and Suda coming in. Suda quickly said, "I need to buy a spirit clearing pill." The maid's eyes lit up. A big client. This kind of medicine has extraordinary effects, but not everyone can afford it. "Okay, 10 medium-grade spirit stones," the maid said with a smile. Su Dekui took the spirit stones that Li Shanjun lent him and paid immediately. The maid also handed the porcelain bottle containing the elixir to Su Dekui. After a quick check and confirming that there was no problem, he immediately said goodbye to Li Shanjun. Li Shanjun knew that he was in a hurry to save his sister, so he did not force him to stay. Seeing that he hadn't left, the maid asked, "Master, do you need to buy some elixirs as well?" Li Shanjun asked, "I'll buy a spirit purification pill too." Another big customer. The maid couldn't help but be overjoyed, and quickly took out another spirit clearing pill and handed it to Li Shanjun. After paying the spirit stones, he casually asked, "Do you have any other soul strengthening pills?" The maid smiled even more brightly when she heard this. It was obvious that Li Shanjian's question touched her pride in the store's high-end products. "Master, you have a good eye. Our spiritual pill pavilion certainly has more than just ordinary spirit purification pills. As for soul-strengthening elixirs, we have several very rare and effective ones here. However, they are naturally quite expensive. She took light steps and led Li Shanjun to a counter covered by gauze deep inside the store. There were jade boxes emitting a faint glow, which obviously contained extraordinary things. First, let me introduce you to this Ningxian Jade Dew Pill. It's made with century-old Ningxian grass as the main ingredient, supplemented with the essence of a variety of rare spiritual fruits. After taking it, it can greatly enhance the spiritual power of the cultivator. It is especially suitable for cultivators who are about to break through the bottleneck. However, the price is also quite high. One piece requires 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Li Shanjun raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. This price was 5 times that of the Qingshen pill, but he believes that the better something is, the more expensive it is likely to be. He immediately developed a strong interest. Please continue, he said lightly, his eyes fixed on the jade box, as if he could see through it the tremendous power contained within. Upon seeing this, the maid became even more convinced that this immortal master was no ordinary person. So he introduced it more enthusiastically. The other one is one of the treasures of our Lingdan Pavilion, Sol Yuan Dan. This pill was personally refined by the elders of Shandan Peak. They used the extremely rare soul essence fruit as the main ingredient, supplemented with 9,981 kinds of precious medicinal herbs. It took 49 days to complete. Its medicinal effect is also extremely significant. It can increase the strength of the soul of immortal masters below the Jindan stage by 30% to 50%. But similarly, its price is also astonishing. One soul essence pill requires 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Having said that, the maid couldn't help but look at Li Shanjun with some trepidation, worried that the price would scare away this seemingly young monk. However, Li Shanjian's face did not show any surprise or retreat, but instead a look of surprise. Okay, I want both the Soul Yuan pill and the Soul Concentrating Jade Dew pill. Li Shanjun made the decision without hesitation. What he lacked the least now was spirit stones. Although explaining the origin is troublesome, as long as he is strong enough, who would dare to question him? Li Shanjun took out 2 high-grade spirit stones and some medium-grade spirit stones from his pocket. The maid took the spirit stone, and a hint of surprise and delight flashed in her eyes. There was actually a top-grade spirit stone, but he quickly regained his professional smile and carefully handed the box containing the pills to Li Shanjun. If these pills were damaged, even selling her entire family wouldn't be enough to compensate. Master, you are truly generous. These pills will surely greatly enhance your cultivation. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to visit us anytime. Li Shanjun took the jade box and felt the tremendous spiritual power contained in it, and a surge of excitement surged in his heart. He nodded slightly to the maid, then turned and left Lingdan Pavilion. Then he used the magic of speed to quickly return to his own courtyard. Li Shanjun couldn't wait to close the doors and windows and set up restrictions to prevent anyone from disturbing him. They are called restrictions, but in fact they are just some magic traps. Now he has mastered more than a dozen techniques, and some of them can even be used in combination. For example, he placed the wood vine technique and quicksand technique in the courtyard. Once someone steps into the courtyard, he will first fall into the quicksand. If he wants to break free, there will be wooden vines below that will wrap around his feet, making it impossible to move. Of course, this technique is only aimed at people below the foundation establishment stage. If they are above the foundation establishment stage, they can quickly break his technique, but this will also alarm Li Shanjun. The reason why he was so cautious was because he didn't know what strange phenomena would occur when strengthening his soul. Li Shanjun took out a box and opened it carefully. He saw a crystal clear pill emitting a faint blue light lying quietly inside. A fresh and powerful spiritual force comes over you, making you feel refreshed. He took a deep breath and did not rush to take it. Instead, he practiced the exercises first to adjust his condition to the best. Then, he took out the Ningxian Yulu pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power exploded in his body, but this power was very gentle and warm. Li Shanjun clenched his teeth, worried that he would scream out in pleasure. This kind of comfort on the spiritual level made his body tremble involuntarily. Li Shanjun did not practice any mental skills, but let his soul absorb the strange power eagerly. As the effect of the medicine gradually dissipated, his soul became more solid and powerful under the nourishment of this power. When the last bit of strength merged into his soul, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Everything in the room can move according to his thoughts. This is the power of artistic conception. Previously, when he was practicing the power of the 5 elements, he accidentally comprehended the rudiments of artistic conception. Now that he was taking the Ningxian Yulu pill, which strengthened his spirit and soul, his artistic conception was completely formed. His artistic conception covers an area of about 10 meters in radius. Within this range, any movement cannot escape his conscious awareness. Generally speaking, only cultivators above the Jindan stage can comprehend the artistic conception, and now he has comprehended the artistic conception at only the foundation building stage, which undoubtedly enhances his strength. In addition, the space in his brain has really gotten bigger. Originally, when he broke through to the foundation establishment stage, his brain space became about 2 cubic meters. Now after taking the Ningxuan Yulu pill, the brain space has directly increased to about 3 cubic meters. Really? The size of this space is related to the level of cultivation and the soul, especially the soul. The spirit and soul are strengthened, and the brain space becomes more obviously larger. Li Shanjun was also pleasantly surprised to find that it was now easier for him to practice 5 techniques at the same time. Originally, doing 5 things at once required a huge amount of mental effort. After practicing 36 major cycles, you need to rest, otherwise you will have a splitting headache. Now that his spirit and soul had increased, he estimated that he could practice 48 major cycles at a time, which would undoubtedly greatly increase the speed of practice. This made him look forward to the Hun Yuan pill even more, but his spirit had just been strengthened, and if he took drugs again, his spirit would be a little unstable. To be on the safe side, Li Shanjun decided to take it slow and consolidate his strength before taking other pills. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Shanjun closed his eyes and fell asleep. Without conscious guidance to practice the 5 techniques simultaneously, the body can only maintain a basic practice speed. However, the speed of practicing while idle is not slower than that of ordinary practitioners. When I returned to the urban world, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. As soon as he opened his eyes, he received a phone call. "Mr. Li, good news. The owner has agreed to buy the building, and we've already negotiated the price down to 85 million. When would it be convenient for you to come over and make the transaction?" Li Shanjun was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the caller ID Zhao Yu and then remembered who it was. A few days ago, he took a fancy to a small detached house by the river in the city center and planned to buy it to use as an office building. But a lot of things happened after that, and he almost forgot about it. In addition, he sold the gold to the Qin family and had more than 600 million in cash, which was enough to buy the building. So he said, "Let's meet today at that building later." "Okay, Mr. Li, see you later." Zhao Yu on the other end of the phone was so excited that she almost jumped up, and at the same time she felt relieved. The manager next to her patted her shoulder vigorously and said, "Well done." They mobilized the entire company to get the owner to agree to sell the property, and he negotiated the base price of 90 million given by Li Shanjun to 85 million. According to the previous agreement, they not only received a substantial commission, but also received 50% of the 5 million. As long as they complete this deal, their company can rest easy this year. Many people looked at Zhao Yu with envy and jealousy. This young girl who just graduated is really lucky. If this deal is successful, her income will be at least hundreds of thousands, or even millions. On the other side, Li Shanjun informed Yang Jingxiu to gather at the building in the city center. An hour later, when we arrived at our destination, everyone was already there. Li Shanjun also saw the owner of the building, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a somewhat thin appearance. Although he was wearing branded clothes, he looked a little haggard. He was a little stunned when he saw Li Shanjun. He didn't expect that the buyer would be such a young man. "Mr. Li, my name is Fan Wei, nice to meet you. Heroes are truly born young." The middle-aged man named Fan Wei shook Li Shanjian's hand and introduced himself politely. Li Shanjun smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Fan. I'm sure Xiao Zhao has already discussed this with you. Let's make the deal as soon as possible. Jingxiu, please go and handle the formalities on my behalf. I believe Xiao Zhao will arrange everything." Zhao Yu asked, "Mr. Li, do you want to pay in full or take out a loan?" Li Shanjun said, "Full payment." Hearing this, a hint of joy finally appeared on Fan Wei's slightly haggard face. "Haha, Mr. Li is so straightforward. To be honest, if I wasn't in urgent need of money, I really wouldn't want to sell this building." Li Shanjun agreed and said, "The location and environment of this building are really good. I was thinking of renting it, but I fell in love with it at first sight." Yang Jingxiu and Zhao Yu began to prepare the relevant contracts according to Li Shanjian's instructions. Li Shanjun and Fan Wei began to chat. Fan Wei said, "Mr. Li, what business are you in?" Li Shanjun said casually, "It's mainly gold and jade. I have some resources in this area at home." Fan Wei's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Jade? Mr. Li, are you buying or selling jade?" Li Shanjun glanced at him, not knowing why he was so excited, but still said, "I mainly sell gold and then buy jade." Fan Wei asked eagerly, "Mr. Li, are you interested in raw jade?" Li Shanjun glanced at him and asked, "Of course, Mr. Fan, are you in this business?" Fan Wei's face turned bitter, and he sighed, "Alas, I used to be in industry and made a lot of money, otherwise I couldn't afford to buy this building. Later, by chance, I also started to enter the jade industry and gradually became addicted to gambling on jade. It's like one cut to heaven, one cut to hell. In the past 2 years, I bought a lot of rough diamonds, but ended up losing a lot of money. Some time ago, I was scammed by someone and all my money was taken away, which caused cash flow problems. That's why I had to sell the building to recover the funds." After hearing what he said, Li Shanjun immediately became interested. Now that his cultivation level is getting higher and higher, his demand for jade is also increasing. In addition, the hard currency in the world of cultivating immortals is jade. Only with jade can one obtain skills, spiritual gold, spiritual weapons, and elixirs. Therefore, he was preparing to find some channels to purchase jade and start large-scale acquisitions. Fan Wei gave him an idea that raw stone was a very good choice. There is an element of gambling in buying raw stones, and the risk is very high. But for a cultivator like Li Shanjun, he can sense the spiritual energy inside with just a little sensation, so what risk is there? Therefore, the cost of purchasing raw stones will be much lower and will not be too conspicuous. Because before the raw stone is cut, no one knows whether there is jade inside. Thinking of this, Li Shanjun immediately started communicating with Fan Wei and asked him a lot of common sense about raw stone trading. Although Fan Wei was surprised that this young man who was in the jade business didn't even know these things, when he thought of his age, he felt relieved and thought that he had just started taking over the business. In addition, Li Shanjun spent hundreds of millions to buy his building without blinking an eye, so his financial strength must be extraordinary. Just then, Yang Jingxiu and Zhao Yu came over. Yang Jingxiu reported, "Boss, the contracts are ready, including the house sale and commission contracts." Li Shanjun signed the contract readily. Then he said to Yang Jingxiu, "The subsequent asset transfer will be left to you. I have transferred 100 million yuan to the company's account. The funds in it are sufficient." Yang Jingxiu quickly said she knew. Zhao Yu, who was standing aside, looked at Li Shanjun with a strange look in her eyes. "Handsome and rich. It's a pity that I'm just a Cinderella. Although she is a bit pretty, she is not as pretty as his assistant Yang Jingxiu. So, she is also very self-aware and does not do anything stupid." Li Shanjun, who was about to leave, suddenly remembered that he had been staying in a hotel recently and it was still very inconvenient. "Zhao Yu, do you have the resources to buy a villa? Otherwise, I should buy another villa." Li Shanjun suddenly turned around and asked Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, whose mind was wandering, didn't react for a moment. Yang Jingxiu pulled her and realized that Li Shanjun was talking to her. She quickly said, "Yes, our company not only does house rentals, but also house sales. Mr. Li, if you have any needs, we will do our best to meet them." Li Shanjun said, "The requirements are very simple. It would be best if it is a well-decorated, quiet and private villa. Also, it would be best if it were closer to Huazhong University." Zhao Yu suppressed the joy in her heart. It was another big order. She quickly said, "Mr. Li, please wait a moment. I will prepare the room right away." Fan Wei on the side said, "Mr. Li, if you want to buy a villa, I have a good recommendation." "Oh, please go ahead, brother Fan." Li Shanjun had no objection. Fan Wei smiled and said, "I know a friend who developed a real estate complex near East Lake. It's a high-end residential complex. There are all single-family private villas inside, and the property inside is the highest end in the entire Wuchen. I believe you will be satisfied." Li Shanjun immediately became interested after hearing what he said. He said, "Brother Fan, please introduce it to me." Fan Wei was quite enthusiastic. He immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. The call was connected after a while. "Mr. Fan, are you in Yujingtianxia?" Fan Wei asked politely. A voice that Li Shanjun was somewhat familiar with came from the other side. "He's not here, but I'm nearby. What can I do for you, Mr. Fan?" Fan Wei said with a smile, "I just met a very wealthy friend who wants to buy a villa, so I want to bring him to meet Mr. Fan." Okay, I happen to be free right now," the person opposite said reluctantly. Li Shanjun frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't really want to meet some strange people, and he didn't want to put his warm face in someone else's cold butt. For him, anything that can be solved with money is not a big deal. What's more, he is a consumer and there is no need for him to socialize with anyone just to buy a villa. But seeing that Fan Wei was very enthusiastic, Li Shanjun couldn't bear to offend him, so he had to go to Dongyu with him. Only Zhao Yu was a little disappointed that a big order was lost. However, she didn't dare to complain. After all, her luck was already very good. Li Shanjun drove the car and followed Fan Wei all the way to Yujingtianxia in Dongyu. When I got there, I found that this community was indeed very nice. Not only is it adjacent to Dongyu Park, backed by mountains and overlooking water, it has excellent feng shui, fresh air, and a hint of spiritual energy. The style of the entire community is that of a Chinese-style villa. There are also rockery and rivers in the community, which has a garden style. Royal View World. Li Shanjun liked this community the first time he saw it. "How is it? This community is nice, right?" Fan Wei said proudly when he saw Li Shanjun's interested look. "It's really good, I quite like it. Thank you, brother Fan, for introducing it." Li Shanjun said approvingly. Fan Wei said, "Well, if I wasn't so short of money recently, I would also like to buy a house here." "Forget it, let's talk about it later when I make a comeback. Come on, I'll take you to meet Master Fen." Li Shanjun asked curiously, "Who is this Mr. Fen?" Fan Wei said, Master Fan is known as the Prince of Wuchen and comes from a powerful family. Hearing him say this, Li Shanjun actually lost interest. He frowned and said, Brother Fan, I just want to buy a house. There's no need for us to get to know such a person, right? Fan Wei is a shrewd man and he knew what he was thinking at a glance. He simply didn't want to get involved with some second-generation rich people. People from big families are all very arrogant and difficult to approach. You can't just get into this kind of circle of people if you want to. If you try to squeeze in, you will only bring shame upon yourself. Fan Wei smiled and said, Don't worry, Master Fan is a humble person, and he has a wide network of business contacts. If you want to do jade business in the future, you can cooperate with Master Fan. Besides, since we're here, there's nothing wrong with getting to know each other. If we don't agree on the three views, the worst that can happen is that we won't see each other again in the future. Well, now we are here. Li Shanjun followed Fan Wei towards a very luxuriously decorated sales office in Yujingtiangxia. After a while, led by a tall and beautiful salesgirl, we arrived at the tea room on the third floor of the sales office. There was already a young man waiting inside. The moment he saw Li Shanjun and Fan Wei, he was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. Shangyan, why are you here? The young man turned out to be Qin Fan. Yesterday at the Qin family, this guy first mocked Li Shanjun, but was later impressed by Li Shanjian's elixir. When Li Shanjun saw that the powerful Mr. Fan that Fan Wei mentioned turned out to be this guy, he couldn't help but look a little strange. This world seems a little small. But think about it, although Wuchen is big, there are only a few powerful families. When Fan Wei saw that Mr. Fan actually knew Li Shanjun, he couldn't help but be stunned. This guy knows Mr. Fan, so why doesn't he know about his business? Li Shanjun smiled and said, Second brother Qin, what a coincidence, this neighborhood is actually yours. Qin Fan slapped his forehead and laughed heartily, so it was you who Mr. Fan said he wanted to buy a villa for. If I had known earlier, I would have given you one instead of going through all this trouble. He was worrying about how to improve his relationship with Li Shanjun. After Li Shanjun left yesterday, the Qin family held a very important family meeting to discuss their attitude towards Li Shanjun. And he knew the horrible changes in the old man in Qin Tian. The old man not only recovered from his illness, but also had the physique of a young man. Qin Tian has even become a pervert, his physical fitness has surpassed that of ordinary humans. This made him feel a little jealous, and he regretted his impulsiveness yesterday, for actually provoking such a strange person. Fortunately, Li Shanjun has a good personality and doesn't bother with him. Li Shanjun laughed and said, No, that won't do. I'm here to buy a house, not to ask for it. We may be good friends, but we have to be fair. Qin Fan laughed heartily, Okay, you're the boss, you have the final say. Please take a seat and have a cup of tea first. I'll have someone reserve the king of the building for you. You have money anyway, so you can definitely afford it. Then, he smiled at Fan Wei again and said, Thank you, Mr. Fan. You brought me a distinguished guest today. I will remember this favor. Fan Wei was overjoyed when he heard this. He brought Li Shanjun here because he originally wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to Qin Fan. This move was really the right one. With Qin Fan's words, there would be more possibilities for him and Master Fan in the future. What shocked him the most was the identity of this young man he had just met. I thought he was a strong young man, but he turned out to be a dragon crossing the river. Even the top young masters in Wuchen seemed to be trying to curry favor with him. Could it be that he is the crown prince of the capital? However, looking at his previous appearance, it didn't seem like that. Instead, he seemed a little naive. This made Fan Wei a little confused, but he didn't dare to ask. Li Shanjun and Qin Fan didn't care about the old man's complicated thoughts at this time, but started chatting casually. As for the matter of the villa, it became a trivial matter. He would go and take a quick look at it later. He believed that he didn't need to worry about the layout inside. Qin Fan would help him take care of everything. Li Shanjun boasted to Qin Fan, Fan Wei, and others for a while, and then went to see the villa that was the best in the building. The price of this villa is 38.88 million yuan. According to the property certificate, the average price is about 100,000 yuan per square meter, but the actual area is over 1,000 square meters. The interior is also fully furnished, so you only need to buy some personal items and you can basically move in with your luggage. The decoration style inside is also Neo-Chinese, which basically conforms to Li Shanjian's taste. Moreover, this place has beautiful scenery and a faint spiritual energy. Although it is very weak, it is much stronger than in other places. Even for ordinary people, living in such a place for a long time will be much healthier than living in the city center. Another point is that Dongyu Park is not far from Huashong University. He is still a student now, and it is good for him to attend classes occasionally. He has no plans to drop out of school yet. Very good, this is the one I'll choose. I'll move in a few days. Li Shanjun was very satisfied. Qin Fan's eyes lit up and he said, Then I'll also get a house in this neighborhood so we can get together more often. How could Fan Wei, this shrewd old man, miss such a godsend opportunity? He also said, Mr. Fan, I just received some funds from Mr. Li today, so I will also get a set. Qin Fan said nonchalantly, how could I refuse a business that came to my door? Fan Wei said excitedly, haha, that's great. He was worried that he couldn't find an opportunity to get closer to the two big shots. Afterwards, Li Shanjun called Yang Jingxiu and asked her to help decorate the villa. Although it is a bit unkind to let his own employees help him with his personal matters, girls are much more careful after all. And Yang Jingxiu was also very happy to do this. She also mentioned another thing on the phone. Boss, I want a day off tomorrow. My mother is going to have surgery tomorrow. Yang Jingxiu asked him for leave. Li Shanjun said, no problem, remember to call me if anything happens. He actually bought the 3 flowers jade dew pill for Yang Jingxiu in the beginning, but his casual action at that time actually allowed him to save Qin Lingyun. After hanging up the phone, Li Shanjun thought that it seemed like he hadn't contacted his parents for a long time. In the past, he would contact me once every 1 or 2 weeks. Although a lot of things happened during this period, it was only a week or 2. So he dialed that very familiar number. Son, do you have no living expenses? Mom is always worried about whether you have enough to eat and whether you are warm enough. Hearing his mother's words, Li Shanjun smiled softly and said, no, I've been working part-time recently and have made quite a bit of money. I'll transfer some money to you later as a gift to you and Dad. Don't work so hard. Hearing her son's words, Yang Lian on the other end of the phone said with a smile, haha, keep the money for yourself. You and your girlfriend also need expenses. Mom and Dad can earn it themselves. Li Shanjian's parents are employees of a state-owned enterprise in their hometown, and their combined annual salary can reach more than 100,000 yuan. We are not rich, but we have more than enough to live a comfortable life. Li Shanjun chatted with his mother for a while, asked about their physical condition, and chatted some more before hanging up the phone. When I have some free time, I'll go back home and give my parents some body-hardening pills to improve their physical fitness. While thinking about it, Li Shanjun transferred 100,000 yuan to his mother. It's not that he doesn't want to go through more, but it would be troublesome to explain too much. Li Shanjun looked at the time. It was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and it was too late to go back to class. So he drove back to school and waited for his 3 roommates to finish class and have dinner together. I've been skipping classes quite a lot lately, so these 3 are the ones who help answer the questions for me. I have some time today, so I can reward them. Li Shanjun parked his car outside the teaching building. There were still 10 minutes until the get out of class ended, so he did not enter the classroom. Last time I was in class, I was traumatized by the 3 girls, Yue, Zhao Qing, and others. Those 3 crazy women actually teased him in class. He didn't want to be blocked by them anymore, so he sent a WeChat message to his 3 roommates saying that he was waiting downstairs. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a bell rang and soon a group of students poured out of the teaching building. Xie Junli, Zheng Yuan, and Fan Yi appeared soon, and the moment they saw Li Shanjun, they hurried towards him. Hey, boss, I haven't seen you for several days. What are you busy with? Fan Yi asked with a smile. Get in the car and talk as we go. Seeing many classmates looking at them, Li Shanjun didn't want to show off and wanted to leave immediately. After everyone got in the car, Li Shanjun said, didn't I tell you before that I started a company? It's finished today. If you are interested, you can start work next week. Xie Junli immediately said, fuck, boss, are you serious? Li Shanjun chuckled, of course, why would I lie to you? Today, I even went out of my way to buy a building. A building? Zheng Yuan and the other 2 were shocked. Li Shanjun said, of course not. Now that the company is established, we naturally need an office. Otherwise, it will become a shell company, right? Fan Yi said, boss, what does the company do? I can also familiarize myself with the business in advance. Li Shanjun said, for those of you working in the gold and jade field, your current job is to learn from them. Gold, jade, so high-end? When the 3 heard about this kind of business, they immediately felt uneasy. What's wrong? Are you scared? Li Shanjun joked. Zheng Yuan gritted his teeth and said, what the hell are you afraid of? Boss, you're not afraid that we'll ruin your company, so what should we be afraid of? After hearing what he said, Xie Junli and Fan Yi also realized that they were not starting a business together. Anyway, they are just here to study. As long as they listen to Li Shanjun, don't commit crimes, don't get beaten, and don't get beaten, what are they afraid of? Xie Junli chuckled, that's true. Anyway, we just need to listen to the boss. We don't need to think about expanding our territory yet. We should at least understand the business first and practice for a few years. Only then can we repay our benefactor. Haha, I'm repaying my benefactor. Fan Yi laughed. Everyone joked around for a while, and the atmosphere became a lot more relaxed. It's more relaxing to be with like-minded brothers. You can say whatever you want and brag as much as you want. By the way, Wu Yushin has been looking for you these days, and so have Yue and the others. Fan Yi suddenly said to Li Shanjun. I have broken up with Wu Yushin, why are they looking for me? Li Shanjun said indifferently. Haha, I heard that Wu Yushin and Luo Junwei also broke up. It seems that Wu Yushin found out that Luo Junwei checked into a hotel with other girls, and then they broke up. Xia Junli also gossiped. I'm afraid Wu Yushin must be regretting it to death now. The boss was so affectionate towards her, but she got involved with that bastard Luo Junwei, and in the end she was just played by Luo Junwei. Zheng Yuan was speechless. Now that you know the boss is rich, you want to go back to him. How can that be so easy? Fan Yi said disdainfully. That's right. Yu Wei and the others aren't good people either. They always looked down on us back then, and now they come to us every day asking about our boss's whereabouts. Don't we know what they are planning? I heard they even formed a merchant pursuer alliance, hoping to get the boss. It made me laugh to death. Listening to his brothers chatting, Li Shanjun was also very relaxed. He couldn't help but interrupt. What the hell is the Merchant Chaser Alliance? Haha, they're attracted to you, boss. I heard that they have been isolating Wu Yushin and even spreading some scandals about her, causing Wu Yushin and them to be at loggerheads. Wu Yushin is also stupid. When she was talking to Luo Junwei before, Luo Junwei gave her some things, and she has been showing off in the dormitory. I thought they were famous brands, but they turned out to be some high-quality knockoffs. Yu Wei and her friends spread this joke, making her a laughingstock. Why are they doing this to Wu Yushin? They naturally want to prevent Wu Yushin and the boss from getting back together, so they want to discredit her first, and then they can take action against the boss. You're still going to attack me? You're talking as if I were Tang Monk's meat. Li Shanjun was speechless. You know what, you really are Tang Monk's flesh now, handsome, rich, loyal, and good at sex. I wonder how many girls are coming to us now to ask for your contact information. Xia Junli laughed. No, I accept the first 3 words that describe me, but what the hell is this live well? Li Shanjun was speechless. I heard it from Yu Wei and the others. You are now a legend in Huazhong University. Zheng Yuan had a wicked smile on his face, but there was a hint of envy in his tone. Forget it, let's not talk about this gossip. If it goes on like this, I don't want to come to school anymore. Li Shanjun looked depressed. Haha, how many people want to live a life like yours? That's right. Look at that guy Luo Junwei. He claims that he can kill 100 people. If he had your strength, he would probably want to become the second Chamberlain. Fan Yi said with a smile. Hiss, the legendary 20,000 kills? Xia Junli gasped. Can anyone achieve that? Ahem, it's hard to say. Theoretically, it's possible as long as you have the physical strength to keep up. Fan Yi discussed the feasibility seriously. Li Shanjun was speechless about these 3 introverted guys. They quarreled all the way and only parted after a big meal in the evening. Li Shanjun returned to the hotel as usual. He is practicing even when he is sleeping, so it is not appropriate for him to go back to the dormitory and be seen by his brothers. After returning to the world of cultivation, Li Shanjun did not go to Ziwan. Yesterday, Ye Ziwan spent countless spiritual power to help him smelt the spiritual gold liquid. In addition, Li Shanjun gave her a lot of spiritual stones, so Ye Ziwan decided to go into seclusion for a while. At her level, every breakthrough requires a lot of spirit stones. She had been stuck in the golden core stage for a long time due to lack of resources. Li Shanjun, who was bored, was preparing to go into seclusion to practice, when a guest came to the courtyard. Ha! Deacon Wang Yuan, why are you here? Li Shanjun was a little surprised when he saw the person coming. Wang Yuan said with a chuckle, you probably don't know that you were appointed by the sect master as the first outer disciple of Ziyang Peak. When the news was announced, it caused quite a stir. Many people believe that this action is against the sect's rules and want to expel you. Li Shanjun frowned and said, why haven't I heard of it? Wang Yuan said, haha, mainly after you successfully became Elder Yes apprentice, the voice became much quieter. Add to that the support from the sect master, so no one will say anything openly now? But there are many people in the entire sect who are watching you. Li Shanjun was speechless. Are these people just sitting around doing nothing? Why are they staring at me? Wang Yuan said meaningfully, the sect already has a multidisciplinary cultivator like your master, and now you're joining the ranks. Many people don't want to allocate resources to you too. Li Shanjun was immediately furious when he heard this. He sneered, I've only been a member for about 10 days, and the sect has already given me a low-grade spirit stone and a chi-boosting pill. What can those other rubbish do with such a small amount of resources? Wang Yuan said, indeed, you are only allocated a few resources now, so they don't say anything now. But as you stay in the sect for a long time, these rumors will increase. You must be mentally prepared. More than a decade ago, your master also encountered this situation, and the pressure she faced at that time was unimaginable. A picture flashed through Li Shanjian's mind, a lonely girl facing the doubts, distrust and ridicule of a group of people. It felt like bullying at school. It is easy to imagine how helpless the little girl, who was only in her teens at the time and had lost the support of her parents, felt in the face of enormous pressure. Thinking of this, he became even more disdainful of those trash. I am useless, but I always feel that others have taken away my resources. No wonder, after the master became powerful, no one dared to mess with her. Presumably, everyone who mocked and questioned her back then was beaten up by her. Now no one dared to say anything to Ye Ziwan, as all this was caused by her punches and whips. She also proved it with her strength. This is probably the origin of the title which for master. Thinking of this, Li Shanjun couldn't help but feel some sympathy for his master. Li Shanjun smiled coldly. Deacon Wang Yuan, let's wait and see. As for those who talk too much, I will shut them up just like master did. Wang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Yes, this is what the sect master and I want to see. I came here today to remind you not to be influenced by the words of certain people. Li Shanjun clasped his hands together and said, thank you, sect master and deacon, for your concern. After thinking for a while, Wang Yuan asked, although you have only just started practicing, I still want to ask how your practice is progressing. Li Shanjun knew the purpose of Deacon Wang Yuan's visit, and he was also helping the sect leader to find out about his condition. He had originally planned to follow his master's advice and hide his abilities for the time being, so that he could make a splash during the sect competition. But today Wang Yuan came to see him on behalf of the sect leader, and he didn't mind showing some extraordinary talents, so that he could make a big splash in the future and give the sect leader and a few other people something to look forward to. So, Li Shanjun said, please rest assured, Deacon. Under master's guidance, my cultivation has progressed very smoothly. I have now reached the 4th level of the qi refining stage. Wang Yuan smiled slightly and praised, not bad, you have already reached the 4th level of qi refining stage. But then his expression changed slightly. He remembered that more than 10 days ago, Li Shanjun was only at the 2nd level of qi refining stage? Have you reached the 4th level of qi refining stage now? What speed is this? Is he still a person who has perfected the 5 elements? Wang Yuan looked at Li Shanjun in shock. Are you sure you have reached the 4th level of qi refining? Li Shanjun smiled reservedly. It's all thanks to master's good teaching. If you come over after a few days of playing, maybe I'll have reached the 5th level of qi refining stage. Wang Yuan immediately took out the immortal stone and asked Li Shanjun to test it. Li Shanjun is now very good at controlling his spiritual power, and can naturally control his spiritual energy at the 4th level of the qi refining stage. Looking at the colorful light flashing on the immortal stone and the quality of the spiritual energy showing that it was indeed the 4th level of the qi refining stage, Wang Yuan finally believed it. This time, he looked at Li Shanjun with approval. I never expected that although you are perfect in the 5 elements, your cultivation speed is not slower than those of a single attribute, and is even faster than many people. I believe that the sect master will be very happy to hear this news. Having achieved results that exceeded his expectations, Wang Yuan was in a good mood and was about to say goodbye when he suddenly received a reminder. By the way, within the sect, not only strength is considered, but also contribution points. With contribution points, you can obtain more cultivation resources and techniques. Your current realm is already capable of completing some of the sect's tasks. Hearing Wang Yuan's reminder, Li Shanjian's heart moved and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Although Ye Ziwan gave Li Shanjun a token that allowed him to use his master's sect contribution points, but Li Shanjun knew that his master's contribution points were actually not that many. Over the years, she had put in a lot of effort in her cultivation to earn contribution points, most of which she had exchanged for cultivation resources. Now, although there are still some contribution points in the token, it is enough for ordinary outer disciples. But for Li Shanjun, this was not enough, not to mention that he was not willing to spend a woman's money. This is a kind of male chauvinism, but he has always thought so. So, until now, Li Shanjun has not actually used Ye Ziwan's contribution points. And now Deacon Wang Yuan has reminded him that he is now strong enough to complete the sect's missions. So, after Wang Yuan left, Li Shanjun went to the sect's mission hall. Each of the 7 peaks of the sect has its own mission hall, and the missions issued are also different. Disciples from each peak generally complete the tasks issued by their own peak, unless a peak issues a task to the entire section. For example, the medicinal material collection task issued by Shendan Peak is a complete task. The mission hall of Ziyang Peak is at the top of the peak, and Li Shanjun arrived there in half an hour. The main hall is quite large, and inside it is a hall that can accommodate thousands of people. The walls around the hall are filled with tasks. Li Shanjun went forward to inquire and found out that the tasks here were not only issued by the sect, but also by elders, deacons, and disciples. Even the contribution points for the tasks issued by the sect are the lowest. On the contrary, the contribution points for private tasks issued by elders and deacons are higher. Of course, these contribution points are paid by themselves privately. For example, a deacon named Wu Chao posted a message asking someone to look for a spiritual gold called Muti, offering up to 100,000 contribution points, equivalent to the price of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although wood iron is a relatively rare spiritual gold, its quality is average and is actually only worth about 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, if anyone can find or buy wood and iron, it can be considered a big profit. However, Li Shanjun felt very depressed after taking a look at the task list. The weakest disciple of Zai Yang Peak is also in the foundation establishment stage, so most of the characters there are required to be at the foundation establishment stage. For example, things like exterminating monsters, searching for spirit stone veins, exploring dangerous places, etc. Now that Li Shanjun has to hide his realm, he naturally cannot accept this kind of task. So in the end there were almost no tasks for him to take. Li Shanjun looked through the task list again unwillingly, and suddenly found a task for the entire sect issued by Mu Yuanfeng, Spiritual Medicine Planting. Task content: if your sect is short of medicinal materials, you can spend a certain amount of contribution points to obtain spiritual herb seeds from the sect and plant them. Mature spiritual herbs can be sold to other sects to earn contribution points. This task is a long one and the description is not very clear. After careful inquiry, Li Shanjun learned that they needed any medicinal materials that met Mu Yuanfeng's requirements. Different elixir seeds require different contribution points, and the rewards after successful planting are also different. Because of this, the mission could not be described in detail, but the deacon gave Li Shanjun a detailed list. It focuses on the medicinal herbs that have been learned, which amount to thousands of kinds. Li Shanjun suddenly had an idea and immediately chose this task. Then, he selected 5 kinds of medicinal herbs to plant, namely dragon bloodgrass, wood spirit 3-needle flower, dragon fruit, coptis essence, and green wood vine. He chose these because they were all raw materials for refining body tempering pills. Li Shanjun thought that if he wanted to sell pills in the urban world in the future, the problem of raw materials must be solved. Especially if he had a way to grow it on a large scale, he would never be short of elixirs in the future. So the first step is to start figuring out how to plant these medicinal herbs and how to get the seeds. The body tempering pill is a second-level pill that is in great demand, but the ingredients are also relatively common. Li Shanjun spent 10 contribution points to obtain seeds of 5 kinds of medicinal herbs, a total of 100 seeds of each kind of medicinal herb. In addition, he also obtained the method of growing elixirs. If he successfully plants these seeds, he is expected to gain 50 to 100 contribution points. To be honest, Li Shanjun didn't think much of these contribution points, but he valued those seeds very much. He has discovered that the plants in the two worlds have some similarities, but are mostly different. Especially these elixirs, he had never heard of them. Maybe the names of the two worlds are different, but he will have to wait until he gains power before he can arrange people to compare them. After receiving the task, Li Shanjun immediately returned to his courtyard and found a relatively flat piece of land in the backyard. He certainly wouldn't be so foolish as to use a hoe to cultivate the land, so he casually performed an earth-based magic called Earth Dragon Technique. As he output his spiritual power, it seemed as if several earth dragons were surging under the flat land in the backyard. After a while, the land turned into soft fields, and then Li Shanjun used the spiritual rain technique to make the land slightly moist. Looking at the half-acre plot of land that he had loosened with just 2 spells, Li Shanjun couldn't help but say proudly, with these spells, farming is really convenient. Afterwards, he increased the spiritual power in the field according to the planting methods he had learned. As for the method, it is to grind a few low-grade spirit stones into powder, dissolve them in water to make spirit liquid, and then sprinkle it on the fields. This is used to improve soil quality and increase fertility. Just a small amount is enough to revitalize ordinary soil and make it more conducive for spiritual medicines to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Next, Li Shanjun carefully planted the seeds of 5 medicinal herbs according to different planting requirements. Dracaena requires a relatively dry and sunny environment, so he planted it in a corner of the yard, where it received direct sunlight, the terrain was slightly higher, and the drainage was good. The wood spirit 3-needle flower prefers shade and humidity, so he specially dug a small pond in another part of the yard and planted trees around it that could block the sunlight, creating a semi-shaded and semi-humid environment. The dragon fruit requires sufficient fire attribute spiritual energy, so he arranged several small fire attribute spiritual stone arrays around it to provide the necessary spiritual energy support. Coptis chinensis essence and green wood vine are more common and have strong adaptability to the environment. They only need to ensure basic spiritual energy supply and appropriate water. After the planting was completed, Li Shanjun did not leave immediately, but continued to spray the spiritual liquid in the field, then quietly observed the changes in these seeds. Normally, the growth cycles of spiritual medicines vary. Some can mature in a few months, while others take several years or even longer. However, according to the sect's records, there is a quick way to cultivate spiritual medicines, which is to appropriately increase the dosage of the spiritual liquid. The more spiritual power you have, the faster the spiritual medicine grows. But many people do not use this method, especially these low-grade medicinal materials, because it's not cost-effective. Many people grow spiritual herbs in exchange for contribution points or spirit stones. If we have to spend spirit stones to increase the growth rate of spiritual medicines, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? But Li Shanjun is different. His purpose of growing spiritual medicines is to establish the foundation of the elixir industry in the urban world in the future. That's why he would cultivate these spiritual medicines regardless of the cost. After planting the spiritual medicine, Li Shanjun was not idle either. He began to study the ancient books on spiritual medicine cultivation borrowed from the sect's library, hoping to find ways to improve the yield and quality of spiritual medicines. At the same time, he also began to try to refine first-level elixirs by himself, such as blood-clotting pills, rejuvenation pills, etc., to improve his alchemy skills. After all, even if you have a magical medicine, it's useless if you don't know how to refine it. After Li Shanjun finished planting the spiritual medicine, it was already noon. He came to Sudekwe's courtyard and happened to find that he had already returned. "Senior brother Su, how is your sister?" Li Shanjun asked him when he saw the happy look on his face. Sudekwe said with gratitude, "Thank you, junior brother. My sister has recovered. And she can be considered a blessing in disguise, having successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Thank you, junior brother. My sister and I will never forget this kindness." Sudekwe's sister is Su Ru, an outer disciple of Suant Peak. She entered the sect a year earlier than Li Shanjun, and broke through to the foundation building stage in a year, becoming an inner disciple, which was already a good qualification. Of course, she also received a lot of support from Sudekwe in the form of elixirs, but even so, she was still much stronger than many outer disciples. Li Shanjun smiled and said, "We are all from the same sect. How can I stand by and watch my junior brother die without helping him?" Sudekwe sighed and said, "You are the only one who is so kind-hearted. You don't know that I asked many people for help yesterday, but still no one could lend me so many spirit stones. Maybe other people don't have spirit stones either, or maybe they are reluctant to lend them to me. Yesterday I also deeply felt that helpless feeling. Fortunately, you, my junior brother, came to my aid. In short, I cannot thank you enough for your kindness. My sister and I will always remember your kindness. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask me." Li Shanjun originally thought that he would help if he could and had no intention of repaying the favor, but he suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit to Sudekwe. So he smiled and said, "Brother, you are too kind, but I do need your help with something." Upon hearing this, Sudekwe quickly asked, "Junior brother, please speak." Li Shanjun said, "I want to learn the art of alchemy today, but my master needs to go into seclusion for a while. Senior brother is a second-level alchemist, so I would like to ask for your guidance." When Sudekwe heard him say that, a smile immediately appeared on his face. "Hey, I thought it was a big deal, it's just a small matter. By the way, junior brother, do you have an alchemy furnace?" Li Shanjun shook his head. Suda quickly walked into his room and took out a small alchemy furnace in a short while. He said, "Junior brother, this is the alchemy furnace I used before." The alchemy furnace is actually considered a type of spiritual weapon. It can be divided into magic weapons, spiritual weapons, magic treasures, spiritual treasures, and immortal weapons. The better the quality of the alchemy furnace, the better the success rate of refining pills, and it may even affect the quality of the pills. This alchemy furnace is at best a low-grade magical tool. Although its grade is very ordinary, it is more than enough to refine first-grade pills. Junior brother, you are just starting to learn alchemy. You can use this alchemy furnace to practice." Li Shanjun hurriedly thanked him. He had decided to make the elixir today on a whim and had not done a lot of preparation. Moreover, he had not systematically studied the art of alchemy, so his foundation was extremely weak. Seeing Li Shanjian's sincere face, Sudekwe nodded secretly in his heart. He admired his junior brother's humility and eagerness to learn. He continued, "Junior brother, the art of alchemy is not achieved in a day. It requires carefulness, patience, and perseverance. First, you have to understand the medicinal materials, their medicinal properties, and the principles of their mutual promotion and restraint. This is the foundation of alchemy." Li Shanjun listened carefully, nodded repeatedly, and took note of it in his mind. Seeing how focused he was, Sudekwe felt even more satisfied, so he took out a yellowed booklet from the study and handed it to Li Shanjun. "These are some notes I collected about basic medicinal materials and alchemy knowledge when I first entered Shendan Peak. Junior brother, you can take them and study them first to get a preliminary understanding." Li Shanjun took the booklet and opened it. He saw that it was densely packed with the names, pictures, medicinal properties of various medicinal materials and some simple alchemy formulas. He felt grateful in his heart. He knew that this notebook was undoubtedly a valuable treasure for beginners. "Thank you, senior brother. I will definitely cherish this and study hard." Sudekwe smiled and continued, "When refining the elixir, you also need to pay attention to the control of the fire. If the fire is too big, the herbs will burn easily. If the fire is too small, the medicinal effect will be difficult to produce. You'll need to practice it yourself to understand the subtleties involved. Today, I'll teach you how to refine a very basic, first-level elixir, the rejuvenation pill. This pill is quite effective in restoring strength and healing minor injuries. As he spoke, Sudekwe led Li Shanjun to a corner of the courtyard, where there was a simple alchemy room with several alchemy furnaces and some tools needed for alchemy. Sudekwe pointed to one of the places and signaled Li Shanjun to place the small alchemy furnace he had given him before on it, and then began the alchemy demonstration. First, we need to prepare the necessary herbs according to the proportions. Here are 3 parts of blood-recovering grass leaves, 2 parts of Ganoderma lucidum rhizomes, and 1 part of deer antler cream. As Sudekwe spoke, he put the herbs into the alchemy furnace one by one and explained the function of each herb. Li Shanjun followed closely behind, carefully observing every step of the operation, afraid of missing any details. After all the herbs were prepared, Sudekwe began to control the temperature. He saw the flame slowly rising under the alchemy furnace, the temperature gradually increased, the herbs began to slowly melt, and emitted bursts of medicinal fragrance. Now, this is the crucial step. You need to use your spiritual power to guide the fusion of the herbs. At the same time, pay attention to the situation inside the furnace to prevent the herbs from burning. Sudekwe demonstrated as he spoke. He waved his finger lightly, and a subtle spiritual power flowed into the alchemy furnace. The medicinal materials began to slowly fuse under the action of the spiritual power. Li Shanjun did as he was told and tried to use his spiritual power to guide the medicinal herbs. However, due to lack of experience, his control of spiritual power was a bit stiff. Fortunately, Sudekwe was there to provide timely guidance and help him adjust the rhythm of spiritual power output. Gradually, Li Shanjun felt that his control over spiritual power was becoming more and more handy. As time went by, the medicinal materials in the alchemy furnace gradually condensed into a ball, and the color changed from the initial chaos to crystal clear. A strong medicinal fragrance came to the nose, indicating that the blood-recovering pill was about to be refined. Okay, now it's the last step, collecting the pill. As Sudekwe spoke, his gesture changed, and the elixir in the alchemy furnace was instantly wrapped in a soft spiritual power, slowly rising out of the furnace mouth and falling into the porcelain bottle that had been prepared long ago. Li Shanjun looked at the jade bottle in his hand, which contained 3 round and plump rejuvenation pills, and his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He knew that this was just the beginning of his journey in alchemy, but with this successful experience, he was full of confidence in the future. Brother, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to learn how to refine the rejuvenation pill so quickly. Li Shanjun looked at Sudekwe with gratitude. Sudekwe looked at him in shock, and after a long moment, he said, "Junior brother, I didn't expect you to be so talented in alchemy. You succeeded in refining it in just 1 try. When I first started learning alchemy, it took me a whole day just to learn the theoretical knowledge. My first attempt at making an elixir took me dozens of failures before I succeeded. And you succeeded so quickly. What realm are you at now?" Li Shanjun chuckled and replied with the same words he had said to Wang Yuan, the 4th level of Qi refining stage. Sudekwe was more and more shocked. "Sure enough, your master is a pervert, and so are you." Li Shanjun rolled his eyes at him and said, "Be careful not to be overheard by my master." Sudekwe quickly covered his mouth and looked around anxiously. Li Shanjun laughed and didn't continue to scare him. "But in my heart I was thinking that refining the elixir also requires a lot of spiritual energy, and the stronger the soul, the easier it is to refine the elixir. This must be the main reason why he was able to start refining pills." Li Shanjun stayed at Sudekwe's place until evening, and he successfully refined 2 batches of rejuvenation pills. In the end, he had to stop refining the elixir because his spiritual power and mind were exhausted. Afterwards, Sudekwe taught a lot of basic knowledge about spiritual medicine, including how to identify spiritual medicine, the mutual promotion and restraint of the medicinal properties of spiritual medicine, the grade of spiritual medicine, etc. According to records, there were nearly 1 million kinds of spiritual medicines discovered in the world of immortal cultivation. However, with the continuous collection of resources, there are now less than 10,000 kinds of spiritual medicines left. And most of them are spiritual medicines below level 6, which means that most of the pills refined from these spiritual medicines are only level 5. Even level 6 elixirs are rare. Not to mention whether we can refine them, we don't even have the spiritual herbs as raw materials. As for spiritual medicines above level 7, they can only be found in certain Jedi areas. But only masters at the fusion stage or even the Mahayana stage can explore such places. But now, such powerful people rarely appear in the world, because the spiritual energy in this world is a bit thin. They need a huge amount of spirit stones to recover after each attack. So, those strong men are now staying within their respective sects, serving as a foundation. Li Shanjun understood a little. It seemed that the shortage of resources in the world of immortal cultivation was even more serious than he had expected. After returning to his own courtyard, Li Shanjun practiced 48 major cycles, and he stopped only when the spiritual liquid in his spiritual altar increased by 1 drop. Urban world. Yang Jingxiu is a native rural resident of Wuchen. She returned to her parents' home yesterday and prepared to take her mother to the hospital for a checkup early this morning. She has already made an appointment with a specialist, who is the best tumor specialist at Wuchen People's Hospital. Her mother's tumor has been there for many years. Although it was previously benign, the doctor said some indicators were abnormal during the examination a few months ago and asked her mother to undergo a comprehensive examination. But because she really had no money, all the money she had earned before was taken away by her brother under pressure. If her boss hadn't lent her 1 million, she would probably still be helpless. So she has always been grateful to Li Shanjun and always remembers every word he said. Mom, are you done packing? Let's leave quickly. We should have a lot of inspections today. Yang Jingxiu asked while checking the things she brought. Her mother, Zhao Li, is a traditional rural woman. Like many rural people, she doesn't want to go to the hospital unless she can't delay any longer. However, many people do not know that some terminal illnesses are delayed, and the earlier they are treated, the greater the chance of cure. Zhao Li said anxiously, Shiu, why are we going to the hospital when we're fine? We'll have to go through all sorts of tests, and each one will cost a lot of money. It's such a waste. Yang Jingxia said, Mom, I can make money, but your health is the most important. If the examination shows that everything is normal, wouldn't that be great? Even if there is a problem, the expert doctors can cure you quickly. Yang Jingxia's father, Yang Guanlong, said, Shiu, this checkup will cost at least several thousand yuan. It's better to leave this money to your brother. He's living a tight life right now. Hearing her father's heartless words, Yang Jingxia's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a hand. She looked at Yang Guanlong in disbelief. Dad, this is my mother, your wife who has slept with you for 30 years. She is seriously ill now and needs a doctor to save her life. You'd rather leave the money to that bastard Yang Shijia than go get mom's health checked? Have you and Yang Shijia ever thought about mom? Yang Guanlong seemed a little embarrassed by Yang Jingxia's words and said, How dare you say that about your father and your brother? Did you call him Yang Shijia? He's your real brother. Yang Jingxia was a little irritated by her father's partiality. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said aggrievedly, Brother? Has he ever thought about me, his biological sister? Has he ever thought about this family? From childhood to adulthood, you gave him whatever he wanted, and I only got what he had left over. I won't say any more about this. He had high expectations but poor skills, failed in his business venture, and became addicted to gambling. All the money in the family went to him to fill the hole. As a result, I couldn't even go to college. Have you ever considered me? I worked so hard to earn money just to help my mom get medical treatment, but that bastard would steal my money every month when I got my paycheck, and lied to me that I was using it for my mom's medical treatment. Haha, did he spend a penny of my hard-earned money on mom? Didn't he just gamble it away? Now I've even lost my job. I have no money left and it's impossible for me to pay him. You guys say this bastard is my real brother? Seeing his daughter looking aggrieved, Yang Guanlong's first reaction was, Why are you unemployed? How is your brother going to make ends meet? Yang Jingxia stared at her father blankly, as if she recognized him for the first time. In an instant, countless images flashed through Yang Jingxia's mind. When guests came to our house, my mother worked hard for half a day and prepared a table full of dishes, but in the end the dishes were not even served on the table and there was not even a bite of hot food. These grown men not only did not help at all, but after eating and drinking, they just patted their butts and went off to brag and play cards, leaving a table full of leftovers for my mother to clean up. In the end, Zhao Li could only eat some leftovers in the kitchen. Also, every time his father bought toys, he only bought one, and that was for Yang Shijia. Every time he bought something delicious, he would buy beef and mutton, which he and Yang Shijia like to eat. She and Zhao Li never eat beef or mutton, only fish, but he has never bought it. Yang Guanlong works in a small factory and only earns 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, but after get off work he just sits down and doesn't do any housework. In order to supplement the family income, Zhao Li not only worked 2 odd jobs, working more than 14 hours a day, but also had to take care of the family. But even so, Yang Guanlong still didn't care about her at all. When he was drunk, he either beat or scolded Zhao Li. However, every time she was wronged, only her mother would hug her and comfort her. Yang Jingxiu and Zhao Li were nothing more than servants and slaves of the Yang father and son. It turns out that there has never been a place for me and my mother in his heart. It turns out that everything he thought about was for his precious son. It turns out that he is the root cause of all family misfortunes. Suddenly, she felt that the man in front of her was very strange and distant. No matter how hard she and her mother worked for this family, this man never gave them a single cent in return. She didn't want to say another word to him. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. She wiped away her tears, then looked at Zhao Li and said, Mom, let's go. I'll take you away from here. Zhao Li looked at Yang Guanlong hesitantly, then said to Yang Jingxiu, But. Yang Jingxiu said, Mom, your illness is serious. At this moment, a scoundrel voice rang out, "Hey, you actually still have money to take mom for a physical examination? It seems like you lied to me again and didn't give me all the money." Yang Jingxia turned her head and saw a young man standing at the door. He looked somewhat similar to Yang Jingxiu and was quite handsome, but due to long-term drinking, sex and gambling, his body has been drained and he looks a little weak. In addition, he had not slept all night, his eyes were red, and he looked like a ghost. The moment she saw him, Yang Jingxiu's heart skipped a beat. This is a stress response caused by long-term oppression and bullying. But then she remembered what Li Shanjun had said. If she couldn't get rid of this demon, he would suck her blood all her life and she would never be truly free. Besides, he would never let her stay with him again. When Yang Jingxia thought about not being able to see Li Shanjun again and having to be haunted by this man who was nominally her brother but was actually an evil spirit, sucking her blood like a leech, she suddenly felt determined. She wants to get rid of him and her father Yang Guanglong. Let these two closest relatives leave your life. Maybe, only in this way can she have true happiness. Seeing Yang Jingxia staring at him blankly, as if she was under his control again, Yang Shija couldn't help but chuckle. "Sister, how much money do you have left?" "I just lost all my money, so I can go and make up for it." Yang Jingxia saw that he had never asked about her mother's health, but was always smiling. She felt extremely disgusted. She said coldly, "What does my money have to do with you? Who do you think you are?" When Yang Shija heard her say this, he could hardly believe his ears. From childhood to adulthood, he rarely saw his sister with such aura, which made him a little stunned. But then he flew into a rage. "Yang Jingxiu, are you so bold? How dare you talk to me like that?" Yang Shija stared at Yang Jingxia with bloodshot eyes. However, Yang Jingxia stared at him without giving in, and said in an increasingly cold tone, "Why don't you dare? From now on, you can't get a penny from me. I only give my money to those who deserve it, and you don't deserve it." Yang Shija couldn't bear it any longer. He took a step forward and was about to pull Yang Jingxia's collar. However, Yang Jingxia turned around and went into the kitchen, picked up a kitchen knife, and came out of the shower, shouting, "Come on, if you take another step forward, I'll kill you today. Anyway, a scum like you is a waste of food. Killing you would be a contribution to the world." Seeing Yang Jingxia holding a kitchen knife with murderous intent, Yang Shija was completely frightened. Yang Guanlong and Zhao Li on the side were also stunned. They didn't expect Yang Jingxia to react so strongly today. Being pointed at by the kitchen knife, Yang Shija's legs felt weak, and he stammered, "Sister, you, put the kitchen knife down first. Let's talk it out." Yang Jingxia didn't let it go at all, but continued coldly, "I'm going to make this clear today. If you try to appear in front of me again, I will kill you." Yang Guanlong quickly protected Yang Shija and said tremblingly, "Shiu, put the knife down first. Your brother just wants some money. Why are you doing this?" Yang Jingxia said indifferently, "You want some money? You never think about my mother. This is my mother's life-saving money. You are so cold and indifferent to a couple who share the same bed. How dare you say such words?" After saying that, Yang Jingxia stepped forward, pulled Zhao Li and said, "Mom, these ruthless father and son have never thought about us mother and daughter. I just want to ask you, do you want to go with me?" Zhao Li asked hesitantly, "Go? Where to?" Yang Jingxia said, "I'll help you cure your illness first, and then leave this bastard forever. As long as we are together, it's much better than being with two losers. If we stay with them for one more day, they will keep sucking our blood." Zhao Li glanced at her daughter with a determined look on her face, and then looked at Yang Guanlong and his son who both looked nervous. There was only fear in their eyes, and no concern for her at all. For some reason, she suddenly felt that leaving them would make things better. At least in the last moments of his life, he had his caring daughter by his side. Good. When Yang Jingxia heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Then she took her mother and carried the luggage out of this suffocating home. Leaving behind was a father and son who were in disbelief and at a loss. After Li Shanjun returned to the urban world, he practiced as usual. Urban world's physical realm has been cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refining stage, and in 2 days he will be able to establish his foundation. I had nothing to do today, so I decided to go back to school. Although strength can solve the most difficult problems, wisdom and knowledge can solve most problems. In particular, the more resources he controls in the future, the higher the management capabilities required will be, which is not something he can obtain through practice. So he still cherishes his time at school. When Li Shanjun returned to school, he received a call. "Shanjun, are you in school?" "Yeah, I just got back and was about to go to class." "Hee, I'm in school too. I have nothing to do in the morning. How about I go to class with you?" Li Shanjian's heart moved and he agreed immediately. In front of teaching building number 10, a girl with a pure face and stunning appearance was standing there, looking around from time to time, as if waiting for someone. Her pure and beautiful face attracted many passing students to look at her, but no one dared to approach her and talk to her. I was worried about offending the beautiful woman, and I felt even more ashamed of myself. "Hey, look, that beauty is so beautiful. Oh my god, don't you even know her? Our school beauty. Ah, why have I never seen her before? What's her name? You bastard, I told you to watch less romantic action movies and pay more attention to your life. Look, you don't even recognize the school beauty Qin Rong Yuan. So she's the campus beauty who's said to be rare once in 10 years? Yes, in the campus network forum and public account selection, she has an absolute advantage and is leading by a cliff, becoming the well-deserved goddess. I heard that many of the rich second generations and student union presidents in the school have said they want to pursue her, but no one has succeeded so far. The students passing by looked at the stunning classmate at the door of the teaching building and whispered to each other. This is a beauty that they rarely see up close in real life. It is more shocking than watching internet celebrities on TikTok after using the 10-level beauty filter. Who do you think Qin Rong Yuan is waiting for? Someone suddenly asked. Maybe it's her roommate. Someone next to him said casually. I guess it should be Sun Yadong, the president of the school student union. Qin Rong Yuan is also in the school student union. I heard that he has a close relationship with Qin Rong Yuan. Ah, could it be that this goddess has been captured by Sun Ze? No way, is my dream going to be shattered? Am I going to break up before my first love even begins? Someone said with a sad face. If Sun Yadong didn't catch up with Qin Rong Yuan, it acts as if you can. His bad friend couldn't help but sneer. Hey, look, isn't that Sun Yadong? He's walking towards Goddess Qin. The rumors are true. They're really together. Countless male and female students saw a handsome and calm boy walking towards the goddess in front of the teaching building. Many people, both men and women, were heartbroken. Sun Yadong also has many female fans who have a crush on him at Huazhong University. Qin Rong Yuan. Sun Yadong listened to the discussions of his classmates around him, suppressed his excitement and walked towards Qin Rong Yuan, because he knew that Qin Rong Yuan was waiting for him. As usual, he sent her some goodnight messages last night and invited her to come to class together. Sun Yadong is also from the School of Management, so he also takes classes in Building 10. He never expected that Qin Rong Yuan would actually come to the invitation he casually mentioned yesterday. This little cutie really knows how to create surprises. The reason why Sun Yadong pursued Qin Rong Yuan so passionately was because he knew a big secret. This schoolmate is not only beautiful, but also has a terrifying family background. He also got the news by chance when he was with the school leaders. Qin Rong Yuan actually came from the Qin family in Wuchen, which is also the Qin family at the top of the power circle in China. He also never expected that the girl from the Qin family would be so low-key and study at Huazhong University instead of going to Peking University or Tsinghua University in Beijing. Given her family background, it would be easy for her to go to any university at home or abroad. Although he didn't know the reason, Sun Yadong was so excited that he couldn't sleep since he got the news. He knew that if he could pursue Qin Rong Yuan, he would have to work less for 30 years. By then, the starting point of graduation may be the end of someone else's life in the future, or even an end that is difficult to reach. Therefore, over the past year or so, Sun Yadong has tried various ways to pursue Qin Rong Yuan, but so far he has only become familiar to her. Even more and more people knew the name of the school beauty and joined the ranks of her suitors. Among them are second and third generation people from prominent families, second generation billionaires, and handsome and talented boys. However, he is also confident that he has enough confidence to win this pursuit competition, even if he is just an ordinary looking person from an ordinary family, because he is the president of the school student union. He was able to get this position not because of his background, but because of his wisdom and skills. He also wanted the Qin family to see that even though he came from an ordinary background, he was an unparalleled genius. Sun Yadong was confident that as long as the Qin family gave him a fulcrum, he could pry up the ground. No, he could lead the Qin family to a higher level. While thinking about this, he walked over to Qin Rong Yuan very gentlemanly and said in a gentle tone, Qin Swame, I didn't expect you to agree to accompany me to class. You really know how to give me surprises. Qin Rong Yuan looked at him blankly. Ah, senior son, what are you talking about? Sun Yadong smiled crookedly and said, Xiaomei Qin, why are you still shy? Didn't I send you a WeChat message last night, asking you to accompany me to class, and you came after all? When Sun Yadong said this, he deliberately spoke loudly so that the students around him could hear it. On the one hand, he wanted to attract the attention of people around him and use the situation to put some pressure on Qin Rong Yuan. This is just like confessing your love in public, just to get people around to cheer you on, so that a girl who is a little hesitant will be forced to agree. On the other hand, he also wanted to let some potential competitors see that he now has a special relationship with Qin Rong Yuan. We even chatted at night to make those people give up. Sure enough, after hearing Sun Yadong's words, the people around him immediately became excited. Sure enough, the school beauty agreed to President Sunday. So they're in contact every day, and the school beauty even secretly gave Sun Yadong a surprise. They're in class together, so it doesn't seem like they'll be in bed together anytime soon. Damn, I suddenly wanted to kill this thief, he was so quick. Listening to the whispers around him, a smile appeared on Sun Yadong's face. Then he deliberately raised his hand, checked the time, and said gently, "Let's go, schoolgirl, it's almost time for class. Being late is not a good habit." After saying that, he made a gesture of invitation. However, after waiting for a while, he found that Qin Rongyuan was not seeing it at all, but was walking forward with a look of surprise on her face. Sun Yadong was stunned. At some point, a white Land Rover quietly stopped in front of Building 10, and a handsome boy in a slender suit got out of the car. The goddess he had been thinking about walked quickly towards the boy with a look of surprise and a hint of shyness on her face. "Shangyan, you are finally here," Qin Rongjia said to Li Shanjun with a smile and a crescent-shaped mouth. Li Shanjun looked at her and for some reason suddenly reached out and rubbed her hair. Qin Rongyuan was stunned at first, and then a pink color appeared on her face. She had never had such close contact with any other boy. Li Shanjun smiled and said, "Why are you here?" Qin Rongyuan said with a lark-like voice, "Didn't I tell you? I'm your junior schoolmate. I happen to be free today, so I wanted to go to class with you." Li Shanjun saw that everyone was looking at them in shock, so he said, "Then let's go quickly. I don't want to be treated like a monkey by them." Qin Rongyuan looked around, her face turned red, and she immediately took Li Shanjian's hand and walked quickly into the teaching building. This scene shocked everyone again. The campus beauty goddess actually took the initiative to pull a boy. Holy crap! It turns out the school beauty actually has a boyfriend. Who is that grandson? In 10 seconds, I want to know all his information, including his entire ancestry. Do you really think you're the crooked-mouthed Dragon King? You know all the information in 10 seconds. I think you only have 10 seconds to do it. Fuck, bullshit, I lasted a full minute last night. By the way, who is that boy? He's quite handsome. Why haven't I seen him before in the school idol selection? Yes, his looks are about 80% of mine, and he's barely worthy of the school belle. Fuck you. Don't you take a picture when you pee? Don't you have any idea what you look like? Didn't you notice that the man was driving a Land Rover? It's true, as expected, School Belle still likes to scream in the car and smile on the bicycle. How do you know she would scream in the car? Screaming in the car, why do I suddenly have a sense of the scene? Damn, you insulted my goddess like that, beat him. Suddenly, a group fight broke out unexpectedly in front of Building 10. However, the campus network forum of Hwasong University and the friends circle of students immediately exploded. School beauty Qin Rongyuan is suspected to be taken. Someone took a few photos. The first one shows a tall and handsome boy standing in front of a car, rubbing the school beauty's hair with his hands and saying something to her with a smile. The school beauty had a shy look on her face and didn't resist at all. Instead, she seemed to be enjoying it. In the second photo, the school beauty took the boy's hand and ran into the teaching building. In short, the entire school student circle was flooded with this news. After all, Qin Rongyuan is extremely famous in the school, and everyone is wondering who will be able to pursue this flower. What everyone didn't notice was that the school student union president, Sun Yadong, was staring at Li Shanjun with a sinister look on his face. Naturally, he didn't dare to show any disrespect to Qin Rongyuan, but as for Li Shanjun, he had already thought about finding out who he was. Li Shanjian's phone is about to explode. The three bastards were frantically adding him in the group. Li Shanjun took a look and muted his phone. He never expected that Qin Rongyuan had such a great influence in Hwasong University. The two had only met for less than 10 minutes when the news spread throughout the school. Even his three best friends got the news and were frantically asking him about the situation. When he brought Qin Rongyuan into the classroom, everyone looked at him in shock. The three female classmates who were known as the Shanjun Pursuers Alliance looked at the girl next to Li Shanjun with jealousy. But soon a trace of despair emerged in their hearts. I can't beat him at all. If Wu Yushin is a small boss, she can be eliminated with just a little bit of trickery. The school beauty Qin Rongyuan is their insurmountable peak. Li Shanjun took Qin Rongyuan all the way to the back row and sat down next to Xia Junli, Fan Yi, and Zheng Yuan. The three of them looked at Li Shanjun with admiration. Seeing them like this, Li Shanjun didn't have time to say anything, but Qin Rongyuan took the initiative to greet them. Hello, seniors. My name is Qin Rongyuan. I'm here to take a class in your major today. Please give me your guidance. Xia Junli and others nodded hurriedly, but didn't know what to say. All three of them are good at talking, but once they really meet a girl, they can't say a word for a long time. Especially when they met a campus beauty like Qin Rongyuan, they felt even more uncomfortable. Seeing the three losers, Li Shanjun coughed lightly and introduced them. Yuan. Their names are Xia Junli, Fan Yi, and Zheng Yuan. They are all my roommates and good brothers. After introducing each other, the three guys felt a little better. Fan Yi asked curiously, "Boss, I didn't know before that you actually knew our school beauty?" Li Shanjun said, "We have just met not long ago." He did not talk about how they met. After all, Mr. Qin had a special identity and it was not appropriate for others to know about it, so he did not mention much about how they met. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Xia Junli and the other two were even more shocked. They had only known each other for a short time, but he had already won over the school beauty? Is this the power of money? But that shouldn't be the case. Many rich second generations have thought about spending money on school beauties, but it didn't make any difference. This made them have to admit defeat to Li Shanjun. In this class, except for Li Shanjun and Qin Rongyuan who were listening attentively, everyone else was distracted and their minds were wandering, occasionally glancing at the handsome man and beautiful woman in the crowd. Wu Yushan, who was sitting in the corner, was full of regret and left the classroom shortly after the class started. Although she did not attract Li Shanjian's attention, in the eyes of some people who always wanted to watch the show, she was like a defeated little wildcat. Embarrassed, but no one sympathizes. Everyone knows that Li Shanjun treated her loyally and affectionately at first, but unexpectedly, she was the first to kick Li Shanjun and found an ugly and short rich second-generation guy. Now Li Shanjun has transformed himself into an unattainable existence for Wu Yushan, and even his girlfriend has been replaced by a school beauty. This scene was a real blow to Wu Yushan. When the bell rang, the classroom instantly became lively and students began to pack their bags. Some were discussing the content of the class in groups of 2 or 3, while others were whispering about the shock brought by the appearance of Li Shanjun and Qin Rongyuan. Also, there is discussion about Wu Yushan's lack of vision. Li Shanjun and Qin Rongyuan slowly walked out of the classroom under the gaze of everyone. Every step they took seemed to be covered by an invisible halo that could not be ignored. As for Xia Junli and the others, they were naturally very tactful and did not act as a light bulb. Shangyan, my eldest brother, called yesterday and said that my aunt has fully recovered. Your medicine is truly amazing. The two of them strolled around the campus, and Qin Rongyuan excitedly said to Li Shanjun, "Really? As long as it's useful." Li Shanjun was also very happy. That day he gave the Qin family 3 pills, and the 3 flowers jade dew pill was finally taken away by Qin Zhehan, the eldest son of the Qin family. Qin Rongyuan smiled and said, "Well, you don't know, when Big Brother called, his tone was full of gratitude. He called it unbelievable. Countless experts have already made a statement about my aunt, saying she has less than a month left. And your pill not only restored her health, but also brought her physical fitness back to its peak. According to my eldest brother, the doctors who examined my aunt called it a medical miracle. My uncle and his family said they would reward you well when they come back after a while." Li Shanjun smiled and said, "You're welcome. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. It's a pity that this kind of medicine is still rare. If it can be mass-produced, it will be a blessing for mankind." Qin Rongyuan looked at him with admiration and said, "Shangyan, you are so kind and righteous. Grandpa said that you ancient warriors advocate the idea of chivalry and serving the country and the people. You are also such a great man now." Li Shanjun felt a little embarrassed by what she said, especially being praised by such a beautiful woman, which made him feel very accomplished. He suddenly thought of something and asked Qin Rongyuan, "Yuan, do you know anyone from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences or a biology expert?" Qin Rongyuan thought for a while and said, "I don't know him, but I can ask Grandpa and the others for help. Do you have any requests?" Li Shanjun said, "You must know that I come from a secret sect. Pills like the 3-flower jade dew pill and the body tempering pill are just some common pills in our section. But even so, the medicinal materials for refining these pills are already in short supply, not to mention some of the holy pills that are more precious than dead bones. The medicinal materials for refining these pills are almost extinct. So, I thought if we could find some experts to help us research and grow these herbs, we could then refine pills on a large scale in the future." Hearing this, Qin Rongyuan immediately said excitedly, "Then I will call Grandpa right away. I believe he will be very interested." After saying that, she immediately took out her cell phone and called Qin Lingyun. She briefly told Mr. Qin about Li Shanjian's thoughts. Sure enough, Mr. Qin was overjoyed when he heard this and immediately gave an address. He asked if they could come over right away and he would take care of the rest. Old Qin had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He didn't expect Li Shanjun to say it on his own initiative, which really made him overjoyed. Li Shanjun naturally knew what the Qin family was thinking, and he never thought of having it all to himself. Especially in a big country like China with complicated relationships, if he tries to eat alone before he has absolute power, he will die quickly. Even if he is a powerful warrior in the nascent soul stage, if the state machine wants to deal with him, at the risk of casualties, he can be killed with just a few super powerful bombs. So instead of making others jealous, it is better to cooperate with the big forces from the beginning. Anyway, he won't lose money, at most he will just earn less. But the Qin family can help him solve a lot of problems, allowing him to push forward from a high position at the beginning, and perhaps he can earn more. Because he is working with the top power class in China. How could a pill be so cheap? By then, will he still worry about sales? He will even get the most powerful experts in the country to help him grow those elixirs. At that time, I will plant spiritual herbs in the urban world and refine pills in the world of immortal cultivation. He doesn't have to put in any effort at all, just by reselling on both sides, he can easily become a wealthy man in both worlds. After Li Shanjun and Qin Rongyuan had lunch together, they walked towards the faculty and staff dormitory area of Huazhong University. When we arrived at our destination, we found that it was actually a very ordinary dormitory building. Could we have taken the wrong path? Li Shanjun was a little bit unbelievable. Qin Rongyuan glanced at the information on her phone, confirmed that there was no problem, and said, "Go ask first. If we go the wrong way, we can try again." She went up and knocked on the door, and it opened after a while. An old lady opened the door and asked kindly, "Classmates, who are you looking for?" Qin Rongyuan said, "Teacher, my name is Qin Rongyuan. My grandfather gave me an address and asked me to come to see Academician Xin." The old lady looked at her and Li Shanjun for a while, then smiled and said, "So you are the ones introduced by Elder Qin. Please come in." After that, she let the two of them into the room. Li Shanjun looked around carefully. It was a two-bedroom apartment with very simple decoration and many places were dilapidated, but it was very clean and tidy, and everything was in good order. There are rows of bookshelves against the wall, all filled with books. Many books cannot be put down anymore and have to be placed on the table. What impressed Li Shanjun the most was that there was a row of cabinets against one wall, which contained various medals and some photos. The people in the photos appear young, middle-aged, and gray-haired, but they are definitely the same person. The people who took photos with him were actually leaders of China from different periods, who all frequently appeared in the news broadcast. There are also some group photos with a group of famous scientific experts. Just as Li Shanjun was looking around, the door of a room next to him opened and a white-haired old man walked out. Li Shanjun and Qin Rongyuan greeted him immediately upon seeing him. "Hello, Academician Xin." The old man's name was Xin Ping, and Li Shanjun had no right to disrespect his achievements. He is a great man who ensures that many people in China can have enough food to eat. But it can be said that without him, China's development process would be at least 20 years slower. He single-handedly solved the food crisis for more than 1 billion people. Academician Xin Ping said amiably, "Hello, students. Please take a seat." After the two sat down, the old lady poured tea for them personally. It was a simple green tea with a light fragrance, which seemed to coincide with the scientist's attitude towards life, simple and profound. "Little girl, how is your grandfather doing recently?" Academician Xin Ping asked with concern, his eyes revealing a bit of nostalgia and warmth. He and Qin Rongyuan's grandfather have been friends for many years, although they are not in the same field. One is a scientist and the other is a military leader. But both of them are pillars fighting for the country. They have met on many occasions and have a close personal relationship. "Thank you for your concern, Grandpa Xin. Grandpa's health was indeed not very good some time ago, but now he is as strong as a bull. He can eat 3 pounds of meat and drink a pound of wine at every meal," Qin Rongyuan said with a smile. When Xin Ping heard her words, he laughed and said, "You little girl, you really are old man Qin's granddaughter, you can really brag for him." Qin Rongyuan said anxiously, "Grandpa Xin, I'm not bragging. My grandfather is in good health." Xin Ping naturally didn't believe it. Old Qin was the same age as him, and the fact that he could still walk showed that he had taken good care of himself. "You eat 3 pounds of meat and a pound of wine in one meal. Do you really think you are a strong young man?" But he was also unwilling to engage in such a meaningless debate with this little girl. Academician Xin Ping smiled and said nothing more. Instead, he changed the subject and said, "Old Qin said you came to see me for something very important?" Qin Rongyuan looked at Li Shanjun beside her, and he first took out 4 pieces of paper and handed them to Academician Xin Ping. Then he said respectfully, "Academician Xin, these 4 pieces of paper depict 4 different plants. I wonder if you recognize them." Xin Ping took it and examined it carefully for a moment, then frowned and asked doubtfully, "Does the plant in this painting really exist?" Xin Ping is not only an agronomy expert, but also a botanical expert. He knew most of the plants in the world, but he didn't recognize the plants in the 4 paintings in front of him at all. It can even be said that it is different from most plants on Earth. Upon hearing this, Li Shanjun knew that these plants probably did not exist on Blue Star. If you want to grow it, you can only start from scratch, and you have to go through countless experiments and simulate countless environments before you can cultivate it. After all, there is a saying that goes, "Oranges grown in the south of the Huai River are oranges, while those grown in the north of the Huai River are tangerines." If you plant it rashly, the medicinal properties of the elixir may change drastically. Li Shanjun said disappointedly, "These 4 plants definitely exist, but if you don't even recognize them, then I'm afraid they basically don't exist in nature." Xin Ping stared at Li Shanjun for a while. Seeing that Li Shanjun did not seem to be lying, his expression became serious and he looked at the 4 paintings carefully again. After a long moment, he shook his head and said, "Maybe my memory is failing, or maybe I'm just ignorant. I really don't know what they are. What are they called? Li Shanjun said, these 4 plants come from a hidden place. They are named Yulin flower, Woolen flower, Muxin flower, and Yulo grass. Their efficacy is to refine a very magical elixir that can cure more than 90% of human diseases. Hearing this, Xin Ping didn't feel excited at all. Instead, his face turned cold. Humph, you guys go away. This old man is not interested in listening to your nonsense. Even though he is not a doctor, as a cautious and professional scientist, he naturally understands one common sense: is there any magic pill in this world that can cure all diseases? If so, he must be a liar. As a scientific researcher, the most taboo thing is to want to develop something that can do everything. For example, perpetual motion machines, or miraculous elixirs that can cure all diseases. Although these things and concepts are very attractive, those who understand know that this is a scam. Seeing Xin Ping's expression change, Qin Rongyuan was a little confused. Ah, Grandpa Xin? Xin Ping said to her meaningfully, little girl, many things in this world require science and logic. These 4 plants may really exist, but the old man is too confused to recognize them. But to say that they can cure more than 90% of diseases is absolutely impossible. Although this young man looks good, I still hope you can be more down to earth in your work. Scientific research is not something that everyone can do, and not everyone can endure loneliness. Thinking you can develop a miracle drug in one go is absolutely wishful thinking. This is an advice from the old man. I hope you can listen to it. Hearing this, Li Shanjun and Qin Rongyuan were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. They finally understood that academician Xin Ping had misunderstood. He thought Li Shanjun was a man who relied on his looks and his mouth to deceive the Qin family. Qin Rongyuan said with a mixture of laughter and tears, Grandpa Xin, I'm afraid you misunderstood. Shang Yan's elixir does have very magical effects. My grandfather had a sudden illness and was on the verge of death. It was thanks to Shang Yan's elixir that he was cured. Not only was his illness cured, but his physical fitness was also restored to its peak. Also, my aunt was dying of cancer, but after taking this medicine, she recovered. This kind of medicine is an important thing that benefits the country and the people. But the medicinal materials used to refine this kind of elixir are too rare and hard to find in the world. That's why Grandpa asked Grandpa Xin to help find this medicinal herb. Xin Ping was a little stunned when he heard this. As a rigorous scientist, he would never easily believe that there was such a miraculous medicine. But seeing that the Qin family attached so much importance to it, he felt somewhat skeptical. Even Mr. Qin called him personally and said cautiously that he needed his help with a very important matter and asked him to pay attention to it. He found it a little hard to accept what Li Shanjun said just now, which was so unreliable. Now that I think about it calmly, this matter is probably a bit hard to say. What kind of person is Mr. Qin? In addition, every member of the Qin family is an outstanding person. They are people who have seen a lot of ups and downs, so how could they be fooled by a young boy? Xin Ping thought for a moment and asked, if it's true as you said, that these 4 medicinal herbs are hard to find in the world, then why are you looking for me, an old man? Li Shanjun said, actually, I have the seeds of these 4 medicinal herbs. Yesterday, when he went to Sudekwe to help him refine the elixir, he asked him for some seeds. In addition to these 4 spiritual medicines, he also has some other spiritual medicine seeds. However, these spiritual medicines are just ordinary first or second level spiritual medicines. What? Are you sure? Xin Ping suddenly became interested. If these 4 plants really exist, even if they are not as effective as Li Shanjun said, the discovery of 4 new plants would be extremely attractive to scientific researchers. When Li Shanjun was about to take out the seeds in his brain space to show Xin Ping, suddenly a clang sound came from the living room. Then there was the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Li Shanjian's face changed and he quickly ran towards the living room, only to see the kind old lady lying on the ground with a pale face, unconscious. There were also broken pieces of plates scattered around. Li Zhen, what's wrong with you? Academician Xin Ping, who walked out of the study, changed his expression when he saw this scene. Li Zhen is his wife who has known him and been with him for decades. In recent years, as she has grown older, her health has not been as good as before. I suddenly fell ill today. Li Shanjun said in a deep voice, Yuan, call an ambulance. Academician Xin Ping stared at Li Zhen nervously, with endless sadness in his eyes. At their age, although they have become indifferent to life and death, Mr. Xin could not suppress his worry when he saw that his loved ones were about to leave forever. Qin Rongyuan quickly took out her cell phone and called an ambulance, but the old lady's face became paler. Even though Li Shanjun didn't understand medicine, he knew that the old lady's condition was getting worse. He said to Elder Xin, Old Xin, the old lady's condition is getting worse. I'm worried she won't make it to the hospital. Elder Xin sighed sadly, alas, there's nothing we can do about it. We're old now, and although we all knew this day would come sooner or later, we never thought it would come so soon. After hesitating for a moment, Li Shanjun said, Old Xin, I still have one last 3-flower jade dew pill here. Maybe it can save the old lady's life. Elder Xin's eyes lit up, and he bowed deeply to Li Shanjun and said, Please give me the medicine. No matter what the result is, I will be grateful. Li Shanjun quickly helped him up, as he didn't dare to accept the gift from such a great man. He quickly took out a pill, gently pried open the old lady's mouth, stuffed it in, and then used spiritual power to send it into her body. After the pill entered the old woman's body, it immediately turned into a gentle energy and then merged into her old and exhausted body and organs. It is as if the long dry farmland is moistened by a stream of clear spring water. After a while, the old lady's pale face began to turn rosy, and then she slowly opened her eyes in Xin Ping's surprised gaze. Seeing everyone staring at her, Madam He was a little confused, and then she asked in a strong voice, Me, what's wrong? Xin Ping quickly asked, Lijian, how do you feel? The old lady stood up with a roll, and her agility was not inferior to that of an ordinary young person. She asked hesitantly, What's wrong with me? Why do I feel? How do you feel? Xin Ping asked anxiously. After feeling it for a while, Lijian said uncertainly, I feel great. Very good. This is the feeling of being young. I haven't felt this energetic in my body in decades. Seeing that his wife had become so energetic from a dying person, Xin Ping no longer had any doubts. He murmured, Miracle medicine. It really is a miracle medicine. Qin Rongyuan, who was standing by, witnessed the miraculous effect of the pill again, and a sense of sharing the glory appeared on her face. Seeing that Madame He Lijian was still somewhat puzzled, Qin Rongyuan smiled and explained the situation. He Lijian was also extremely shocked. She didn't expect that she had a sudden illness and almost passed away, and she didn't expect that she would get such an opportunity by turning a disaster into a blessing. She hesitated for a moment, then asked Li Shanjun, Young comrade, do you have any more of this kind of medicine? Hearing this, Li Shanjun thought she was greedy and wanted to take another one, so he said, Sorry, you've already eaten the last one. Madam He sighed and said, If I had known this elixir was so miraculous, I should have given it to old Xin. I'm just an ordinary old lady. If I die, I die. But the country still needs Lao Xin's research and needs him to have a strong body. This pill is a waste. You should give it to someone more important. Li Shanjun blushed slightly when he heard this, knowing that he had misunderstood the old lady. He quickly said, Madam He, what you said is not entirely correct. Pills are used to save lives. As long as they can save lives, they are good pills. It's a pity that the medicinal materials for refining pills are too rare. So I came here today to ask Elder Xin for help in cultivating these important medicinal herbs. I believe that with Mr. Xin's professional ability, he can train them as quickly as possible. As long as there are enough medicinal materials, we can refine a large number of pills. By then, not only will it be affordable for pillars of the country like Elder Xin, but even ordinary people will be able to use it. In the future, the physical fitness of the nation will be greatly improved, reaching a state where everyone is as strong as a dragon. Li Shanjian's words directly touched Mr. Xin. The two old predecessors were people who had fought for the country all their lives, and their thoughts and actions were actually for this goal. Great! You said it very well. Xin Ping said excitedly, Comrade, I apologize for the misunderstanding just now. I didn't expect that I would also make the mistake of empiricism. I jumped to conclusions without serious verification and almost missed such an important event. Li Shanjun quickly said, Mr. Xin, you're too polite. As long as you're here, I believe this will succeed. I hope you will form a professional team to cultivate these medicinal herbs in secret. Until we succeed, we can't reveal any information. Xin Ping said proudly, Don't worry, our laboratory has the highest level of confidentiality. Li Shanjun took out 4 small boxes from his bag, each box containing 100 seeds of 4 kinds of magical medicines, yunlin flower, ulan flower, muxin flower and yulu grass. Old Xin, we spent a lot of effort to preserve these seeds. I will tell you how to plant them later. However, we hope to use your professional technology, whether it is cell culture or other various agricultural technologies, to find a way to make them germinate and grow quickly. Li Shanjun said to Xin Ping seriously. Xin Ping took the box, opened it, and took out a seed each to examine it carefully. After a long moment, he said, This is so interesting. I've never seen these seeds before. But don't worry, young comrade. Even if it costs me my life, I will help you find a scientific planting method. Afterwards, Li Shanjun and Mr. Xin had another detailed exchange. In addition, he also left a large bottle of spiritual liquid for old Xin, which was made by grinding jade into powder and dissolving it in water. He had prepared it in advance. Although he trusted old Xin very much, he would not tell him what the spiritual liquid was, and would only provide it to old Xin's team on a regular basis. Of course, it would be even better if Elder Xin and the others could find a way to make the spiritual liquid grow without using it. Just when they were almost done chatting, the ambulance finally arrived. Originally, Mrs. He Lichen didn't want to go to the hospital, but Xin Ping insisted that she have another physical examination. However, after arriving at the hospital, He Lichen's examination results made the doctors think they were falsely requesting emergency treatment, because He Lichen's health couldn't be better. Several doctors immediately became interested and wanted to examine the old lady again. They had never seen such a strange thing. An old lady in her 80s has better physical indicators than a young person in his 20s. Not to mention organ failure, there is not even the 3 highs or osteoporosis. This is simply a miracle for mankind. However, in response to the doctor's request, Xin Ping and He Lichen demanded to be discharged immediately. They all knew that before Li Shanjian's elixir came out, they could not reveal any information about it. Otherwise, it will cause huge turmoil and even make many people with ulterior motives have strange thoughts. Old Xin had a look of determination on his face. This time, Old Qin and Li Shanjian entrusted him with an extremely important task, which showed their trust in him. Once successful, humanity will face concrete improvements, at least the Chinese will usher in huge improvements. After leaving Mr. Xian's house, Qin Rongyuan seemed extremely happy and kept talking to Li Shanjian like a lark. Shangyan, luckily you were here today and saved Grandma He's life in time. I've discovered that you are the true master of the world, the unrivaled miracle doctor. Li Shanjian felt a little ashamed after hearing this. He bought these pills from his senior brothers Zhou Yang and Su Dekui. So far, he has only refined pills 2 or 3 times, and they were only first-level rejuvenation pills. It's been some time since Qin Rongyuan mentioned that he was the sage of the world. Suddenly, Li Shanjian's heart moved and an idea popped up in his mind. Some first-level elixirs have almost no value in the world of immortal cultivation, but in the urban world, it is a panacea. For example, beauty pills. It is a primary elixir that can remove skin spots and moles, make the skin as white as jade, and elevate the appearance by several levels. In the world of cultivating immortals, practitioners draw spiritual energy into their bodies to temper their bodies and beautify their complexion, so the appearance of all practitioners is considered good. Even Su Dekui, apart from being a little fat, at least has very good skin. This has resulted in beauty pills having almost no market in the world of immortal cultivation, and they have even been rated as one of the most useless pills. And on par with this kind of elixir is the golden spear pill. The effect of this elixir is what countless men in the urban world dream of, that is, an indestructible erection. However, in the world of cultivating immortals, many practitioners pursue eternal life, the great way, and the advancement of their souls. On the contrary, they do not attach much importance to the needs of physical pleasure. More importantly, the practitioners' control over their bodies has reached an extremely high level. As long as the practitioners want, they can control themselves to the level of an invincible golden spear. Therefore, people naturally scoffed at the efficacy of this kind of medicine. It was only after Li Shanjian read the alchemy booklet Su Dekui gave him that he realized there were these little gadgets. These elixirs that are considered waste in the world of cultivating immortals can be of great use in the urban world. More importantly, Li Shanjian discovered that the medicinal materials for refining these pills can also be found in the urban world. This is really a big surprise. He had always been thinking about refining some elixirs with magical effects, such as Sanhua Yellow Pill, Tempering Body Pill, Chunlin Pill, etc., but ignored some primary elixirs. If Qin Rongyuan hadn't said that he was a saint in the world, he almost didn't remember it. Li Shanjian suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Rongyuan with sharp eyes. When Qin Rongyuan saw him looking at her like that, she suddenly became nervous. Could it be that, Senior wants to, so do I agree, or take the initiative? However, Li Shanjian was heard saying, Yuan, I want to set up a pharmaceutical company. Are you interested in helping me? Ah. Qin Rongyuan found that what Li Shanjian said was not what she thought, and she was stunned for a moment. Li Shanjian gave her a strange look. Seeing her reaction, he said with a little disappointment, You don't want to. I'm willing. Qin Rongyuan said hurriedly, but aren't those medicinal herbs of yours yet to be planted on a large scale? Qin Rongyuan's reaction instantly dispelled the slight disappointment in Li Shanjian's heart. He smiled slightly and explained, The problem of medicinal materials does exist, but that only applies to some higher-level pills, such as the 3-flower jade dew pill and the body-tempering pill. But in addition to those high-level elixirs, we can also refine some primary elixirs, and these elixirs also have very magical effects. So, I plan to proceed in several steps. The first step is to set up a pharmaceutical company and use the existing medicinal materials to refine some small gadgets to establish a brand image for the company. The second step is to cooperate with Elder Xin to accelerate the cultivation and research of spiritual medicine. Once the planting technology matures, we will be able to produce on a large scale, not only to meet market demand, but also to further develop more types of elixir products. Qin Rongjayuan's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she asked expectantly, Shangyan, your idea is great. So what kind of elixir do you want to launch first? Li Shanjun smiled mysteriously, some pills that men and women can't refuse. Seeing that Li Shanjun kept her in suspense, Qin Rongyuan did not continue to ask. She believed that the pill Li Shanjun gave must have very magical effects. She excitedly grabbed Li Shanjian's sleeve and said, Shanjun, I fully support you. Moreover, I can use my family's connections to help you open up market channels. Li Shanjun glanced at her and said with a smile, by then, you will be the best spokesperson for our company. The more Li Shanjun thought about the idea of establishing a pharmaceutical company, the more feasible it seemed. He had always wanted to move gold from the two worlds to exchange it and make a profit from the exchange rate difference. Now that I think about it, it's too small, the pattern is too narrow. Gold is good, but carrying too much of it can cause a lot of trouble. After all, the world's gold reserves are limited. If too much gold flows in at once, it will easily cause a shock to the financial system. On the other hand, it would also seem strange for him to collect so much gold in the world of cultivation. He foolishly exchanged spirit stones for gold, which was extremely abnormal in the world of cultivating immortals. Once you change too much, it will attract the attention of many people with ulterior motives, and then many things will be difficult to explain. For example, where did his spirit stones come from? And if he knows how to make elixirs, then exchanging elixirs for spirit stones, or vice versa, is a very normal thing in the world of cultivating immortals. Besides, gold cannot be eaten and is not a consumable. If the country makes it valuable, it will be valuable. Make it worthless and it can become worthless. The pricing power is in the hands of others. On the other hand, elixirs are different, they are his unique technology. The refined pills can not only save lives, but also strengthen the body and have other special effects. And this is only he. He can make a pill priceless or cheap. The pricing power is in his hands. Now that I think about it, there are huge hidden dangers in bothering with gold. Qin Rongyuan said seriously, Shangyan, then you should give the company a name. I will tell my family about it later and speed up the registration procedures for the pharmaceutical company. As for the qualifications required by the pharmaceutical company, we will find a way to help you solve it when the time comes. Doing these things does not violate principles, it just makes things easier when someone has the ability to do them. It doesn't matter, you just have to follow the process step by step. As for when it can be done, that's when the process is completed. Li Shanjun thought for a moment and said, let's name the company Xianxian Pharmaceutical. He originally wanted to buy the building in the city center to run a gold and jade business, but now he thinks it would be better to use it to do the medicine business. The basement of that building can be used to store gold and jade, while the ground building will be used as an elixir exhibition area. At this stage, he is pursuing the high-quality route. With the endorsement of the Qin family and the terrifying medicinal effect, those who buy the pills are either powerful or wealthy. Naturally, when they buy things, they don't want to get the same results as buying street goods, but rather want to have an excellent experience. Li Shanjun decided that his elixir should not only be of high quality, but also have good service, so that the rich people would not feel bad about buying them. Those young ladies who spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars to go abroad for plastic surgery not only suffer, but also have serious side effects and poor results. I'm selling you a beauty pill with no side effects and long-lasting effects. 2 million is not too much, right? Although the little blue pills cost only a few dozen dollars each, their side effects are very serious. The golden gun pill not only has no side effects, but also has a nourishing effect. It's not too much to sell that golden spear pill for 100,000, right? There are also pills for strengthening sperm, rejuvenation, etc., and a pill costing hundreds of thousands is considered cheap, and the cost he paid was almost negligible. With the help of the two worlds, Li Shanjun will become a wealthy man. No, it should be called Zianhao. Li Shanjun and Qin Rongyuan stayed until after dinner before sending her back to the dormitory reluctantly. He himself still went back to the hotel to stay. His house still needed to be cleaned and he had not bought all the daily necessities, so he could not live there for the time being. After returning to the world of cultivating immortals, Li Shanjun practiced as usual. Now his soul strength is enough to support him to practice 108 major cycles. Each practice basically consumes the spiritual power of a medium-grade spirit stone. Now there are a lot of jade stones piled up in his brain space. The worst one is a mid-grade spirit stone, and it can even be said that most of them are of high-grade level. Li Shanjun sat cross-legged on a jade cushion, which was made from a raw jade stone he bought from Fan Wei 2 days ago. Although it was a bit uncomfortable for me, but I could practice on this jade cushion and make rapid progress. Better than driving a Ferrari. He closed his eyes and concentrated, his mind sinking into his danchan, where there was a colorful spiritual platform with several drops of spiritual liquid on it. That was the result of the liquefaction of spiritual energy in his body, and also a sign of the foundation building stage. Li Shanjun took a deep breath, divided his consciousness into 5 parts, and practiced the 5 element exercises at the same time. guiding the 5 attributes of spiritual power to flow along specific meridians. Each cycle is accompanied by the discharge of impurities in the body and the purification of spiritual power. At the same time, the jade cushion under his buttocks released pure and rich spiritual power, like a trickle of water flowing into the sea, nourishing his body and soul. When the 108th great cycle was completed, the spiritual power in his body had condensed to a critical point, like a butterfly about to break out of its cocoon, waiting for the final transformation. Li Shanjun had an idea and did not stop practicing immediately. Instead, he continued to absorb the spiritual energy in the jade pillow. I saw streams of spiritual energy continuing to flow into his body madly. Suddenly, an unprecedented feeling of swelling and pain came from the danshan. It was a sign that the spiritual power had accumulated to the limit and also a precursor to a breakthrough. Li Shanjian's expression remained unchanged, but instead an indescribable excitement and anticipation surged in his heart. He quickly adjusted his breathing and, following the method taught by Ye Ziwan, gathered all his spiritual power into his danshan for the final attack. Bang! A subtle but clear sound rang out in his body. It was the sound of the barrier being broken. Immediately afterwards, an even stronger and purer spiritual power surged within his body. He clearly felt that his cultivation had achieved a qualitative leap at this moment, the second level of the foundation establishment stage, finally achieved. After the breakthrough, Li Shanjun did not open his eyes immediately, but continued to consolidate his realm, allowing the newly acquired spiritual power to perfectly integrate with his physical body. When the spiritual power in his body gradually subsided, he knew that his realm had begun to stabilize. Li Shanjun slowly opened his eyes, with a brighter light flashing in his eyes, which was a manifestation of confidence and strength after his cultivation level improved. Feeling the spiritual power filling his body, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Then he stopped practicing and stood up, casually putting the jade cushion into his brain space. Li Shanjun only spent a few million to buy this jade prayer mat, but in the world of cultivating immortals, it is worth tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, which is extremely valuable. If it is accidentally discovered by others, it will cause a huge crisis. By then, even the sect leader would be jealous and force him to hand it over, or even force him to tell the secret of the spirit stone. So, he naturally wouldn't just leave this thing in the room. Just as he was about to end his training and go out for a walk to get some fresh air, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind to go and see how the spiritual herbs he had casually planted in the backyard were doing. The backyard was quiet and peaceful. This was the spiritual field that Li Shanjun had temporarily opened up yesterday to grow some spiritual herbs. As he stepped in, his eyes were immediately attracted by those spiritual herbs that were originally just seeds. I saw that they had broken through the soil at some point, and the tender green buds swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a faint vitality and medicinal fragrance. His face lit up with joy and he quickly squatted down, carefully observing the growth of each spiritual medicine, and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. It seems that the concentration of spiritual energy here is indeed suitable for their growth. I didn't expect that they would sprout in just one night. Li Shanjun murmured to himself, gently touching the tender buds with his fingers. He could feel that although these spiritual herbs had just sprouted, their vitality was far beyond ordinary. Just as he was immersed in the joy of appreciating the growth of the spiritual medicine, a subtle wave came from the spiritual medicine. It was the resonance produced by the spiritual medicine when it absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. Li Shanjian's mind moved, and he suddenly thought of a possibility using the spiritual power he had just broken through to accelerate the growth of these spiritual medicines. Perhaps he could reap their medicinal effects in advance. Thinking of this, he slowly circulated his spiritual power and injected it into the surrounding soil in a gentle manner. At the same time, he guided the spiritual energy in the air to gather more densely here, forming a temporary spiritual energy field. With the infusion of spiritual power, the spiritual medicine seemed to be nourished, and their originally slow growth rate instantly accelerated. The young shoots grew rapidly, the leaves became greener, and some even began to grow as high as his calves. Seeing this, Li Shanjun was overjoyed, knowing that his attempt was successful. Li Shanjun did not continue to supply spiritual power. He felt that the spiritual medicines seemed to be full. If this continues, these spiritual medicines may die from the excess spiritual power. Then he used the magic of speed and quickly moved towards Qingyuan Valley. His purpose this time was to purchase some things, including spiritual gold, elixirs, medicinal materials, even gold would be fine. In just about half an hour, he arrived in front of the small town. As his realm improved, he became more and more adept at performing the art of speed, and his speed became faster and faster. After entering Qingyuan Valley, he took the lead and walked towards Zhou's alchemy shop. "Senior brother Zhou, long time no see." Li Shanjun stood at the door and smiled at Zhou Yang, who was yawning out of boredom. When Zhou Yang saw Li Shanjun, his eyes immediately lit up. This guy was a big client. Last time, he sold some pills to Li Shanjun and earned dozens of low-grade spirit stones, which was enough to cover his allowance for several months. "Junior brother Li, you are here. What kind of elixir would you like today?" Zhou Yang said enthusiastically. Li Shanjun said, I want to buy some first-level elixirs from you, such as beauty pills, golden spear pills, essence-securing pills, etc. Zhou Yang looked at him with a strange look. Li Shanjun coughed lightly and said, Ahem, it's not for me. Zhou Yang showed a look of understanding. I understand. He is your friend. Li Shanjun always felt that this guy didn't understand at all. Damn it. This is just like asking a doctor, I have a friend who can only last 30 seconds. Is there any good prescription? Li Shanjian's face darkened, and he asked without explanation, do these pills exist? Seeing him like this, Zhou Yang didn't dare to tease him any further and immediately said, not now. Li Shanjun was a little disappointed. He could also refine these pills, but the quantity required was relatively large, which was a bit troublesome. Things that can be solved with spirit stones are all small matters. The important thing is to use time for cultivation. Seeing this, Li Shanjun had no choice but to say goodbye and leave, but unexpectedly Zhou Yang held him back. Junior brother Li, these pills are easy to refine, and spiritual herbs are easy to find. I can get them done in just an hour or so. How many do you want? Li Shanjun was delighted when he heard this and quickly asked, brother, are you busy lately? Are you interested in doing something big? Please tell me, junior brother. Zhou Yang immediately became interested when he heard something big. Li Shanjun pondered for a moment, then made up a story. I am the prince of the Eastern Tang dynasty, and I have a group of clients in the secular world. Although they are just mortals, they yearn for the world of cultivation, simply because they have no fate with immortals. But I'm very interested in gadgets like beauty pills and golden gun pills, and I need a lot of them. However, Zhou Yang was somewhat disappointed after hearing this. What good things can those mortals have? They have neither spiritual stones, spiritual medicine, nor spiritual gold. However, Li Shanjun chuckled and said, brother, don't worry about it. Just sell the things to me and I'll take care of it. What's the risk? Hearing this, Zhou Yang's eyes lit up, as if he thought it made sense. Zhou Yang asked, junior brother, how many pills do you need? Li Shanjun pondered for a moment and said, beauty pills, golden spear pills, and essence-securing pills. For now, I need 1,000 of each of these 3 types every month. Zhou Yang's eyes bulged and he exclaimed, how much? Li Shanjun said, the 3 kinds of elixirs together make about 3,000 pills. Is the quantity a little too little? I can add some more. Zhou Yang smiled bitterly and said, don't do that. Although the pills you want are all first-level pills and are simple to refine, they are such a large quantity that I would be exhausted and unable to finish them in a month. Li Shanjun breathed a sigh of relief and said, that's easy. Why don't you find some fellow apprentices from Shendan Peak to help you refine it? Think about it, with so many low-level pills, we can not only let those junior brothers who have just entered the sect practice, but also earn spirit stones. Zhou Yang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Junior brother, what you said makes so much sense, why didn't I think of it? Li Shanjun was speechless after hearing this. Aren't these the basic practices of the capitalists in the Blue Star world? However, he is now playing the role of a capitalist and asking for an even higher price. So he opened his mouth and said, 3,000 pills, I can only pay 200 low-grade spirit stones. Zhou Yang's face turned bitter, and he quickly said, that's absolutely not possible. I'll lose money this way. I need at least 400 coins. Li Shanjun is now also an alchemist and knows the approximate cost of refining these pills. So he had a close argument with him, and finally reached an agreement of 300 low-grade spirit stones. But it needs to be paid with medium-grade spirit stones. Li Shanjun knew that Zhou Yang could earn 80 to 100 low-grade spirit stones, but he didn't care, because he earns more. If all these pills can be sold as planned, we can earn more than 2 billion yuan a month. And all he paid for was a piece of low-quality jade the size of a wash basin. It's simply huge profits. The only thing to do is to keep it confidential and not make too much noise before you become strong enough. Otherwise, he would be in huge trouble in Xian Yuan sect. After the 2 parties agreed on the cooperation, Li Shanjun took the lead in paying a medium-grade spirit stone as a deposit. With this, Li Shanjun officially established the first elixir OEM factory in the world of immortal cultivation. After talking with Zhou Yang, Li Shanjun left and then went to several other shops to look around and buy some things. It's a pity that most of the people living in Qingyuan Valley are mortals and some disciples of sections. The things here are not very good. Most of the elixirs and spiritual medicines are of the 1st or 2nd level, and there is almost no spiritual gold. However, Li Shanjun was not discouraged. These things were suitable for people in the urban world. However, we don't have enough strength now and cannot make large-scale purchases openly. Otherwise, he would have cleared out all these gadgets in Qingyuan Valley long ago. After a walk around, Li Shanjun had quietly spent hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. He knew he had to leave, otherwise he would be in trouble if someone noticed him. Along the way, there were many fellow disciples coming and going, and it was not easy for him to stuff the entire package into his brain space. So he carried a package and headed towards Xiang Peak, waiting until he reached a place where few people lived. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Li Shanjian's heart suddenly moved and a strange look appeared on his face. Then he dodged and headed towards another mountain that had not yet been opened. After a while, two figures appeared in the place where Li Shanjian was. "Ha! Uncle San, it seems that Li Shanjian is not heading towards Xiang Peak," a young man said gloomily. Next to him was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression, who looked somewhat similar to the young man. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "Humph, isn't that even better? We were just worried about how to lure him out." The young man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, "Uncle San, I always feel that this kid has a secret. Do you think the place he went to was the opportunity he discovered?" The middle-aged man turned his head and looked at him, then asked, "Why do you say that?" The young man said, "Although Li Shanjian has become Elder Ye's disciple, I've noticed that he has spent over 1,000 spirit stones recently. Even Elder Ye wouldn't be so wealthy, right? Moreover, would she be willing to give it to her apprentice?" The middle-aged man's eyes showed a trace of thought. "Although it is not ruled out that this kid used sweet words to deceive Elder Ye, but what you said is also very likely. However, he's now heading deep into the mountains, which is exactly what we want. Once we capture him, we'll know everything." The young man said urgently, "Let's go quickly, don't lose us." After saying that, the two of them quickened their pace. Li Shanjian, who was walking in front, seemed to be unaware that there were two tails behind him, and still maintained a moderate pace. However, the place he walked was becoming more and more remote, and he looked around from time to time, as if he was looking for some hidden place. Seeing this, the two people behind him became more excited, as if they were convinced that Li Shanjian had an incredible secret. In this way, the three of them walked farther and farther, one in front and one behind, until they were hundreds of miles away from Xiang Peak. I have to say, Xianyuan sect is really too big. Although there are only 7 peaks, most of the areas within its sphere of influence are mountains. At this moment, a hint of joy appeared on Li Shanjian's face. He found a canyon in front of him and then slipped into it. After a while, the two people behind him also showed expressions of surprise and rushed into the canyon without hesitation. However, when they rushed in, they found Li Shanjian standing on a rock and looking at them calmly. The package he was holding disappeared, and no one knew where he had hidden it. The two were stunned at first, and then they smiled grimly. The young man looked around and chuckled. "Li Shanjian, tell me quickly, what's the secret here? I'll give you a quick death later." Li Shanjian didn't look at him, but at the middle-aged man. He raised his eyebrows and said in sudden realization, "You are the general's younger brother, right? What's your name, you something?" These two people were from the general's mansion of the Eastern Tang dynasty, and the young man was Yu Hua. When he first came to Xianyuan sect, he flattered Li Shanjian. When he found out that Li Shanjian's talent was not as good as his, he immediately turned against him and bullied Li Shanjian together with his other two younger brothers, Yang Beicheng and Qian Wuliang. The purpose, of course, is to suppress him. He even ordered them to drug Li Shanjian, causing his predecessor to die. Later, he even currying favor with Zhao Kun of the Southern Song dynasty, hoping to kill Li Shanjian again. Unexpectedly, Zhao Kun was frightened by Li Shanjian's use of Ye Ziwan's name and apologized, and he was even beaten up. After that, he was excluded by Zhao Kun and expelled from the team of lackeys. Yu Hua's hatred for Li Shanjian reached an uncontrollable level. So during this period of time, he has been secretly trying to find out information about Li Shanjian. As expected, he discovered something during this investigation. He was shocked to find that Li Shanjian seemed to have quite a few spirit stones. Yu Hua naturally knew Li Shanjian's background. He had been emptied out by the three of them before he even joined the team. Now he actually spent thousands of spirit stones to buy pills. This is very suspicious. So, he found his third uncle Yuzation, who was the deacon of Muyuan Peak, and persuaded him to join him and ambush Li Shanjian. His purpose, in addition to venting his anger, was also to snatch the resources from Li Shanjian. As long as things are done secretly, his master Ye Ziwan will definitely not be able to find out. Yuzation looked at Li Shanjian with a sinister expression. "How dare you, an outer disciple, address this deacon by his first name?" Li Shanjian sneered. "It seems that you, the general's mansion, are indeed a bunch of traitors. You don't even know your own names after leaving the Eastern Tang dynasty." Yuzation glanced at him and said in a cold voice, "There is a difference between immortals and mortals. A prince of a secular dynasty actually wants to use this to restrain this deacon. It's simply a joke. As for you, the Li royal family, I will destroy you once I reach the golden core stage." Li Shanjian chuckled. "Just a loser like you? If you can cultivate to the golden core stage, why can't my predecessors from the Li royal family?" Yuzation laughed heartily and said coldly, "Are you talking about those useless people like Li Yuanchao and Li Keming? After practicing for hundreds of years, I'm still only at the foundation establishment stage. I can't even break through to the golden core stage. I'm simply a piece of crap among crap." Li Shanjian narrowed his eyes slightly. He had never looked for the elders of the Li royal family. On the one hand, he didn't know who was in Xianyuan sect. On the other hand, practitioners have always considered themselves different from immortals and mortals, and do not have deep feelings for the dynasties in the secular world. He already has a lot of resources and has Ye Ziwan, a Jindan stage master, as his backer, so naturally he is unwilling to have too deep a connection with those seniors. Therefore, he has never been very clear about the situation of the Li royal family and Xian Yuan sect. Now it seems that they are doing quite average. No wonder, the strength of the Eastern Tang dynasty has been declining over the years, and it has been bullied by the Southern Song dynasty. Li Shanjun said, "Oh, no wonder you dared to attack me. It turns out you've been harboring rebellious intentions for a long time." Yu Hua said, "Bullshit. Do you really think you're a shitty prince? You, the Li royal family, are all a bunch of rubbish. The old one is useless, and the young one is even more useless. You are a useless person who possesses all 5 elements. I don't know why the sect doesn't kick you out." At this point, he stared at Li Shanjun and said, "You useless bastard, stop wasting time and quickly hand over the package you just took, or you'll avoid physical pain later." Li Shanjun looked at them and said coldly, "So, you're interested in my things. But aren't you afraid that my master will come after you?" Yu Zaishan chuckled, "Haha, of course we are afraid of Ye Ziwan. That crazy woman is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. But, why else would I call you stupid for running off to such a remote place by yourself? Then I'll kill you and lure some monsters over to eat you. Who would be able to find out?" Li Shanjun couldn't help but applaud and said, "So, you guys didn't intend to let me go from the beginning?" Yu Hua sneered, "You useless piece of shit. How could you be so naive? We've all come to this point, how could we possibly spare your life? However, you are really lucky, escaping death time and time again." Hearing this, Li Shanjun narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. "So, you have attacked me more than once?" Yu Hua said sarcastically, "You idiot. We just praised you a little bit, but you really think you're the master? The day before the entrance exam, we drugged you. I didn't expect you to be able to break through. You're truly lucky." Li Shanjun finally realized that his predecessor was really killed by them. However, it was thanks to their actions, otherwise he would now be a frustrated man in the urban world. At this time, Yu Zaishan suddenly said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense with him, and get started quickly, so as to avoid more trouble later. Xia Hua, you take action. Killing him will be your official entry into the world of immortal cultivation. Don't worry, I'll be there to support you." Yu Hua's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty glint, and he chuckled, "Third uncle, why are you so cautious when dealing with a piece of trash? Just wait and see how I torture and kill him." As he spoke, he drew out the long sword in his hand, which was a low-grade magic weapon. He has been learning the golden sword technique for more than 20 days. Thanks to the support of his uncle's resources, he has now reached the 2nd level of chi refining. He also learned 2 techniques. Li Shanjun is just a useless piece of shit. What can he learn in such a short time? Add to that the magic weapon in his hand, Yu Hua really didn't know how he could lose? Yu Hua held a long sword in his hand and walked towards Li Shanjun step by step. A spiritual energy had already covered the long sword, emitting a faint glow. He chuckled and said, "Li Shanjun, you are the first person to die under my sword. You will feel honored." However, Li Shanjun said, "I don't know if you have ever heard a saying. What? Villains die from talking too much. You talk too much nonsense." Li Shanjian's face turned stern, and he formed seals with his hands, then shouted, "Quicksand technique." Before Yu Hua could react, he felt his legs go limp and his feet stepped into the quicksand. He quickly poured spiritual energy into his feet, wanting to jump up. However, before he could jump, a vine in the quicksand had already entangled his feet, making it impossible for him to break free. Yu Hua immediately swung the sword in his hand, trying to cut the vine. However, the vines under his feet had already climbed up quickly along Yu Hua's feet and then wrapped around his entire body. Yu Hua was like being tied to a cross, unable to move at all. It only took a moment from the time Yu Hua took action to the time he was captured. Yu Zaishan was just leisurely preparing to watch the show, but she didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, her nephew was captured. "You bastard, how dare you!" Yu Zaishan was furious when she saw this. He never expected that such a sudden change would happen due to his carelessness, which made him extremely angry. Yu Zaishan immediately formed seals with her hands and used a spell to attack the vines on Yu Hua's body. However, Li Shanjun did not give him a chance. While casting the quicksand spell, he had secretly activated another spell, Tangled Thorns. This is not an ordinary wood-based spell, but a secret technique that he has improved and incorporated his unique understanding of natural elements. The vines were not only extremely tough, but also contained a weak paralyzing toxin, making it difficult for Yu Hua to break free in a short period of time even with his cultivation level of the 2nd level of Qi refining stage. Facing Yu Zaishan's counterattack, Li Shanjun curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer. He was well prepared. He just moved his fingers slightly, and the vines wrapped around Yu Hua seemed to come alive, shrinking rapidly and wrapping Yu Hua more tightly. At the same time, a faint green light appeared on the surface, which was a sign that the toxin was penetrating at an accelerated rate. "Uncle San, save me." Yu Hua's voice was filled with fear and despair. He had never thought that he would fall into the hands of someone who seemed to be unable to fight back. Isn't this Li Shanjun a waste with all 5 elements? Why is it so powerful? Yu Zaishan's eyes were wide with anger. He knew very well that if Yu Hua could not be rescued quickly, the latter's life would be in danger. So, he no longer held back, quickly formed seals with his hands, muttered something, and prepared to cast a more powerful spell. However, at this moment, an inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped his heart, forcing him to temporarily give up attacking and turn to defense. It turned out that Li Shanjun had no intention of giving Yu Zaishan any chance to breathe. While controlling Yu Hua, he had quietly set up a simple water-based spell, Misty Illusion. As a light breeze blew by, the surroundings were suddenly shrouded in thick white fog, obstructing vision, and even the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air became blurred. You want to save him? Take care of yourself first. Li Shanjian's voice echoed in the fog, with a hint of teasing and confidence. Yu Zaishan's heart trembled. He realized that Li Shanjun was far more difficult than he had imagined. In the fog, he carefully sensed the movements around him, trying to find Li Shanjian's location. However, the fog not only obscured his vision, but also interfered with his spiritual awareness, making him like a blind man touching an elephant, unable to grasp it. Just when Yu Zaishan felt at his wit's end, a slight sound of breaking wind suddenly came from the fog, followed by a cold light that pierced through the fog and pointed directly at his vital points. Yu Zaishan reacted extremely quickly, dodging to the side and narrowly avoiding the attack. He looked closely and saw a flying sword formed by spiritual energy floating in the air, the tip of the sword trembling slightly, as if ready to launch the next round of attack at any time. The art of controlling objects? You actually broke through to the foundation establishment stage. How is that possible? Yu Zaishan shouted in disbelief. You know, to control objects with the mind, one must at least reach the foundation establishment stage to master this technique. Moreover, it requires powerful willpower, extremely high spiritual control ability and precise control of spiritual energy to achieve it. But isn't Li Shanjun an outer disciple who just joined the sect not long ago? How could he do that? Could it be that this kid really has a big secret? A hint of greed appeared in Yu Zaishan's eyes. He sneered, "Boy, you underestimate me too much. You think you can defeat me with just the object control technique?" As soon as he opened his mouth, a long sword suddenly shot out of his mouth and attacked Li Shanjun rapidly. It was so fast that it arrived in front of Li Shanjun in the blink of an eye. Before he could react, it had already hit Li Shanjun in the face. However, you didn't expect that I have already condensed my own magical weapon. Dealing with a young brat like you, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Yu Zaishan laughed out loud. He was already shocked by the fact that Li Shanjun could perform so many kinds of magic just now. Later he discovered that he had actually reached the foundation establishment stage, so he stopped holding back. The first move he made was the most powerful killing move, his natal magic weapon. This is actually a kind of spiritual weapon. If you have better spiritual gold, you can even condense your own spiritual weapon, your own magic weapon, your own spiritual treasure, etc. To condense one's own weapon, one must at least reach the foundation establishment stage, which requires connecting one's soul with the weapon. During the refining process, the cultivator's soul needs to be added for cultivation. As the cultivator's strength increases, the power of the natal weapon will gradually increase. There is a deep emotional bond between the natal weapon and the cultivator, as if it has become a part of the cultivator's body, and can be wielded at will, exerting great power. Yu Zaishan was also lucky. She found several kinds of spiritual gold and finally condensed a top-grade magic weapon. Coupled with his constant nourishment with his soul, the effect is no less than that of a top-grade magic weapon. More importantly, he attacked Li Shanjun at the fastest speed without any intention. Yu Zaishan believed that no cultivator in the foundation establishment stage could escape this move of his. However, Yu Zaishan felt that his natal magic weapon had actually hit a hard object, and there was no sense of relief as if it had pierced flesh. He was stunned for a moment and quickly looked at Li Shanjun in front of him. I saw that his life-saving magic weapon had pierced Li Shanjian's eyebrows, and even slightly pierced his skin, causing a trace of bright red to flow out. However, it only pierced a little bit and did not penetrate Li Shanjian's head at all. He also discovered that a faint golden light was emitted from the surface of Li Shanjian's body. Yu Zaishan was stunned. What kind of magic is this? At this time, Li Shanjun actually had some cold sweat the size of beans on his forehead. Damn! Fortunately, he practiced the 100 Refinements Divine Body Art, which allowed his physical strength to reach the level of a top-grade magic weapon. Otherwise, I'll really have to finish here today. He still had too little combat experience and didn't even know there was an opponent who could launch a sneak attack like this. Li Shanjian's eyes focused and he reached out to grab the magic weapon floating in front of him. Yu Zaishan cried out oops in his heart, and then wanted to take back his natal magic weapon. However, Li Shanjian's actions were much faster than he had imagined. At the moment when Yuzation intended to recall his natal magic weapon, Li Shanjun had already clenched his 5 fingers, and a powerful spiritual power surged out from his palms. He followed the magic weapon upstream and headed straight for Yuzation's soul. Ah! Yuzation screamed in pain, feeling a sharp pain. It was a sign that his life-defining magic weapon was being forcibly separated from his soul by an external force. His life-defining magic weapon was connected to his soul. Attacking it at this moment was equivalent to directly attacking his soul, causing him unbearable pain. But he still held his natal magic weapon tightly. Li Shanjun did not give up. He knew that this was the best time to fight back. He was seen shaking with the 5 elements of spiritual energy surging around him. He shouted in a low voice, "Fire escape technique." He had already figured out that Yuzation had wood-type spiritual energy, and the 5 elements were mutually exclusive, so using fire-type magic would be just the right way to restrain him. Li Shanjian's figure suddenly turned into a stream of fiery red light and disappeared from Yuzation's sight, leaving only a fiery trail. Yuzation was horrified. She endured the pain in her soul and hurriedly circulated her spiritual power, trying to capture Li Shanjian's whereabouts. However, he discovered that the spiritual energy around him seemed to come alive, constantly interfering with his perception. When Yuzation was concentrating on dealing with this sudden change, a scorching heat suddenly hit her from behind. Yuzation was in a hurry and could only barely use her own magic weapon to resist, but she was also shocked by this powerful force and took several steps back, her face pale. The 5 elements interact with each other. Do you think you can defeat me with just a life-defining magic weapon? Li Shanjian's voice echoed in the surroundings, as elusive as a ghost. At the same time, he continuously used fire magic to attack Yuzation, including rockets, fire guns, fire knives, fire swords, fire whips. Yuzation groaned in his heart. He thought that he would be sure of victory if he could condense his own magic weapon. Unexpectedly, Li Shanjun not only has a strong body, but also has mastered the 5 elements magic to perfection. Every move and every style made perfect use of the principle of the 5 elements mutual generation and mutual restraint, making Yuzation restricted in every way. We can't go on like this, we must find a breakthrough. Yuzation thought to himself and decided to take a risk. He used his natal magic weapon as bait to attract Li Shanjian's attention, while secretly accumulating strength and preparing to launch a fatal attack. So, Yuzation deliberately revealed a flaw, causing his natal magic weapon to shine brightly, as if he was about to launch some powerful attack. Li Shanjun was fooled as expected. He flashed and rushed forward, intending to destroy this threatening magic weapon in one fell swoop. However, just when he was about to succeed, Yuzation curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer, and his body suddenly burst into astonishing speed. He actually used some kind of secret technique to increase his movement speed in a short period of time. "You've been fooled!" Yuzation shouted loudly, and a talisman flashing with lightning appeared in his hand. It was his last trump card, the Thunderstorm Talisman. With his order, the talisman exploded, and the powerful force of thunder and lightning instantly enveloped an area of dozens of meters, involving Li Shanjun. However, Li Shanjun did not sit idly by. He quickly mobilized the power of the 5 elements to form a protective shield to try to resist the attack of lightning. But the power of the Thunderstorm Talisman far exceeded Yuzation's expectations. Even the 5 elements' protective shield had cracks. Li Shanjun was shocked and his blood was boiling. His face was as pale as paper. But in the blink of an eye, Li Shanjian's eyes became more and more determined. This was a matter of life and death, and he had to go all out. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged, forcibly activating a higher level of the 100 refining divine body art. The surface of his body glowed with golden light, and he withstood the remaining lightning shock. At the same time, Li Shanjun formed seals with his hands and chanted, "5 elements unite." As he finished speaking, the spiritual energy in Li Shanjian's body began to surge violently, and finally gathered into a huge colorful dragon shadow, rushing towards Yuzation with the power to destroy the world. Seeing this, Yuzation's eyes flashed with despair. He understood that he had no way out. Although his life-saving magic weapon was powerful, it was ultimately futile in the face of Li Shanjian's absolute strength. In the end, the 5 elements dragon shadow directly penetrated Yuzation's defense and swallowed him whole. After the battle, Li Shanjun stood there panting, looking at the mess in front of him, with mixed feelings in his heart. I didn't expect that my first battle in the world of immortal cultivation would be so dangerous. He was almost killed by Yuzation. I don't know if after his body in the immortal world dies, his consciousness will return to the urban world, or both sides will die together. This thought flashed through his mind, but Li Shanjun didn't dare to do such an experiment. Then, Li Shanjun looked at Yu Hua, who was standing beside him with a look of horror. Li Shanjun sneered, stopped talking nonsense with him, and directly urged the vines to strangle him to death. Then, he immediately cleaned up the somewhat messy battlefield. Yuzation is also considered a grassroots deacon of Xian Yuan sect. Once she is discovered missing, people from the punishment hall will definitely come to search for her. Although this place is a bit remote, it is a world of cultivating immortals, and others might find out that he was the one who did it. So he tried to make it as natural as possible. As for the bodies of Yuhua and Yuzation, he burned them to ashes using fireball magic. Then he took him to a more remote place and spilled it. Really, crush the bones and scatter ashes. Poor Li Shanjun spat. Apart from the two magic weapons, Yuzation and Yuhua, uncle and nephew, only had 9 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of qi invigorating pills. Li Shanjun no longer cared about these resources. Those two magical weapons had obvious characteristics. If they were recognized by people from Weiyuan Peak or Jinjian Peak, they would naturally know that he was related to the disappearance of Yuzation and the others. Li Shanjun had no choice but to put the two magic weapons in the space of his brain, and then he made a big circle before returning to his own courtyard at the foot of Xiang Peak. The traces of the necessary treatment have been dealt with, and I believe no one will suspect a small fry who has just joined the team. As usual, Li Shanjun took a look at the spiritual herbs in the backyard. They were growing well, so he returned to the urban world. Li Shanjun received a call as soon as he woke up. "Shangyan, where are you?" Qin Fen's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Just got up, what's up?" "Hey, I heard you're interested in jade. It just so happens that a friend of mine is selling a batch of raw jade. Are you interested in taking a look?" Li Shanjian's eyes lit up and he quickly said, "No problem." He now has more than 500 million in cash and is thinking of finding an opportunity to buy more raw stones. The time he can travel through 2 worlds is not long, and he needs to gain strength and do things step by step. Some people may ask, since you know that jade is so important, why don't you go into the jade business? Of course this needs to be done. However, jade is very valuable and how can you buy it without money? Furthermore, no one in this world knows the true use of jade, so it has been lying there for hundreds of millions of years, so why rush? Acquiring too many things at once not only takes up a large amount of money, but also requires a huge amount of energy to take security measures. For example, if we acquire tens of thousands of tons of jade, how much storage space is needed? How many security guards are needed to protect it? At present, Li Shanjun does not have enough manpower and financial resources to do this. He needs to exchange gold or elixirs for cash and then purchase jade. There are always some people who are ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. They think that they are the sons of the world because they have a golden finger, and they stir up trouble everywhere in a high-profile manner. But little do people know that the water in this world is deeper than many people imagine. Moreover, until his strength reaches the level where his body can withstand nuclear bombs, it is better for him not to go against the state apparatus. Li Shanjun also deeply realized this, so he has been taking every step carefully, not being anxious, not being arrogant, and abiding by the rules. In essence, his current strength is still very weak, and he needs to accumulate strength and manage his power. In the urban world, avoid violence if possible and try to act within the rules. Of course, if someone really wants to deal with him using means outside the rules, Li Shanjun will also let them know what thunderous wrath is. After Li Shanjun made an appointment with Qin Fen, he immediately got up and washed up. Half an hour later, Qin Fen arrived downstairs at the hotel and urged Li Shanjun to leave as soon as possible. After Li Shanjun got on the business car, he found that Fan Wei was also sitting in the back seat. This guy almost lost everything because of gambling on stones. Fortunately, I sold a building and some raw stones to Li Shanjun, and finally got my money back. This enabled him to buy a villa in Yujingtianxia and become neighbors with Qin Fan and Li Shanjun. I didn't expect that he still dares to gamble on stones. "Brother Fan, you are here too?" Li Shanjun greeted casually. "Mr. Li, I haven't seen you for several days." Fan Wei was very polite. Qin Fen laughed and said, "Old Fan is also an expert in gambling on stones. Let's go and see what the goods are like today. Old Fan, please give me some advice." Fan Wei laughed and said, "Master Fan, I, a half-baked person, dare not show off in front of you. If I fail accidentally, I will be the sinner." Li Shanjun smiled and said, "That's easy. We won't buy anything you like, and we'll do the opposite." "Ha ha ha, this is a good choice." Qin Fen laughed. The group laughed and chatted, and it took about an hour to reach their destination. Li Shanjun originally thought that they would be in a very high-end place, but unexpectedly they were in the suburbs, and in a warehouse. Seeing Li Shanjian's surprised expression, Fan Wei explained raw stones are essentially just some stones. No one knows what is inside until they are opened, so the place where they are stored doesn't need to be too particular. On the contrary, the seemingly inconspicuous warehouse can better conceal them from public view, reducing unnecessary trouble and the risk of theft. Li Shanjun nodded, secretly praising Fan Wei's insights in his heart. Indeed, in this world, most people do not fully understand the value of uncut rough stones and often regard them as just ordinary stones, which also facilitates their transactions. Qin Fen took out his cell phone and made a call. "Boss Qian, we're already at the door. I brought 2 friends to play." A surprised and resonant voice came from the other end of the line. "Mr. Fen, welcome, welcome. You should have told me earlier. I would have been at the gate to greet you right away. Haha, stop talking nonsense and just open the door. Qin Fen cursed with a smile. After a while, the door of the warehouse slowly opened. A sturdy young man with a big smile on his face ran out quickly, opened his arms towards Qin Fen with a laugh, and the two hugged each other tightly. Then he nodded to Fan Wei, and it was obvious that they knew each other. Mr. Fen, who is this? The young man found Li Shanjun unfamiliar, but he did not neglect him at all. Anyone who can follow Qin Fen must be from a prominent background. Even someone of Fan Wei's level is worth over 100 million yuan, so it's not a bad thing to get to know him. Qin Fen introduced with a smile, my brother's name is Li Shanjun, you can call him Master Yan. Shanjun, his name is Qian too, and he is from the same compound as me. His father is a colleague of third uncle, but this kid doesn't like the military. Instead, he has a strong gambling habit and likes stones, so he got involved in this business. Hearing Qin Fen's careful introduction and his extremely polite attitude, Qian too, who was also a smart man, immediately realized that this Mr. Yan had a very prominent background. His attitude was also quite enthusiastic. Mr. Yan, nice to meet you. Li Shanjun smiled and said, don't call me master, I'm not used to it. Just call me Shanjun. Qian too laughed heartily and said cheerfully, okay, brother Shang Yan is straightforward, I like that. Come in, let's have a cup of tea first. As he said that, he led everyone inside. Qin Fen and Fan Wei seemed to be quite familiar with this area, while Li Shanjun looked around curiously. This is a warehouse area, filled with various stones of different shapes and sizes, some of which have smooth surfaces, while others are covered with cracks. They are raw jade stones. Qin Fen took a quick look and said in surprise, hey, this is a lot. Qian too smiled proudly, these are all good things. I spent a full 6 months in Myanmar some time ago to get these goods. Today I am determined to make you return with satisfaction. Qin Fen laughed and said, who doesn't know that you are a broken god? Hearing this name, Fan Wei almost couldn't help but hold back a smile. Qian too immediately showed a look of dissatisfaction on his face, what nonsense. I am the god of gamblers. I was just defeated a few times and I was given this title. God of destruction? Li Shanjun asked curiously. Qin Fen mercilessly exposed him. When this guy first became interested in gambling on stones, he was extremely confident and spent tens of millions on rough stones. As a result, they were basically all cut down. Uncle Qian almost broke his legs. Because he was stupid, rich and unlucky, he was called the god of collapse by the underworld. Qian too's face darkened when he heard this. He said angrily, damn it, we're definitely going to make a lot of money this time. Haha, why do your words sound so familiar to me? Qin Fen, this bad friend, spoke without mercy. Qian too got angry and stopped drinking tea. He dragged everyone into the warehouse. Pointing to the mountain of raw stones, he said with great enthusiasm, come, pick whatever you like, and I will give you one if you pick one. If I cut it too high, I'll give you a piece. If I cut it too low, I'll compensate you according to the price. Qin Fen chuckled, then we won't be polite. I want that piece. As he spoke, he pointed towards the largest rough stone in the middle. When Qian too saw the raw stone that Qin Fen wanted, his face fell. Damn, that's a huge piece of rough stone weighing 10 tons. It is what he is most optimistic about, but the gambling nature is also the biggest part. He spent a full 56 million to get it. Once the price increases, it will be worth at least hundreds of millions. But once it is cut off, he will be seriously injured again. Qin Fen laughed heartily, I'm just kidding, look at you. But I brought brother Shangyan with me today, so you have to get us some good stuff. Don't worry, we will pay for it. You don't need to send it off. You are so poor now, and you are still pretending. Qian Tu's face turned slightly red after hearing what he said. He was really in a rage just now and spoke without thinking. However, he still said proudly, don't worry, there will definitely be enough for you to choose from this time. They are all good products from old mines. Well, there's nothing wrong with this statement. Although I don't know if it's good or not, there are quite a lot of goods this time. It seems we have a lot to choose from. Qin Fen rubbed his hands excitedly and stepped into the warehouse first. Fan Wei followed closely behind, his eyes became extremely focused, and he began to shuttle among the raw stones. Sometimes he bent down to observe carefully, and used a strong flashlight to observe the raw stone carefully. Sometimes he would tap it gently with his hand, as if judging the quality of the stone by the sound. Li Shanjun did not rush to act. He knew nothing about gambling on stones and did not know how to distinguish them, but as long as he touches it, he can feel the spiritual energy in the raw stone. He first looked around, silently calculating the number and value of these raw stones in his mind. Then he slowly walked in, picked up a piece of raw stone at his feet, and felt it carefully. But then he frowned slightly. Li Shanjun could only feel some faint spiritual energy from this stone the size of a human head. If you really count it, the spiritual energy content is probably only a few hundred low-grade spirit stones. It was far less spiritual than the Guanyin pendant he had bought from Zhou Xiaosheng Gold before. It seems that this piece of raw stone has also collapsed. Li Shanjun gently put down the raw stone in his hand and picked up another one. The spiritual energy content is still very little? Li Shanjun thought silently, then picked up a few more pieces. After testing 5 or 6 pieces in a row, I finally found a piece of raw stone containing huge spiritual energy. It turns out that it's not my spiritual energy that's wrong, but there are too few good rough stones. The quality of the rough stone in my hand should be pretty good, you can accept it. Li Shanjun put the raw stone in his hand aside, intending to buy it. He took a look at the thousands of raw stones in the warehouse and immediately increased his speed. It took less than 15 seconds to process one raw stone. Feeling that the spiritual energy inside had reached the level of a mid-grade spirit stone, he immediately placed it in the selection area. After looking around, he only picked out more than 30 spirit stones. It seems that Qian Tu's title of God of Collapse is well-deserved. If he really relied on himself to decipher these raw stones, he would probably lose everything. This ratio is indeed a bit low, but it's after he carefully selected them. Of course, every piece of raw stone contains more or less vitality, but Li Shanjun does not look down on those low-grade spirit stones for the time being. Moreover, the quantity here is so large that if I buy too much, I probably won't be able to afford it, so I might as well pick the best ones first. Brother Qian, I'm really sorry. I'll cheat you a little bit first, but I won't bargain when it comes time to pay. Li Shanjun muttered to himself. He picked out the most valuable raw stones, leaving only some broken ones, which was indeed a bit unfair. At this time, Qin Fen and Fan Wei came over, and Qin Fen took a look at the raw stones selected by Li Shanjun. Surprised, he asked, Shangyan, did you pick these? So many? Li Shanjun nodded and said, not bad, just playing around, but these stones really suit my taste, so I might as well buy them all. I just don't know if Brother Qian is willing to give it up. Qian too took a look at the raw stones that Li Shanjun had picked out. They were all small and medium-sized stones. Li Shanjun went over to the big stone that he liked the most, took a look around, and then left. It seems that he really doesn't know much about gambling on stones and just bought them for fun. He advised Brother Shangyan, I am naturally happy that you bought so much. It is equivalent to helping me reduce the risk. But are you sure you want to buy so much? It's not advisable to buy too much at once when you first start gambling on stones. This thing can make you rich or poor with a single cut, and it's easy to lose everything. Li Shanjun insisted, as long as Brother Qian is willing to sell, I'm willing to buy it. It's just for fun anyway. Qian too was about to say something, but Qin Fen said, okay, just buy these. Mr. Qian will give you a discount later. Qian too had no choice but to nod. Since this guy didn't listen to his advice, he just followed their lead. Anyway, it's a good thing that he can recover his health. At this moment, a noise suddenly came from a corner of the warehouse. I saw several workers in work clothes and covered in dust working together to carry a piece of raw stone that was more than one person tall. What kind of stone is this? Qin Fen asked curiously. Fan Wei frowned, as if he didn't recognize it either. This huge rough stone seems to be a bit strange. It looks like a broken stone. Li Shanjian's eyes were deeply attracted by the raw stone, and an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart, as if there was some connection between him and this stone. He slowly approached, reached out his hand and touched it gently. A cool feeling spread through his fingertips and spread throughout his body, which lifted his spirits. I want this stone. Li Shanjian's voice was firm and powerful. Qin Fen and Fan Wei were both stunned when they heard this. You know, this piece of raw stone is huge in size and must be very expensive. And from the outside, there is nothing special about it. Li Shanjian's move is undoubtedly a gamble. Shangyan, are you sure? This stone is not small. What if? Qin Fen hesitated to speak. He was worried that Li Shanjun would suffer heavy losses because of this. Li Shanjun smiled slightly, with a confident light in his eyes. Believe me, my intuition tells me that it's worth it. Li Shanjun felt an extremely rich spiritual energy when he touched the raw stone that was as tall as a person. More importantly, Li Shanjun felt that in addition to the extremely huge amount contained in it, the quality was also extremely high. The spiritual quality is even higher than any jade Li Shanjun had ever obtained before. Could it be the legendary top-grade spirit stone? Li Shanjun muttered to himself. He really wanted to open the raw stone right now to see what grade of jade it was. But after all, I haven't got it yet, so I can only suppress this feeling. Since there are so many types of jade in the urban world, he has not yet figured out the correspondence between the grades of jade and spirit stones. Hearing that Li Shanjun was interested in this large rough stone, Fan Wei beside him also advised, Shanjun, why don't you reconsider it? This stone doesn't have any special features, and I don't like it. Li Shanjun asked Qian Tu, Mr. Qian, how much does this stone cost? Qian Tu said, although this rough stone is not as good as the biggest one, it also came from an old mine. Although it is very controversial, I spent more than 8 million to get it. Adding shipping fees, taxes, and other costs, I'll give you 10 million. Qin Fen glared at him and said, "Fuck you, Qian Tu, you are such a dishonest kid. You even dare to take my brother's money." Li Shanjun said, "It's okay. Mr. Qian worked hard to select and transport the products from Myanmar. He deserves to earn some hard-earned money. Please count all the ones I picked out. I want them all." Li Shanjun knew that the raw stones he picked were all very profitable, and the rest were of average quality. If you continue to bargain hard, it will be a bit unreasonable. He is not short of this little money now. Qian Tu was stunned for a moment. He thought Qin Fen just brought him here to take a look, but he didn't expect that he would actually choose so many. Seeing that he looked serious, he called a staff member over to settle the bill. Qian Tu seemed to know a kindred spirit and asked with great interest, "Brother Shang Yan, it seems you also like gambling on stones. What do you think of my goods?" Li Shanjun praised, "They are all very good, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen so many. Sorry, I picked all the best ones. So what do you think of that one?" Qian Tu pointed to the largest piece of rough stone with a hint of confidence. Just now, Qin Fen joked that he wanted to pick this one. Li Shanjun was also very interested in the raw stone just now, so he went over to feel it. However, there isn't much spiritual energy contained in that big rock. Compared to the stone he chose that was as tall as a person, it was probably less than 1,000th. But this big rock is even bigger. The price is higher. Judging from a comprehensive analysis, the quality of the jade in that big stone is only barely up to the level of a mid-grade spirit stone, but Qian Tu spent more than 50 million to buy it, and the price here has reached 88.88 million. It is obvious that this big rock collapsed very violently. Li Shanjun doesn't want to be a sucker. He hesitated for a moment and said, "I don't understand. Besides, I'm just playing around a little, spending a little money for fun. That rock is too big." Hearing him say this, Qian Tu anxiously defended himself, "But I've asked many experts to look at it, and they all said that the probability of this piece increasing in value is very high." Li Shanjun didn't argue, but shook his head and laughed, "Mr. Qian, this is my first time gambling on stones. If you ask me, you're like asking a blind man for advice." Qian Tu was a little surprised. How could Li Shanjun dare to spend 20 or 30 million on gambling stones for the first time? Who is he? At this moment, the staff member ran over and said, "Boss, Mr. Li, there are 37 rough stones in total, and the total price is 29.28 million. Qian Tu chuckled, "Shang Yan, you are a distinguished guest. How about I give you 28 million and let me earn some hard-earned money?" Li Shanjun nodded, and then went with him to transfer the payment. Qin Fen and Fan Wei each picked several stones of different sizes, spending more than 1 million yuan each. "Now that I have bought it, I feel like it's a waste of gamble if I don't understand the stone." So Qin Fen and Fan Wei each carried a few stones to the stone cutting area to cut them. Li Shanjun also went to watch the fun. 1 hour later, Qin Fen cursed, "Boss Qian, what kind of junk are you buying? You claim you spent half a year selecting them, and this is it? He really has bad luck. I spent 1.26 million to select 3 raw stones, but ended up cutting 2 of them and cutting 1 flat. In general, the loss was millions." Fan Wei was fine, as he spent about 1.5 million to buy 4 rough stones and made a small profit of about 400,000 to 500,000 after cutting them. Qin Fen felt even more upset when he saw others making money while he was losing money. He kept urging Li Shanjun to go and take a look. Li Shanjun laughed dumbly, "Aren't you afraid of a bigger blow?" Qin Fen said, "Damn it, if you cut it up, I'll accept it. If it goes down, then it's Qian Tu's fault." Seeing the persistence on this side, Li Shanjun picked up a stone the size of a human head. "I took a look at the price tag, it's about 880,000. Just cut this rough stone. I picked it at random," Li Shanjun said with a smile. He didn't know what kind of jade was inside, but they were all top-grade spirit stones, so they were definitely not bad. Qin Fen quickly took the stone, then excitedly ran to the stone cutting area and shouted, "I'll do it, I'll do it. I'll cut Shang Yan's piece." Then he turned around and asked, "Shang Yan, I'll do whatever you say." Li Shanjun chuckled, "I don't understand either. How about cutting it in the middle?" Fan Wei and Master Ji Shi quickly stopped him, "No, that would be a waste. How about we draw the line?" Fan Wei could see that Li Shanjun really didn't understand. So, Fan Wei took the lead himself and, relying on his basic knowledge and experience of jade, carefully outlined delicate cutting lines on the surface of the original stone. As he drew, he explained to Li Shanjun which parts might contain better jade quality and how to cut them to preserve the value of the jade to the greatest extent. "Shang Yan, look here. The skin of this stone is quite good, with obvious color bands. I think there is probably a green band here. Let's cut along this line and hope to get good material," Fan Wei said, pointing to a place. Although Li Shanjun already knew the situation inside the stone, he still listened patiently to Fan Wei's analysis, occasionally nodding in agreement, looking like he was willing to learn humbly. Qin Fen was so anxious that he was jumping up and down, and he couldn't wait to see the result. Okay, expert fan, hurry up, I can't wait to see the results, Xin Fen urged. Xin Fen operated the machine carefully according to the lines drawn by Fan Wei. With the roar of the machine and the flying sparks, the raw stone was slowly cut. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the cutting surface, expecting a miracle to happen. When the cutting machine stopped and the dust settled, a touch of emerald green came into view. Although it was not particularly strong, everyone present showed surprise. Although this stone is not of top quality, it is also a glutinous ice quality jadeite, and its value far exceeds the purchase cost. Haha, it's gone up. Shang Yan, you're really lucky. Qin Fen patted Li Shanjian's shoulder excitedly, as if he had grown fat. But then his face fell, damn it, I'm fucking cracked. Why are you all so swollen? Qian Tu couldn't help but sneered, haha, Master Fen, you are the god of destruction. This cut immediately caused a small sensation. Although there weren't many people in Qian Tu's warehouse, there were still about a dozen or so people, and everyone couldn't help but gather around to watch. Qian Tu shouted excitedly, look, I knew there would be good stuff in this batch of goods. Shangyan, based on this cut alone, this stone of yours can be sold for at least 2 million. Seeing this, Fan Wei also said with envy, and asked, are you still going to continue? Li Shanjun smiled slightly, of course. He was thinking about his own piece of raw stone that was as tall as a person. The quality of the spiritual stone inside was truly amazing. The next step of the work will not be done by the rookie Qin Fan, but by Master Ji Shi. After a while, the entire surface of the jade was cut open, and the inside was completely jadeified. The jade, which is almost the size of a human head, has reached the level of glutinous ice quality, and has many floating colors. The preliminary estimated value of this jade is at least 5 million. It's increased, a big increase. Everyone was excited. Being able to witness such a huge increase with our own eyes made everyone's spirits extremely high. Everyone who sees it will get a share. Everyone here will get a red envelope soon, Li Shanjun said loudly with great joy. Boss, make a fortune. Boss, good luck. A burst of cheers rang out in the warehouse. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of gambling on stones, Qian Tu walked over with a look of curiosity and scrutiny on his face. Brother Shang Yan, you have a really unique vision. You can even cut these stones to increase their value. It's not easy. Li Shanjun responded politely, Mr. Qian, you are too kind. I am just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. It's just luck. Qian Tu smiled, and his gaze suddenly turned to the rough stone that was as tall as a person, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Brother Shang Yan, are you really not going to consider that stone? I have high hopes for it. Li Shanjun shook his head and said firmly, Mr. Qian, I really don't understand that stone, and my budget is almost up. Upon hearing this, Qian Tu sighed softly and seemed to want to say something, but in the end he just patted Li Shanjun on the shoulder and turned away. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, Li Shanjun and his group have been in this stone cutting area for a whole afternoon. They were ready to leave with a full harvest. Before leaving, Li Shanjun specially found Qian Tu and handed him a business card. Mr. Qian, thank you for your hospitality today. Here is my contact information. If you have any good stuff in the future, remember to contact me. Li Shanjun said sincerely. Qian Tu took the business card, and a subtle glint flashed in his eyes. Don't worry, brother Shangyan, I will be the first to inform you if there is any good stuff. Qian Tu arranged for a truck driver to deliver the 30 or so rough stones purchased by Li Shanjun to the basement of the standalone office building purchased by Li Shanjun. After the driver left, Li Shanjun immediately transferred all the raw stones except the largest one into the brain space. Now his brain space is only more than 3 cubic meters, and the length of the largest raw stone is beyond the range. Li Shanjun thought that although this raw stone was valuable, it was not something that others could steal casually. Moreover, he cast a spiritual mark, so even if it was stolen, he would be able to detect it quickly. In addition, he also bought the jade pieces that Qin Fan and Fan Wei had mined at market prices, under the pretext that they would be used in the jade business in the future. Afterwards, Qin Fan took Li Shanjun and Fan Wei to a private restaurant and enjoyed a delicious meal. After returning to the hotel, Li Shanjun once again thought about moving into the villa as soon as possible, so he sent a message to Yang Jingxiu. Yang Jingxiu's mother was going to have surgery in the next 2 days and would be very busy, so he asked her to come to him after she was done. Li Shanjun took out the large piece of jade that was unearthed today, and then easily cut off a piece with the magic weapon he confiscated from Yu Hua. I have to say, the magic weapon is indeed sharp. Li Shanjun placed the spirit stone on his dantian, then closed his eyes and practiced. The body he had in the city had already reached the 9th level of Qi refining stage, and today was the day for him to break through. It's quite interesting to say that this body actually has all 5 elements. With the experience in the world of cultivating immortals, building the foundation again was already a piece of cake. But the spiritual energy in the urban world is very little, and the spiritual energy he absorbs can only come from that group of high-quality spirit stones. It took him 2 full hours to complete the construction of the 5-colored spiritual platform. Feeling the majestic spiritual energy in his body, Li Shanjun whistled softly, expressing the joy in his heart. He has been developing quietly in the urban world for such a long time and finally reached an extraordinary level. During the chi refining stage, he could still be considered a human being, but by the foundation establishment stage, his physical fitness had completely reached an inhuman level. If you go for a physical examination now, I am afraid that the indicators measured will be completely beyond the doctor's understanding. Now, many spells can be used freely. Even when facing the state machinery, as long as he is careful, he can barely protect himself. Of course, at this time he still couldn't withstand a few RPGs, let alone a large-scale weapon like a nuclear bomb. My physical fitness is still a little lacking, and I still lack some skills. He suddenly looked at the magic weapon in his hand, his mind moved, and a ball of flame slowly rose in his hand. He wanted to forcibly melt the long sword and extract the spiritual gold liquid from it. Then he almost exhausted the spiritual power in his body, but the magic weapon remained motionless. Li Shanjun was somewhat dejected. It seems that I have to wait until at least the late stage of the foundation building stage or the golden elixir stage, or I need to find a strange fire before I can smelt the spiritual gold liquid. Hey, I don't know if there is any strange fire in the urban world. I need to collect information on this in the future. As he thought about it, he leaned his body back and his consciousness traveled again to the world of immortal cultivation. In the next few days, Li Shanjun didn't do much, and was mainly practicing madly. Now is not the time for him to waste time. Especially after being ambushed by Yuhua's uncle and nephew, he felt more and more that this world was too dangerous. He needs to convert resources into strength as soon as possible. In the past few days, he has been preparing spiritual liquid to cultivate the spiritual medicines in the backyard, and now they are growing very well. He felt that these spiritual herbs would be ready for picking in a few days. In addition, he went to the Xiang Peak Mission Hall to exchange some spiritual medicine seeds and planted them, and they have now begun to sprout. The spiritual liquid has such a significant effect on the growth of spiritual medicines that it is almost like being in a petri dish, greatly reducing their growth time. Of course, only the prodigal son Li Shanjun would be willing to use spirit stones to cultivate these second-level pills. The spirit stones he spent far exceeded the value of these spiritual medicines, but Li Shanjun felt it was worth it, because he needs to cultivate the seeds himself and then send them to the urban world for planting. In addition, what made Li Shanjun happy was that Zhou Yang finally delivered the first batch of pills. There are 300 each of beauty pill, golden spear pill and sperm strengthening pill. Zhou Yang spent 10 days to refine them. Xianxian medicine in the urban world can finally open for business. And just at this moment, suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky above Xiang Peak. The originally clear sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, and thunder could be heard faintly among the clouds. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to destroy the entire Xiang Peak. What's strange is that the dark cloud is only above Xiang Peak, not on other peaks. What happened? Just when Li Shanjun was feeling confused, I saw several figures flying into the air, searching for something with their sharp eyes. After Li Shanjun was promoted to the foundation establishment stage, his eyesight became very good and he could tell at a glance that the sect leader was among the several figures. At this moment, the sect master's face changed slightly, and he shouted, "All sect disciples below the nascent soul stage must leave Xiang Peak." His voice was extremely loud and spread throughout the entire Xiang Peak in an instant. Before Li Shanjun could react, he saw countless figures in Xiang Peak rapidly leaving Xiang Peak. The powerful elders and deacons can directly fly with objects. Others who had not yet learned to fly a sword used the art of speed to run away quickly on their legs. At this time, the thunderclouds in the sky were extremely thick, and a thunder dragon had appeared, as if it wanted to destroy the world. Although Li Shanjun didn't know what was happening, he immediately followed the crowd and ran out of Xiang Peak. After he ran several miles away, he saw many fellow disciples standing there, staring at Xiang Peak with fanatical and nervous expressions. Li Shanjun grabbed a disciple and asked, "Brother, do you know what happened at Xiang Peak?" The fellow disciple glanced at Li Shanjun and said casually, "Junior brother, you are a new disciple, right? You haven't seen the elders of the sect overcome the tribulation yet, right?" Li Shanjun was stunned when he heard this. He thought that an enemy had come to attack him, but he didn't expect that it was a senior who was undergoing a tribulation. Surviving the tribulation? The senior brother turned his head to look at the thunderclouds in the sky and continued, "As an immortal cultivator, we can say that we are going against the will of heaven. Whenever we reach a certain level of cultivation, heaven will send down a thunder tribulation to test our will and strength. If you can successfully make it through, your cultivation will be further advanced and your lifespan will be greatly increased. If you fail, at best you will be seriously injured and your cultivation level will drop, at worst your soul will be shattered and turned into nothing." This scene is a sign that a senior in the sect is about to face a thunder tribulation. Li Shanjian's heart was filled with emotion when he heard this. Although he had just started on the path of cultivating immortals, he also knew that the path of cultivating immortals was extremely dangerous and every step could be the boundary between life and death. The thunder tribulation before him was both a shock and a fascination for him. Since the human body can withstand lightning, then the ability to withstand nuclear bombs will surely not be far away in the future. Then, can that senior succeed? Li Shanjun couldn't help but ask, with both admiration for the senior and a hint of worry in his heart. The senior brother sighed, his expression complicated. Who can say for sure? The power of thunder tribulation is unpredictable. Even seniors with profound cultivation can't say they are completely sure. Every time I cross a tribulation, I'm almost dead. But no matter what, we should all believe in the strength and perseverance of our predecessors and pray for them. As he was speaking, the thunderclouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker, and the thunder roared like the wrath of God, shaking everyone's heartstrings. Occasionally, flashes of lightning would streak across the sky, lighting up the entire night sky and inspiring awe. At this moment, a purple figure suddenly jumped up from the middle of the mountain and rushed straight to the top of Xiang Peak. Is that the senior who is transcending the tribulation? The senior brother who spoke was stunned when he saw this. Li Shanjian's face changed drastically. The person who was undergoing the tribulation was actually his master Ye Ziwan? Li Shanjun quickly concentrated his spiritual power in his eyes, and his pupils shrank slightly in an instant. The scene becomes clearly visible thousands of meters away. He looked solemnly and worriedly at the woman in purple in the air. At this time, Ye Ziwan had a calm face, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and a strong spiritual energy fluctuation surrounding her body. She stared intently at the suppressing cloud of thunder and lightning. Several elders with profound cultivation had set up numerous protective arrays around them to prevent the thunder tribulation from getting out of control and affecting innocent people. Their faces were filled with seriousness and tension, especially the sect leader Joe Bideo. Why is this girl suddenly going through a tribulation? He muttered to himself, be careful. Just as everyone was holding their breath, a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky, and then the thunder tribulation officially arrived. The first lightning bolt was like a dragon emerging from the sea, striking directly at where Ye Ziwan was. Ye Ziwan shook her right hand, and a long whip magic weapon appeared in her hand. She swung the magic weapon in her hand lightly, and it emitted a dazzling light, colliding with the lightning and making a deafening sound. The collision between lightning and the long whip magic weapon seemed to have set off a violent storm in the sky. Every confrontation made the surrounding air tremble, and made the spectators feel chilled. Ye Ziwan's figure was light and graceful, as if she was walking on water, as she shuttled through the lightning. With her superb body skills and profound cultivation, she resolved the thunder tribulations one by one. Ye Ziwan faced the first thunder tribulation. Although it seemed that she resolved it easily, she knew in her heart that this was only the beginning of the thunder tribulation and the real test was still to come. Her spiritual power has special attributes, integrating the three elements of fire, wood and earth, which is extremely rare in the world of immortal cultivation. Her path of cultivation is destined to be full of thorns. Not only is the cultivation speed slow and requires more resources, but the thunder tribulation she has to endure will be more severe than those of single-line cultivators. But once she succeeds, she will have a strong advantage when facing monks of the same level. As the first thunderbolt dissipated, the thunderclouds in the sky showed no signs of weakening. Instead, they became even more turbulent, as if accumulating even more powerful force. Ye Ziwan knew very well that each subsequent thunder tribulation would be more powerful than the previous one, and she had to concentrate and give it her all. The second thunder tribulation followed closely. This time it was a thicker bolt of lightning, carrying a destructive aura, striking down straight away. Ye Ziwan did not dare to be careless. She quickly mobilized the spiritual power in her body, and the long whip in her hand was interwoven into a complex defensive network under her control. There was a fierce battle with thunder and lightning, and the air was filled with a burnt smell, which was the trace left by the collision between spiritual power and thunder and lightning. The third, the fourth, the fifth thunder tribulations came one after another, and Ye Ziwan's defense gradually became strained. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and her face was slightly pale due to excessive exhaustion, but her eyes remained firm, showing no sign of retreat. She knew that only by successfully surviving this thunder tribulation could she break through to the nascent soul stage and enter a new realm on the path of cultivation. Under the control of the elders, the surrounding protective magic circle continuously releases light, stabilizing the surrounding space and preventing the energy of the thunder tribulation from leaking out and harming innocent people. Sect leader Joe Bideo was even more focused, always ready to deal with any possible emergencies. When the eighth thunder tribulation fell, Ye Ziwan already felt powerless. Her spiritual power was almost exhausted and her body was crumbling. The last thunder tribulation has finally arrived, come on. Ye Ziwan touched the bracelet in her hand and quickly absorbed the spiritual energy from it. That was the gift Li Shanjun gave him as his apprenticeship gift. It was also made of high-grade spirit stone. She was now madly absorbing the spiritual energy in it, which finally allowed her to recover some of her spiritual power before the thunder tribulation fell. It was at this moment that the ninth thunder tribulation suddenly struck her. The ninth thunder tribulation actually turned into a lightning pillar as thick as an elephant's leg. Yaziwan shook the long whip in her hand, and the soft whip began to harden, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a hard spear. She held a spear, the tip of which was surrounded by red, green, and yellow auras. Without any further hesitation, Yaziwan lightly tapped her feet in the air and charged straight towards the pillar of lightning. Human figure. Spear. Pillar of lightning. They collided with each other in an instant, making a loud noise. Boom! Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the terrifying lightning pillar actually shattered. Yaziwan was a little out of breath at this moment, but she stood proudly in the void with her invincible posture and beautiful face, leaving the people watching the battle in Xianyuan's sect with an immense shock. Finally succeeded. Everyone watching the game was shocked and envious. Even the sect leader Joe Bideo couldn't help showing his joy and was about to say something. However, his expression changed slightly. Li Shanjun, who was in the distance, stared at his master with a puzzled look in his eyes. He suddenly turned to the senior brother next to him and asked, "Senior brother, what will it be like after overcoming the tribulation?" The senior brother said casually, "Of course, the calamity clouds will dissipate, the heavens will bless you, and the nectar will fall. Those who survive the calamity will break through the pill and become infants, becoming the supreme nascent soul powerhouse." Li Shanjian's expression grew increasingly serious upon hearing this. He pointed at the calamity clouds in the sky that hadn't dissipated yet. "Then why haven't they dissipated yet?" The senior brother was also stunned when he heard this, muttering, "This is not normal. Normally, there are only 9 thunder tribulations at most." Li Shanjun glanced at his master, who seemed to be exhausted. His face changed drastically and then he rushed towards the top of the mountain. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of hiding his strength and only wanted to rush to the top of the mountain as quickly as possible. Just as everyone was immersed in the shock of Yaziwan's successful shattering of the ninth thunder tribulation, the sky suddenly changed. The sky, which should have gradually brightened as the thunderbolt dissipated, was once again covered with thick dark clouds and rumbled with thunder, as if an even more terrifying storm was brewing in the sky. What's going on? Everyone in Xianyuan's sect, whether disciples or elders, looked stunned, their eyes fixed on the sky, with uneasiness and confusion in their hearts. Yaziwan was also slightly stunned. Although she had been practicing for many years, she had never seen such a change after a thunder tribulation. The spear in his hand still exuded 3-colored spiritual energy, but it seemed a little dim in this sudden change. She took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in her heart, and prepared to face the unknown challenges. Could it be the legendary 12 thunder tribulations? An elderly elder in the crowd spoke in a trembling voice, his tone filled with awe and disbelief. In the world of cultivation, the legend about the 12 thunder tribulations is extremely rare. It is said that only those with extraordinary talents and extraordinary cultivation can encounter them. Once you successfully cross it, not only will your cultivation level be greatly improved, but you will also be more likely to obtain some kind of mysterious gift from heaven and earth. When Yaziwan heard this, a look of determination flashed in her eyes. No matter what difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, she will not retreat, because this is the only way for her to practice. This is also her best chance to prove herself. She wants to shut up all those who doubt her in the sect. After a period of brewing, the thunder cloud in the air finally completed the condensation of the 10th thunder tribulation. As the first new thunder tribulation came crashing down, its power far exceeded any previous one. The terrifying power actually made Joe Bideo, a powerful warrior in the late nascent soul stage, feel a little pressure. Yaziwan had to give it her all, waving her spear and overflowing with spiritual energy as she engaged in a fierce battle with the thunder tribulation. The fall of this thunder tribulation caused Yaziwan's spiritual power to be consumed more rapidly. Her face gradually turned pale and her body began to shake. "Elder, yeah, come on. You must hold on." The disciples of Xianyuan's sect shouted and cheered, their hearts rose and fell with Yaziwan's fighting, and everyone hoped that she could create a miracle. Li Shanjun, who was running fast at this time, had his eyes fixed on Yaziwan, and he was extremely anxious. Li Shanjian's mind was completely focused on Yaziwan, and he subconsciously wanted to speed up. He didn't know what he could do before arriving at the terrifying thunder tribulation, but he just wanted to be closer to his master. "Master, you must hold on. Accelerate. Speed up again." Li Shanjian's figure was getting faster and faster. The wind blew past his ears, making a roaring sound. Suddenly, his wisdom came to him, and he felt his body suddenly become lighter, and his whole body was actually floating. He can actually fly. At this critical moment, Li Shanjun accidentally comprehended the wind escape. However, this was not the time for him to focus on whether he could fly, but to approach Yaziwan at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he raised his hands, and the high-grade spirit stone emitting soft light flew towards Yaziwan. "Master, go on. Ye Ziwan was being forced to retreat step by a thunder tribulation, when she suddenly felt a familiar fluctuation of spiritual power and turned around abruptly. Li Shanjun was looking at her anxiously, and the ball of high-grade spirit stones was flying towards him. She had a thought in her mind and instantly understood Li Shanjian's intention. She reached out to take it without hesitation and then madly absorbed the spiritual power in it. With the infusion of spiritual power from the top-grade spirit stone, Ye Ziwan's body seemed to be revitalized. Her spiritual power quickly recovered, and the three-colored spiritual energy became dazzling again. She let out a long roar towards the sky, and with a wave of her spear, she actually split the impending thunder tribulation in half, with such momentum as a rainbow. The 10th thunder tribulation was broken. Good. There was cheering from everyone in Xian Yuan's sect, and a relieved smile appeared on Li Shanjian's face. The elders and deacons on the top of the mountain looked puzzled when they saw that a strange disciple suddenly appeared. Zhou Baidao and Wang Yuan were as surprised as if they had seen a ghost. If they saw correctly, Li Shanjun flew up? Isn't he just a beginner and in the qi refining stage? This disciple is abnormal. But now is not the time to explore this. The thunder in the sky gathered again. However, there is still some time before the 11th thunder tribulation arrives. Ye Ziwan took advantage of this opportunity to frantically absorb the ball of high-quality spirit stones that were as big as a human head. In just a few breaths, the top-grade spirit stone was completely sucked away and turned into dust. At this moment, the 11th thunder tribulation arrived. However, Ye Ziwan's condition had fully recovered at this time, and there was a determination in her eyes. Bring it on! She shook the spear in her hand, and a three-colored firebird shadow emerged. Fire Phoenix Spear. When the 11th thunder tribulation fell, the entire world seemed to be shrouded in thunder and lightning, and the lightning poured down like a waterfall with astonishing power. Even though Ye Ziwan was in full condition at this moment, she still felt unprecedented pressure. She tried her best, exerted the three types of spiritual power to the extreme, and fought a desperate battle with the thunder tribulation. Just when everyone thought Ye Ziwan was about to run out of strength, she suddenly closed her eyes. His whole body emitted a faint fluorescent light, as if resonating with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. At this moment, she seemed to merge into nature and become a part of the world. Is this the state of harmony between man and nature? When sect leader Zhou Baidao saw this, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that all the cultivators who could reach this level were gifted and had a deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. As Ye Ziwan entered a state of unity between man and nature, the spiritual power in her body began to circulate in a miraculous way. Not only did it quickly recover the previous consumption, but there were also signs of a breakthrough. But the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to be enraged, and the thunderclouds continued to surge, and the terrifying feeling of oppression became more and more shocking. Before the 11th thunder tribulation dissipated, the 12th thunder tribulation also fell. Li Shanjun, Zhou Baidao and others looked anxious when they saw this. When a cultivator is going through a tribulation, no one else can interfere. Otherwise, the thunder tribulation will double, and both those who are undergoing the tribulation and those who intervene will suffer from the terrifying thunder tribulation attack. Although the thunder tribulation was coming, Ye Ziwan, who was in the state of enlightenment, seemed to not care at all and still closed her eyes and concentrated. The spiritual energy surrounding her body protected her. Just as the 12th thunder tribulation was approaching with the force of destroying the heavens and the earth, the entire Xian Yuan sect held their breath. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ye Ziwan, afraid of missing any details of this crucial moment. The lightning was like a dragon, entwining the sky, as if it was going to tear the world apart. Ye Ziwan, who was at the center of the thunder tribulation, was like a lotus swaying in the strong wind but standing firm, emitting a faint fluorescence and isolated from the world. Under the bombardment of thunder, the spiritual barrier around Ye Ziwan began to fluctuate violently, and every touch of lightning seemed to be testing her limits. However, it was in such a desperate situation that Ye Ziwan's state of mind reached an unprecedented calm. She became more closely connected with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, as if she had become a part of nature, and every breath she took resonated with heaven and earth. Crack! With a clear thunder, the 12th thunder tribulation finally reached its peak. However, just when everyone thought this would be a devastating blow, Ye Ziwan's body suddenly burst into dazzling light. The light contained the ultimate fusion of three types of spiritual power, forming a gorgeous rainbow-like beam of light that shot straight into the sky. This is breaking the pill and becoming an infant. There was an excitement in Zhou Baidao's voice that was hard to conceal. In Ye Ziwan's Danshan, a crystal-clear nascent soul is slowly forming. That is the realm that cultivators dream of, marking that Ye Ziwan has entered the nascent soul stage and become a true master. With the birth of the nascent soul, the spiritual energy barrier around Ye Ziwan collapsed instantly. But it was not because of failure, but because she no longer needed external help for defense. At this moment, the power of the thunder tribulation seemed to be absorbed by her nascent soul and turned into a part of her cultivation. The lightning gradually dissipated and the sky returned to tranquility. Success! Master really succeeded. Li Shanjun was so excited that he almost jumped up. He witnessed his master's transformation with his own eyes, and the excitement and pride in his heart were beyond words. The other disciples and elders of Xian Yuan sect were also cheering, because they knew that another powerful person was born in Xian Yuan sect. Just as Ye Ziwan successfully overcame the tribulation, strange phenomena appeared again between heaven and earth. The clouds that were originally torn apart by the thunder began to gather together, forming a colorful glow. In the rosy glow, there is a faint sound of celestial music, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. The ray of light suddenly fell into Ye Ziwan's body, giving Ye Ziwan, who was originally in the process of condensing her nascent soul, unprecedented nourishment. At the same time, her nascent soul was also undergoing changes. There is actually another nascent soul slowly forming. There are 2 souls in Ye Ziwan's body at the same time, and 2 nascent souls have also formed. However, all this happened inside Ye Ziwan's body, and outsiders had no way of knowing. As the rosy glow merged into the body, the nascent soul in Ye Ziwan's body became more solid, emitting soft yet powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. That is a power that only those who have truly entered the nascent soul stage possess. This is a blessing from heaven and earth. Zhou Baidao's voice trembled slightly with excitement. He knew very well how rare and precious this vision was. The blessing of heaven and earth means that Ye Ziwan not only successfully survived the thunder tribulation, but also received the recognition and blessing of heaven and earth. Her cultivation and potential will be greatly improved as a result. Ye Ziwan slowly opened her eyes, and there was an unprecedented light shining in her eyes, which showed a deeper understanding and mastery of the laws of heaven and earth. The fluctuations of spiritual power on her body at this moment did not seem like she had just been promoted, but rather like the aura of a mid-stage nascent soul. This is the blessing from heaven and earth for her to build an extremely solid foundation. She felt the powerful force surging in her body, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It seems that all the hardships and challenges have turned into joy and satisfaction at this moment. Thank you for the kindness of heaven and earth. Ziwan will definitely live up to your expectations. At this moment, the world changed again. The rays of light that had originally dispersed gathered again, forming a dazzling beam of light that shone directly on Ye Ziwan's head. In the beam of light, a crystal-clear fruit slowly fell, emitting an alluring fragrance. It was the purest crystallization of spiritual power between heaven and earth, the God-given blessing fruit. Heaven-sent blessing fruit. How is this possible? Zhou Baidao was so shocked that he could hardly speak. He knew very well that the God-given blessing fruit was precious and rare, and it was a rare treasure even in the entire world of immortal cultivation. And at this moment, a blessed fruit from heaven fell. This honor is difficult to achieve even for those ancient and powerful sections. Ye Ziwan was also surprised by this sudden surprise. She reached out to catch the blessed fruit, feeling the immense spiritual power contained within, and an indescribable excitement welled up in her heart. She knew that this blessed fruit from heaven could not only help her consolidate her cultivation, but it would also allow her to go further on the road to the nascent soul stage. Ziun, this is the recognition and reward from heaven and earth. You must cherish this opportunity, practice diligently, and bring honor to the Xian Yuan sect. The elders standing by showed expressions of envy, jealousy, and greed, but no one dared to rob it. Not to mention Ye Ziwan's current strength, she also has the protection of sect leader Zhou Baidao. It is also because this is the blessing fruit bestowed upon Ye Ziwan by heaven and earth, a blessed fruit that only she can enjoy. However, the visions did not stop. A drizzle began to fall from the sky, but this rain was not ordinary water, but a sweet rain filled with rich spiritual power. Every drop of rain seems to contain the secret of life. After falling to the earth, the grass and trees grow rapidly, all things revive, and the scene is full of vitality. Including the magical medicines in Li Shanjian's courtyard, they are growing rapidly after receiving the rain. The rain from heaven is a blessing from heaven and earth for the birth of a strong man. Ye Ziwan slowly opened her eyes at this time, and her eyes flashed with unprecedented brightness and depth. Thank you all for your protection, Ziwan is very grateful. Ye Ziwan said softly, then moved and landed lightly next to Li Shanjun. There was no longer any sign of fatigue on her body, but instead she exuded an otherworldly aura that made people involuntarily feel awe. Thank you, my little disciple. Li Shanjun chuckled and said, Congratulations, Master, on your successful breakthrough. Disciple? Master? Who is this? An elder suddenly asked curiously. Sect Master Zhou Baidao chuckled and said, His name is Li Shanjun. He is Ziwan's disciple and the first outer disciple of Ziyang Peak. Ziyang Peak still has outer disciples? Elder Ye has accepted a disciple? Many elders and deacons were busy with other matters in the sect and had no idea that Ye Ziwan actually had a disciple. What's even more unexpected is that this little witch Ye Ziwan would actually accept disciples. This is against Tian Gang. Li Shanjun quickly bowed to everyone and said, Greetings to the sect master, the elders, and the deacons. Zhou Baidao could no longer suppress his doubts and asked, Li Shanjun, if I'm not mistaken, you flew up here just now. Li Shanjun said naively, maybe. Maybe, right? Zhou Baidao was stunned. Li Shanjun explained, just now, I saw that master was in critical condition, so I wanted to rush over as quickly as possible. Then, while running, I suddenly started flying. After hearing this explanation, Zhou Baidao and other senior executives were speechless. Zhou Baidao murmured, another sudden enlightenment? Is it easy for people with multiple spiritual energies to have sudden enlightenment? Just now, when Ye Ziwan was undergoing the tribulation, she reached a state of enlightenment where man and nature were one. And Li Shanjun also had an epiphany while on the road, and through this he comprehended the ability of wind escape. It was really strange that the master and disciple had an epiphany at the same time. It is acceptable for Ye Ziwan to have a sudden realization, after all, she has accumulated it for many years, and it is a matter of life and death. But what's going on with this kid? Isn't he just in the qi refining stage? And isn't it always said that it is extremely difficult for people who possess all 5 elements to practice? Ye Ziwan originally wanted Li Shanjun to hide his strength and then make a big splash during the sect competition. Unexpectedly, plans could not keep up with changes, and their strength was exposed so quickly. However, she is now in the nascent soul stage, and coupled with her 3-element spiritual power, her combat power can reach the level of the middle nascent soul stage. Apart from a few immortal supreme elders and the sect master, she is no longer afraid of anyone. She has the ability to prevent her apprentice from suffering the same fate she herself went through. Ye Ziwan said proudly, although my apprentice has all 5 elements, his talent is stronger than mine. The elders were once again stunned, all 5 elements. When recruiting outer disciples a month ago, the news that Li Shanjun possessed all 5 elements caused doubts in a small circle. However, he was an outer disciple after all. How could the high and mighty elders and deacons of the sect pay attention to such a small matter? But now it's different. Genius? Could it be that Li Shanjun has now reached the 5th level of qi refining stage? Zhou Baidao asked hurriedly. A few days ago, he asked Wang Yuan to ask Li Shanjun, and at that time he was said to have reached the 4th level of qi refining stage. But Ye Ziwan didn't know about this. She was stunned when she heard this and sneered, how can a mere 5th level qi refining stage be worthy of the word genius? Zhou Baidao was a little dumbfounded, what realm is that? Ye Ziwan glanced at Li Shanjun and said proudly, 20 days into the journey, building the foundation. Hearing this, the elders around did not understand, but Zhou Baidao and Wang Yuan were so shocked that their mouths opened wide. Li Shanjun has only been practicing for a month, which means he had already established his foundation 10 days ago? Wang Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, impossible, absolutely impossible. I went to check on him 10 days ago, and he was only at the 4th level of the qi refining stage. Li Shanjun smiled shyly, Deacon Wang, I'm sorry, my master told me to keep a low profile at that time, and I lied to you. After hearing this, everyone finally understood. Li Shanjun broke through to the foundation building stage after 20 days of entry, and he is a person with all 5 elements. This is something I have never heard of or seen before. In fact, Li Shanjun also felt strange. I don't know if it's because of his ability to travel through time and space, or because of the space in his brain. He felt that cultivation was extremely simple. Breaking through is also very easy. Maybe this is a benefit for time travelers? Zhou Baidao immediately stepped forward and put his hand on Li Shanjun's dantian. Under normal circumstances, dantian is the most important part of a practitioner. How can it be easily touched by others? If someone had bad intentions and used spiritual energy to destroy his dantian, Li Shanjun would be ruined. However, Zhou Baidao is the sect leader, and he has no reason to kill himself. So Li Shanjun let him investigate him. After a few breaths, Zhou Baidao's eyes flashed with an unprecedented light. He said in a somewhat high voice, yes, he has really broken through to the foundation establishment stage. And he has even built a 5-colored spirit platform. Upon hearing this, the elders immediately became excited. Can people who possess all 5 elements really practice cultivation? Then why is it so difficult for those with 2 or 3 elements to cultivate? Are the resources consumed the same? Is it true, as the ancient legends say, that people who possess all 5 elements are invincible at the same level? All the elders of the sect were discussing it in a buzzing voice. Xianyuan sect was established thousands of years ago, and this was the first time that it had seen a disciple who had mastered all 5 elements and cultivated to such a level. Master, elders, please listen to me. Ye Ziwan suddenly spoke, breaking the noise around them. Upon hearing this, Zhou Baidao hurriedly said, Elder Ye, please speak. Seeing that they were talking about serious matters, Zhou Baidao did not call Ye Ziwan girl. Ye Ziwan looked at everyone present with a piercing gaze and said in an unquestionable tone, now, my disciple Li Shanjun has reached the foundation establishment stage and should be promoted to an inner disciple. She paused when she said this, and Zhou Baidao and others nodded in agreement. Indeed, according to the sect's rules, one can become an inner disciple during the foundation building stage. However, her next words made the atmosphere a little subtle. But I think it's far from enough. Shang Yan's talent is even higher than mine. If I treat him like an ordinary inner disciple, it would be a waste of his talent and delay him. So, I hope to include Li Shanjun as a core disciple. As soon as she finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Core disciple. That is to be trained according to the standards of a quasi-sect leader, with a status higher than that of an elder. A disciple who has just been in the sect for a month and is only at the foundation building stage wants to be included in the core disciple? An elder with a somewhat aged appearance immediately objected, I disagree. Ye Ziwan knew that someone would object, so she immediately asked, reasons. The old elder said, what reason do we need? It's because it's against the sect's rules. Ye Ziwan sneered and refused to back down. The sect's rules? Doesn't the sect's rules say that those with extraordinary talents can't be promoted without permission? The old elder was speechless for a moment. Indeed, the sect's rules and regulations were as vast as smoke. There is often room for flexibility in special circumstances, especially for those disciples who show extraordinary potential. There are many exceptions in history. He then said, even so, Li Shanjun has only been practicing for a short time, and his cultivation level is only at the initial stage of foundation building. How can one prove that he has sufficient ability and character to shoulder the responsibilities and expectations of a core disciple? Ye Ziwan was prepared. She tilted her head slightly and motioned Li Shanjun to come forward. Li Shanjun took a few steps forward and stood in front of the crowd. Although he was young, his eyes revealed a firmness and confidence that transcended his age. Ye Ziwan continued, elders, you may not know this yet, but within just 1 month of Shang Yan's initiation, he not only advanced from the second level of the Qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. Just now, at a critical moment, I suddenly realized the art of wind escape and flew here. Let me ask you, with such a cultivation speed and such a level of understanding, even among us elders who have been immersed in cultivation for many years, how many people can achieve this? When Zhou Baidao heard this, a hint of deep thought flashed in his eyes. He recalled that when he was young, although he was considered to be very talented, he seemed to pale in comparison with Li Shanjun. He coughed lightly, trying to lighten the mood. Elder Ye is right. Li Shanjun has indeed demonstrated extraordinary talent. However, the selection of core disciples is not only about personal talent, but also their loyalty to the sect, teamwork ability, and future growth potential. Should we give him more time to see what he does? Ye Ziwan shook her head slightly, her tone firm. Master, I understand your concerns. But Shang Yan is not only my disciple, Ye Ziwan, but also the future hope of Xianyuan sect. His growth rate is beyond imagination. If he is trained according to the conventional path, it will only hinder his development. I suggest that he be directly admitted into the ranks of core disciples. At the same time, I will personally supervise his practice and life to ensure that he does not stray from the right path. At this time, another elder stood up. He was one of the elders in the sect who was responsible for teaching disciples. His name was Zhao Wuji, and he was always known for his fairness and strictness. He slowly said, we all understand Elder Ye's feelings. But core disciples are very important. Once confirmed, they will enjoy the sect's best resources and support, and even have the opportunity to access the sect's core secrets. Although Li Shanjun is gifted, his character and experience still need to be honed. I suggest that we make him a special case and allow him to enjoy the treatment of an inner disciple. At the same time, we will add a special assessment. If he can pass it, it won't be too late to consider promoting him to a core disciple. Upon hearing this, Ye Ziwan frowned slightly, obviously not satisfied with this proposal. But Zhao Wuji's proposal not only gave Li Shanjun an opportunity, but also took into account the sect's rules, making it a relatively compromised solution. She pondered for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Okay, Elder Zhao's proposal is fair and reasonable. Shang Yan, are you willing to accept this test? Li Shanjun looked at his master and saw Ye Ziwan nod slightly, so he answered without hesitation, disciple is willing to accept the test and will definitely live up to the expectations of master in the section. Seeing this, Zhou Baidao nodded secretly in his heart and expressed his admiration for Li Shanjian's courage and determination. He announced, since that's the case, let's do as Elder Zhao says. Li Shanjun, you will be treated as an inner disciple as a special exception and will undergo a special assessment. If you pass the assessment, you will become one of the youngest core disciples in the history of Xianyuan sect. Li Shanjun asked, may I ask what the test is? Zhao Wuji suggested, although Elder Ye said you were gifted, we haven't seen it in person. The sect competition will be held in a few months, so I suggest that the test for you is to get first place among the inner disciples in the sect competition. Hearing this, Zhou Baidao and some elders looked thoughtful. But Ye Ziwan disagreed and said, this is unfair. Many of those inner disciples have practiced for decades and obtained countless resources and techniques from the section. Shangyan has only been practicing for a month, and the resources he received are just a low-grade spirit stone and a chi-boosting pill. You want him to compare this with them? Zhao Wuji's expression did not change when he heard this. He slowly explained, Elder, yeah, I understand your concerns, but please hear me out. Although the test is difficult, it is also the best way to hone Li Shanjian's character and test his true potential. We're not asking him to defeat all the inner disciples in just 1 month. Instead, we want to see if he can demonstrate extraordinary wisdom, perseverance, and mastery of magic when facing powerful opponents. Furthermore, Zhao Wuji said with a barely perceptible gentleness in his tone, the sect competition is not only a test of one's cultivation, but also a test of one's strategy and timing. If Li Shanjun can defeat the strong with the weak, doesn't it prove that he possesses the extraordinary qualities necessary to become a core disciple? Moreover, such a victory will greatly boost the morale of the young disciples within the sect and serve as a driving force for their progress. Even if he loses, our tests won't stop. If he passes the tests again within a few years, we can grant him the status of a core disciple in advance. After hearing this, although Ye Ziwan still had some concerns in her heart, she felt that what Zhao Wuji said made sense. She turned to look at Li Shanjun, who gave her a look of agreement. Li Shanjun knew that Ye Ziwan was seeking benefits for him. After Ye Ziwan's parents died, she had no one to support her. Many people in the sect wanted to oppress her and exploit the resources she deserved because she had 3 attributes and consumed too much resources. Ye Ziwan relied on her own hard work to obtain resources step by step and achieve her current achievements. When the sect leader asked her to accept Li Shanjun as her disciple at the beginning, she didn't want to pay any attention to it. Later she found out that he was well qualified, a very interesting person, and very good to her. Especially just now at the critical moment of her breakthrough, it was Li Shanjun who helped her. So, she has to support him. Li Shanjun will never be allowed to repeat her mistakes within the sect. Okay, Elder Zhao, I accept your proposal, but there is one thing I must emphasize. Ye Ziwan's voice was clear and powerful. While Shangyan is preparing for the sect competition, the necessary training resources must be guaranteed. We cannot restrict him just because he is currently an inner disciple. I will personally fight for him and ensure that he can show his true strength under fair conditions. Zhou Baidao nodded in agreement. Elder, yes, words make sense. The sect should fully support disciples with potential. As for the allocation of resources, our sect will personally oversee it and ensure that Li Shanjun receives the support he deserves. Li Shanjun was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you, sect master, thank you, master, and all the elders and seniors. Zhou Baidao laughed heartily. This is an opportunity to test you, and I hope you can give us a surprise. Having said that, he paused for a moment, then took a deep breath and said in a resounding voice, our sect elder, Ye Ziwan, has successfully broken through and become a powerful Yuanying stage cultivator. This sect leader has decided that the sect will hold a grand ceremony to celebrate in 3 days. At that time, our sect will invite several major sects nearby to participate. All disciples of our sect can also participate. The sect will also provide benefits. Upon hearing the sect leader's words, the Xianyuan sect instantly became boiling. Xianyuan sect has added another powerful Yuanying stage expert, and the sect's foundation has been further strengthened. All disciples are proud of this. Purple Garden. Li Shanjun said excitedly, Master, congratulations. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Ye Ziwan was essentially reshaping her body again. Her skin was originally as white as snow and beautiful, but now it has become more delicate and as smooth as a baby's. Coupled with the aura of the nascent soul stage, her royal sister appearance became even more charming, and her every move exuded an indescribable charm and majesty. Ye Ziwan smiled slightly, and there was an indescribable tenderness in her eyes as she looked at Li Shanjun. Today's breakthrough was indeed a bit unexpected. Ye Ziwan was originally very confident that she could make it through, but she didn't expect to encounter 12 thunder tribulations. Fortunately, when she was finally exhausted, Li Shanjun saved her life with a ball of high-quality spirit stones. Originally, she accepted Li Shanjun as her apprentice on a whim. Unexpectedly, this little disciple gave him great help in the end. This made Ye Ziwan, who had always been independent and believed in relying on herself rather than others, feel a little strange. She said in a soft voice, my little disciple, thank you. Li Shanjun chuckled, hey, what's the need for us to be polite? You are my master. Only when you become strong can I have a big leg to hold on to. Ye Ziwan laughed dumbly and said, you are so cunning. You don't even want to work hard? Li Shanjun thought to himself, Aunt, with you here, I don't want to work hard anymore. Then Ye Ziwan said solemnly, today, you were really a bit reckless. The tribulation is so dangerous, and you, a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator, actually rushed into the face of the thunder tribulation. Li Shanjun said, Master, no matter what, as long as you are in danger or in trouble, I will do everything I can to help you. Ye Ziwan's heart trembled. It was a while before she spoke again. However, the originally gentle voice suddenly turned into a mature woman's voice. "Hey, kid, you actually want to tease your master, you have bad intentions." Li Shanjun almost choked to death on his own saliva, and the master in red skirt came out to make trouble again. Even someone as reserved as him sometimes can't handle what a master with this personality says. Li Shanjun suddenly thought of something. Curiously, he asked, "Master, you have two spirits sharing one body. Is that also true for your nascent soul?" He just wanted to change the subject to avoid embarrassment, but he didn't expect to ask about Ye Ziwan's important secret. However, she only pondered for a moment before saying, "This time, I broke through and actually formed two nascent souls in my danshan." Li Shanjun was suddenly shocked. Then he asked in a surprised tone, "Master, you have three types of spiritual power, which is much stronger than single-type practitioners. Now that there are two spirits, doesn't that mean our strength has doubled again?" Ye Ziwan said proudly, "Of course. With the bonus of two nascent souls, my strength is no less than the bonus brought by having all five elements." But then she said in a subtle tone, "But correspondingly, the resources required for cultivation are also increasing." Li Shanjun chuckled and said, "It's just spirit stones, I have plenty of them." The two had discussed this topic before. Ye Ziwan knew that Li Shanjun had some secrets, but she didn't delve into it. However, she said in a serious tone, "My little disciple, when I was undergoing the tribulation today, you gave me a large group of high-grade spirit stones. This scene has been witnessed by many people in the section. Although they didn't mention it just now, considering your rapid progress in cultivation, I'm afraid quite a few people are already thinking about this." Li Shanjun pondered for a moment, then said, "Originally, I wanted to develop quietly and improve secretly to avoid attracting attention. But the situation was special at the time, and there was no way to avoid exposing some of it. But maybe this is a good thing, letting them know that I have secrets too. With your presence in the sect, Master, and my strength, I believe that even if they have ideas about me, they won't dare to act." Ye Ziwan looked thoughtful, then said proudly, "You are right, we want them to be envious and jealous, but unable to do anything to us. However, I do have a suggestion. We can find an excuse to make your secret more reasonable." Li Shanjun asked curiously, "Master, what's the excuse?" Ye Ziwan said, "In the world of immortal cultivation, countless powerful people have been born over the years. Some of the powerful people above the fusion stage can even be reincarnated and reborn. When they reincarnate, their memories gradually awaken. Therefore, these powerful individuals cultivate extremely quickly during their second life, and they also encounter some strange and bizarre adventures." Hearing this excuse, Li Shanjian's eyes lit up instantly. This is a very fitting explanation for his situation. He chuckled quickly and said, "Hee, Master, I have only awakened a portion of my memory now, so I only obtained some treasures and memories of cultivation." Ye Ziwan rolled her eyes at him and said, "You're getting into the role pretty quickly. But, little disciple, you gave me so many high-grade spirit stones this time. Is that enough for you?" As she spoke, she gestured at the pile of high-grade spirit stones that were the size of a human head. Li Shanjun pondered for a moment and decided to reveal some secrets to his master half-truthfully. "Master, I once had a wonderful experience where my soul could travel to a mysterious place. And that mysterious place has a lot of spirit stones, but I need to pass certain tests to obtain them." Ye Ziwan was not surprised after hearing this. Instead, she said seriously, "Perhaps, you really could be the reincarnation of a powerful being." Li Shanjun smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that his master would take his reincarnation statement so seriously. But since he had already started, he decided to continue making up stories, and at the same time he also half-truthfully revealed some of his real situation. After all, he did have secrets that were different from ordinary people. "Master, I've actually had doubts myself before, but every time I try to delve deeper into that memory, I get a splitting headache, as if some force is stopping me. However, that mysterious place does exist. It's like another dimension. It contains not only spirit stones but also all kinds of strange things. However, my current strength is not enough to explore all the secrets there." Upon hearing this, Ye Ziwan's eyes flashed with a complex light. "My little disciple, whether you are the reincarnation of a powerful being or not, remember that strength is the only way to go. Since you have such an adventure, you must act with caution to avoid unnecessary trouble. As for those who spy on you, I will help you deal with them, but you also have to learn to protect yourself." Li Shanjun nodded, a warm feeling welling up in his heart. "Master, I understand. I will practice even harder and be more careful not to let anyone discover my secret. By the way, Master, now that you have two nascent souls, does that mean you can cultivate more spells and skills?" Ye Ziwan smiled slightly, with confidence shining in her eyes. "Indeed, having two nascent souls not only makes my spiritual power more abundant, but also opens up more possibilities for me. I plan to try to fuse the three types of spiritual energy to create my own unique spell. However, this will take time and a lot of practice." When Li Shanjun heard this, a hint of expectation flashed in his eyes. "Master, when you create a new spell, you must teach it to me. I also want to become stronger so that I can share your pressure when you need it. Ye Ziwan looked at Li Shanjun with satisfaction. Okay, when your cultivation reaches a certain level, I will teach you. But before that, you should lay a solid foundation first, and don't let me catch you slacking off. The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Even because the two of them opened their hearts to each other and knew each other's secrets, a strange feeling arose in their hearts. They seemed to be closer. Ye Ziwan is shy. After the two had an in-depth communication, their relationship became closer. But Ye Ziwan seemed unable to stand this atmosphere and drove him out. She said she would go into seclusion again to refine the fruit bestowed by heaven and earth, and would come out again for the celebration ceremony 3 days later. Li Shanjun had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to communicate with his master and walk towards his own courtyard. After returning home, he was shocked to find that the medicinal herbs planted in the backyard were all ripe. He was wondering why these magical herbs suddenly grew so fast, but he knew the reason after thinking about it. After Ye Ziwan's breakthrough today, the rain from heaven promoted the growth of these spiritual medicines. Thinking of this, Li Shanjun couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Afterwards, the 5 spiritual medicines, dragon bloodgrass, wood spirit 3-needle flower, dragon fruit, coptis essence, and greenwood vine, were harvested immediately. Then it is made into a storable elixir. In addition, there are also many seeds of these magical medicines. Li Shanjun replanted it and prepared for the next round of harvest. These elixirs are the raw materials for the body tempering pill. Next time he goes to Sudekwe to learn how to make the body tempering pill, he can then make the pill himself. When the time comes to sell it in the urban world, he believes the military will be very interested and there will be no worries about sales. After dealing with these things, it was already evening, and Li Shanjun returned to the urban world. Shangyan, Xianxian Medicine has completed all the qualifications and procedures. When do you think we can open? Li Shanjun, who had just woken up, received a call from Qin Rongyuan. Li Shanjun was delighted when he heard this so fast. Qin Rongyuan said proudly, "Of course, but don't you see who's going to take action?" On the surface, Xianxian Pharmaceutical is just an ordinary pharmaceutical company. Using the power of the Qin family to handle such a small matter is like using an anti-aircraft cannon to kill a mosquito. Li Shanjun laughed and said, "Haha, with Miss Qin here, it will be easy." Qin Rongyuan suddenly asked, "By the way, you haven't told me yet, what kind of elixir are you going to sell?" Li Shanjun chuckled and said, "It's better to open today than to wait for a day. How about we open it today? Then you'll know what we're selling." Qin Rongyuan wrinkled her nose and snorted, "Humph, you're still hiding it from me. But, is it too late today?" Li Shanjun said, "Why is it too late? Pills rely on word of mouth. Let's use it on a small scale first. In the future, they may not be able to buy the pills even if they want to. Well, please invite some familiar people over. I'll open everyone's eyes today." In fact, Li Shanjun didn't need to remind him. When the Qin family knew that he was planning to open a pharmaceutical company, they had already started to promote Xianxian Pharmaceutical, waiting for him to officially open the business. Just a few days ago, when Li Shanjun was still practicing silently, there was already some commotion in the circle of powerful people in Wuchen. They were very surprised that the Qin family, which was so low-key, would actually support a newly established pharmaceutical company. This abnormal phenomenon aroused their great curiosity. Fortunately, Li Shanjun had asked Yang Jingxia to make plans in advance a few days ago, so that she could be ready to open the business at any time. Yang Jingxia had just finished dealing with family matters when she received a call from her boss who said he wanted to open a pharmaceutical company. She was immediately stunned. "Didn't you say you wanted to go into the gold and jade business? Why did you suddenly switch to medicine?" This flash was a bit sudden and almost broke Yang Jingxia's slender waist. However, the fact that the boss was able to complete the procedures for the pharmaceutical company in such a short time indirectly proves the extraordinary power behind him. Yang Jingxia didn't say anything more. While she was urgently preparing for the opening ceremony of Xianxian Medicine, Yang Jingxia met Qin Rongyuan for the first time. She was a girl who was like a beautiful and rich girl in the world, although she was simple, beautiful, and innocent. However, her casual temperament and broad knowledge made Yang Jingxiu, who dropped out of high school and came from a very messy family, feel a little inferior. However, Yang Jingxia's character was relatively weak and docile, so she soon got along very well with Qin Rongyuan. Li Shanjun was also very confident in handing over the trivial matters of opening Xianxian Medicine to the two of them. Of course, Yang Jingxiu had also recruited some employees before, plus Li Shanjian's 3 good friends. Xianxian Pharmaceutical now has more than 10 employees. At 2 p.m. that day, Li Shanjun bought the standalone office building, which had already been slightly renovated by Qin Rongyuan and Yang Jingxiu. By combining the original historical building's grandeur with some adjustments, it is transformed into a new Chinese-style office building. For today's opening ceremony, the first floor has been converted into a luxury goods exhibition stand. Li Shanjun had already taken out the pills in advance and placed the small porcelain bottles on the display stand. This time, he planned to sell 5 kinds of elixirs. They are Beauty Pill, Golden Spear Pill, Sperm Strengthening Pill, Rejuvenation Pill, and Body Tempering Pill. The first 4 kinds of elixirs are all first-level elixirs, and the spiritual medicines required for alchemy are also relatively common. However, since it takes time for Zhou Yang to refine the pills, the quantity he plans to sell is not very large, only 300 pills of each type. The Body Tempering Pill is a second-level pill with extraordinary efficacy, which brings a shocking feeling to mortals. Li Shanjun planned to sell it as the store's treasure, and he only prepared 3. The opening ceremony starts at 2:18, which is an auspicious time. However, due to the influence of the Qin family, 67 people have already arrived here. Fortunately, the courtyard of this detached house is not small, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate so many people, and the scene would be really embarrassing. You know, those who came were representatives of powerful families in Wuchen, and even quite a few officials came. For example, it is normal for the director of the drug administration to attend, after all, it is within their scope of business. But even Zhao Kong, the chief officer of Wuchen, came. This shocked many people, especially Xia Junli, Zheng Yuan, Fan Yi, Yang Jingxiu, and other employees of Xianxian Pharmaceutical. Although they did not know many of the people present, seeing their extraordinary appearance, they probably guessed that they had extraordinary origins. But when Zhao Kong, the chief who often appeared in Wuchen daily, showed up, Xia Junli and the others were stunned. Li Shanjun, this good brother, actually has such a powerful background. At this time, Li Shanjun, accompanied by Qin Fen and Qin Rongyuan, got to know many people. Although everyone came to the Qin family, they saw that the third generation of Qin family disciples seemed to have a very different attitude in front of this strange young man. We are all smart people, so naturally no one would be stupid enough to provoke us. In my heart, I have already raised the status of this young man to a very high position, and my attitude towards communication is also extremely enthusiastic. After getting to know everyone, Li Shanjun had a stack of business cards in his hand, and most of them are personal business cards with only name and contact information. At this moment, the appearance of several old men shocked everyone again. Mr. Qin has come in person. Behind him were Mr. Xin, his health doctor Professor Yang, and 4 unfamiliar old men. Li Shanjun didn't know him, but Zhao Kong and many people present did. They are the elders of the Zhao, Sun, Zhou, and Yu families in Wuchen. More importantly, they had all retired from ministerial positions. Now, they come together to attend the opening ceremony of this small pharmaceutical company. What is the background of this young man named Li Shanjun? Li Shanjun quickly stepped forward and saluted, "Hello, Elder Qin, Elder Xin, and other seniors, welcome." Qin Lingyun laughed heartily, "Haha, Shangyan, why are you still being so polite to us? However, I have invited many old friends this time, and I hope you can bring us some surprises." Xian Ping also smiled and said, "Shangyan, the task you gave me hasn't been completed yet. However, I'm also curious about the effects of your other pills." Seeing Li Shanjun, Old Qin, and Old Xian chatting and laughing, everyone around was a little shocked. Old Qin didn't say anything. After all, the Qin family was the one who took the lead in this matter, so it was normal for them to know each other. Who is Mr. Xin? He is an absolute big shot in the scientific community. He is also a great man who solved the food problem for hundreds of millions of people in China. Although he is not in power, his honor and status are not much inferior to those of Old Qin, etc. What did Mr. Xin say just now? The task assigned to him? What are the effects of the elixir? Could it be that the pills produced by this ordinary company today really have miraculous effects? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through everyone's minds. Li Shanjun laughed heartily, "Haha, seniors, please come in. Actually, today I made some small gadgets, and I wanted to promote them on a small scale. I didn't expect it to be such a big deal. If I don't bring out some goodies, I'd be really sorry for the favor from the elders." Immediately afterwards, Zhao Kong and others also stepped forward and greeted the old men respectfully. Li Shanjun naturally would not neglect them and quickly asked everyone to take their seats. The time has come and the opening ceremony is about to begin. The ceremony was presided over by Qin Rongyuan. Not only because she is beautiful, but also because of her background, she can control the situation. The opening ceremony of Xianxian Pharmaceutical was not long. After a few polite exchanges according to the procedure, it was soon Li Shanjian's turn to go on stage. Li Shanjian's straight and slender figure, handsome appearance, and elegant temperament made everyone's eyes light up. Many people present had a better impression of him. Li Shanjun said in a gentle tone, "Welcome all seniors and friends to attend the opening ceremony of Xianxian medicine. I believe everyone is curious about what I am up to. Now is the time to reveal the answer to everyone. We at Xianxian medicine use some secret inherited recipes to refine some elixirs with extraordinary effects. We will release several types of elixirs today. The quantity is limited, and the highest bidder will win. First of all, the first elixir is called Beauty Pill. Hearing the words beauty pill, many people present frown slightly. Aren't these things all scams? How? Did this guy take all the IQ tax from them? That's not fair. Old Qin Fen, and other members of the Qin family were also a little surprised that this was the first elixir released by Li Shanjian, but they didn't say anything. Instead, they listened to Li Shanjian's introduction patiently. Li Shanjian on the stage seemed to have expected this, and he understood everyone's expressions. Li Shanjian smiled slightly and said, as the name suggests, the beauty pill can whiten the skin, remove spots and blackheads, and eliminate impurities in the body to achieve a beautiful face. Moreover, the effect is immediate and works right away. Everyone in the audience looked like, I'll just watch you perform quietly. Li Shanjian continued, no matter how much we talk about it, it's better to try it out on the spot. Who wants to experience it? As a test subject, this pill is free. Although most people present were still uninterested, a few women became interested. A middle-aged woman in her 40s stood up and said, Mr. Li, let me try it out and let everyone see if it's really as effective as you said. Many people recognized this woman. She was Ye Xingyu, the president of Sengyi Group. Sengyi Group is a large enterprise group with assets exceeding 1 billion and annual revenue exceeding 10 billion. It is also a star enterprise in Wuchen. Its founder Ye Dehai founded it together with his son Ye Xingcheng and daughter Ye Xingyu. Ye Xingyu has been active in the business world for many years and has a great reputation. But she has another reputation that others talk about even more. That is, she is a big fan of beauty. Tens of millions are spent every year on skincare. No, it should be said that it improves the skin. The main reason is that although Ye Xingyu is rich, he is also not bad looking. But maybe because she worked too hard, her skin color was very bad, with yellow spots and acne all over her face. Even though she spent countless dollars every year, there was no improvement at all. But the more this happened, the deeper her obsession became. Li Shanjian was overjoyed to see that she was willing to cooperate, and quickly invited her to the stage. Excuse me, Mr. Li, what do you need me to do? Ye Xingyu looked at Li Shanjian curiously, with a hint of jealousy and expectation in her heart. This guy has such great skin, but it ended up growing on a man. What a waste of God's gift. However, if the pill he mentioned is really effective, maybe I can really become as fair and tender as him. Li Shanjian naturally didn't know that in just a moment, so many thoughts flashed through the mind of the middle-aged woman in front of him. He took out a small porcelain bottle from the display stand, handed it to Ye Xingyu, and said, eat it, and you'll see the effects in a minute. Ye Xingyu poured out the pill from the porcelain bottle doubtfully. A faint fragrance came from it, and for some reason he believed it a little more. Thinking that Li Shanjian would not pretend in front of so many important figures, he raised his head and swallowed the pill. The people in the audience were also very curious about what strange things would happen in this minute. The moment the pill entered Ye Xingyu's throat, it turned into a strange energy that filled his whole body. Then she felt a little hot, her skin was slightly itchy, and she felt like she was sweating profusely. For a moment, she regretted taking part in this experiment. She is a person who pays great attention to her makeup, so she is probably going to put on makeup now. The people in the audience also made some commotion, obviously noticing something strange about Ye Xingyu. I saw yellow and black filth coming out of her face. But at this moment, a miracle happened. Ye Xingyu felt the heat and itching quickly subside, replaced by an unprecedented sense of refreshment. A staff member of Xianxian Pharmaceutical handed Ye Xingyu a wet wipe and asked her to quickly clean her face. She raised her hand and touched her face in surprise, and the skin she touched became extremely smooth, as delicate as a baby's. What was even more shocking was that the yellow spots and acne that had troubled her for years miraculously disappeared at that moment, leaving only an even and translucent skin tone. Is this true? Ye Xingyu looked at herself in the mirror in disbelief, her eyes slightly red and her voice trembling slightly. The people in the audience were also deeply shocked by this scene, and they were whispering and talking about it. Oh my God, this pill really works wonders. Looking at Mr. Ye's expression, he shouldn't be pretending. Could it be that this Xianxian medicine really has mastered some ancient heritage and can refine such a magical thing? Qin Lingyun and Xian Ping looked at each other, and a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes. Although they had confidence in Li Shanjian, they did not expect the effect of the beauty pill to be so significant, which was beyond their expectations. And those women, including Qin Rongyuan, Yang Jingxiu, and others who were already fair-skinned and beautiful, were no exception, and a hint of fanaticism flashed in their eyes. Li Shanjian stood on the stage, watching all this with a smile, looking confident. Mr. Ye, how do you feel? Li Shanjian asked at the right time, with a hint of pride in his tone. Ye Xingyu excitedly shook Li Shanjian's hand, with gratitude in her voice. Mr. Li, this is amazing. This is an experience I haven't had in years. I'm willing to pay a high price for your pills. At this time, a woman in the audience also stood up and said, Mr. Li, I want to buy it too. And me. I want one too. For a moment, there was a frantic rush among dozens of people at the scene. Li Shanjun smiled and nodded, motioning them to sit down first. Then he looked at the people in the audience and continued, "As you can see, the effect of the beauty pill is not an empty promise. Of course, this is just the first elixir we released today. There will be more surprises waiting for everyone. I will explain each type of elixir and its effects in detail. Please choose your own after I have finished introducing them." As Ye Xingyu's transformation was confirmed, the atmosphere in the audience became even more heated. Everyone is looking forward to the upcoming elixir release. Li Shanjun coughed lightly and continued to introduce the second elixir. Ahem, the second elixir is called Sperm Securing Pill. This pill can quickly restore energy, strengthen physical fitness, and improve immunity. It has a significant effect on improving subhealth conditions. Just one pill is enough to restore your body to its best condition and keep away from diseases. After a pause, he said with a subtle look, "If taken long term, it can continuously improve male quality and have the effect of having many children and good fortune." Many people didn't understand it at first, but their eyes lit up instantly when they heard, "More children, more blessings." They are all powerful families, and what they fear most is not having offspring. Even the women became interested immediately. This time, before Li Shanjun could ask, several middle-aged men who looked a little tired stood up and expressed their willingness to be test subjects. Li Shanjun met their requests one by one and asked them to go on stage to take the strengthening pills. A few minutes later, these middle-aged men, who were exhausted by alcohol and sex or weak from long-term work, all showed an incredible look on their faces. They felt a warm current flowing through their bodies, and the long-accumulated fatigue seemed to be swept away, and the whole person became refreshed. "It's amazing. I feel like I'm 10 years younger." A middle-aged man shouted excitedly. "Yeah, I feel like I can work for 3 days and 3 nights without rest." Another man echoed. The audience was deeply attracted by these miraculous changes and became more and more interested in Xianxian medicine's elixirs. However, some people who had witnessed the miraculous effects of the elixir, such as old Xian, old Qin, and the Qin family, were still somewhat shocked. "This is truly a miracle cure." Li Shanjun silently added in his heart, "Mortals, let me show you the dimensionality reduction attack from the world of immortal cultivation." Well, it would be more appropriate to say dimensionality reduction shock. At this time, Li Shanjun began to introduce the third kind of elixir, but this time he introduced it a little faster. The third type of elixir is called Golden Spear Pill. As for its effects, they're just as the name suggests. Those who understand will understand. I can responsibly add that it is very effective, has no side effects, and may even improve health. Also, it's even more effective when used with the sperm-secreting pill. Upon hearing this, except for a few people like Qin Ronjiao and Yang Jingxiu who were ignorant of the world and did not understand, everyone else's eyes lit up instantly. Both men and women, especially the middle-aged ones, showed expressions of great anticipation. Xie Junli and Fan Yi, these shy guys, understood immediately and had indescribable expressions on their faces. Li Shanjun didn't give them any time to ask questions and skipped over it directly. Ahem, the fourth elixir is called Rejuvenation Pill. After all, he is now a person of status. It's a bit embarrassing for him to introduce this thing in public. Rejuvenation Pill, this pill has a miraculous effect on restoring physical strength and healing injuries. Now I'll ask someone who just had surgery to test the medicine for everyone to see how it works. As soon as Li Shanjun finished speaking, Yang Jingxiu pushed a middle-aged woman in a wheelchair. She was dressed simply, had a pale face and a reserved expression, and walked to the front. She is Yang Jingxiu's mother Zhaoli. A few days ago, Yang Jingxiu took Zhaoli to the hospital for surgery. Li Shanjun asked for the mother and daughter's opinion and wanted to invite her to experience the magic of the elixir. Out of trust in their boss, they agreed. It was the first time for Zhaoli to be in front of so many people. She looked very nervous and her face turned red. Li Shanjun said gently, "Aunt Zhao is the mother of my colleague. She just had surgery a few days ago. The knife wound has not yet recovered and the body is extremely weak." Zhaoli also pulled her clothes up, revealing the scar on her abdomen from the surgery she had just undergone. Because the stitches had not been removed yet, the centipede-like scar looked a little hideous. Many people couldn't help but turn their heads away after taking a look. At this time, Li Shanjun handed a rejuvenation pill to Zhaoli and asked her to take it. Zhaoli didn't hesitate and swallowed it immediately. As the rejuvenation pill entered her mouth, Zhaoli looked a little nervous and expectant. Everyone present, including Yang Jingxiu, held their breath and waited, their eyes fixed on her. Just a moment after the pill entered her stomach, Zhaoli's expression began to change subtly. The originally pale cheeks gradually regained their color, and even the tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. She looked down at the wound on her abdomen, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. "It seems, it doesn't hurt much anymore." Zhaoli's voice trembled slightly, and she was obviously shocked by this sudden change. Li Shanjun smiled and nodded, motioning her to wait a moment. Time passed minute by minute. After about 5 minutes, Zhao Li suddenly raised her head with an incredible look in her eyes. Mr. Li, this medicine is amazing. I feel like my wound is healing. He stood up excitedly, put his hands on his abdomen, and his face was full of disbelief. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Yang Jingxiu even covered her mouth with an expression of disbelief. Professor Yang, Mr. Qin's personal physician, couldn't help but step forward and wanted to check Zhao Li's wound in person. The originally hideous scar had now become blurred, as if smoothed out by some mysterious power. Even the traces left by the stitches are gradually disappearing. How is this possible? Professor Yang muttered to himself, his eyes full of shock. He has been practicing medicine for decades and has never seen such miraculous results. Ever since I last saw old Qin suddenly regain his youth, and later heard that the eldest daughter-in-law of the Qin family, who was originally dying, suddenly recovered. He has always been curious about what power could achieve such miraculous effects. Therefore, Professor Yang has repeatedly asked the Qin family for the reason. But old Qin just smiled and said nothing. Instead, he simply said that you will know in a few days. Professor Yang has been thinking about this matter for a long time, and today he finally saw this magical scene with his own eyes. Li Shanjun looked at everyone's shocked expressions and felt secretly proud. He knew very well that these pills might be just ordinary things in the world of immortal cultivation, but in this world of technological civilization, they were miracles that could overturn medical cognition. Everyone, you've all witnessed the effects of the rejuvenation pill. Not only can it quickly restore physical strength, it's also incredibly effective in treating various injuries and ailments. Li Shanjian's voice echoed in the conference hall, and every word was full of confidence and strength. The audience has been deeply shocked by this series of miracles and is full of endless expectations and yearning for Xianxian medicine's elixirs. They began to discuss and wanted to know more about these pills. Li Shanjun saw this and thought to himself, knowing that now was the perfect time to strike while the iron was hot. So, he cleared his throat and continued, next, I'd like to introduce to you the finale of our Xianxian medicine, the body-tempering pill. Hearing the words body-tempering pill, old Qin stood up suddenly. He asked in a slightly excited tone, Mr. Li, your sect, your Xianxian medicine can even sell body-tempering pills now. Li Shanjun smiled and said, we can't sell it on a large scale right now, so this time we only have 3 body-tempering pills. After a pause, he continued, for the sake of fairness, each family can only purchase 1 body-tempering pill. Hearing this, Mr. Qin sighed and said, Mr. Li, you are just blocking me from speaking. In fact, this kind of good thing should be used in the military to play a better role. Li Shanjun pondered for a moment and said, we can only sell a small amount of body-tempering pills right now, which are suitable for small-scale use, but we have already made some breakthroughs. And now with Elder Xian's help, I believe we can gradually scale up our refining efforts in the future. We can then consider cooperating with the military. Hearing Li Shanjian's words, Qin Lingyun smiled with joy. Except for a few people like old Xian and Qin Fen who knew something about the situation, everyone else looked puzzled, but extremely curious. What Li Shanjun took out moved even old Qin. This thing must be extremely extraordinary. Even the 4 old men who had been sitting next to old Qin and had not spoken much could not help but ask. Zhao Changgang, the elder of the Zhao family, laughed and said, old Qin, stop playing dumb. What exactly is this body-tempering pill? Zhou Huajian, the elder of the Zhou family, said with a smile, the elixirs that Mr. Li just introduced were already quite impressive, but from what you said, the body-tempering pill seems even more precious. Qin Lao said, I asked you to come here to open your eyes. Of course there are good things here. But, what I didn't expect was that Shangyan was willing to sell this. Yu Donlei asked impatiently, stop playing dumb and tell me what it is. Qin Lingyun said, I guess you also know the situation of the ancient warriors. Ancient warrior? Yu Donlei and a few others looked thoughtful. More people in the back row looked confused, but they all pricked up their ears and listened. Qin Lingyun continued, in short, they are a group of people with a special heritage. Each of them is an extraordinary person with extraordinary strength and physical fitness far exceeding that of ordinary people. But what does this have to do with the body-tempering pill? Asked the old man Sun Xiang, who had been silent the whole time. Qin Lingyun said, to become an ancient warrior, not only do you need inheritance, but you also need decades of hard training every day. And the body-tempering pill can transform an ordinary person into a transcendent being comparable to an ancient warrior. In other words, the body-tempering pill is a magical pill that can mass-produce extraordinary people. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. There were a few people who had seen the terrifying strength of ancient warriors, and their eyes showed shock and disbelief. Yu Donlei questioned, this pill is so magical, but does it have any side effects? Qin Lingyun shook his head and said, no, at least not now. My grandson Qin Tian has used this medicine. Today's physical fitness is so ridiculous that healthcare practitioners can no longer explain it scientifically. After hearing what Mr. Qin said, Professor Yang at the back suddenly understood, and the doubts in his heart were finally resolved. He felt that the Qin family had been acting abnormal recently. The physical indicators of the old, sick, and healthy people were all far beyond those of normal people. When they heard that even the 3 generations of leaders of the Qin family had used this elixir, everyone finally believed it. They looked at the bottle of pills in Li Shanjian's hand, and their eyes became a little hot. Unfortunately, there are only 3 of them. Li Shanjian smiled and said, "Old Qin is right. We use very rare medicinal herbs to refine the body-tempering pill. It has no side effects and can significantly improve the body's quality. It's a pity that these herbs are so rare that they are almost impossible to find anywhere in the world. Only a small amount is preserved here. However, we are working with Academician XIN to find a way to grow it on a large scale so that it can be used on a large scale in the future." Okay, today's Xianxian Pharmaceutical Product Launch Conference ends here. If you are interested, please contact President Qin and President Yang. They are the persons in charge of Xianxian Pharmaceuticals business. President Qin and President Yang are Qin Rongyuan and Yang Jingxiu. There is no problem for Yang Jingxiu to be a salesperson, and Qin Ronjia's status is there, so no one dares to be rude to Xianxian medicine. Moreover, with the Qin family's endorsement, the forces present did not dare to use any black or white means to deal with Xianxian medicine. This is the important reason why Li Shanjian chose a big backer to cooperate with. Take advantage of the situation. Take advantage of the momentum and soar to the top. Once he has completed the initial capital accumulation and his own strength reaches the nascent soul stage or above, he will not be afraid of anyone. After introducing these pills, Li Shanjian stepped down. The opening ceremony was hosted by Qin Rongyuan, but the scene immediately fell into frenzy. Everyone present was smart. After seeing the miraculous effects of these pills, they immediately decided to buy them. Even if the effect is not that strong in the end, just consider it as giving the Qin family face and gaining a favor. Favors from the Qin family are not easily obtained. Not to mention that there is old Qin around, even the second generation of the Qin family are all giants. Qin Zhehan, the eldest son of the Qin family, is a ministerial-level leader in a southern province. The second son, Qin Zhetang, is a business tycoon in charge of hundreds of billions of assets. The third brother, Qin Zemming, inherited the tradition of Mr. Qin and is also a general in the military. There are also 3 generations of the Qin family, each of whom has his own place in the world. If nothing unexpected happens, the Qin family can still hold power for another 20 years. Not to mention that everyone at Xianxian Medicine is extremely busy. Li Shanjian took several old men and Wuchen's chief officer Zhao Kong and others to the small reception room on the 2nd floor. After everyone sat down, Wei Qinchao casually picked up the teacup on the table, and a refreshing fragrance hit his face. He quickly took a sip of the tea in the cup. It was sweet and refreshing, leaving a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth, making his mouth water and leaving a long aftertaste. Zhou Huajian couldn't help but exclaim in praise, "Good tea. No, it can be called fairy tea." He is a tea lover. Except for some national treasure level teas, there are few contemporary teas that he has not tasted, but this is the only one that deserves this title. Hearing his approval, old Qin and the others also picked up their teacups, took a sip, and closed their eyes to savor the taste. Old Qin even praised, "Shangyan, your tea is really good, even Da Hong Pao is better." The other elders also nodded in praise. When Li Shanjian heard these words, he was stunned. He himself doesn't particularly like drinking tea and doesn't know much about it. "I just drank it a few times in Ziwan and thought it was pretty good, so I took a bag of the most ordinary tea to use as a treat." He never expected that the tea he casually brought back from the world of immortal cultivation would receive such high praise. But come to think of it, the spiritual energy in the world of immortal cultivation is much richer than that in the urban world, and many of the plants there are rich in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Especially tea, which can be regarded as a quasi-spiritual medicine, is considered to be the best for mortals like old Qin. Suddenly, he had another idea in his mind. Li Shanjian smiled and said, "Since you seniors like it, each of you can take some back later. Not much, but we can still get 2 taels per person." Li Shanjian estimated that the tea he got from Ziwan should weigh 2 or 3 kilograms. Everyone was a tea lover, and their eyes lit up when they heard this. "Haha, Shangyan, it would be disrespectful for us to refuse." Old Xian laughed. "As someone who deals with plants all year round, I think more. This tea seems to be different from the usual tea trees, and its appearance, taste and fragrance are somewhat unusual. At that time, you can ask Li Shanjian to give you some live plants for research." Even Zhao Kong, the chief officer of Wuchen, did not object. If an ordinary person said they wanted to give him a gift, he would definitely refuse without mercy. "But I really miss this tea, and maybe it would never come out again, so I accepted it with pleasure." Zhao Kong was extremely curious about the background of this young man who suddenly appeared in front of him. "Why can you come up with so many good things?" Even old Qin treated him with great respect. It didn't seem like he was promoting him at all. Instead, it felt like fawning over him. Zhao Kong was shocked when this thought suddenly came to his mind. Mr. Qin is a national leader. Seeing that everyone praised these spiritual teas so much, Li Shanjun had an idea. This seems to be a treasure too. Baby, you can sell it for money. Even the Lao Banzang that costs 188,000 yuan is sold to some people who are just trying to make a living. Then he brought spiritual tea rich in spiritual energy from the world of immortal cultivation, and selling it for 188,000 per 2 taels. Is that not too much? Thinking of this, Li Shanjun felt that his perspective had broadened a little. I used to have some petty-minded thinking, always thinking about trading precious metals such as gold and silver. Later I thought of elixirs. Well, actually, some high-quality, spiritually rich tea, wine and other high value-added products are also acceptable. It seems that Xianxian Pharmaceutical will become Xianxian Group in the future, and its business scope will also expand a lot. Just as his thoughts began to wander, the door to the conference room was pushed open. The person who came in was Qin Rong Yuan. Her face was rosy and she looked a little excited. Shangyan, those pills are all sold out. Qin Rong Yuan said excitedly, guess how much our turnover is? Li Shanjun casually said, I guess it's 700 to 800 million. Qin Rong Yuan said with a grin, haha, that's over 1.4 billion. Li Shanjun asked in surprise, why are there so many? Qin Rong Yuan explained, the beauty pill costs 2 million each, the essence securing pill, golden spear pill, and rejuvenating pill cost an average of 250,000 each, and each of these pills costs 300. In addition, each body tempering pill was sold for 200 million yuan, and the Qin, Zhao, and Yu families each bought one. After hearing these prices, even people who have seen a lot of the world, such as Mr. Qin, Mr. Xin, and Mr. Zhao, were shocked. Xianxian Medicine achieved such a terrifying turnover on the opening day, even with a very small number of customers. This deal is truly astonishing. Moreover, the effect of the pill is too terrifying. The existence of things like the body tempering pill and the rejuvenation pill that transcend common sense made everyone present feel a little jealous. Especially Professor Yang, who is a professor of medicine and has saved countless lives, and he knows the value of these pills. But unfortunately, the elixir is in Li Shanjian's hands, and the Qin family is behind him. It is not something that a small professor like him can get involved in. Even the Zhao family, the Yu family and other families could only watch helplessly. What they don't know is that for Li Shanjun, the turnover here is almost equal to profit. The gross profit margin is as high as 99%. As for the cost, it's just labor and a few small pieces of jade. It's just terrible. However, the reason why Qin Rong Yuan could say it without hesitation was naturally because Li Shanjun had discussed it with the Qin family before. The Qin family invited people who were in charge of various families and who directly represented certain powers. What Li Shanjun wants is win-win cooperation. Whether it is the Qin family or these families, they are the partners that Li Shanjun needs at this stage. He needs to quickly build an alliance of interest so that he can quickly form his own sphere of influence. After all, if he did it alone, it would be too slow. Moreover, eating alone can easily attract jealous people, especially some second and third generations. Although Li Shanjun was not afraid, he would be relieved if someone came forward to deal with those people. With an alliance of interests, followers, and one's own strength, anyone with ulterior motives would have to think twice. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost heated, Li Shanjun asked directly, seniors, are you interested in working together? Hearing Li Shanjian's words, Sun Xiang, Zhao Changgang, and others' hearts seemed to skip a beat. They couldn't believe their ears. What they care about is not how much money they make, but the magical effects of the elixir. After a moment's silence, Yu Donlei, impatient, asked, Mr. Li, what are your thoughts? Li Shanjun chuckled and said half-truthfully, to be honest, I come from a secret ancient tradition called Xian Yuan sect. You probably haven't heard of it. Our sect once resisted an alien invasion, and our vitality was severely damaged. We were forced to retreat from the world for hundreds of years. However, when the seniors in the sect were ready to come out again, they found that the sun and the moon had changed, but fortunately the mountains and rivers were intact. However, the times have changed drastically, and they are no longer able to adapt, so they chose me as their disciple and to serve as their advisor. The elders of the sect had no intention of interfering in worldly affairs, but seeing that many ancient martial arts traditions have been cut off, they asked me to carry forward some of the things passed down by our ancestors. Hearing this, even old Qin's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. Although he had never heard of this sect, he finally uncovered a corner of the secret behind it. As for the others, some looked thoughtful, while others looked confused. Li Shanjun continued, haha, these are not important. Today, I asked Mr. Qin to invite all the seniors here because I want to work with you all. My initial idea is to set up a pill sales company with you all. Xianxian Pharmaceutical provides the refined pills, and this sales company then sells them to the outside world. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. This is simply pie in the sky. Zhou Huajian asked somewhat greedily, then, I wonder if I can sell you the pill refining technology. Li Shanjun chuckled, "Oh, I won't sell it at this stage. It's not that we want to control these technologies, but because we don't have enough raw materials. The medicinal materials needed to refine the elixir nowadays only exist in our section. So, at this stage, it can only be refined by our section. At the same time, I am also working with Elder Xin to research the technology of large-scale cultivation of medicinal herbs. If he succeeds, it's not impossible to promote these technologies in the future." Hearing that Li Shanjun was willing to disclose such an important alchemy technique, everyone, including Qin Lingyun, looked at Li Shanjun with extremely fiery eyes. Truly, a great sage. However, what they didn't know was that Li Shanjun had his own considerations. Li Shanjun doesn't want to monopolize all the wealth. At this stage, he needs to collect resources from everyone. When he has enough resources in the future, he will also give back to the Chinese people. These pills are good things and can greatly improve human physical fitness. He believed that just because some things in the world of immortal cultivation did not exist on Blue Planet, it did not mean that they did not exist in the universe. Especially the strange fire, spiritual gold, and even immortal gold, which are extremely scarce in the world of immortal cultivation. Maybe the resources on the Blue Planet are limited, but the universe is extremely vast. One day, he will lead mankind to truly step out of the Blue Planet and explore the unknown starry sky. At that time, strong individual strength will be an extremely strong guarantee. Anyway, as his realm improves, his lifespan also increases infinitely. He believed that this day would come, but it's still a bit far to say that now. Doing things step by step, accumulating resources, and improving strength are the most important things now. Now that Li Shanjun had said this, Qin Lingyun was the first to agree. He said, "Our Qin family is willing to participate." Zhao Changgang, Zhou Huajian, Yu Donlei and Sun Xiang immediately expressed their willingness to participate. But Elder Xin said, "Shangyan, I won't get involved in business matters. I'll just focus on your research." Li Shanjun pondered for a moment and said, "Since Mr. Xin is unwilling to get involved in such mundane matters, I won't force him. But Xianxian Medicine will hire you as chief scientist and provide you with all the resources for research. There's no upper limit on funding, and you'll be the one to form the research team. I just hope we can produce results quickly." Elder Xin laughed and said, "That's what I think too. What you're doing is great and beneficial to the country and the people. Even if you don't want me, I will still shamelessly join your Xianxian pharmaceutical company." Professor Yang on the side looked a little anxious. He wants to participate. He really wanted to observe the changes these pills brought to the human body. Professor Yang has keenly realized that these pills have great scientific research value. Now academician Xin Ping has voluntarily given up participating, but he is just a professor with neither power nor that much money. It was difficult for him to speak up. Although he was a quasi-academician, he still didn't carry enough weight in front of these people. However, Li Shanjian's words made him, who was nervous and anxious, instantly become excited. Li Shanjun looked at Yang and smiled, "Professor Yang, you are a doctor. The benefits of these pills to humans still require a lot of clinical observation. I hope you can join the medicine sales company. I will give you some shares. But I'll need you to provide more valuable research for the promotion of the elixir." Li Shanjian's words completely hit Professor Yang's heart. Professor Yang said excitedly, "Mr. Li, I'm willing. However, let's not talk about the shares. As long as I can participate, I will be satisfied." At this time, Zhao Kan, the chief officer of Wuchen who had been silent, spoke up, "Mr. Li, I hope you will locate this project in Wuchen. We can discuss any policy you want. We can provide funding, land, buildings, and personnel." As a chief officer who wants to get ahead, money doesn't matter to him. What he wants is political achievements and planning the development of the local area. Moreover, he is from the Zhao family, so he does not need shares personally, nor can he ask for shares. To do otherwise is to make a mistake. But he really had an eye-opener today. In just half a day, sales reached 1.4 billion yuan. He also knew that once the efficacy of the elixir was made public and production was increased, Xianxian Pharmaceutical would become one of the world's top pharmaceutical companies. The Rui company that produces the blue pill, the whitening medical beauty company, and even many pharmaceutical companies will be replaced by Xianxian Pharmaceutical. Although this company is still small now, it will be a giant in the future. And from now on, it seems that the shareholders behind it are already very powerful families in China. He could no longer imagine how bright the future of this company was, so he wanted to establish it in Wuchen as soon as it was established. This will be a huge opportunity for the development of Wuchen. He also believed that Li Shanjun would set up this company here, otherwise he would not have invited him to attend the opening ceremony through the Qin family. But he took the initiative to propose it, also to give the Qin family and Li Shanjun a way out. As expected, Li Shanjun laughed and said, "Master Zhao, don't worry. Although I'm not from Wuchen, I go to school here, so I will definitely give priority to Wuchen." Go to school? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Qin Rongyuan, who was standing by, said with a smile, Shang Yan is my senior, and he's still a junior at Huazhong University. Zhao Kong and others saw that Li Shanjun was calm and confident, and didn't think about his age at all. I never expected that he is still just a college student. Zhao Kong sighed, heroes emerge from youth. Li Shanjun said, haha, let's get back to the point. Let me first briefly introduce the shares and company positioning of the pill sales company. This company's registered capital is 10 billion yuan, and the shareholding distribution is as follows: Shenzhen Pharmaceutical holds 69.9%, the Qin family holds 10%, the Zhao family, the Yu family, the Zhou family, and the Sun family each hold 5%, and Professor Yang holds 0.1%. To ensure the long-term development of this company, it will be Shenzhen Pharmaceutical's only elixir sales company. In other words, the elixirs developed by Shenzhen Pharmaceutical in the future will only be sold through this company. Therefore, Shenzhen Pharmaceutical will invest in shares with orders, Professor Yang will invest in shares with technology, and the other 5 shareholders will need to pay up the registered capital. Hearing this, the old men looked thoughtful. In other words, the Qin family and the Zhao family need to pay a total of 3 billion yuan in cash, but Li Shanjun and Yang do not need to, but they didn't object. 500 million or 1 billion are just numbers for these big families. They value the company's future prospects and influence more. If those pills can really be mass-produced, this money will be a small amount compared to the future profits. It can even be said that Li Shanjun was giving them shares for free. At this time, Li Shanjun added another piece of important news: as shareholders of the elixir sales company, you will have priority in purchasing and even customizing certain elixirs with special effects in the future. Qin Lingyun quickly asked, does it include the 3-flower jade dew pill? Yang and Xin Ping's eyes lit up, while the others asked in confusion, what is the 3-flower jade dew pill? Xin Ping said quietly, it's a miracle drug that can cure more than 90% of diseases, even advanced cancer. Zhao Kong and others showed a hint of horror in their eyes. There is such a magical elixir? Is this true? Yu Donglei murmured. These people are all in high positions and they attach great importance to health. Yang An said in an excited tone, it's true. I saw with my own eyes that after taking this pill, a terminally ill person actually recovered to the condition of a young man. Hearing this, these people were excited and looked at Li Shanjun with anticipation. Li Shanjun smiled slightly and said proudly, of course, and there might even be elixirs that can increase lifespan in the future. However, these medicinal herbs are too rare and cannot be refined yet. After hearing the promises made by Li Shanjun, all these veterans were tempted. No one can resist the temptation of longevity. Especially for those who hold power, lifespan always has infinite appeal. Even though they know that immortality and longevity are a scam, they still step into it without hesitation. However, Li Shanjun did not lie to them. There were indeed longevity pills in the world of immortal cultivation. However, the longevity pill is a level 3 or 4 pill, so it is quite troublesome to exchange it. This thing is not only difficult to refine, but also the materials are scarce. He needs to find the elders of Shendan Peak to refine it personally. He has no reason to find someone to refine this thing now. Sun Xiang no longer thought about bargaining and said directly, I agree. We will transfer the money as soon as the company is established. Zhao Changgang also hurriedly said, my Zhao family has no problem. If you need it, we can transfer the money in advance. Us too. Wei Chao and others also quickly expressed their opinions. Li Shanjun chuckled, if that's the case, then let's make this an agreement. Our sect is also refining pills. We will be able to send another batch over in a few days. Then the pill sales company can officially open for business. Everyone was delighted to hear this. After reaching an alliance of interests, the relationship will naturally become closer. It was not until around 4 p.m. that the opening ceremony of Shenzhen Pharmaceutical ended in a low-key manner. But all those who came to participate left satisfied. Everyone had different gains, and the worst offering one bought a pill. They were not invited to dinner after the opening ceremony, but they did not need a meal. More people wanted to go back and experience the effects of the medicine, especially those who bought the Gujing pill and the Jinqiang pill. Although they have no shortage of women, they lack masculinity. Now I want to use these to redeem myself from the past and stop being an impotent person. Many people even kept asking Qin Rongyuan and Yang Jingxiu when they would start selling the pills again. After seeing all the guests off, everyone at Shenzhen Pharmaceutical Company breathed a sigh of relief. Except for Qin Rongyuan, no one else has ever seen so many big shots. They were just ordinary people of ordinary origins, and perhaps the most important person they had ever met in their lives was only the chief official of a township. And now, bigwigs at the national and ministerial levels, as well as some people of unknown identities, have gathered in the company. This puts too much pressure on them. I have never seen what it means to spend money like water. They are extremely grateful for choosing to join Shenzhen Pharmaceutical. I didn't expect that this company that looks like a scam is so powerful. Inside the Shenzhen Pharmaceutical conference room, Li Shanjun looked at the company's employees. In addition to Qin Rongyuan, Yang Jingxiu, and his 3 bad friends, there were 5 other people. 3 women and 2 men. Their names are Luo Yufeng, Sun Yufei, Li Er, Zhao Qian, and Zhang Bailey. They are all employees recruited by Qin Rongyuan and Yang Jingxiu during this period. Except for Zhang Beiqiang, the other 4 were not very old, about 24 or 25 years old, and had some social experience, but not much. Zhang Bailey is a middle-aged man of about 37 or 38 years old. He was recruited because of his rich experience in the jade industry. So they performed well at today's opening ceremony and nothing went wrong, so Li Shanjun was quite satisfied. Today, Xianxian Pharmaceutical is officially established. From today on, we are a team. I've seen your performance, and overall it's very good. I'll give each of you a bonus of 100,000 yuan as a commendation. As soon as Li Shanjun finished speaking, Xia Junli immediately echoed loudly, "Boss, you are awesome." Fan Yi shouted excitedly, "Boss, you are so generous." Others also exclaimed, "This young boss is really generous. He gave everyone such a big red envelope on the first day. It's really cool." Li Shanjun smiled and waved his hand for everyone to be quiet, and continued, "But this is just the beginning. Our goal is not just to build a pharmaceutical company. It is also about becoming a super being that can influence the entire world and even the fate of mankind. You will be the first employees of Xianxian Pharmaceutical, and you will be extremely grateful for your choice in the future. From now on, the daily management of the company will be handed over to Yang Jingxiu and Qin Rongyuan, who will serve as vice presidents of the company. You will be given a period of probation. If you pass the assessment, you will be offered the position of director and will become a core executive of the company in the future." If an ordinary person had tried to make promises to them, they would probably have thrown the promises back to them long ago. But today they witnessed countless shocks that they had never seen in their lives, and they believed Li Shanjian's words without a doubt. Even the 3 bad friends once again elevated Li Shanjian's status in their hearts. In the conference room, everyone's face was filled with anticipation and determination for the future. Everyone was full of fighting spirit, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Li Shanjun nodded with satisfaction. He knew that this kind of team was exactly what he needed. Finally, Li Shanjun said, "Today, I received 1.4 billion yuan in cash from my first pill sale. It's too much money. How should I spend it?" Hearing Li Shanjian's Versailles words, everyone burst into laughter, and Zheng Yuan even whistled. Qin Rongyuan suggested, "Although Xianxian medicine has a small number of people now, it will definitely develop very rapidly. This office building will soon no longer meet the company's needs. I suggest that we start preparing for a larger office." Li Shanjun nodded and said, "Just now, Chief Zhao Kang told me that as long as our project is located in Wuchen, we will provide the land and the building if you want it. Yuan, I'll leave this matter to you. Please go and talk to Officer Zhao. We shouldn't try to take advantage of the country. We should just give it what we deserve. It would save you from future gossip, which would be more trouble than it's worth." Qin Rongyuan nodded immediately and said with great enthusiasm, "Leave it to me." Qin Rongyuan comes from a wealthy family and has a good relationship with the Zhao family, so it is very appropriate for her to handle the matter. It was also her first time doing such an interesting thing, so she was very excited. Afterwards, Li Shanjun signaled the meeting to end. "Thank you all for your hard work today. We will have a company team building dinner later. Yu Feng, come and book a restaurant. There's no upper limit on the cost. It depends on what you like to eat. Yuan, Jingxiu, and Bailey will stay for a while. The others can go choose a restaurant first." Upon hearing this, everyone walked out of the meeting room happily. Zhang Bailey was a little confused and didn't know why he was kept. Li Shanjun said, "Bai Lai, I believe you are also confused. You are an expert in the jade industry, so why should we at Xianxian Pharmaceutical recruit you?" Zhang Bailey smiled bitterly and nodded, "Indeed, this is something I have never figured out." Li Shanjun said, "I want to do business not only in elixirs, but also in gold and jade. I'm giving you a task now." Zhang Bailey said solemnly, "Boss, please give your orders." Li Shanjun said, "I'll give you 1 billion yuan first. You form a professional team and go to the major jade mining companies to buy up jade. It is best to purchase rough stones first, and then purchase jade raw materials. This is the first batch of funds, and there will be more and more in the future. Yuan and Jingxiu will also cooperate with you. I hope you can quickly break the deadlock." When Zhang Bailey heard the task Li Shanjun assigned to him, he was stunned. He never expected that Li Shanjun would give him such a task. What he didn't expect was that the boss trusted him so much that he let him control 1 billion yuan with a wave of his hand. For a moment, Zhang Bailey felt like a man would die for his friend. He suddenly became excited and said quickly, "Boss, no problem, I promise to complete the task." After a pause, he asked, "Boss, do you have any requirements for the type of jade?" Li Shanjun said, "First, select a few types of jade from all over the world and send them to me." Li Shanjun wanted to see which jades contained spiritual energy and which did not. Li Shanjian's time is limited. I have to travel to the world of immortal cultivation at night, and I am even busier during the day. In addition to cultivation, I also have to deal with company business, attend classes, socialize, etc. Although purchasing jade is very important, the first step of screening the jade can be done by spending some money and handing it over to a professional team. When they bought the jade, he would simply pick out the ones that were rich in spiritual energy. It saves trouble, worry and effort, but it just costs a little more money. After finishing his work at the company, he went to party with everyone. During this period, he also transferred 500,000 yuan to his parents so that his father could buy a car he liked. After a while, I will bring them here to enjoy a good life. Li Shanjian's parents were so scared that they called him and asked him where the money came from. Li Shanjian had no choice but to make up a story, saying that he was starting a business and had made a lot of money with the help of a noble person. Naturally, his parents didn't believe it, so Li Shanjian showed them a screenshot of the card with the lowest balance, which made them half believing. However, they immediately said that they would come to check on him in a few days, otherwise they would be worried about him. Li Shanjian estimated that his villa would be almost finished in 2 days. When my parents come, we can move in together. If you make money but don't let your parents know, what's the difference between that and walking in the night in fancy clothes? After a night of revelry, everyone became much closer. Qin Rongyuan and Yang Jingxia both stared at Li Shanjian with loving eyes, but they were only looking at him secretly. The world of cultivating immortals. After Li Shanjian woke up, he took out the jade cushion as usual. After sitting on it and practicing for 108 major cycles, although his realm did not break through, he was already very close to the third level of the foundation establishment stage. Li Shanjian suddenly remembered that Soul Yuan pill he had bought from Lingdan Pavilion before. It was a pill that could enhance the power of the soul. After taking the Ningxuan Yulu pills at the time, my spirit and soul became stronger, and even the space in my brain increased slightly. However, according to the people at Lingdan Pavilion, the effect of Hunyuan Dan is even more extraordinary. I was consolidating my soul some time ago and had left this pill unused. Now is the time. Li Shanjian took out a porcelain bottle from the space in his brain and poured out the pills inside. He stared closely at the Hunyuan pill that was emitting a faint green light. There are subtle lines flowing on the surface of this pill, as if it contains the ultimate truth and mystery of heaven and earth. He took a deep breath, feeling both anticipation and uneasiness. After all, the enhancement of the soul was no small matter, and one could end up in an irretrievable situation if not careful. Gently put the Hunyuan pill into his mouth, and instantly, a warm and powerful force burst out from the pill. It flowed rapidly along his meridians and rushed straight into the depths of his sea of consciousness. As the medicinal power of the Hunyuan pill gradually penetrated into the depths of Li Shanjian's soul, his consciousness seemed to have experienced a journey across the stars. In this vast universe constructed by spiritual power, he felt unprecedented freedom and power. Every star is like a spark of his thoughts, and every cloud carries his deeper understanding of the world. When this power finally gathered in his sea of consciousness, Li Shanjian's soul seemed to be reforged, becoming tougher and brighter. He could clearly sense that the strength of his soul was no longer what it used to be. Not only had it increased by nearly twice, but it was also more stable, as if it had its own will and power. What is even more amazing is that as his soul becomes stronger, Li Shanjian's artistic conception power also undergoes a qualitative leap. Those who were originally in the realm of minor success can directly enter the realm of major success. Artistic conception is an important means for cultivators to comprehend the heaven and earth and control the laws. The improvement of his realm means that he has a deeper understanding of the laws of nature and can control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth more freely. At this moment, he only needed to think, and the surrounding spiritual energy would gather like a tide. Arranging and combining according to his will to form all kinds of wonderful scenes is a method that only those who have achieved great artistic conception can use. Just as Li Shanjian was immersed in this series of surprises, an even more bizarre change quietly occurred. He suddenly discovered the space in his brain, a mysterious space that was originally only a few cubic meters in size and was used to store objects and memories. It expanded several times silently, reaching an astonishing 10 cubic meters. This change shocked him, and also filled him with confusion and curiosity. The increase in brain space means he can store more items, even precious elixirs and magic weapons. More importantly, this seems to indicate that his spiritual power and soul potential have made a qualitative leap. Li Shanjian tried to probe a trace of his consciousness into this newly expanded space, but unexpectedly found that this space was no longer as quiet as when he first crossed through. Instead, it began to become full of vitality and vigor, as if it were a small world independent of the outside world. Looking at the empty space, Li Shanjian always felt as if something was missing. Suddenly, he was shocked to find that the jade stones that he had stored in his brain space had quietly disappeared. Li Shanjian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. He used his spiritual sense to carefully check the space. Soon, he discovered something unusual. Those raw jade stones did not disappear, but the spiritual energy in them seemed to be absorbed by some existence. Only a piece of gravel powder was left in the space. What shocked him even more was that some spiritual medicine seeds originally stored in his brain space were taking root and sprouting at a speed visible to the naked eye. It grows rapidly, at a speed 100 times faster than the outside world. This discovery caused a huge wave of emotion in Li Shanjian's heart. You know, in the world of immortal cultivation, the cultivation of spiritual medicine often takes several years or even decades. Some elixirs have even been around for tens of millions of years. But here, it seems that mature spiritual medicine can be harvested in just a few days, which is undoubtedly a heaven-defying existence. After realizing this, Li Shanjun immediately realized that he might have an unprecedented treasure. He still hasn't figured out what this brain space is. It doesn't seem to be a simple space, but it is constantly upgrading as my soul and realm continue to improve. Just now, during its advancement, it actually actively absorbed the spirit stones stored inside? Can I still transfer spirit stones this way in the future? Li Shanjun frowned and thought, and suddenly his mind moved, and the jade cushion under his but suddenly disappeared. Then it appeared in his brain space. Li Shanjun observed with his soul for a long time and found that the spiritual energy of the jade prayer mat had not been absorbed by the brain space. So what exactly happened just now? Li Shanjun muttered to himself, his mind rapidly thinking about various possibilities. Suddenly, his mind moved, absorb. It seemed as if his brain space received some kind of instruction, and then the jade cushion was sucked dry by an invisible force and turned into a handful of lime. However, Li Shanjun could feel that the spiritual energy in his brain space had actually increased by 1 point. So that's how it is. I can actually use my spiritual sense to control this space and absorb the spiritual energy within it. Then when the brain space is opened up large enough, won't it be possible to grow spiritual herbs here? Even as the space increases, there may be other functions. Li Shanjun was thinking secretly. He transferred some soil from the backyard into the space and planted the spiritual herbs that had already sprouted, including dragon bloodgrass, wood spirit 3-needle flower, dragon fruit, coptis essence, greenwood vine, as well as the spiritual medicines he had purchased before for refining 3-flower jade dew pill, rejuvenation pill, golden spear pill, etc. However, the space in his brain was too small now, so he could only plant a little of each kind. The other seeds had to be taken to the outside world to be planted. After finishing these trivial matters, a magical crane suddenly flew into his yard. When Li Shanjun first entered the sect, Deacon Wang Yuan took him to Xiang Peak on a spirit beast. Just when Li Shanjun was curious about what the crane was going to do, he saw it suddenly open its mouth, and a small bamboo tube rolled out and fell into his hand. Li Shanjun opened it and found it was a letter. It was sent by the sect elder Zhao Wuji, asking him to go to the sect's General Affairs Hall. Li Shanjun had an idea and immediately packed up and prepared to head towards the top of Xiang Peak. But Li Shanjun was a little surprised to see that the spiritual crane was lingering in his yard and did not leave. After careful observation, I found that it was quietly absorbing the spiritual energy in the courtyard. Previously, Li Shanjun had set up a small spirit gathering formation in the courtyard according to the formation method taught by Ye Ziwan. More importantly, he placed several medium-grade spirit stones at the center of each formation. Therefore, the spiritual energy in the courtyard is much more abundant than outside, and even richer than most areas of Xiang Peak. This crane is also a cultivating beast and is particularly sensitive to spiritual energy. Li Shanjun was speechless. This little spiritual beast was quite cunning and even knew how to take advantage of spiritual energy. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Spirit crane, let me ride it for a while, and I'll give you a low-grade spirit stone, how about that? Ling He was surprisingly humane. After thinking about it for a while, he shook his head. However, it looked at the courtyard again. Li Shanjun understood instantly and said with a smile, sure, you are welcome to come often in the future. Hearing his promise, Ling Yi walked to Li Shanjian's side. Li Shanjun chuckled, jumped up and landed on its back, shouting loudly, take off. The spiritual crane flapped its wings and flew high, carrying Li Shanjun through the layers of clouds and mist on Xiang Peak and rushing towards the sect's General Affairs Hall. Along the way, the mountain scenery unfolds like a painting, with lush pines and cypresses enshrouded in clouds and mist. Occasionally, you can see other disciples flying on swords or riding spirit beasts, which is an immortal atmosphere. Soon, the crane landed steadily on the square in front of the General Affairs Hall. Li Shanjun jumped lightly and landed steadily. He nodded to Ling He to express his gratitude. The latter seemed to understand what he meant. After chirping, it flapped its wings and flew away, returning to the Spirit Beast Hall. Li Shanjun straightened his clothes and walked into the General Affairs Hall. Inside the main hall, various affairs were being carried out busily and orderly, with some inner disciples coming in and out, creating a busy scene. Seeing a man wearing light blue outer disciple clothes coming to the General Affairs Hall, many people showed curious expressions. In Xianyuan sect, outer disciples usually wear light blue clothes, while inner disciples wear white clothes. However, there are no restrictions on core disciples, elders, deacons, etc. He showed the letter from Elder Zhao Wuji, and soon someone led him through the crowd to a side hall with simple decorations and a solemn atmosphere. Elder Zhao Wuji had been waiting for a long time. He was dressed in purple and his hair and beard were all white, but his eyes were sharp and he looked energetic. One could tell at a glance that he was a person with profound cultivation. Seeing Li Shanjun come in, he smiled slightly and motioned Li Shanjun to sit down. Li Shanjun, you are indeed a genius. You have broken through to the foundation establishment stage so quickly. The young are really to be feared. Zhao Wuji's voice was gentle and powerful, with some approval. He looked at Li Shanjun carefully and found that his aura was steady and upright, and he did not look like someone who was practicing any evil martial arts. Li Shanjun bowed modestly and said, "Thank you for your cultivation, elder. This disciple was just lucky." Zhao Wuji waved his hand and said with a smile, "No need to be modest. On the path of cultivation, talent, opportunity, and hard work are all indispensable. You have achieved this because you possess all three. According to the agreement between the sect and your master, you have now been officially promoted to an inner disciple, enjoying more training resources and privileges." As he spoke, Zhao Wuji took out a token from his sleeve and placed it on the table. "This is your inner disciple token. With this token, you can freely enter and exit some restricted areas within the sect, and enjoy more preferential treatment in places like the Sutra Library and the Alchemy Pavilion. This storage bag contains the cultivation resources that the sect master prepared for you, including elixirs, spirit stones, and some rare materials, enough to support your subsequent cultivation needs." Li Shanjun took the token and storage bag, and a surge of excitement surged in his heart. He examined the storage bag carefully and asked curiously, "Aren't storage rings and the like very rare? Why do inner disciples have storage bags?" Zhao Wuji chuckled and said, "First of all, a storage ring and a storage bag are two different things. Storage rings are made from a rare material called space stone. The space inside is usually tens or even hundreds of cubic meters. And it's incredibly strong and not easily damaged. But the space stones used to refine storage rings are extremely rare and have long been mined by senior cultivators. The existing space rings are all passed down. But the storage bag isn't made of space stone. Instead, it's made by carving a formation on the hide of a spirit beast called the Strange Sky Beast. The hide of the Strange Sky Beast possesses strange spatial properties. Carving a formation on it allows it to function as a storage device. But the storage bag doesn't have much space, only about 1 cubic meter at most, and it's easily damaged." Li Shanjun suddenly understood what was going on and said happily, "So that's how it is. Thank you for your generosity, elder. I will work even harder and live up to your expectations." Zhao Wuji chuckled and said, "You don't need to thank me. The sect's resources are limited, but we will not be stingy when it comes to talented disciples. But these resources are allocated to you in advance according to the quota for core disciples. If you don't win first place in the sect competition 3 months later, you will only be treated like an ordinary inner disciple." Li Shanjun said proudly, "Elder, don't worry, I have confidence. He is now at the second level of the foundation establishment stage, and he might be able to reach the golden core stage in 3 months. In addition, he has all 5 elements, has practiced 5 types of exercises, and has comprehended the power of artistic conception. Maybe he can even compete with several core disciples." Zhao Wuji smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated Li Shanjian's answer. "Very good, you are ambitious. However, you must know that the sect competition has gathered many elites, including many opponents with profound cultivation and diverse methods. You must be fully prepared. Not only must you improve your cultivation, but you must also master your magic and sharpen your character." "Disciple understands," Li Shanjun replied respectfully. After pondering for a while, Zhao Wuji took out an ancient book from his sleeve and handed it to Li Shanjun. "This is a collection of notes from my training when I was young. It records my unique understanding and application techniques of several basic spells. Perhaps it can be of help to you. Remember, a truly powerful person must not only possess profound cultivation skills, but also possess unique insights and the ability to innovate." Li Shanjun took the book with both hands, his heart filled with gratitude. He knew very well that this gift was not only a legacy of knowledge, but also the high hopes and expectations that Elder Zhao Wuji had for him. Disciple will definitely treasure this book and live up to the elder's high expectations. Li Shanjun saluted again. Zhao Wuji nodded with satisfaction, and then signaled Li Shanjun that he could leave. After Li Shanjun left, he went to the General Affairs Hall to receive and change into a set of inner disciple clothes. Clothes and tokens are symbols of a disciple's identity. After leaving the General Affairs Hall in white, he headed straight towards the Dan Pavilion. The sect's elixirs are mainly refined at Shendan Peak, but after refining, most of them are stored in the Dan Pavilion at Xiang Peak for use by the entire section. Dan Pavilion is located on the west side of the top of Xiang Peak, and he arrived there in a short while. However, when he arrived in front of Dan Pavilion, he found that there were many people gathered there, and there were two groups of people confronting each other in the crowd. Li Shanjun didn't want to watch the fun, and was about to walk into the Dan Pavilion when he heard a shamed and angry voice shouting, "Zhao Kun, don't go too far." An arrogant voice immediately responded, "Haha, I'm bullying you, so what? With me, Zhao Kun, here, you Lis, don't even think about having an easy time in Xian Yuan sect." The ashamed and angry voice continued, "You're relying on your position as a member of the punishment hall to wantonly suppress the sect's disciples. I will definitely report you to the section." The arrogant voice laughed heartily and said nonchalantly, "Haha, then go ahead. I want to see who in the sect is backing up a bunch of losers like you." At this time, the crowd watching was also whispering. An inner sect disciple asked, "How did Li Yuanyi and the others offend Zhao Kun again?" Someone nearby said, "I don't know, but the two groups have always been at odds. Li Yuanyi and the others are also miserable. They have been suppressed by Zhao Kun all the time, and are often criticized by the people in the punishment hall. So, what is the reason for their conflict? I heard it was because of something in the secular world." The secular world? Why are you still involved with the secular world? Didn't you join the sect and no longer care about that? You probably don't know that before Zhao Kun joined the army, he was a prince of the Southern Song dynasty, and Li Yuanyi was a member of the royal family of the Eastern Tang dynasty. The Southern Song dynasty and the Eastern Tang dynasty have always been hostile to each other, so Zhao Kun suppressed Li Yuanyi in order to help the Southern Song dynasty destroy the Eastern Tang dynasty. No wonder, although these imperial forces are in the mortal world, they also contribute resources to the sect. If the mortal forces are large, they will also have more resources of their own. I see. Why is the Eastern Tang dynasty so weak, being bullied like this by Zhao Kun? Who made Li Yuanyi and the others so mediocre in talent? They've been practicing for hundreds of years, and the strongest one is only at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage. And Zhao Kun has only been practicing for a dozen years, but he's already reached the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage. Plus, he is the disciple of the master of Jinjian Peak. Li Yuanyi and the others are naturally no match for Zhao Kun. Li Shanjun, who was outside the crowd, heard the discussions of his fellow disciples around him, and suddenly stopped and narrowed his eyes. It turned out that the person who made the shameful and angry voice was actually from the Eastern Tang dynasty, and was actually Li Shanjian's great-uncle. And the other arrogant voice came from Zhao Kun. Li Shanjun didn't expect to meet these two groups of people in front of Dan Pavilion. However, since Zhao Kun dared to bully the Li royal family, Li Shanjun would naturally not ignore it. Seeing Zhao Kun's aggressiveness, Li Yuanyi had no choice but to give in and said, "Let's go." However, Zhao Kun stopped them. "Want to leave? It's not that easy." "What? Do you dare to take action in the sect?" Li Yuanyi said hatefully. "I suspect that you guys are involved in the disappearance of Yu Hua, an outer disciple of my Jinjian Peak. We need to go to the punishment hall for investigation." Zhao Kun sneered. "Bullshit. We don't even know who Yu Hua is? How dare you frame us?" Li Yuanyi was furious. Before Li Yuanyi finished speaking, the disciples around him were in an uproar, obviously dissatisfied with Zhao Kun's unfounded accusation. A sneer appeared on Zhao Kun's lips, as if he had anticipated this reaction. He slowly took out a token from his bosom. It was a law enforcement order unique to the punishment hall. It was engraved with complex runes and exuded a faint sense of oppression. Whether it matters or not, we'll find out when we get to the punishment hall. Take him away. At Zhao Kun's command, several disciples from the punishment hall behind him immediately stepped forward, ready to forcibly take Li Yuanyi and his group away. At this moment, a cold and clear voice pierced through the noise of the crowd and resounded in front of the Dan Pavilion. "Tisk tisk, the punishment hall, how majestic." Everyone looked sideways and saw Li Shanjun walking out of the crowd, staring at Zhao Kun with cold eyes. When Zhao Kun saw Li Shanjun, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But when he saw that he was actually wearing the white clothes of an inner disciple, a hint of suspicion flashed across his eyes. "Hasn't this guy only been here for a month? How did you become an inner disciple?" Zhao Kun's suspicion disappeared in an instant, replaced by a solemnity, but a trace of murderous intent flashed through his heart. This guy's strength is growing quite fast, and he has the support of the female devil Ye Ziwan behind him, which is enough to make him deeply wary. Even though his master is Mo Feng'anyu, the master of Jinjian Peak, Ye Ziwan actually became a powerful Yuanying stage master yesterday. Ye Ziwan dared to beat his master before, so now he will probably not be afraid of them, Jin Jianfeng. But fortunately, he is still a member of the punishment hall, which has the authority to supervise all the disciples of the section. Moreover, the head of the punishment hall is his uncle Zhao Lai, a veteran Yuanying stage expert, so he has nothing to fear from Ye Ziwan. The key is that Zheng Zijiang is extremely protective of his people, so he will naturally help him. "So," Zhao Kun said coldly, "Oh, it's junior brother Li. Why, are you going to interfere in this matter too?" Li Shanjun also spoke indifferently, saying bluntly, haha, I dare not interfere in the affairs of your punishment hall. However, you took your fellow disciples away without any basis. I'm afraid that's against the sect's rules, isn't it? Zhao Kun heard this and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Rules? The rules were set by me, the head of the punishment hall. A new disciple like you should obey them. Don't think that just because you've become an inner disciple, you're qualified to talk to me. The crowd around was talking again. Many disciples were dissatisfied with Zhao Kun's domineering behavior, but due to his status and strength, no one dared to speak out in rebuttal. Li Shanjun sneered, tisk tisk, what a great prestige. Those who know you are just a small inner sect disciple, while those who don't would think you are the head of the punishment hall. Zhao Kun was furious and said, how dare you? Our punishment hall oversees all the disciples of the sect. Who do you think you are? How dare you stop us from enforcing the law? Today, they must come with me. If you dare to hinder me again, I will take you away with me. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your master is backing you up. As he spoke, Zhao Kun once again signaled the disciples of the punishment hall behind him to take action. However, at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Li Shanjian's body. It was the fluctuation of his cultivation in the foundation building period. The crowd was in an uproar again. They had not expected that this young-looking inner disciple had already achieved such a high level of cultivation. A hint of surprise flashed across Zhao Kun's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by murderous intent. Good boy, it seems I underestimated you. But even if you are in the foundation establishment stage, so what? Today, I want to let you know that you are still very young. After Zhao Kun finished speaking, he flashed and attacked Li Shanjun directly. The long sword in his hand turned into a cold light, carrying a sharp sword energy, and went straight to Li Shanjian's vital point. Seeing this, Li Shanjun did not retreat but advanced, and also summoned the magic sword that Zhao Wuji had just given him, and fought with Zhao Kun. The sword moves of both men were extremely fierce. As the swords flashed, the sound of the two spiritual weapons colliding was endless. Seeing this, the surrounding disciples retreated one after another, fearing that they would be injured by the sword energy of the two men. Li Yuanyi and others looked anxious. They didn't expect that Li Shanjun would confront Zhao Kun head-on for them. Although Li Shanjian's cultivation is not bad, Zhao Kun is, after all, a strong man at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage and has rich combat experience. After several rounds, Li Shanjun gradually felt the pressure doubled. Just as he was about to use the power of his state of mind, a pressure far exceeding that of everyone else descended upon him. This pressure made Li Shanjun feel unable to resist, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It's so powerful. That was a crushing pressure from a higher level of life, even greater than the pressure brought to him by his master Ye Ziwan. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in the crowd, enough. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old man in a gray robe slowly walking out of the crowd. He had a gaunt face, deep eyes, and exuded a terrifying aura of majesty. It was the sect's supreme elder, a powerful Yuanying stage cultivator. He is also the head of Dan Pavilion, Lin Yifeng. The appearance of the old man made the originally tense atmosphere become solemn in an instant. Although Zhao Kun was unwilling, he had to put away his sword and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Grand Elder Linear. Li Shanjun also took the opportunity to put away his sword and saluted, saying, Greetings, Grand Elder Linear. Lin Yifeng snorted coldly, how dare you cause trouble in front of the Dan Pavilion? Zhao Kun quickly said, reporting to Grand Elder Lin, I have been ordered to investigate the disappearance of an outer sect disciple. We have a suspect and are ready to bring him in for investigation. I didn't expect to be stopped by Li Shanjun, so I took action. I beg Lord Lin to forgive me. Lin Yifeng said unhappily, is this your reason for taking action? Since when has it become permissible to take action privately within the sect and disrupt the harmony of the sect? Zhao Kun gritted his teeth, not daring to act presumptuously in front of Lin Yifeng. Yes, disciple knows his mistake. But he still said unwillingly, Master Lin, I am also here on the orders of the Hall Master to summon Li Yuanyi and others to investigate. Please don't make things difficult for me. Lin Yifeng glanced at Zhao Kun, his eyes fixed, and Zhao Kun fell to his knees on the ground with a thud. Zhao Kun stubbornly withstood the immense pressure and looked at Lin Yifeng unwillingly. Lin Yifeng said disdainfully, You're using Zhao Lai to pressure me? Your punishment hall has caused such a mess in the sect, and now you dare to put your hands on me? Go back and tell Zhao Lai that the Alchemy Pavilion has stopped supplying pills to the punishment hall for a month. If he has any objections, come find me. Get lost. You're such a disgrace. Zhao Kun's eyes were filled with horror. He never expected that just a few words from him would make Lin Yifeng so unhappy. Zhao Kun had no choice but to leave with his men in disappointment, secretly cursing Lin Yifeng countless times in his heart. At the same time, I felt bitter and had to explain everything to the hall master. Li Shanjun looked at their departing backs and thought to himself, today's incident is only a temporary calm. If we want to completely resolve this dispute, we need to fundamentally improve our strength. At the same time, he also understood that if Zhao Kun failed to get what he wanted today, he would definitely find an opportunity to take revenge in the future. At this time, Lin Yifeng also looked at Li Shanjun, frowned slightly and said, "For the sake of Ziwan, I will not punish you severely, but don't think you can escape. I heard that you possess all 5 elements, so I will punish you by making 10 third-level pills for the Dan Pavilion within 1 month. You can look up the alchemy methods and recipes in the Dan Pavilion, but if you don't complete them, you will serve as a servant in the Dan Pavilion for a year." When Li Shanjun heard this, his face turned bitter and he quickly agreed. But in his heart he was shouting, "This Lin Taishang is one of us. This is not a punishment, it is clearly a way to show warmth. To obtain a pill recipe, you need a lot of contribution points. But now this Supreme Elder gave it to him for free in the name of punishment, and he can check it at will." He couldn't help but suspect that this Lin Taishang might have a close relationship with his master. Then, Lin Taishang's body shook and disappeared on the spot. Seeing that the excitement was over, the fellow disciples around him left one after another, but they looked at Li Shanjun with curiosity in their eyes. When did a strange face appear from the inner gate and dare to arm wrestle with Zhao Kun? And it also made Zhao Kun suffer a loss. Although it was Zhao Kun who was asking for trouble by saying such words to Lin Taishang, it was all caused by Li Shanjun. Li Yuanyi and the others did not leave, but hurriedly walked towards Li Shanjun and said respectfully, "Thank you, junior brother, for speaking up for justice. We are deeply grateful." Li Shanjun coughed awkwardly and said, "My dear uncles, you are welcome. I am also from the royal family of the Li clan of the Eastern Tang dynasty." "What? When did my Li family have a descendant like you? Why have we never heard of you during the internal fighting in the sect?" Li Yuanyi and others were stunned. Li Shanjun said, "I have just been practicing with Master for a month. Today I became an inner disciple and have not had the chance to meet all the uncles yet." 1 month into the journey? Inner disciple? I just heard Master Lin mention that he has all 5 elements? Li Yuanyi and others immediately blushed. They are ashamed because the shortest time they have been practicing is more than 10 years, and the longest is nearly 100 years. But their realm is still only the foundation building stage. Li Shanjun almost caught up with them after just 1 month of joining the team, and even dared to draw his sword against Zhao Kun. In terms of both bloodiness and talent, they are far superior to their predecessors. Li Shanjun saw that they were a little embarrassed and asked quickly, "I don't know what to call you uncles." Li Yuanyi quickly introduced everyone. In addition to Li Shanjun, there are 13 people from the Li dynasty in Xianyuan sect, 5 of whom are in the inner sect, namely the ones in front of us. The other 8 people are outer disciples, and their realm is only the Qi refining stage. The 5 people in front of him are Li Yuanyi, who is at the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage and an inner disciple of Linky Peak. Li Yuangzi, at the 4th level of the foundation establishment stage, is an inner sect disciple of Jinwen Peak. Li Huai's, the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage, is an inner sect disciple of Shendan Peak. Li Huaping, 2nd level foundation building stage, inner sect disciple of Muyuan Peak. Li Ruotong, who is at the 2nd level of the foundation establishment stage, is an inner sect disciple of Suan Peak and a female cultivator. Counting it up, she should be Li Shanjian's aunt. Li Shanjun asked curiously, "Huh? You all are from different peaks, so why are you all here at the Dan Pavilion on Ziyang Peak?" Li Yuanyi smiled bitterly and said, "Although we are the royal family of a country in the secular world, we enjoy supreme glory and wealth. But within the immortal sect, he is still just an ordinary disciple. If it weren't for the fact that our Dongtang dynasty has always been law-abiding, and if the people in the immortal sect didn't want to bother with worldly trivialities, our Dongtang dynasty would have been swallowed up long ago. But as ordinary disciples, our cultivation resources are really limited. Although the Li clan members are assigned to different peaks, fortunately we are united with each other. For example, I will help them refine magical instruments, junior brother Yuanzi will help everyone carve formation patterns, junior brother Huo's will help everyone refine pills, and so on. With our mutual support, we all finally became inner disciples after much trouble." After a pause, Li Yuanyi continued, "We came to the Dan Pavilion today because we received a mission to refine pills from Ziyang Peak some time ago. We needed to collect spiritual herbs from different forbidden areas, which was quite difficult, but with our joint efforts, we finally collected all the spiritual herbs. We finally completed the mission today, so let's go to Dan Pavilion to hand it in." Li Huai's also said, "But unexpectedly, we happened to run into Zhao Kun and the others here. You know what happened next. Unfortunately, our talent and strength are really limited. So far, no one has broken through to the golden core stage. Otherwise, who would dare to bully our Li family?" There was a hint of helplessness and unwillingness in the words of Li Yuanyi and Li Huai's. Their eyes flickered, as if they were recalling the hardships of the past and their experiences today. After hearing what they said, Li Shanjun felt quite sympathetic towards them. They were really miserable. He also thought of his previous life, in which he was not only bullied by a few followers, but also lost his life. This world really still respects strength. However, they actually knew how to refine pills, formations, and weapons, which made Li Shanjian's heart move. In the future, when I set up a foundry in the world of immortal cultivation, I can let them do this kind of work, which can also be regarded as supporting my own people. Just when Li Shanjun was getting to know his uncles, Zhao Kun ran back to the punishment hall in a panic with a group of followers. The Xian Yuan sect's punishment hall is located on the north side of Xiang Peak. Because it is in the shade all year round, it looks a bit gloomy and cold. In addition, the punishment hall is responsible for dealing with people who violate the sect rules. Apart from the people in the punishment hall, few people come here. Zhao Kun walked quickly into the punishment hall, but did not stay in the hall. Instead, he walked towards the depths of the hall. Zhao Kun walked through the deep corridor and finally stopped in front of a tightly closed door. The door was carved with complicated runes and emitted a faint, heart-pounding aura. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door gently. "Come in." A deep and powerful voice came from inside the door. It was Zhao Lai, the head of the punishment hall. Zhao Kun pushed open the door and saw that the room was dimly lit. Only a few oil lamps were flickering with faint light, reflecting Zhao Lai's gloomy face. Zhao Lai was wearing a black robe embroidered with golden punishment totems, which made him look particularly majestic. He sat on a large armchair, his eyes sharp as an eagle, as if he could see into people's hearts. "Why are you so flustered?" There was a hint of displeasure in Zhao Lai's voice. Zhao Kun hurriedly stepped forward, bowed, and reported the whole story in detail. "Master, today we met Li Yuanyi and others in front of the Dan Pavilion. We suspect they are related to the missing outer disciple Yu Hua. They wanted to bring him back for questioning, but were unexpectedly stopped by Dan Pavilion Master Lin Yifeng. Not only did Pavilion Master Lin maintain a tough attitude, he also threatened that if our punishment hall behaved unreasonably again, he would cut off the supply of elixirs for a month as a punishment." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lai frowned and his face instantly turned gloomy. He stared at Zhao Kun coldly and asked, "Who is Li Yuanyi? And who is Yu Hua?" Zhao Kun said hesitantly, "Li Yuanyi is from the Eastern Tang dynasty. They have always been against our Southern Song dynasty, so I wanted to find a reason to suppress them today." Zhao Lai angrily shouted in disappointment, "You idiot. The Dongtang dynasty is just a secular dynasty. What can they do with just a few useless people in their sect? I can turn them into annihilation with a flip of my hand. I am keeping them here just to avoid attracting attention." It turns out that Zhao Lai was also from the Southern Song dynasty, but he had never been involved in the affairs of the secular dynasty before, because he knows very well that in this world, strength is everything. If one is not strong enough and cannot control the power of the sect, no matter how large the territory of the secular dynasty is, it will be a prey of the section. Therefore, he has been secretly managing the sect's power all along. Zhao Kun, a descendant of his own royal family, has good talent and character, and he values him very much. In order to avoid suspicion, he even handed Zhao Kun over to his junior brother for teaching, and by the way he could also win over his junior brother Mo Fenghanyu. He took great pains to build the punishment hall into a place where he had the final say, and his influence in the sect gradually grew. But unexpectedly, Zhao Kun did something stupid today and offended the head of Dan Pavilion. That was an old guy that he was afraid of. He was well aware of the importance of the Dan Pavilion to the Xianyuan sect, as elixirs were indispensable for cultivators' practice. Once the supply is cut off, it will directly affect the cultivation progress of the disciples of the punishment hall and may even cause unrest within the section. Zhao Kun saw that although Zhao Lai was angry, he was not too angry. His eyes rolled, and he immediately started gossiping, "Uncle Master, that Lin Taizhang has always been prejudiced against our punishment hall. What happened today was just an excuse to mess with us. We can't just let it go like this." "Humph, Lin Yifeng dares to be so arrogant." Zhao Lai slammed the table angrily, and the tea set on the table shattered, showing his inner anger and dissatisfaction. Although his Dan Pavilion holds a special status, he cannot be so arrogant and disregard the sect's rules. Seeing this, Zhao Kun was secretly delighted. He knew that Zhao Lai was extremely protective of his people and had an almost paranoid desire for power. This incident may become an opportunity for him to further consolidate his position and even realize greater ambitions. "Hallmaster, if this matter is not handled properly, it may affect your prestige and cause doubts among the entire sect about the punishment hall." Zhao Kun took the opportunity to offer some advice, trying to guide Zhao Lai's thoughts. Zhao Lai's eyes flickered when he heard this, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. He knew in his heart that the reason why Lin Yifeng dared to be so tough was simply because of the special status of Dan Pavilion in the section. But if we can take this opportunity to weaken Dan Pavilion's influence, or even take it over, this will undoubtedly be a great help in his plan to turn Xianyuan sect into a part of the Southern Song dynasty. You have a point. The punishment hall has finally gained some power, relying on its supreme prestige. If it is attacked, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhao Kun added, "Master, a genius recently emerged from the Li dynasty. He was promoted to an inner disciple in just 1 month. This child's cultivation speed is truly terrifying. I'm afraid he will be a serious threat in the future. Zhao Lai frowned upon hearing this and asked, could it be that Li Shanjun is from the Li dynasty? Zhao Kun was stunned when he heard this. Uncle Master, do you know him? Zhao Lai nodded and said, he's a bit troublesome. Now the sect master, Ye Ziwan, Zhao Wuji and others all think highly of him. Ye Ziwan even planned to make him a core disciple. He was also present when Ye Ziwan broke through yesterday, so he naturally knew the details. When Zhao Kun heard this, his face suddenly became extremely ugly and he felt extremely jealous. He has always considered himself a genius and did not dare to hope to become a core disciple immediately. And why does Li Shanjun have the right? Zhao Kun said angrily, are we just going to watch him become our biggest worry? Zhao Lai looked at Zhao Kun and said in a tone of anger, whether it's a sect or an empire, talent is essential for prosperity. What we want is a powerful Xianyuan sect, not a declining section. Otherwise, even if we succeed, we will be swallowed up by other surrounding sections. Li Shanjun is a talented guy. We had a chance to recruit him. Because of your momentary quarrel with your temper, you pushed him away with your own hands. Zhao Kun argued, Li Shanjun is from the Eastern Tang dynasty. How can we possibly subdue him? Zhao Lai said, no one is unconquerable, it's just a matter of whether you have enough chips. After a pause, he continued, however, it's too late to say this now. The chances of taming him are slim now, so let's kill him as soon as possible. Hearing this, Zhao Kun's face showed excitement. He asked, Master, do you have any plans? Zhao Lai pondered for a moment and said, Zhou Baidao is still the sect leader. This is not the time for us to reveal our strength, so we definitely cannot act immediately. Li Shanjun doesn't have any foundation in the sect. He just relies on the favor of that crazy girl Ye Ziwan. Also, Ye Ziwan seems to have noticed some of the events of the past and has been quite critical of our punishment hall. So, let's get this crazy girl away first, to prevent her from going crazy in the future and affecting our plans. In fact, there was something else he didn't say. Ye Ziwan's talent made him feel a little uneasy. After all, the disappearance of Ye Ziwan's parents was closely related to him. If she finds out, the consequences will be disastrous. It's better to get rid of her now and find a chance to kill her later. There are too many eyes in the sect, so it's difficult to take action. After hearing this, Zhao Kun smacked his lips and said jealously, I don't know how that bastard Li Shanjun got so lucky to actually be favored by Elder Ye. Previously, Ye Ziwan had fought in the sect in order to compete for cultivation resources, and many elders, deacons, and disciples had been beaten by her. The advantage is that you can gain a lot of resources, but the disadvantage is that you will be left with the reputation of being a female devil. Even many supreme elders were reluctant to provoke her. But one has to admit that Ye Ziwan's strength and talent are indeed strong. In addition, her face is even more beautiful. Even in the world of immortal cultivation, few are ugly. But Ye Ziwan's appearance is still outstanding, like a real fairy. Therefore, in the sect, there are still many people who have a little extravagant hope in their hearts. They never thought that there would be a man who would win Ye Ziwan's favor, but they didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Zhao Lai glanced at him and understood the little thoughts in his mind. Speaking of which, Zhao Kun is a few years older than Ye Ziwan, but the difference in talent is really quite big. Zhao Lai said, don't let desires affect your cultivation, and certainly not affect our plans. Zhao Kun quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Then he couldn't help but ask, Uncle Master, do you want to give Elder Ye to? He raised his hand and gestured as if cutting a throat. Zhao Lai shook his head and said, how is that possible? Not to mention her extraordinary strength, unless I take action, no one can guarantee victory. Besides, if we fail, the consequences will be disastrous. Zhao Kun asked in confusion, what is your plan, Master? Zhao Lai slowly stood up and said in a strange tone, Ye Ziwan's beauty is considered to be the best in the world of immortal cultivation. Not only does she have many admirers within the sect, but other sects are also like this. The news that Xianyuan sect had added a new nascent soul stage expert and was going to hold a celebration ceremony had already spread to the sects within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, causing a sensation. In an era when the spirit transformation and void refining stages rarely appear in the world, Yuanying stage strongmen are already mid to high level strongmen. It is said that he is less than 30 years old and is a practitioner of multiple spiritual energies. This kind of talent makes many nearby sects feel threatened. And I heard that the protagonist this time is a very young female cultivator with stunning appearance. Many people had strange thoughts in their minds and sent envoys from their sects to watch the ceremony. There is still one day before the celebration ceremony begins, and more than 10 envoys from nearby sects have already arrived at Xianyuan sect. Among these sect envoys, there are many elders and elite disciples from major sections. On the surface, they came to congratulate Xianyuan sect for adding a new Yuanying stage expert, but in fact, they each had different thoughts. Some sects want to take this opportunity to find out the true strength of Xianyuan sect. Some of them intend to form an alliance, attempting to strengthen their ties with Xianyuan sect through the alliance and jointly resist possible crises in the future. What's worse, some of them secretly plan to recruit this young female cultivator into their own section. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, a young and gifted female cultivator in the nascent soul stage is undoubtedly a valuable resource that all major forces are vying for. In the Purple Garden. 2 days later, Li Shanjun met his master again. At this time, Ye Ziwan's temperament changed again. Ye Ziwan, who originally wore purple clothes and had a gentle temperament, has now become even more graceful, no longer an mortal woman. Li Shanjian's eyes lit up. Master, have you refined that heaven and earth fruit? Ye Ziwan sat upright on the chair, her beautiful face pleasing to the eye. The huge twin peaks tower into the clouds. The exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio gives rise to endless imagination. Ye Ziwan. Ye Ziwan picked up the spiritual tea on the table and took a sip. He smiled and said, the heaven-given fruit is indeed extraordinary. I have only refined a small portion of it now, but it has already helped me consolidate my realm. Li Shanjun chuckled and said with a hint of meaning, Master, tomorrow is the celebration ceremony. The sect will be extremely lively these next 2 days. Yesterday, Li Shanjun recognized Li Yuanyi and others, and their natural blood relationship instantly brought them closer. Li Yuanyi and others were also extremely shocked when they learned that Ye Ziwan was actually Li Shanjian's master. They never expected that this younger generation was not only extremely talented, but also had such a strong background in the section. Unlike them, he has lived in a muddle-headed way all his life and is still just an ordinary inner disciple. They immediately realized that Li Shanjun would be the future hope of their Li royal family. So without any hesitation, they did not rely on the useless status of uncle, elder, and aunt to ask Li Shanjun to do anything. Instead, he catered to Li Shanjun in a very humble manner, and vaguely had the idea of putting Li Shanjun first. The world of cultivating immortals is so realistic. If you are strong, even your ancestors will come to serve as your younger brother. Li Shanjun was naturally happy to establish a good relationship with them. After all, Li Yuanyi and others have been in the sect for decades and have some connections, which may be useful to Li Shanjun. The lively that Li Shanjun just mentioned was what Li Yuanyi and others told him. Because of the celebration, many disciples of the sect who were on missions outside have returned, and many people from other sects have also come. Some of Li Yuanyi and others had received reception tasks issued by the sect, so naturally they knew more or less what others were thinking. Upon hearing this, Ye Ziwan gently put down the teacup, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Disciple, are you referring to the little tricks of those foreign sect envoys? Li Shanjun nodded with a serious look on his face. Exactly. It's said that among these outsiders, there are some who harbor doubts about the strength and intentions of our Xian Yuan sect. Some even intend to disrespect you during the ceremony. Ye Ziwan smiled slightly, as if she had expected all this. In the world of immortal cultivation, profit and strength are paramount. This is human nature. However, if they really dare to make a move, they must also consider their own weight. Speaking of this, Ye Ziwan's eyes revealed a barely perceptible chill. Since she hasn't taken action in the past 2 years, I'm afraid many people have forgotten her nickname, the female devil. Wuchen, railway station exit. Dad, Mom, here. Li Shanjun, who was standing at the exit, saw his father Li Liangqing and mother Yang Lian and immediately waved to them. Seeing his parents' hair already turning gray, Li Shanjian's emotions fluctuated. During this period of time, Li Shanjun had a fortuitous encounter and his life changed dramatically, as if it were a lifetime ago. Before he knew it, he had grown up a lot, while his parents had quietly grown old. It turned out that he had transferred some money to his father 2 days ago, which shocked his parents. They arranged their family affairs and bought high-speed rail tickets to Wuchen early this morning just to check on their son. Li Shanjian's hometown is in the neighboring province, and it takes about 2 hours to get to Wuchen by high-speed rail. The night before Xian Yuan's sect held its grand celebration, Li Shanjun had just returned to the urban world when he received news that his parents were coming over. As soon as he got up, he washed up and drove to the train station in a hurry. When Li Shanjun arrived at the train station, his parents had just left. As soon as they got out of the station, Yang Lian immediately went forward and hugged Li Shanjian's arm, and kept asking him how he was doing recently, whether he had enough to eat and whether he was warm enough to wear. My mother's concern always consists of these 3 questions. After looking him up and down, his father Li Liangqing said, well, not bad, more energetic than before. Joke. Li Shanjun can now kill a cow with 1 punch. Strength can be said to be the ceiling of human beings in this world, how can we not be spirited? In addition, after he became an immortal, his appearance became more handsome and his temperament became more extraordinary, making him a completely different person from before. Yang Lian said distressfully, why did you come to pick us up? It's such a hassle to go back and forth. Li Shanjun chuckled and said, it's not a big deal. I drove here, so it's just a matter of stepping on the accelerator. Li Liangqing and Yang Lian were stunned and asked, where did you get the car? Of course I bought it. Speaking of which, tell us honestly, where does your money come from? The parents, who were originally overjoyed to see their son, immediately became serious. Li Shanjun looked around and said, "Mom and Dad, let's go home first. This is not the place to talk." Go home. We just arrived in Wuchen, you want us to go back?" Li Shanjun gave a bitter smile. I was wrong. Anyway, just follow me first." As he said that, he led his parents towards the parking lot. When they saw that the car Li Shanjun was driving was actually a Continental Tiger, Li Liangqing's eyes lit up. There is no man who doesn't love cars. When he saw this big guy, he couldn't help but want to drive it. But then his expression changed. "My son's matter seems a bit serious. He can actually afford a car worth more than 2 million. I had transferred more than 300,000 yuan to him before. The total amount is not small, it's a very serious punishment." Thinking of this, he and Yang Lian looked at each other, and the worry in their eyes became more intense. When Li Shanjun saw their appearance, he guessed what they were thinking. He said no more and drove towards the villa he had just bought. An hour later, Li Shanjun had already parked the car steadily in front of Yu Jingtianxia's villa. Looking at the villa complex with pavilions, towers, bridges and flowing water, Li Liangqing and Yang Lian were stunned. They are all small employees of state-owned enterprises and have spent most of their lives in their hometown. Although we didn't live a rich life, we were still comfortable and had seen a lot of the world. But seeing the garden-style villas in Yu Jingtianxia refreshed their understanding of the community. "Son, where is this?" Yang Lian, who was standing at the door of the villa, asked in surprise. Li Shanjun said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, this is our home, we just bought it." Before Li Liangqing and Yang Lian could speak, the door of the villa slowly opened. I saw a young woman wearing a small suit, very pretty and with a good figure standing at the door. This woman was Yang Jingxiu. Yang Jingxiu. After Li Shanjun bought the villa, he asked Yang Jingxiu to help arrange for people to clean it and purchase furniture and daily necessities. The villa was completely tidied up 2 days ago, and my parents happened to come today, so we can officially move in. When Li Shanjun set out to pick up his parents, he asked Yang Jingxiu to come and help tidy up the house. When Li Liangqing and Yang Lian saw such a beautiful woman standing at the door, they felt a little restrained for a moment. Instead, Yang Jingxiu greeted them gracefully, "Hello, Mr. Li, Madam, and Boss." "Boss?" Li Liangqing and Yang Lian were even more stunned. "This beautiful girl is actually my son's employee?" Li Shanjun saw this and explained with a smile, "Dad, Mom, this is Yang Jingxiu, my assistant in my current company. Because I have to be busy with other things, she has been helping to take care of everything in the villa during this period." When Yang Lian heard this, a hint of surprise and curiosity flashed in her eyes. She patted Li Shanjian's arm gently and asked in a low voice, "Son, what big business are you doing now? You can even hire such a beautiful girl as your assistant." Li Shanjun smiled slightly. He knew that it would be too abrupt to tell his parents directly about his cultivation, and they might not understand it, so I decided to use a relatively acceptable explanation. "Mom, I developed a medical product, and it's quite effective. Many bosses are optimistic about me. In addition, I also made some investments. I was lucky and the returns were pretty good. Jingxiu is a professional I hired to help me with some daily affairs." Li Liangqing was listening on the side. Although he still had many questions in his mind, he chose to believe his son when he saw his son's confident look. "Shangyan, no matter what you do, your mother and I support you. But remember, you must follow the right path and don't do anything illegal." "Don't worry, Dad. I understand." Li Shanjun nodded seriously, then turned to Yang Jingxiu and said, "Jingxiu, please take my parents in for a tour first. I'll be right there after I park the car." Yang Jingxiu smiled and nodded, politely extended her hand, and invited Li Liangqing and Yang Lian into the villa. "Mr. Li, Madam, please follow me. Tea is ready inside. You can take a rest first." When they entered the villa, Li Liangqing and Yang Lian were deeply shocked by the scene before them. The spacious and bright living room has exquisite decorations and warm sunlight that fills the entire room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. All this made them feel an unprecedented comfort and pleasure. Is this really our home?" Yang Lian could hardly believe her eyes. She stroked the soft sofa, tears in her eyes. It was not just excitement, but also pride in her son's achievements. Li Liangqing seemed more composed. He looked around, nodded from time to time, and secretly admired his son's vision and taste. At the same time, he was even more curious about how his son had achieved such success in such a short period of time. While introducing the layout of the villa, Yang Jingxiu carefully observed the reactions of Li Liangqing and Yang Lian. She could feel that this couple was indeed just an ordinary couple. She had always thought that Li Shanjun had an extraordinary family background, so he had a lot of gold. Now it seems that Li Shanjun really had another adventure. However, she also extremely envied Li Shanjun for having such a sensible pair of parents. Unlike her, her family is a mess and full of bad things. Li Shanjun parked the car and walked into the villa. Seeing the happy smiles on his parents' faces, a warm feeling surged in his heart. He knew that no matter how successful he was outside, the warmth of home and the company of his family were the most precious things. At noon, the family sat in the spacious restaurant and enjoyed the sumptuous lunch arranged in advance by Yang Jingxiu. Yang Jingxiu returned to the company. After all, this was the boss's private matter and it was inappropriate for her to be there. At the dinner table, Li Shanjun tried his best to avoid talking about his specific work, but instead shared some interesting stories that happened to him recently, as well as some plans and aspirations for the future. Mom and Dad, I plan to develop in Wuchen for a long time. There are many opportunities and good development prospects here. You can also come and live here often in the future and enjoy city life. Li Shanjun said while eating. After hearing this, Li Liangqing's eyes flashed with anticipation, but it was quickly replaced by reluctance. As long as you are doing well, we will be relieved. However, we will still return to our hometown often, where our roots, relatives, and friends are. Yang Lian is more concerned about her son's personal problems. Shang Yan, you're not a child anymore. Have you ever thought about your personal problems? Once you graduate and start a family, we'll be relieved. Li Shanjun said awkwardly, ahem, it's too early to talk about this now. At least wait until I graduate. Yang Lian continued to ask, didn't you have a girlfriend before? Where is she? Bring her over to see me tomorrow? Li Shanjun looked embarrassed, coughed lightly and said, ahem, that was a long time ago. We broke up a long time ago. Li Liangqing asked, why did you break up? Did you break up because you're rich and you don't like her anymore? Li Shanjun was at a loss for words, but he didn't want to go into too much detail. After all, being kicked wasn't a glorious thing. I could only say vaguely, how could that be? Anyway, we broke up just before because our personalities were incompatible. Yang Lian said regretfully, are you really breaking up? Hey, that Jingxiu is pretty good, why don't you give it a try? Li Shanjun was speechless and said quickly, Mom and Dad, don't worry so much now. He's my colleague. Let's talk about these things later. After all, I'm still young and my career is the most important thing now. For some reason, Li Shanjian's mind flashed with the images of Ye Ziwan, Qin Rongyuan, Yang Jingxiu and other girls. As if realizing that his thoughts had been diverted by his parents, Li Shanjun quickly changed the subject. Dad, Mom, you guys take a rest after dinner. I'll take you to the company this afternoon. After hearing this, the two of them immediately became interested and stopped talking about what happened just now. Li Liangqing quickly said, we're not tired, there's no need to rest. We'll be there after dinner. Yang Lian also agreed, your father is right, we will go to your company later to see what you do so that I can feel more at ease. After a while, Li Shanjun took his parents towards the office building in the city center. Inside the Xianxian Pharmaceutical Office Building, Luo Yufeng, who was tidying up the exhibition hall in the lobby, saw Li Shanjun and his group arrive and asked in surprise, Boss, why are you here? Oh, I brought my parents over to take a look. By the way, who is at the company? Li Shanjun said casually. Luo Yufeng said, except for President Qin and Zhang Bailey, everyone else is here, including President Yang. As if they heard the noise downstairs, Yang Jingxiu, Li Er and others also came to the hall. Qin Rongyuan was not in the company because she went to Zhaokang to discuss the office building, while Zhang Bailey went to purchase raw jade. Yang Jingxiu already knew Li Shanjian's parents, so she was the first to greet them, Mr. Li, Mrs. Yang. The others also hurriedly greeted, hello, Mr. Li and Mrs. Yang. Li Liangqing said uncomfortably, don't call us that. It's uncomfortable. We are older than you. Just call us uncle or aunt. Yang Lian laughed and said, that's right. Jingxiu, it turns out you are really Shang Yan's colleague. I thought this guy was fooling us. Yang Jingxiu said readily, uncle, aunt, how could the boss lie to you? He is our breadwinner. Li Shanjun drove them all away. Okay, you guys go and do your work first, I'll show my parents around. Li Shanjun then began to introduce his company to his parents, saying vaguely, Mom and Dad, our company's main products are pills. This one is called Beauty Pill, this one is called Essence Securing Pill. Listening to Li Shanjian's endless introduction, Li Liangqing and Yang Lian, who were originally happy, became a little uneasy again. Why do these pills sound so much like scam stuff? There are also beauty pills, sperm strengthening pills, body tempering pills. The more you listen, the more tormenting it becomes. I'm afraid my son has fallen into the trap of being deceived by magical health products like Sheng X #1 and Now X Gold. Finally, Li Liangqing couldn't help but interrupt Li Shanjun, son, we can be poor, but we can't do business without conscience. Li Shanjun was stunned when he heard this. Dad, how could I be so heartless? Li Liangqing's eyes were filled with worry, and his voice was low but firm. Chang'an, although your father hasn't seen much of the world, I also know that doing business requires honesty and integrity. Look at these products you have, like beauty pills and sperm strengthening pills. They sound like those miracle drugs you see on TV every day. After taking them, you either end up in the hospital or get scammed out of everything. Our family has been honest people for generations. We can't do such a thing. Yang Lian, standing by, also frowned and echoed, yes, Shangyan, your father and I hope you can work hard and honestly. Even if you don't make much, as long as you feel at ease, that's fine. Don't let those crooked ways lead you astray. Li Shanjun listened to his parents' words with mixed feelings. He was moved by their simplicity and kindness, but at the same time he was at a loss as to how to explain the authenticity of the pill. He took a deep breath and decided to prove everything with practical actions. Mom and Dad, I know what you are worried about, but I promise that every pill I sell has been rigorously tested and certified, and there is absolutely no exaggeration. How about this? To reassure you, I'll let Dad try this semen-enhancing pill first and see how it works. As he spoke, Li Shanjun poured out a sperm-reinforcing pill from the small bottle he carried with him and handed it to Li Liangqing. Li Liangqing was skeptical, but seeing his son's determined eyes, he finally took the pill, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed it in one gulp. There is no way his own son would harm him. Everyone held their breath and waited, only to see Li Liangqing closing his eyes and concentrating. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of disbelief in them. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and said in surprise, This medicine actually makes me feel full of strength. Even my waist, which has been sore for years, doesn't ache as much anymore. Son, is this medicine real? Li Shanjun felt relieved upon seeing this and said with a smile, Dad, what you feel is real. This essence-strengthening pill not only strengthens the body, but also improves the symptoms of some chronic diseases. As for Mom, you can try this beauty pill. I promise it will make you 10 years younger. When Yang Lian heard this, although her heart was moved, she was still a little hesitant. I'm already old, how can I become younger? Is there any side effect from taking it? Li Shanjun gently held his mother's hand. Mom, don't worry, I promise it's okay. Look, Dad is fine after eating it, isn't he? At her son's insistence, Yang Lian finally took the beauty pill. The pill melted in his mouth, and a warm current rose from his abdomen and quickly spread throughout his body. A few minutes later, Yang Lian felt some dirty stuff coming out of her body, and it was all filthy stuff. When she finished cleaning and looked at herself in the mirror, she couldn't believe her eyes. The skin became delicate and fair, the fine lines at the corners of the eyes seemed to have faded a lot, and the whole person looked at least 20 years younger. Is this me? Yang Lian stroked her cheek, tears of excitement flashing in her eyes. When Li Liangqing looked at his wife, who looked much younger, he felt as if he had returned to the past. Li Shanjun smiled and nodded. Of course it's you, Mom. You look like my sister now, beautiful and charming. If we go out together, no one will think you are my mother. Yang Lian laughed and scolded, nonsense. At this moment, Li Liangqing and Yang Lian completely believed what their son said. They looked at each other with surprise and pride in their eyes. Li Liangqing patted Li Shanjun on the shoulder and said, Son, you have grown up and achieved such results. Your mother and I are very proud of you. When Li Shanjun heard this, a warm feeling surged in his heart. His parents' recognition and support were the greatest motivation for him. After visiting the company, Li Shanjun took them back to the villa. He took out another bottle of pills, which contained 2 body-tempering pills. He said in a serious tone, Dad, Mom, the pill in here is called the body-tempering pill. After you eat it, your physical fitness will surpass that of ordinary people. This kind of medicine is extremely precious. Due to the scarcity of raw materials for refining it, it is currently not possible to promote it. For safety reasons, I only left 2 at home, reserved for you. Yang Lian smiled and shook her head, saying, Since the elixir is so precious, then just keep it for yourself. Why would you give it to us? Mom and Dad are old and don't want to be Superman. Li Liangqing also smiled and said, That's right, you should keep these pills for yourself. Li Shanjun insisted, I've already eaten it. It's no use eating it again. Mom and Dad, listen to me. As our company becomes more and more famous, it will attract widespread attention from all over the world. It will also attract the attention of many people with bad intentions, so I naturally don't have to be afraid of them. But if they turn their attention to you, you will be in great danger. Of course, I will arrange people to protect you in the future. And I'm letting you take this pill not to make you superhuman, but to give you the power to protect yourself. The 2 thought about it for a while and nodded in agreement. Li Liangqing said, My son is right. It is a crime to possess a treasure. Your elixir is so magical that it will definitely attract the attention of many bad people in the future. Yang Lian continued Li Liangqing's words, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. Since Shangyan cares so much about us, we can't let you down. Let's take this body-tempering pill. Li Shanjun heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He poured out 2 lightly shiny body-tempering pills from the bottle and handed them to his parents. Dad, Mom, you may feel a little uncomfortable when taking the medicine, but please hold on. This is the effect of the medicine. Li Shanjun reminded. Li Liangqing and Yang Lian looked at each other, smiled and nodded, then each put the body-tempering pill in their hand into their mouth. The pill melted in their mouths, and a warm and slightly tingling energy instantly surged through their bodies. It was as if countless tiny streams were rushing through their veins, washing every corner of their bodies. Li Shanjun was closely watching the changes in his parents. Although they looked a little painful, their vital signs were stable. He knew that the body-tempering pill was taking effect, and he felt relieved. After about 10 minutes, the discomfort gradually subsided, replaced by unprecedented ease and vitality. I feel like I'm truly back to my youth. No, I feel stronger than ever. Yang Lian stood up in surprise, stretched her limbs, and found that her body felt much lighter. Even the joints that occasionally hurt before became extremely flexible. Even when he waved his hand, it created a trail of afterimages, and the speed was extremely fast. Li Liangqing also had an incredible look on his face. He tried to do a few fitness exercises that he often used when he was young. It was effortless and he could even feel an inexhaustible power surging in his body. Son, this body tempering pill is truly amazing. Li Shanjun was quite proud of this, but he remained calm on the surface. This is just the beginning. As your bodies gradually adapt, there will be more changes. However, remember not to disclose this to the outside world to avoid unnecessary trouble. Don't worry, we understand. Li Liangqing and Yang Lian answered in unison. They were well aware of the interests involved. Afterwards, Li Shanjun taught his parents some basic martial arts, greatly improving their fighting ability. In just one day, the parents, who were nearly 50 years old, became a strong man who was no less powerful than a soldier king. However, Li Shanjun did not teach any method of cultivation. As Li Liangqing and Yang Lian grow older, they need to use elixirs to constantly recuperate their bodies and gradually reach the state of cultivation before continuing. Besides, they have suffered enough shocks today, and it may be difficult for them to accept the matter of cultivating immortals for the time being, so they need to proceed step by step. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Shanjun and his parents hurriedly ate dinner and returned to his room to rest on the pretext of having something to do. In the world of immortal cultivation, today is a big event for Master Ye Ziwan, and he cannot be late. Xian Yuan Sect, Xiang Peak. When a ray of morning light slowly appeared from the sky, Xiang Peak was already very lively. The disciples from the other 7 peaks of Xian Yuan Sect have already come here quickly from Jinjian Peak, Nguiyuan Peak, Shendan Peak, etc. Those with strong strength fly with swords, while those who are slightly weaker fly slowly on the flying magic tools refined by Linky Peak. Today is a great opportunity for Xian Yuan Sect to demonstrate its strength. Xian Yuan Sect has more than 100,000 disciples, and almost all of the disciples in the sect are gathering at Xiang Peak. In addition, other sects also sent many people to watch the ceremony. The strength of Xian Yuan Sect may not be the best in the world of immortal cultivation, but it is one of the overlords within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. A nascent soul stage expert is someone who can influence the foundation of a sect, so these sects have sent people to come and see him. After Li Shanjun woke up in the courtyard at the foot of Xiang Peak, he quickly washed up, put on the white clothes that symbolized the inner disciples, and rushed towards the top of the mountain. When Li Shanjun arrived at the top of Xiang Peak, the atmosphere was different from the previous solemn and deserted one. At this time, the place is filled with fairy mist, fairy music, and a festive and peaceful atmosphere. This had the atmosphere of a secular celebration ceremony, which made Li Shanjun feel inexplicably uncomfortable. A high platform has been built on the huge square, with various spiritual flags flying. There are more than 100,000 cushions placed on the ground in the square. Countless disciples dressed in light blue and white clothes were already sitting on it, but the patterns embroidered on their clothes showed that they came from different mountains. For example, the inner disciples of Jinjian Peak also wear white clothes, but there is a golden sword embroidered on the back. The disciples of Shendan Peak have an alchemy furnace embroidered on their clothes, etc. In addition to the 8 peaks of Xian Yuan Sect, there is also an area for other sects to watch the ceremony. However, this area was basically empty at this time, and it was obvious that the people from the sects had not arrived yet. On the high platform in the center, there is an altar made of 1,000-year-old spiritual wood. Above the altar, there was a flickering light, and it was obvious that there were many magic arrays arranged to enhance spiritual power and show auspiciousness. As the disciples of Xian Yuan Sect arrived one after another, the entire celebration officially began with a long bell ringing. At this time, a loud shout was heard. King Yun Sect congratulates Xian Yuan Sect's Fairy Ziwan on breaking through the realm and being promoted to the immortal path. Everyone on Xiang Peak looked up at the sky and saw a flying boat slowly coming towards them. It was the King Yun Sect in the nearby territory, which was as famous as the Xian Yuan Sect. Zhao Wuji, the elder and hallmaster of the General Affairs Hall of Xian Yuan Sect, said with a smile, "Thank you, fellow deist of King Yun Sect, for your honor. Please come and see me." With the arrival of King Yun Sect, several other major sects also arrived one after another. The Lijian Sect congratulates the Xian Yuan Sect's Fairy Ziwan on her advancement to the nascent soul stage, and may her immortal path flourish. Fenshan Valley congratulates Fairy Ziwan on achieving the nascent soul stage. May your path to immortality be smooth. Lingxiu Sect. Yan Yang sect, giant rock sect. As congratulatory messages from various major sects rang out one after another, the entire top of Xiang Peak was enveloped in an atmosphere of joy and solemnity. Representatives from various sects took their seats one after another, their eyes occasionally glancing towards the altar on the central platform. Looking forward to the appearance of the protagonist of today's celebration, Fairy Ziwan of Xianyuan sect, who is also Li Shanjian's master, Ye Ziwan. At this moment, Zhao Wuji appeared on the platform again and shouted loudly, "Everyone, be quiet." He used his profound spiritual power to transmit the sound to the ears of more than 100,000 people present. In just a moment, the originally bustling square became quiet. Zhao Wuji continued, "Today is a great day for our sect. 3 days ago, our sect elder, Fairy Ziwan, successfully broke through to the nascent soul stage. This marks the arrival of another master in our section. We are holding this grand ceremony today to celebrate. We would also like to thank the King Yun sect, Lijian sect, and the other 11 sects for coming. Now, please invite Elder Ye to appear and preach to everyone." The sky suddenly darkened, and the originally clear sky was covered by a layer of light purple mist. An indescribable pressure emanated from the purple mist, causing everyone present to involuntarily feel awe. The purple mist gradually condensed and eventually turned into a figure wearing a purple dress. She had long hair like a waterfall, a beautiful face, and an otherworldly temperament revealed between her eyebrows. It was Ye Ziwan. She stepped on the void and slowly landed on the altar. Every step seemed to step on everyone's heartstrings, causing everyone to exclaim in amazement. Regardless of gender, age, or status, most people present had various expressions in their eyes: admiration, jealousy, respect, envy, indifference, disgust, and so on. But love accounts for the vast majority of it. Welcome Fairy Ziwan. In the square, all the disciples of the sect bowed and saluted, and representatives of other sects followed suit. The scene was solemn and dignified. Ye Ziwan raised her hand slightly, and a gentle spiritual power swept over everyone, signaling them to not be polite. Her voice was clear and melodious, like the sound of nature, echoing across the entire summit of Xiang Peak. "Thank you all for coming from afar to witness this important moment for me. The road of cultivation is long and arduous. My achievements today are inseparable from the cultivation of Xianyuan sect and your support." After saying this, Ye Ziwan closed her eyes and concentrated, and the purple light around her became brighter. She began to use a unique method of preaching, conveying her insights and experiences of nascent soul cultivation to everyone present in the form of spiritual power. Whether it was the disciples of Xianyuan sect or the representatives from various sects who came to watch the ceremony, everyone present benefited greatly. Many disciples even had some sudden realizations as a result of her explanations, and their cultivation levels improved slightly. Ye Ziwan's beautiful face and extraordinary strength made her the focus of everyone's attention, and countless people had deep respect and admiration for her. Even the sect leader Zhou Baidao, the supreme elder Lin Yifeng and others nodded secretly. Ye Ziwan has slowly found her own way in cultivation. Lin Yifeng said with emotion, "There are thousands of paths to cultivation. Only by finding the path that suits you can you break through yourself and embark on the vast path to immortality." Zhou Baidao also said with relief, "That's right. And she has 3 types of spiritual power. There is no one in the sect who can guide her. She can only rely on herself. Fortunately, she finally took this step. I believe that if junior brother Ye knew about this in the afterlife, he would rest in peace." Ye Ziwan's father, Ye Jianqing, was once known as the twin stars of Xianyuan sect together with Zhou Baidao. The two of them are extremely talented and are the most promising geniuses in the sect to break through to the fusion stage. What's more important is that the two of them are of the same mind and have deep feelings for each other, and nothing shameful has happened between them. However, 15 years ago, something unexpected happened and Ye Jianqing disappeared. After a personal investigation, Zheng Kexi, the sect's supreme elder, concluded that Ye Jianqing was also no longer alive. This became Zhou Baidao's eternal pain, and even affected his cultivation progress for a time. Otherwise, he might have reached the void refinement stage. Even Ye Jianqing can reach the void refinement stage. If Xianyuan sect could add 2 masters of the void refinement stage at once, it would become the strongest sect within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Sects like King Yun sect and Lijian sect did not dare to touch the majesty of Xianyuan sect. Hearing Zhou Baidao mention the fallen genius, Lin Yifeng, Zhao Wuji, and others couldn't help but feel a little regretful. They are all much older than the clan leader and their potential has reached its limit. The future of the sect depends on the young and energetic Zhou Baidao, Zhao Lai and others, as well as the even younger Ye Ziwan. There are even people like Li Shanjian who have just emerged. Time passed slowly, and Ye Ziwan's sermon had ended, which also meant that the grand ceremony was about to come to an end. After Ye Ziwan returned to the podium and sat down, Zhao Wuji appeared again and was about to speak. But at this moment, a voice rang out. "Everyone, I am Lin Potion, the young master of the King Yun sect. I have come to congratulate the Xian Yuan sect's Fairy Z1 on her breakthrough and promotion. I also have something to discuss with you. As the words fell, a young man wearing fluorescent robes, with an imposing demeanor and handsome appearance, flew out from the viewing platform. This person is none other than Lin Potion, the young master of Qingyun sect. Lin Potion's appearance startled everyone present, and they began to talk. You must know that although Qingyun sect and Xian Yuan sect are both overlords, there has always been a delicate balance between the two sects, and there has never been any marriage between the two sections. On the viewing platform, different expressions appeared on the faces of people from other sections. Some are vigilant, some are curious, and some are looking forward to the show. But Zhao Lai on the high platform showed an intriguing look. Clearly he knew something. Zhao Lai looked at Lin Potion and asked in a serious tone, "What's the matter with young sect master Lin?" Ye Ziwan frowned slightly. She did not respond immediately, but looked at Lin Potion with a calm and firm gaze, as if waiting for his next words. Seeing this, Lin Potion raised his lips into a confident smile. He said loudly, "My Qingyun sect and Xian Yuan sect have been friends for generations. Today, I, Lin Potion, wish to establish a marriage alliance to deepen the friendship between the two sects, jointly protect this territory, and create brilliance together. I believe that if Fairy Z1 and I become a Taoist couple, we will definitely create a beautiful story." Hearing Lin Potion suddenly propose marriage to Ye Ziwan was undoubtedly like throwing a huge rock on the calm lake. The originally quiet square suddenly became lively. Li Shanjun in the crowd narrowed his eyes and a murderous look flashed across his face. This bastard actually dared to set his sights on his master. Zhou Baidao, Lin Yifeng, and others on the high platform narrowed their eyes slightly, obviously not expecting that Qingyun sect would make such a request in public. A young deacon from Xian Yuan sect Shendan Peak immediately stood up and shouted, "Young sect master Lin, what qualifications do you have to propose marriage to our elder Ye?" Ye Ziwan has many secret admirers in Xian Yuan sect, but everyone dares to watch from afar, and no one has ever dared to ask to become his Taoist partner. This is like desecrating the beautiful white lotus in their hearts, making many people angry. Being scolded by a small foundation establishment cultivator, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Potion's eyes, but on the surface he still looks gentle and polite. He laughed and said, "Just because I'm the young master of Qingyun sect, just because I'm less than 50 years old, I've already reached the third level of the nascent soul stage, because we are unmarried men and women. Fairy Ziwan is such an outstanding person, would she choose a bunch of losers like you?" After being questioned by Lin Potion, the young man who had impulsively stood up and scolded him was actually taciturn and dared not say anything, and retreated with a blushing face. The square fell into silence at this time, and many people were lost in thought. Putting aside other things, Lin Potion is also a leader among the younger generation. He has a strong background, strong ability, handsome appearance, and is of similar age. It seems that he and Ye Ziwan are really a good match. Lin Potion also showed an expression that he would marry Ye Ziwan. He bowed towards the high platform of Xian Yuan sect and said, "Fairy Ziwan, Sect Master Zhou, and all the seniors of Xian Yuan sect, I consider myself the most suitable person for Fairy Ziwan within this area of tens of thousands of miles. Besides, once we become Taoist companions, Xian Yuan sect and Qingyun sect will also be forever united." After hearing this, the people from the sects in the viewing platform became a little restless. If these two dominant sects unite, it could be a disaster for other sects, or at least the pressure would be much greater. But at this time they did not dare to speak out their objection and could only hope that Xian Yuan sect would not agree to this marriage. However, Zhao Lai, the head of the punishment hall on the high platform, gave a look to Mo Fengenyu, the head of the Golden Sword Peak, and the latter understood immediately. Mo Fengenyu coughed lightly, stood up, and said with a happy face, "Master, elders, this is great news. Young sect Master Lin is young and promising. He and Elder Ziwan are a match made in heaven." Everyone in Xian Yuan sect is naturally happy to see this happen. There was a certain tact and sophistication in Mo Fengenyu's words. He knew very well that this was not just a marriage between the younger generations of the two sects, but also concerned the strategic layout of the sect's future. As soon as these words were spoken, many elders of Xian Yuan sect showed strange expressions. It was obvious that they had not fully digested this sudden marriage proposal, but due to their status and the occasion, they could only remain silent for the time being. Seeing this, Zhao Lai curled up the corner of his mouth into a barely perceptible smile. He knew in his heart that although Mo Fengenyu's words seemed abrupt, they cleverly tested the reaction within Xian Yuan sect. More importantly, they all hoped that Ye Ziwan will leave Xian Yuan sect. As a veteran, Zhao Lai naturally wouldn't be the first to take action. Although what Mo Fengenyu said was a bit hateful, it was the most appropriate one. Everyone knows that Ye Ziwan has a lot of opinions about the master of Jinjian Peak. As soon as someone speaks the first word, there will naturally be people who argue. That way you'll know what everyone thinks. As for the consequences, at most Mo Fengenyu will get beaten again. Anyway, he was used to being beaten. As expected, Yan Huo, the head of Shendan Peak, immediately voiced his objection. Absolutely not. Elder Ye is a genius of our sect. If he becomes a Taoist partner with young sect Master Lin, wouldn't that allow King Yun's sect to take advantage? Handing Peak Master Jin Yu retorted, Peak Master Yan is wrong. Marriage is a matter of mutual affection. Young sect Master Lin is interested, and his conditions are extraordinary. If Ziyuan agrees, wouldn't it be a perfect match? Besides, a marriage between the two sects would be of great benefit to our Xianyuan sect, so why not do it? The head of Muyuan Peak said, Elder Ye grew up in the sect and was nurtured by the sect to reach her current state. If she were to marry into another sect now, wouldn't it be a huge loss to Xianyuan sect? Listening to the endless arguments of several high-ranking members of Xianyuan sect, Lin Potion showed a strange smile on his face. Even if I cannot get engaged to Ye Ziwan today, letting everyone see the division among the top leaders of Xianyuan sect and even sowing the seeds of discord is also a gain. Lin Potion continued, Elders, please listen to me. Our Kingyun sect is willing to offer a nascent soul breakthrough pill, 5 spiritual weapons, and 10 top-grade spirit stones as a betrothal gift. When people heard the conditions offered by Lin Potion, there was an uproar in the square. These betrothal gifts are really generous. The Nascent Soul Breakthrough Pill is a 4th-level pill, worth hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. If practitioners who have reached the perfect stage of the Golden Core stage take it, it can increase the probability of breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage. Spiritual weapons are also very precious. Strong people in the Jindan stage and even the Yuanying stage still use spiritual weapons. But Lin Potion took out 5 items at once. What attracted everyone the most were the 10 top-grade spirit stones. This is equivalent to 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, or 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Even more valuable, because the spiritual power contained in the best kind is extremely pure and rich. With these resources, Xianyuan sect can even cultivate 2 or even 3 nascent soul stage powerhouses. It seems like a good deal to exchange a female devil Ye Ziwan for 3 or 2 Yuanying stage cultivators? Many elders at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage immediately looked up at the platform with fiery eyes. If they succeed, they might be the protagonists of the next Nascent Soul celebration ceremony. No one can resist the temptation of a breakthrough. Only Li Shanjun in the crowd curled his lips. What a fucking poor bastard. With just this little thing, you want to marry his master? In addition, this old guy Lin Potion has a good plan. Mo Fengyu's face showed an ecstatic expression. He quickly said loudly, Master, fellow elders, such a generous betrothal gift is unique. Zhou Baidao stood on the high platform with a solemn expression. He knew very well that this matter was of great importance and concerned the future direction and internal unity of Xianyuan sect. He raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to be quiet, and his eyes slowly swept over the people below the stage, finally landing on Lin Potion. Young sect Master Lin, the marriage you proposed is indeed a major matter. My Xianyuan sect will certainly consider it carefully. In addition, we need to listen to Elder Ye's opinion. Zhou Baidao's voice was steady, but with an unquestionable majesty. Ye Ziwan's expression was cold at this time. She frowned slightly and was extremely disgusted with this sudden marriage proposal. She gently opened her red lips, her voice clear but firm. Young sect Master Lin, Ziwan is devoted to the Dao and has never considered marriage. Moreover, I do not wish to be bound by such constraints in my cultivation. Lin Potion hadn't spoken yet, but Mo Fengyu spoke again. Elder Ye, how can you be so selfish? Do you know how many masters this amount of resources can train for the sect? Hearing his words, some elders' eyes showed fiery looks. Jin Yu also quickly said, That's right. If you don't think about yourself, you should think about the section. After hearing their words, not only the elders but even some disciples started arguing, and the square was filled with noise. However, at this moment, a mocking voice rang out, Haha, you shameless people are really good at moral blackmail. Everyone looked at the person who was speaking, and saw a handsome man wearing white intersect disciple uniform walking out. On the high platform, Ye Ziwan, who had always been indifferent, saw that man and a smile flashed in her eyes. Zhou Baidao, Lin Yifeng and others showed a hint of surprise, while Zhao Lai, Mo Fengyu, Jin Yu and others showed displeasure. Jin Yu said, What do you mean? Li Shanjun mocked, You short-sighted people, stop using the excuse of for the good of the sect to threaten my master. Besides, even if my master agrees, these betrothal gifts belong to my master. What does it have to do with you? You still say my master is selfish, but I think you are the most selfish. If my master marries into the Kingyun sect, won't she bring these resources with her? Kingyun sect used a seemingly generous betrothal gift to kidnap a Yuanying stage expert from Xianyuan sect for nothing. You actually agree to this? I wonder what you guys think. He even directly said that he wanted to take possession of my master's things. I have never seen such a shameless person. When everyone heard what he said, they all showed a look of sudden realization. Oh shit. I almost fell into the trap of that bastard Lin Potion. He actually wanted to get something for nothing. Everyone in Xian Yuan's sect looked at Lin Potion with unfriendly expressions, but Lin Potion didn't care. He still looked like a modest gentleman, looking at Ye Ziwan on the platform with a smile on his face. However, no one noticed that a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Seeing that everyone's thoughts were changed by Li Shanjun, Imo Fenghanyu shouted, "How can you, a mere inner sect disciple, have the right to speak?" Li Shanjun looked at Lao Deng with disdain. This old Deng Mao has been targeting his master all the time. He is so hateful. Li Shanjun said, "If you were sold at this price, not only will I not object, I will applaud it. Now, you're planning to sell out my master, so naturally I have to come out and say something. As for the qualifications you mentioned, Elder Ye is my master. And who do you think you are? How dare you jump around like that?" When Mo Fenghanyu heard this, he was so angry that his beard almost stood up. He pointed at Li Shanjun with trembling fingers. He shouted sternly, his voice sharp with anger, You arrogant boy, how dare you be so rude to me? Do you know that in Xian Yuan's sect, respecting elders is the most basic rule? Li Shanjun remained calm, a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth, and his tone was a little sarcastic. Respect the elders? But the elders must be worthy of respect. Someone like you, who is willing to sacrifice the happiness of others and even the future of the sect for personal gain, deserves respect. This is ridiculous. You are simply the biggest traitor and traitor of Xian Yuan's sect. Besides, what does my master have to do with you? Does she need you to say anything about her marriage? Master, elders, and fellow disciples, Mo Fenghanyu and my master have always been at odds. Now, under the pretext of doing good for the sect, he is betraying Elder Ye. One day, he will be able to use the excuse of doing good for the sect to morally blackmail you all. A person like Mo Fenghanyu who is selfish and excludes those who are different from him is not qualified to be the leader of a peak. Mo Fenghanyu was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He suddenly opened his mouth and a long sword shot straight towards Li Shanjun. Li Shanjun felt his hair stand on end, and a strong sense of crisis arose in his heart. Danger! However, just as the long sword reached Li Shanjun, it was wrapped by a long whip and then pulled back. Then a cry echoed throughout the room, "How dare you! You actually hurt my disciple!" It was Ye Ziwan who saved Li Shanjian's life. The crisis was resolved, but Li Shanjun broke out in a cold sweat. Oh shit! This old man did not play by the rules and actually dared to kill him in public. Ye Ziwan was furious at this time, and she lashed at Mo Fenghanyu with the whip in her hand. The long whip was like a spirit snake coming out of a cave, with a sharp sound of breaking wind, instantly cutting through the air and hitting Mo Fenghanyu directly. Mo Fenghanyu was shocked and retreated quickly. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and a pale yellow light shield condensed in front of him, trying to block Ye Ziwan's angry attack. Bang! With a loud bang, the light shield collided with the long whip, causing ripples visible to the naked eye, and the air was filled with strong fluctuations of spiritual energy. Mo Fenghanyu's face turned pale. Obviously this attack caused him to suffer a great loss. After all, Ye Ziwan's strength is far stronger than his. One is in the nascent soul stage and the other is in the golden core stage. Ye Ziwan took advantage of the situation and pursued him. Her long whip was like a living thing, changing direction flexibly and wrapping around Mo Fenghanyu again, vowing to teach him a lesson. And at this moment, another long sword appeared. It suddenly appeared at Ye Ziwan's whip, preventing Ye Ziwan from continuing to attack. It was Zhao Lai, the head of the punishment hall, who took action. Zhao Lai, the old bastard, was also extremely depressed at this moment. He originally wanted to let his junior brother Mo Fenghanyu take the lead and force Ye Ziwan out of the section. I didn't expect him to be such a waste. He was forced to take action in public by a few words from an inner disciple. Moreover, as the master of a peak, it is extremely stupid to attack the inner disciples directly. But if he didn't take action, Mo Fenghanyu would really be killed by Ye Ziwan. Ye Ziwan scolded, "Zhao Lai, how dare you stop me?" Mo Fenghanyu looked like he had survived a disaster at this moment, just like Li Shanjun just now, with cold sweat on his back. Zhao Lai had no choice but to speak out to dissuade him. "Elder Ye, please calm down." Ye Ziwan was furious and said, "Mo Fenghanyu attacked my disciple, why didn't you tell him to calm down? You two treacherous thieves, die." At this time, Ye Ziwan became more and more angry. The long whip turned into a fire dragon and attacked the sword in front of it. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful pressure stopped Ye Ziwan and Zhao Lai from fighting. "Stop!" Zhou Baidao's voice exploded in the square like thunder, with unquestionable majesty, instantly suppressing the tense atmosphere between Ye Ziwan and Zhao Lai. He flashed and appeared between the two of them. With a slight wave of his hands, a gentle yet powerful force simultaneously shook away Ye Ziwan's fire dragon whip and Zhao Lai's sword. The two made a buzzing sound in the air, and then retracted. "Elder Ye, Hall Master Zhao, as fellow sect elders, you should lead by example. How can you openly fight like this? This move is a joke to fellow Taoists from other sects." Zhou Baidao's face was solemn, his eyes darting back and forth between the two of them, his tone filled with blame and anger. Of course, he was more angry at Zhao Lai, although Zhao Lai is usually low-key and very secretive. But as the sect leader, he had long known that Zhao Lai and Mo Fenghanyu had some small moves in the section. I didn't expect that he would dare to put his hands on Ye Ziwan now. However, he also knew that Zhao Lai and others had unknowingly grown into a force in the section. If today's matter is not handled properly, it will not only exacerbate the conflicts within the sect, but may also make the outside world laugh at it and affect the reputation of Xian Yuan's sect. Ye Ziwan was still angry, but due to Zhou Baidao's status and majesty, she had to suppress the anger in her heart and looked at Mo Fenghanyu coldly. He said coldly, "Sect Master, today's events all happened because of Mo Fenghanyu." As the leader of Golden Sword Peak, he not only disregarded the overall interests of the sect and attempted to force me into marriage under the guise of an alliance, but he also murdered my disciple, Li Shanjun, in public. This kind of behavior seriously violates the sect's rules. If we don't punish them severely, how can we convince the people? When Mo Fenghanyu heard this, his face turned pale and blue. He didn't expect Ye Ziwan to be so persistent, and he didn't expect that his sneak attack would be exposed on the spot and be criticized so harshly. He tried to defend himself. "Master, no need to say more." Zhou Baidao interrupted Mo Fenghanyu and looked him straight in the face. "Mo Fenghanyu, as a high-ranking member of the sect, you should know the importance of this matter. You did act inappropriately today. Whether it was your proposal for marriage to Elder Ye or your sneak attack on Li Shanjun, both violated the sect's principles of unity and harmony. Within the sect, disciples must respect each other, let alone you and me." Zhao Lai was unhappy when he saw that the sect leader intended to punish Mo Fenghanyu, but he also understood that it was not appropriate to add fuel to the fire at this time. He coughed lightly, trying to ease the atmosphere. "Sect Master, Elder Mo may be a little anxious. There may be a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Ye Ziwan sneered and interrupted Zhao Lai. "Master Zhao, marriage is my personal matter. What does it have to do with you? As for misunderstanding, what happened today was in front of everyone, so how can it be called a misunderstanding? Mo Fenghanyu's behavior was witnessed by everyone, so don't try to make excuses." Zhou Baidao nodded, his expression becoming more serious. "Elder Ye's words make sense. Marriage is a matter of personal will and cannot be forced. As for Mo Fenghanyu, your behavior was indeed excessive. This sect will definitely give a fair result to the matter today." After saying this, Zhou Baidao turned to look at all the elders and disciples present, and said in a loud voice, "Since its founding, our Xian Yuan sect has taken unity, harmony, and justice as its foundation. What happened today is a test for each of us. I hope that from now on, no matter what the circumstances, we can uphold the principles of the sect and jointly safeguard the honor and peace of the Xian Yuan sect." Afterwards, Zhou Baidao announced the punishment for Mo Fenghanyu. "Mo Fenghanyu, from now on, you will be temporarily stripped of your position as the Peak Master of Golden Sword Peak. You will be confined to reflect on your mistakes for 1 year, and you are not allowed to participate in any affairs of the sect during this period. At the same time, for your sneak attack on Li Shanjun today, you must apologize to Li Shanjun and his master, Elder Ye, and compensate for the corresponding losses." Mo Fenghanyu's face was pale, but due to Zhou Baidao's authority, he could only nod reluctantly, but his heart was already gloomy. He understood that this failure not only caused him to lose power and status, but also caused his prestige within the sect to plummet. Mo Fenghanyu looked at his senior brother Zhao Lai with eyes as if asking for help, but Zhao Lai was also cursing him as a fool in his heart at this time. What a good opportunity to drive Ye Ziwan away, but it was ruined just like that. Instead of getting his job done, Zhou Baidao took the opportunity to give him a warning, and he would remove Mo Fenghanyu from his position and take back Jin Jianfeng's power. Not only that, he also got himself into trouble. Everyone in Xian Yuan's sect was in an uproar, but not many people sympathized with Mo Fenghanyu. After all, his sneak attack on Li Shanjun just now was not glorious and was despised by others. Instead, the people from other sects on the viewing platform were suppressing expressions of joy on their faces. They were worried that Xian Yuan's sect and King Yin's sect would take this opportunity to form an alliance, but they didn't expect that not only did it fail, but they also watched a good show. Lin Yifeng, Zhao Wuji and other elders on the high platform looked at Mo Fenghanyu, Jinyu, and others with eyes that seemed to wish they could kill them with a knife. Xian Yuan's sect wanted to take advantage of Ye Ziwan's advancement to the nascent soul stage to show off its military power and intimidate the villains. Unexpectedly, a small conspiracy by King Yun's sect turned this celebration into a joke. It also exposed some conflicts within the sect, making it a laughingstock for other sects. It was truly not worth it. Lin Yifeng was secretly annoyed. As one of the elders of Xian Yuan's sect, he should have been aware of any disturbances within the sect, but he did not expect that Mo Fenghanyu and Zhao Lai's little tricks had developed to such an extent. What happened today not only brought shame to Xian Yuan's sect, but may also affect the sect's future layout and development. He turned to look at Zhao Wuji beside him, only to see that Zhao Wuji had a gloomy face and his eyes were slightly narrowed. It was obvious that he was also thinking about a countermeasure. Lin Yifeng knew that Zhao Wuji was always a thoughtful person, and he must have something in mind at this moment. Elder Zhao, what do you think about this matter? Lin Yifeng asked in a low voice. Zhao Wuji pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Although today's incident appears to be a personal feud between Mo Fengyu and Ye Ziwan, behind it lies a power struggle within the section. Mo Fengyu and Zhao Lai have teamed up to try to use the marriage to exclude Ye Ziwan and gain control of more resources. It's a pity that they underestimated Ye Ziwan's strength and determination, and they didn't expect the sect master to intervene so decisively. That's right. Lin Yifeng nodded in agreement. The sect master's actions today not only calmed the situation, but also gave Zhao Lai and Mo Fengyu a warning. However, this will probably intensify the conflicts within the section. Zhao Wuji sneered, so what if it escalates? Since the sect master dared to do this, he must have a plan. Besides, Zhao Lai and his gang have indeed been going a bit too far recently. Relying on that person's existence, does he really think we don't know what he's thinking? While the two were talking, other sect elders on the viewing platform also began to discuss. It seems that the situation inside Xian Yuan's sect is not peaceful. An elder from Lijian's sect said in a low voice. Humph, what's so strange about this? Any sect will encounter conflicts and struggles of one kind or another during its development. Another elder responded disapprovingly. However, having said that, Ye Ziwan's strength is indeed impressive. Mo Fengyu is simply vulnerable in front of her, and she can even fight with Zhao Lai, a veteran Nasan Soul powerhouse. An elder from the Lingxiu sect sighed. Yes, Ye Ziwan has been promoted to the Nasan Soul stage and her strength has greatly increased. I'm afraid that Xian Yuan's sect will have another Ye Jianqing. Another elder echoed. When they heard the name Ye Jianqing, many people's faces changed, and their eyes looking at Ye Ziwan became a little vague. Upon hearing this name, not only the Lingxiu sect, but also all the elders of the Lijian sect, Yinyang sect, Juyan sect and other sects who knew the inside story fell silent. He was an extremely powerful figure who dominated their generation. Even the older generation was suppressed and unable to move, and could only allow the Xian Yuan sect to rise. However, God is jealous of talented people. For some unknown reason, this once dazzling and powerful man suddenly disappeared without a trace. Many people looked at the beautiful woman on the platform with complicated expressions. The fact that such an internal conflict had occurred in Xian Yuan's sect during such an important ceremony made many people laugh at it, and the celebration ceremony had to end abruptly. Originally, Xian Yuan's sect had planned to have the major sects communicate and exchange ideas with each other, but now they are not in the mood to do so. As the protagonist, Ye Ziwan was the first to leave the square. Seeing this, the people from the sect also said goodbye and left. As the Qingyan sect was the one that provoked the incident, the Xian Yuan sect naturally would not treat them well and urged them to leave as soon as possible. Lin Potion didn't care about their attitude, but felt a little happy inside. The seeds of division and conflict have already been planted within the Xian Yuan sect, and from now on he can just sit back and watch the fight. When Li Shanjun arrived at Ziwan, he saw the beautiful figure sitting on the swing, swaying gently. Seeing that his master was still calm, Li Shanjun pretended to be indignant and said, Master, you scared me to death just now. I almost never saw you again. Ye Ziwan looked at him with a half-smile and said, I think you are quite courageous. You actually dare to insult the sect elders and the master of a peak in public. Li Shanjun chuckled and said, Who dared them to force you like this? No matter how strong they are, as long as someone dares to do this, I will risk my life to stand before you. Ye Ziwan, who was swaying, suddenly stopped and her eyes trembled slightly. She asked quietly, even if you knew you would die, would you still do this? Li Shanjun nodded and said, Of course. Besides, those shameless guys like Mo Fengyu and Jin Yu actually wanted to sell you out, master. I don't know where they got the nerve to say such things. After a pause, he said in a fearful tone, that Mo Fengyu is really shameless. He actually dared to attack me. Ye Ziwan smiled slightly and said softly, Don't do such unreasonable things in the future. Back then, they didn't want to give me the resources to cultivate, but I beat them with my whips and spears until they were convinced. I am now much stronger than them. What qualifications do they have to force me? Li Shanjun chuckled foolishly and said, It seems that the situation is not favorable to you, master. I am a little anxious. Ye Ziwan shook her head and said, The reason for this is because I also want to see what kind of clowns will come out. Didn't you see that the sect leader is also watching with a cold eye? Li Shanjun exclaimed, Ah, and said, Then wouldn't I have ruined your plan, master? Ye Ziwan said, That's not the case. I already know everything I need to know. Zhao Lai and his gang are just using some petty tricks that are not worthy of public display. I just want to confirm it today. Li Shanjun asked, as the head of the punishment hall, Why does Zhao Lai dare to do these things? Ye Ziwan sneered, This old fellow has good talent. He has reached the 8th level of the Nasan Soul stage before he is 200 years old. Back then, I was also a core disciple of the sect, and I wanted to compete for the position of the sect leader. It's just that the sect master and my father are even more gifted and dazzling, known as the sect's twin stars. This makes him seem a bit obscure, but his master's name is Zheng Kexi. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Li Shanjun asked curiously, "Who is Zheng Kexi?" Ye Ziwan said quietly, "He is the sect's grand elder and the only powerful cultivator in the void refinement stage of Xianyuan sect. He can be said to be the mainstay of the section." Li Shanjun suddenly realized. No wonder Zhao Lai dared to bring the punishment hall to cause chaos in the sect. Although the sect master and elders knew about it, they would not interfere too much as long as it was not too excessive. Ye Ziwan continued, "Over the past few years, the sect master has been preparing to retreat and break through to the void refinement stage. Once he breaks through, he will no longer be involved in the sect's mundane affairs. As the most popular successor to the clan leader, Zhao Lai and his followers are becoming increasingly flamboyant." Li Shanjun frowned upon hearing this and said, "After the sect master goes into seclusion, won't the sect fall into Zhao Lai's hands? This is not a good thing for you, master." Ye Ziwan smiled lightly, a sly glint in her eyes. "Although Zhao Lai is strong, I am not weak either. Besides, the sect master still has a few years before he can go into seclusion. By then, Zhao Lai will definitely not be a difficult person to deal with." Li Shanjun suddenly realized, "Master, you want to eliminate Zhao Lai, the hidden danger, before the sect leader goes into seclusion." Ye Ziwan glanced at him and said with a smile, "Not me. Disciple, in a few years you will also reach the nascent soul stage, right? Then you can help me deal with this old man, how about that?" Li Shanjun smiled bitterly and said, "Master, what are you talking about in your sleep? I'm only in the foundation establishment stage, and he's in the nascent soul stage. He can crush me to death with just one finger." Ye Ziwan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Didn't you just say that you would stand in front of me if anyone forced me? I've said before, I'm not afraid of death, I'm just afraid of not being able to defeat the enemy." "Humph, you say one thing and mean another. Master, my heart is as clear as the sun and the moon. Bah, you're so smooth talking. However, I'm already tempted by the betrothal gifts Lin Potion mentioned today, and now you've messed things up. What do you think we should do?" What? No, master, can I marry you with just that little rag? Oh, you're quite arrogant. What do you mean by that little rubbish? That's worth over 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Li Shanjun chuckled and said jokingly, "Who can offer more? Wouldn't master agree to the marriage?" Ye Ziwan blushed slightly and spat, "You're such a chatterbox. Is this the kind of person I am?" Li Shanjun glanced around, took out the storage bag given by the sect, and then took out a fist-sized stone from it. "Top-grade spiritual stone, glass-type imperial green." Ye Ziwan said, "Use a stone." Before she could finish her words, she was deeply attracted by the emerald green color exposed on the stone. She asked in disbelief, "Top-grade, spiritual stone? This big?" Ye Ziwan's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were fixed on the fist-sized top-grade spirit stone in Li Shanjian's hand. Emerald green spiritual light flowed on the surface of the stone, emitting spiritual energy fluctuations that were countless times richer than those of lower-grade spiritual stones. The appearance of this top-grade spirit stone instantly made the air in the entire Zi garden seem fresh and full of vitality. Li Shanjun smiled proudly and gently placed the top-grade spirit stone on the swing in front of Ye Ziwan. He smiled and said, "Master, I got this from that mysterious place a few days ago. I wanted to give it to you today as a gift to congratulate you on your promotion. Now seems like the right time." Ye Ziwan reached out and gently touched the top-grade spirit stone. The coolness from her fingertips made her heart surge with indescribable emotion. Top-grade spirit stones are extremely rare even within the sect, and each one is extremely precious. Even a strong person in the nascent soul stage can rarely get one or two pieces. Xianyuan sect also has a few top-grade spirit stones, but they exist as the sect's foundation. This is also the reason why many people were tempted when Lin Potion offered a mere 10 top-grade spirit stones as a betrothal gift. But now, Li Shanjun suddenly took out something as big as his fist. Then, Ye Ziwan suddenly thought of what Li Shanjun had just said, and her face turned red. "If someone can offer more, wouldn't master agree to the marriage? Shangyan, this is too valuable." There was a hint of trembling in Ye Ziwan's voice. Li Shanjun chuckled and said, "Master, I've said before, just practice and I'll provide the resources. When we become strong enough, we will crush anyone like Mo Feng and you, Zhao Lai, or even the Qingyan sect if they dare to come." Looking at the heroic Li Shanjun, Ye Ziwan smiled. Suddenly, a queen's voice sounded, "Little disciple, are you teasing master's sister again?" Cough cough. Li Shanjun was almost choked to death by a mouthful of saliva. The person who said this was naturally his master in red skirt. Sometimes it's quite exciting to think about this one body with two souls, but sometimes, it can be quite embarrassing. I always feel that when two people are whispering, there is a third person watching. The key is this third party, who can't be driven away. This feeling is very exciting. Li Shanjun was a little overwhelmed by this fierce master. He rolled his eyes and immediately changed the subject. Master, do you have any exercises to cultivate the spirit? Upon hearing this, the blush on Ye Ziwan's face faded slightly, and a thoughtful look appeared on her face. She looked at Li Shanjun with a serious and considering look in her eyes. He spoke slowly. The technique of training the spirit and soul is extremely rare and precious in the world of cultivation. Even within the sect, it is hidden very deeply, and it is difficult for non-core disciples to access it. However, my father left me a fragment, which is said to be a technique obtained from a secret place. It's called Tianyuan Soul Refining Technique. Although it's incomplete, if you can practice it successfully, it will be of great benefit to the growth of your spirit. When Li Shanjun heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he quickly asked, Master, is this technique suitable for me to practice now? Are there any dangers? Ye Ziwan shook her head slightly and explained, the Tianyuan Soul Refining Technique is quite special. It requires extremely high mental strength and willpower from the practitioner. Also, there are certain risks in the process of cultivation. If one's will is not strong, one may fall into an illusion or even damage the soul. But considering your strong character and possession of that mysterious place, I think you can try. However, remember to proceed with caution. If you feel something is wrong, stop practicing immediately. After saying that, Ye Ziwan pulled out a round ring from her plump breasts. She took out a jade slip from her storage ring and tapped it lightly. A faint light flashed, and the information in the jade slip was imprinted on her fingertips. Then, she reached out and gently touched Li Shanjian's forehead, and directly transferred the practice method of Tianyuan Soul Refining Art into his sea of consciousness. This method is very important. You need to practice it in an absolutely safe environment and don't be impatient for success. Ye Ziwan warned. Li Shanjun nodded solemnly, feeling extremely excited. As the realm improves, the soul becomes stronger and the brain space becomes larger. He also found that his cultivation speed was also increasing. Therefore, in addition to practicing the 5 elements Kung Fu, he has been trying to find ways to increase the strength of his soul. Just as Li Shanjun was about to ask further questions about the details of cultivation, the voice of the red-skirted master sounded again. She said jokingly, My little disciple, have you forgotten me now that you have a new technique? I have a lot of good stuff here too. Li Shanjun smiled bitterly. The two masters had completely different personalities, but each had their own strengths. He quickly turned to his master and asked, Master, do you have any teachings or gifts? The master in red skirt raised a smile and took out an exquisite jade pendant from her sleeve. It looked like jade but it wasn't. But it is engraved with complex runes, faintly emitting a faint spiritual light. This pure heart jade pendant can help you resist the invasion of inner demons during cultivation. It is perfect for you who are practicing the Tianyuan Soul Refining Art. Li Shanjun took the jade pendant and felt the gentle power flowing through it, and his heart was excited. Thank you, Master. Li Shanjun expressed his gratitude sincerely. Seeing this, Ye Ziwan smiled gently. After leaving Ziwan and returning to his own courtyard, Li Shanjun first took out a few high-quality spirit stones and placed them at the center of the spirit-gathering array. In just a few breaths, the spiritual energy in the small courtyard began to soar rapidly. What happened at Xiang Peak today made Li Shanjun feel a little scared. He never expected that such a huge crisis would exist in the seemingly safe section. This made him, who was originally a little lazy, feel full of crisis. I'm having a fear of insufficient firepower. You must improve your strength quickly. So Li Shanjun cut a fist-sized piece of the half-human high top-grade spirit stone he got from Chien-Tu and gave it to Ye Ziwan. The remaining ones were placed in his brain space. Now, the space in his brain has reached about 10 cubic meters, which is enough to store large items. 2 days ago, he went to the company to store this important spirit stone in his brain space, and it came in handy today. Li Shanjun took out the jade cushion and began to practice the 5 elements Kung Fu as usual. He is now at the second level of the foundation building stage and is about to reach perfection. Now that the courtyard is filled with rich spiritual energy, I believe he will be able to break through to the 3rd level of the foundation building stage soon. With the activation of the spirit gathering array, the concentration of spiritual energy in the courtyard reached an unprecedented level. It seemed as if even the air had become sticky, and every breath seemed to be directly devouring the essence of heaven and earth. Li Shanjun sat cross-legged on the jade cushion, closed his eyes and concentrated, opened the pores all over his body, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The 5 skills were running automatically in his body, and the power of the 5 elements was flowing in his meridians, like 5 dragons tumbling in their respective domains, intertwining with each other, yet each being independent, forming a delicate balance. With the continuous influx of spiritual energy, the power of the 5 elements became stronger and stronger. Li Shanjun could clearly feel the growth of strength in his body. It was a transformation from the inside out, which made him feel comfortable all over, as if he had been reborn. After he completed 48 major cycles, he finally felt a surge of power in his body, which was a sign that he was about to break through to the third level of the foundation establishment stage. He took a deep breath and focused all his attention on his danchan, guiding the power of the 5 elements to converge there, forming a powerful impact force. Suddenly, he felt a clear sound in his body. His cultivation had finally entered the third level of the foundation establishment stage, and his aura also made a qualitative leap. After the breakthrough, Li Shanjun did not stop practicing immediately, but continued to consolidate his new realm. He continued to patiently guide the power of the 5 elements to circulate in his meridians until every bit of power was completely integrated into his flesh, blood, and bone marrow. After the breakthrough, he began to review the contents of the Tianyuan soul refining technique in his mind. Before practicing, Li Shanjun carefully studied the practice method taught to him by Ye Ziwan, and repeatedly pondered every detail of it. Practicing this technique requires extremely high mental strength and willpower. If you are not careful, you may fall into an illusion or even damage your soul, so he dare not be careless at all. After Li Shanjun returned to the urban world, the space in his brain was filled with only a piece of top-quality jade raw stone that was half a person's height, and there was no other jade. Bai Lai, where are you? Li Shanjun immediately took out his cell phone and called Zhang Bai Lai. Boss, I just returned to Wuchen last night. During this period, I purchased many kinds of jade and stored them in the company's warehouse. I am waiting to report to you in the company. Zhang Bailey said respectfully. Okay. Li Shanjun was overjoyed when he heard that. He immediately washed up and drove to the company. After returning to the company, I found that many familiar faces were there. For example, Ye Xingyu, the president of Seinyi Group, was the first person to try the beauty pill. Later, she spent 100 million yuan to buy 50 beauty pills. Ye Xingyu, who was sitting on the sofa talking with Yang Jingxiu, immediately brightened up when she saw Li Shanjun appear. Mr. Ye, how come you have time to come here today? Li Shanjun greeted Ye Xingyu, who was walking towards him, with a smile. Ye Xingyu, whose face was originally covered with acne, now has a face as white as jade and skin as smooth as cream. Her appearance has improved several levels and she has become a beautiful middle-aged woman. Ye Xingyu touched his face first, then said with a smile, Boss Li's elixir can be called an elixir of immortality. Since I took the beauty pill, not only has my biggest worry been solved, but my health seems to have improved a lot as well. So, I came here today specifically to express my gratitude to Mr. Li. Li Shanjun smiled and said, Haha, Mr. Ye, you're too polite. You were able to take the initiative to test the medicine for everyone at that time, which was a great help to me. Besides, you bought it with your own money, so you don't have to thank me. Ye Xingyu asked, Boss Li, this beauty pill is so effective, I wonder how long it will last? Li Shanjun said, actually, a beauty pill can last for 5 years, but after 1 year, the effect will start to weaken. Ye Xingyu asked, if I eat it frequently, will there be any side effects? Haha, not really. These pills are made from tonic herbs. As long as you don't take them as meals, there will be no side effects from excessive energy accumulation. Then is it okay for me to take 1 pill a month? Of course, no problem. With Mr. Ye's strength, he can definitely afford it. However, I suggest you also pay attention to our other elixirs, which are equally effective. Speaking of elixirs, Mr. Li, your supply is really too small. There haven't been any new elixirs since the last time. Li Shanjun felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He had been busy with cultivation and celebrating his master's ceremony these days, and indeed had not asked Zhou Yang to send the pills over. Haha, these pills are not easy to refine and take quite a while. However, we'll have a batch of pills for sale in a few days. Haha, that's great. Remember to let me know when the time comes. After chatting for a while, Ye Xingyu said goodbye and left. Jingxiu, is the medicine sales company ready? Li Shanjun asked. Yang Jingxiu smiled and said, those major families were extremely proactive. The company was registered the next day after you reached an agreement. The office address has also been chosen. It's in Xinghua Building, not far from our company. President Qin will report to you later. It is said that President Qin wants to buy this building, and the negotiations with the other party are almost complete. Li Shanjun remembered this building. It was a grade A office building that had just been built 2 years ago and had an excellent geographical location. Li Shanjun nodded slightly when he heard this. He had already asked Qin Rongyuan to handle this matter. Purchasing an entire building as the headquarters of a pill sales company not only demonstrates the company's strength, it can also better plan and utilize space, laying a solid foundation for future development. Yuan's vision is indeed unique. By the way, have the funds from the Qin and Zhao families been transferred? Li Shanjun asked casually. Yang Jingxia smiled and said, the funds were transferred to the elixir sales company on the day it was established. Now they are just waiting for us to provide the elixirs. Just as the two were discussing, Qin Rongyuan pushed the door open and walked in. A confident smile was on her face, and she was holding a stack of documents in her hands. Shang Yan, you're here. Regarding the purchase of Xinghua building, I've reached a preliminary agreement with the seller, and the price is quite reasonable. At the same time, I also arranged for the redesign of the building's internal structure, striving to create an office environment that is both in line with our company's image and can operate efficiently. Qin Rongyuan reported. Li Shanjun took the document and reviewed it carefully. Xinghua building had just been built not long ago. Due to its extremely high construction standards and expensive rent, the vacancy rate of this building was very high. However, due to its extremely good geographical location and proximity to Xianxian medicine, and with the mediation of the chief officer Zhao Kang, the building was finally sold for 1.88 billion yuan. The owners are also quite satisfied with the price, and they have obtained a very good rate of return. Li Shanjun didn't know much about the office building market, but he believed in Qin Rongyuan's judgment. After all, she was not alone. With the entire Qin family behind him, there must be professionals offering a lot of advice. Li Shanjun put down the documents and nodded approvingly. Yuan, you did a great job. I believe you have made a reasonable assessment of the price, and you were able to secure it quickly, which is crucial for our future layout. Xianxian Pharmaceuticals Elixir Sales Company needs a high-end starting point, and Xinghua Building is undoubtedly the best choice. By the way, after we buy it, we'll change the name to Xianxian Building. Qin Rongyuan smiled slightly, her eyes flashing with longing for the future. Okay, Shangyan. I have contacted the top design team in the country. They will carry out a comprehensive design renovation of the interior of the building based on our needs. At the same time, I also took into account the needs of environmental protection, energy conservation and intelligent office, and strive to make this place a new benchmark in the industry. Li Shanjun smiled and said, then I'll leave it to you. I trust you. By the way, is Bai Lai here? He is in the company's basement warehouse. He has been wanting to find you for a long time. Yang Jingxiu said with a smile. Soon, Li Shanjun met Zhang Bailey in the basement. At this time, there were dozens of different types of jade in front of him. Seeing Li Shanjun coming, Zhang Bailey said to the boss respectfully, hello, boss. Bai Lai, you've worked hard. Li Shanjun patted his shoulder and said gently, what kinds of jade are there? Zhang Bailey quickly began to introduce himself. This time he bought almost all kinds of jade on the market. Jade alone comes in various varieties, including green, yellow, red, white, violet, and ink. In addition, there are various types of nephrite, including white jade, blue-white jade, green jade, yellow jade, purple jade, black jade, jasper, red jade, etc. If classified by variety, it can be divided into Hishan jade, Dakian jade, Xiaoshan jade, Nanyang jade, Lanshan jade, Dushan jade, and so on. In short, there are hundreds of kinds of jade here, which makes Li Shanjun dizzy. After using his spiritual sense to sense it a little, Li Shanjun discovered that most of these jades actually contain spiritual energy. There are even many that contain strange spiritual energy. Zhang Bailey spoke until his mouth was dry before he finally finished explaining these jades. Li Shanjun first gathered all the jadeite together and began to carefully feel the spiritual energy in them one by one. With the comparison, he was more confident in judging which of these jades contained rich spiritual energy. For jadeite, it is relatively simple. The higher the quality of the jadeite, the greater the spiritual energy it contains. After Zhang Bailey's introduction, he already knew that the half-human high jade stone in his brain space contained glass-type imperial green. The spiritual energy it contains is equivalent to that of a top-grade spirit stone. As for nephrite jade, Li Shanjun also discovered that the more delicate and moist the texture, without cotton strands or impurities, the richer the spiritual energy contained in the jade. For example, mutton fat jade has reached the level of top-grade spiritual stone. However, blue-white jade, green jade and the like contain less spiritual energy and are considered high-grade spiritual stones. In addition, he also discovered that the higher the grade of the jade, the more spiritual energy it contained, which was attributeless and could be absorbed by practitioners of any field. Some jades, such as red jade, although not of high grade, are more suitable for absorption by fire practitioners. For example, topaz is suitable for earth-type practitioners, and so on. But not all jades are spiritual. For example, turquoise, although also a type of jade, contains almost no spiritual energy. In addition, Zhang Bailey also acquired a lot of ancient jade. These ancient jades, depending on their grade, not only contain a lot of spiritual power, but also a trace of strange power. Before, when Qin Lingyun gave Li Shanjun some ancient jade, he had already discovered something unusual in it. It's just that he was still weak at that time and didn't have a deep understanding of this power. But things are different now. What kind of power is this? Li Shanjun fumbled with the pieces of ancient jade in his hand, looking confused. Li Shanjun was immersed in the study of ancient jade. The strange power made him curious and confused. Different from the pure spiritual energy in jade, this power seems to contain some ancient memory or historical sediment. It has a slight sense of vicissitudes, yet vaguely reveals an aura that transcends the mundane. He decided to put aside the analysis of the jade's aura for the time being and instead focus on exploring this unknown power in the ancient jade. He closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to touch the ancient jades with his soul power, trying to establish some kind of connection with them. At first, his attempts were like a drop in the ocean, with no response. But as time went by, he gradually felt a faint fluctuation, as if the sleeping world inside the ancient jade was slowly waking up. Suddenly, a subtle ray of light shone out from the ancient jade, followed Li Shanjian's fingers, slowly flowed into his body, and instantly intertwined with his soul power. Li Shanjian only felt a warm current flowing through his body, and it was as if a lightning exploded in his mind, and countless images came flooding in like a tide. Those are fragments of history that the ancient jade has witnessed, including wars, sacrifices, joys and sorrows, and every scene is full of traces of time. Is this a mark of time? Li Shanjian opened his eyes in shock, with a glint of disbelief in his eyes. He realized that these ancient jades were not just simple ornaments or carriers of spiritual power, they were more like witnesses of time, recording every detail of the past. More importantly, Li Shanjian had a strange premonition. If he absorbed more of this energy, perhaps he would be able to produce another power related to time. Time! Li Shanjian's body trembled slightly. This is a forbidden power. John Bailey, who was standing by, looked at his boss with a strange expression. He called out softly, "Boss?" After Li Shanjian came back to his senses, he said, "Bai Lai, I have a task for you. Start purchasing these jades immediately." John Bailey asked, "What varieties do you need?" Li Shanjian pointed out some jade stones that were comparable to mid-grade spirit stones and said, "I'll take as many of these as you can get. There's no limit. Ancient jade comes first, and higher grade jade comes second. As for other jades, I'll buy them as long as I see them." John Bailey quickly said, "Okay, boss. Also, do you still need to buy the raw stones you mentioned last time? The risk of raw stones is too great, and I'm a little unsure." Li Shanjian thought for a moment and said, "I'll ask a friend to help you. You guys go ahead and make your selection. Once you're sure of your intention, I'll give you a final confirmation." He wanted them to save him time in selecting first, and he could use spiritual energy to confirm the quality of the items in the end. As he spoke, Li Shanjian took out his cell phone and made a call. Soon, a cheerful and respectful voice came from the other side. "Shangyan, what a coincidence. I was just thinking of calling you." Li Shanjian said with a smile, "Brother Fan, what do you want to talk to me about?" Fan Wei on the other end of the phone laughed and said, "Do you still remember Chien Tu?" Hearing this name, Li Shanjian laughed and said, "Of course I remember. I even bought some raw jade from him. What happened to him?" Fan Wei sighed and said, "The last time we went to his place, he spent tens of millions to buy a large jade stone. Guess what? He cut it open?" Li Shanjian asked in surprise. Fan Wei said, "Shangyan, you're right. Chien Tu is holding onto that stone, and many people want to buy it, but he won't sell it. A few days ago, he couldn't help but cut open the stone, and it collapsed completely. Surprisingly, the inside was almost entirely worthless junk. I remember he asked for your opinion at the time, and when you said it wasn't good, he was a little unhappy. Indeed, you have a keen eye." Li Shanjian smiled indifferently and did not answer. He has no wisdom eyes at all, he can just sense spiritual energy. Fan Wei continued, "Chien Tu has suffered a major setback with this stone, and his cash flow has almost run out. He's planning to sell off the remaining rough stones. Are you interested?" Li Shanjian said, "Brother Fan, what a coincidence. The reason I called you today is actually because I want to ask for your help." Fan Wei's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, "Shangyan, please tell me. Even if I have to endure hardships, I won't frown." The more he interacted with Li Shanjian, the more he realized the depth of this person's background. He was fortunate enough to attend the last opening of Xianxian medicine, but when he saw the people who came, he felt a little weak in the knees. Any one of them was a noble person whom he found difficult to reach, but unexpectedly, they all gathered together to buy Li Shanjian's pills. Not to mention, Xianxian medicine's elixirs are indeed too magical and can be called magic elixirs. That day, his eyes were opened, and he wanted to cling to Li Shanjian more tightly. Li Shanjian laughed, "Brother Fan, I need to buy a lot of raw stones recently, and I have also formed a team. However, I still need a senior professional to help review it, so I'd like to ask for your help." Hearing Li Shanjian's request, Fan Wei suppressed his excitement and said quickly, "Haha, no problem. When do you need me to start?" Li Shanjian said with a smile, "Tomorrow. Didn't you say Chien Tu was selling off the rough diamonds? Let's go take a look tomorrow." "Good." After finishing the company's affairs, it was already noon. After having lunch with Qin Rongyuan, Yang Jingxiu, and company employees, Li Shanjian decided to go to school. In the car, Qin Rongyuan asked, "Shangyan, do you still need to study now?" Li Shanjian, who was driving, was also a little distressed. "I originally wanted to continue studying, but now time is running out." Not only does he need to spend a lot of time practicing, he also has to take care of the company's affairs. Time is becoming less and less, but but more and more precious. Instead, going to college has become a secondary matter. Moreover, as his horizons broadened and the people he came into contact with became more and more upper class, he now seemed a little out of place when he was with his college classmates. Especially after he showed his ability to make money, his billions of dollars to attract people, and his wealth and talent, many women were waiting to hunt him, or to be hunted by him. I heard there is also a Business Pursuer Alliance, which was originally formed by Wu Yushin's 3 roommates. Later, for some unknown reason, this organization not only did not disappear, but became larger and larger. It is said that many cute girls from Huazhong University have joined in. In the past, Li Shanjian would naturally feel extremely honored, but now he only felt depressed. Who doesn't want to be intimate with a group of soft girls and understand the principles of human relations together? But unfortunately, he doesn't have time. What's more, there are more beautiful women around, so those with average looks are even less attractive. After a trace of regret flashed across his eyes, he asked, Yuan, why are you still in school? Qin Rongyuan tilted her head in thought for a moment before saying, maybe, I'm also considering taking a break from school for a while. Li Shanjian was thinking about this while driving. Suddenly, Qin Rongyuan said, Shangyan, there is actually another way that not only allows you to not come to school, but also allows you to continue studying. Li Shanjian said, what method? Qin Rongyuan smiled and said, school enterprise cooperation. Qin Rongyuan led Li Shanjian through the lush tree-lined avenues of Huazhong University with ease. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, casting patches of light on them. Yuan, have you met the principal before? Li Shanjian asked casually. Shangyan, my dad and Principal Liang are classmates, and they have had dinner together several times before. Qin Rongyuan said with a smile. Li Shanjian slapped his forehead, thinking that he was narrow-minded. He is still not quite used to his own identity. Now, if he wants to see anyone, he can basically see them. Even if he is the chief, as long as he is willing to give enough chips, the Qin family will be very enthusiastic to help him arrange it. Soon, the two arrived at the door of the principal's office. Qin Rongyuan knocked lightly on the door, and a steady and powerful voice came from inside, come in. As you push open the door, a scent of books and calmness hits you in the face. The office is simply yet elegantly decorated. There are several famous calligraphy and paintings hanging on the wall, showing the owner's taste and knowledge. Principal Liang Wenshan was sitting behind his desk, wearing a pair of simple glasses, reviewing documents attentively. When he saw the person coming, he raised his head and a warm smile appeared on his face. Hey, isn't this Rongyuan? Long time no see. How come you have time to come to my place today? Principal Liang stood up to greet him, his tone somewhat cordial. Qin Rongyuan stepped forward with a smile and said, Uncle Liang, long time no see. I've been missing you. Liang Wenshan laughed heartily, you little girl, you never come to the temple for no reason. Come on, if there is anything you need from an old man, just tell me directly. As long as it's not illegal or immoral, it's fine. Qin Rongyuan pretended to be displeased and said, Uncle Liang, look at what you said. Am I the one who causes trouble for you every day? Liang Wenshan chuckled and said, Uncle was wrong. You're such a well-behaved little girl, I especially welcome you to come visit me more often. By the way, who is this? Principal Liang turned his gaze to Li Shanjian, looked at him carefully, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He knew that the girl from old Qin's family was very high-minded, and today she actually took the initiative to come to him for a little boy. I guess the young man in front of me is extraordinary. However, this young man is indeed handsome, with a slender figure, fair skin, sword-like eyebrows, and star-like eyes. Not to mention a little girl, even he, the knowledgeable principal, would secretly praise her. Qin Rongyuan naturally didn't know that her uncle Liang had already classified her as a love-brain person and was doing things for her boyfriend. She introduced with a smile, Uncle Liang, this is Li Shanjian. He is also your student and my boss now. We came here today to tell you some great news. Liang Wenshan invited the two to take a seat and said with a smile, I'm all ears. Li Shanjian cleared his throat and said, Hello, President Liang. I'm Li Shanjian, a student at Huazhong University. We recently established a company called Xianxian Pharmaceuticals. I will always remember the kindness of my alma mater in nurturing me. I took the liberty of visiting you today in the hope of discussing a mutually beneficial cooperation plan with you. When Liang Wenshan heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. During this period, a legend was circulating among some powerful people in Wuchen that there was a company called Xianxian Pharmaceutical that produced several extremely magical elixirs. It is said that there is a beauty pill that can turn an ugly woman into a beauty instantly. There are also those who can make an impotent man have sex with many women at night and his penis remain erect. What's more, there are elixirs that can turn mortals into supermen. In short, these legends are so mysterious that it is difficult to tell whether they are true or false. Principal Liang was also a ministerial-level official, so naturally he had heard about this matter, but he just treated it as a joke, because this is too unscientific. If such a pill really existed, any one of them would change or even subvert medical research. As a university president and scientific research expert, although he didn't believe those legends, he didn't completely deny them until he saw them with his own eyes. Seeing is believing, hearing is not. Principal Liang Wenshun showed great interest on his face and said with a smile, "In the past few days, the name of Xianxian medicine has been ringing in my ears more than once. It can be said to be well known. But I didn't expect that this legendary miraculous elixir was actually made by Mr. Li. This surprised me a little." After a pause, he looked at the two of them carefully and asked seriously, "You are also students of Huashan University, and I am the principal, which means I am half your teacher. I'm not saying this to take advantage of my age, but I want to warn you that while fame and fortune are important, please also remember our school motto. Enlighten your moral character, learn profoundly, seek truth and innovate." Li Shanjun and Qin Rongyuan are both smart people, so they naturally know what Principal Liang means by this. "It's just that I'm worried that they are scammers," Qin Rongyuan said. "Principal Liang, don't worry. Although the elixirs of our Xianxian medicine are miraculous, they have indeed been verified by people who have experienced them firsthand. Otherwise, they would not be so popular. What's more, even academician Xin Ping and Professor Yang have witnessed it with their own eyes and are personally involved in Xianxian medicine. It's impossible for us to hide it from their eyes." President Liang Wenshun stood up suddenly. "What? Academician Xin and Professor Yang are joining you?" He couldn't help but be shocked. Although Yang is a professor, his ability and energy are obvious to all, and he serves national and ministerial leaders. He is also the dean of the medical school of Jingcheng University, honorary dean of Huashan University, and an associate academician. Such a famous person would definitely not risk his reputation to commit fraud. Since he believes in Xianxian medicine's elixirs, the credibility increases by at least 50%. What really shocked President Liang was that academician Xin Ping was also involved. "That's academician Xin." Principal Liang Wenshun asked in disbelief, "Are you telling the truth?" Qin Rongyuan smiled proudly and said, "Of course. Moreover, academician Xin Ping is our Xianxian pharmaceutical specially appointed expert consultant. In the future, his main focus will be transferred to Xianxian Pharmaceutical. Professor Yang is also a shareholder of Xianxian Pharmaceutical Sales Company and will focus on studying the clinical effects of elixirs on humans." Principal Liang Wenshun said, "Is your medicine really so magical?" Li Shanjun nodded and said in a very confirming and serious tone, "As you said, the motto of Huashan University is enlightenment, virtue, learning, truth and innovation, and students have always been practicing this philosophy. I know that many people, when they first heard about our company's pills, thought we were either crazy or liars. Including academician Xin Ping at the beginning, and also my parents. But the facts are the facts. Once everyone sees it with their own eyes and experiences it for themselves, they will naturally no longer question it. Whether it's Elder Xin, Professor Yang, or Elder Qin, Elder Zhao, Elder Sun, or the others, they are all extremely intelligent people. How powerful do I, a young man, have to be to deceive all of them and make them trust me so much?" Liang Wenshun thought for a while, then nodded and said, "I never thought that such a company with unlimited potential would emerge from our Huashan University. As for whether what you said is true, I will keep paying attention to it. If it is true, I will give my full support." Li Shanjun smiled and said, "Misunderstandings are caused by a lack of understanding between the two parties. We are here today to strengthen our understanding. I plan to establish a joint mechanism between school and enterprise. Xianxian Pharmaceutical will establish a research base with Huashan University and hire experts and professors to research the elixir industry together. In the future, we will also give priority to hiring students from Huashan University as employees." When Liang Wenshun heard what Li Shanjun said, he was immediately overjoyed. It sounds like Huashan University is completely getting a bargain and receiving huge profits without any effort. Li Shanjun continued, "Also, as a student of Huashan University, I will always remember the education my alma mater has given me. I plan to donate 100 million yuan to the university for scientific research, infrastructure improvements, and student scholarships." Hearing this, Liang Wenshun looked at Li Shanjun with even softer eyes. This is truly a kind person. What a good student of Huashan University. President Liang Wenshun quickly stepped forward, shook Li Shanjian's hand, and said, "On behalf of Huashan University, I would like to express my gratitude for your generosity. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask." Li Shanjun coughed lightly and said, "Ahem, it's just a small request." Liang Wenshun's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, he came, but still said kindly, "Please speak." Li Shanjun smiled shyly, "That's right, I will be very busy in the future. Can you please not make me punch in for class every day and affect my graduation?" Liang Wenshun was stunned. It is another collaboration between the school and the enterprise, and another donation of 100 million yuan. All this time, just to skip class? The cooperation between Xianxian Pharmaceutical and Huazhong University has very smooth communication and extremely rapid progress. Soon, Huazhong University announced on multiple channels including the official account, campus network, and official website that Li Shanjun had donated 100 million yuan to the school. This quickly attracted widespread attention, and countless students refreshed their understanding of Li Shanjun. What a lot of wealth and billions! Not to mention Huazhong University, many people in China were shocked by the feat of this student. For a time, the Business Pursuers Alliance of Huazhong University experienced explosive growth again. As the initiators of this organization, Zhao Qing, Yue, and Chen Qianqian naturally became Li Shanjian's fans and worked harder to promote Li Shanjian's heroic deeds. However, the information they learned was extremely one-sided. But, do keyboard warriors need the truth? Just make it up. Li Shanjun didn't know what happened next. At this time, he was heading to the suburbs with Qin Fen, Fan Wei, Zhang Bailey, and others. According to the agreement he made with Fan Wei yesterday, he asked Fan Wei to help him purchase raw jade. Fan Wei also said yesterday that Qian Tu was selling off his inventory of raw stones because he failed in gambling on them. I told you Qian Tu is the god of destruction, but he refused to admit it. Now it's come true, Qin Fen said with a gloating look on his face. Fan Wei said, Mr. Qian really had bad luck. Many buyers wanted the rough stone, but he insisted on cutting it himself. This really cost him a lot of money. Qin Fen said, I remember last time, Qian Tu asked Shang Yan for his opinion. Shang Yan said he wasn't optimistic and had warned him, but he didn't appreciate it. He deserved it. Li Shanjun smiled and said, don't say these things in front of him later. It's like rubbing salt into the wound. The group drove to a warehouse in the suburbs, which was originally Qian Tu's proud gambling stone base. But now, due to a failed gamble, the place has become deserted and looks particularly bleak. The door of the warehouse was half open, letting in a dim light, which seemed to be a reflection of Qian Tu's inner world, bleak and with a hint of unwillingness. Fan Wei gently pushed open the door, and a musty smell mixed with the unique cool scent of jade hit everyone in the face. Inside the warehouse, various types of jade raw stones were piled up in a disorderly manner, which was in stark contrast to the orderly scene in the past. Qian Tu sat at the tea table, which was a little dusty and piled with cigarette butts, holding a cup of cold tea in his hand. His eyes stared blankly ahead, as if his soul had left his body. Mr. Qian, we are here. Qin Fen was the first to break the silence, with a hint of reluctance in his voice. They all came from the same compound, and Qian Tu's father was an old subordinate of the Qin family. The two families have a close relationship, and Qin Fen felt a little sympathy for Qian Tu's downfall. Qian Tu looked up when he heard the voice and forced a bitter smile, which was full of bitterness and helplessness. Master Fen, Mr. Li, Mr. Qian, you're here. I didn't expect you'd actually be willing to visit my ruins. Li Shanjun walked forward and gently patted Qian Tu's shoulder to comfort him. Mr. Qian, life is always full of ups and downs. What's important is how to stand up from failure. I heard you were planning to sell your rough diamonds. We happen to have some needs, so maybe we can help ease your burden. A hint of gratitude flashed across Qian Tu's eyes, but then dimmed again. Shang Yan, I appreciate your kindness, but these stones, I don't even have hope anymore. Don't say that. Gambling on stones is a game of unknowns. Qin Fen interrupted, his tone a bit cynical, but also revealing encouragement for his friend. Maybe there are undiscovered treasures hidden in these stones. Qian Tu smiled bitterly and said, Master Fen, you are right. I am a broken god. Countless experiences have reminded me that the path of gambling on stones is not suitable for me. However, I have always been unwilling to accept this, hoping to be able to go to heaven with one sword, but I never thought that the sword would lead me to hell. Everyone has a gambling nature, and gambling is deadly. Qin Fen, Li Shanjun and others didn't know how to comfort him. Gambling is not a right path. There are people who make a fortune by gambling, but they are only 1 in 100, or even 1 in 10,000. Qin Fen patted his shoulder and said, don't be discouraged, you will make a comeback. We came here today just to see these things of yours. Qian Tu said, please, take a look at it as you like. If you like it, just take it. It doesn't matter whether you pay or not. Li Shanjun signaled Fan Wei and Zhang Bailey to go to the warehouse area and start looking at the raw jade stones. He went over to take a look when he had nothing to do. He looked at it very quickly. Basically, he would put down a stone within seconds of picking it up, and he would have already judged the situation inside the raw stone in his mind. In just over 10 minutes, he had already looked at hundreds of raw stones, but he actually gained very little. Only 21 pieces are rich in spiritual energy and reach the level of low-grade spiritual stones. Among them, 4 are mid-grade spirit stones, and the scale contained in it is pitifully small. Li Shanjun, adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, spent more than 1 million to buy all the raw stones containing spirit stones. If a real jade merchant takes these jade raw stones, it can only be said that his efforts are in vain and he will not make any money at all. The name God of Collapse is well deserved, Li Shanjun muttered to himself. He turned to look at Fan Wei and Zhang Bailey at the other end of the warehouse and found that they also had frowns on their faces, and it was obvious that they had not gained much. In the next hour, Li Shanjun checked almost the entire warehouse area, and found that there were only about 150 raw stones that could be called jade, less than 1/20th of the amount in the warehouse. This was selected by Qian-tu himself, and the proportion of jade contained is still so low. This kid Qian-tu is really not suitable for this job. What a bunch of rubbish. Qin Fen couldn't help but curse. Brother, I advise you to change your career. Qin Fen also took a look at the selection. Although he was not an expert, he did understand the basic knowledge of selecting raw stones. When Qian-tu heard him say this, his face became even uglier, but he did not refute. At this time, Li Shanjun also lost interest. Just as he was about to call Fan Wei and Zhang Bailey to go back home, his eyes inadvertently swept across a seemingly ordinary large stone in the corner of the warehouse. The stone has a rough surface, dull color, and is covered with cracks. It is no different from the surrounding discarded stones that were carefully selected and left behind. It seems like a piece of waste discarded casually by Qian-tu and the workers. However, it was this inconspicuousness that inexplicably touched the subtle feeling in Li Shanjian's heart. This feeling is a bit familiar. Li Shanjian's heart moved. He slowly approached, placed his hand on the huge stone in the corner, and immediately used his spiritual sense to investigate the situation inside. As his fingers lightly rested on the stone, an unusual wave passed from his fingertips into his mind. The intensity of this fluctuation far exceeded that of all the raw stones he had encountered before. Li Shanjian's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken, but he remained calm on the surface, fearing that his abnormality would attract Qian-tu's attention. He carefully examined it again and confirmed that it was correct. This seemingly ordinary stone actually contains amazing spiritual energy, the purity and concentration of which are extremely terrifying, like a vast ocean. What shocked him even more was that this spiritual energy was mixed with an indescribable aura of nobility, a quality that only a very small number of top-grade jades possessed. Could it be? Li Shanjun speculated secretly in his heart, and a shocking idea formed in his mind. Is this glass-type imperial green? Or rather, it's a top-grade spirit stone. Glass-type imperial green, the king of jade, is priceless, and every gram is enough to make countless jade merchants dream of it. It is incredible that such a gem was forgotten here as waste. Li Shanjun took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He realized that this would be the biggest gain of their trip. But in order not to alert the enemy, he decided to adopt a strategy. He bought this gem together with other rough stones, so as not to arouse Qian-tu's suspicion and to take this treasure away smoothly. Li Shanjun seemed to casually check the several raw stones around him, but unfortunately there was no top-grade jade left. He winked at Fan Wei and Zhang Bailey, who were discussing the value of another rough stone not far away. The two of them quickly put down the rough stones in their hands and walked towards Li Shanjun. What do you think? Li Shanjun asked casually. Fan Wei sighed and said, maybe we came too late. There aren't many valuable things here. He said this to give Qian-tu face. Ever since he failed, no one believed in Qian-tu's vision. Most of these were thrown into Qin-tu's hands. Li Shanjun pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Qian is Qin Fen and your friend. Since he's here, we should at least take care of his business. I'll give you some numbers later. Just buy them all. Don't bargain so hard on the price. Fan Wei and Zhang Bailey took the note handed to them by Li Shanjun, on which were written nearly 200 codes. So many? Zhang Bailey was instantly shocked. Why so many? Qin Fen and Qian-tu, attracted by the noise here, asked casually. Li Shanjun smiled and said, Brother Qian, we have been looking at these rough stones for so long and think they are quite interesting, although most of them may not be worth much. But jade is all about fate. We plan to take all these raw stones away as a token of our support for your comeback. Qin Fen glanced at the note in Zhang Bailey's hand and was immediately surprised. Shangyan, you are such a good friend. You actually bought so much at once. When Qian-tu heard this, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by deep gratitude. Really? Mr. Li, you are so kind. Actually, I also know that the probability of finding something good from these rough stones is very small, but your trust and support are more important to me than anything else. Li Shanjun smiled and nodded, but he was thinking in his mind how to complete the transaction quietly. After some bargaining, he finally bought all 200 pieces of raw stones, including the glass-type imperial green, for 12 million yuan. Qian-tu was very satisfied with the price and thought it was the beginning of his luck changing. He was grateful to Li Shanjun and others. Soon, these 200 or so pieces of raw stones were loaded into a large truck and transported to Li Shanjian's office building. Everyone looked at Li Shanjun with different eyes. What a kind man. But Li Shanjun felt a little uneasy. I directly took away the two most valuable rough stones from Qin-tu. Although it was due to my ability, it was a bit unfair. I'll make it up to him when I have the chance. Li Shanjun from the world of immortal cultivation has been staying in seclusion in his own courtyard most of the time since he caused a big fuss at Ye Ziwan's celebration ceremony. After all, Zhao Lai and his men are powerful. If they were killed in a sparsely populated area, it would be really not worth it. Even the second batch of pills that Zhou Yang had refined had to be retrieved by Su Dekwei. In addition, he bought a lot of raw stones from Qian too, which was enough to support him to continue practicing for a long time. Zhang Bailey and Fan Wei have also traveled to various places to start purchasing jade on a large scale. Therefore, at this stage, you should just stay safe and focus on development. 10 days passed quickly. Xianxian Pharmaceutical finally started its second round of elixir sales. This time the scale is even larger. This benefited from the word-of-mouth spread after the first sale, as well as the conscious publicity by stakeholders such as the Qin family and the Zhao family. With the joint support of these big families, Xianxian Pharmaceutical Sales Company has organized a very professional and large team. The second sale of the elixir was in the form of an auction. Several major families, such as the Qin family and the Zhao family, invited many prominent people to participate. Some people have prepared funds and want to snap up the goods. Some people come here because of its reputation, wanting to see whether Xianxian medicine is really as mysterious as the legend says. Some people gave the Qin family some face and just watched the fun. However, the enthusiasm at the end of the auction once again exceeded everyone's imagination, because they saw the magical power of the elixir with their own eyes. The pills for sale this time include beauty pills, sperm strengthening pills, rejuvenation pills, and body tempering pills. There are also Sanhua Yulu pills, body shaping pills, hair growth pills, etc. The efficacy of Sanhua Yulu Dan is self-evident. At the auction, people from Xianxian Pharmaceutical Sales Company invited a patient with advanced cancer who was on the verge of death to try the drug on site. As a result, the lucky person who tried the medicine, after taking the pill, the originally weak person jumped up on the spot, stunned everyone. They would not suspect that the patient would cheat because there were many well-known doctors present. The doctors also used instruments to conduct on-site examinations on the man, and after comparing the indicators of patients with advanced cancer before and after, the results left everyone in disbelief. After taking the pill, his body was still a little weak. But apart from malnutrition, other indicators are almost the same as those of normal people. It's simply a life-saving medicine. Those who originally came to watch the fun could no longer sit still and went out to participate in the auction. The reserve price of Sanhua Yulu Dan was directly inflated to 300 million yuan before it was sold. Many people looked at the lucky person who participated in the drug trial for free with envy and gained 300 million yuan in disguise. There are also body-shaping pills, which are also very effective. It can quickly burn excess fat in obese people's bodies and turn them into standard big muscle men. There are also hair growth pills that can make the Mediterranean hair flourish again, solve the pain of hair loss for countless people. The only drawback of hair growth pills is that they not only cause hair to grow on the upper part, but also on the lower part. But in comparison, everyone can still accept this shortcoming. In short, after witnessing the magic of the elixir with one's own eyes, Xianxian medicine became famous again. The final transaction volume of this auction reached 3.5 billion yuan. Among them, Xianxian Pharmaceutical received 3.15 billion yuan, and the Elixir Sales Company received 350 million yuan in revenue based on a 10% share. Although it was only 10%, the major families had no complaints at all because the return on investment had exceeded their expectations. More importantly, they also receive other benefits. Each family is given the right to purchase 2 body tempering pills, which is equivalent to allowing 2 extraordinary people to appear in their family. The success of this auction made the major families more respectful towards Li Shanjun. He can continuously produce these pills, and his resources are unfathomable. Maybe in the future there will really be a miraculous elixir like the longevity elixir. According to current technology, solving the problem of lifespan limitation is the real black technology. The fact that the pill sold for 3.5 billion yuan did not make Li Shanjun very excited. More money is just a number. All this money will soon be used to purchase jade. However, after receiving a call, Li Shanjun immediately became excited. "Shangyan, we succeeded." As soon as Li Shanjun answered the phone, he heard the excited voice of academician Xin